black Air Forces.
Custom black
All right,
Air
all right,
Forces.
all rickety.
The
Right, let's
lace
get down
lock
to it,
on the
baby.
top of the shoe, Riddle, and on the other side it says Order. I've never seen something as clean
So sick.
in my life.
Yeah, it was so clean. But I would say for me, is that your only dark horse? You have no other teams from other regions at all? You mentioned a couple the other day too.
So I got Riddle.
Yep.
I got Naked.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know if you consider them a dark horse, but I'm going LG. I have a really good feeling about them this time
horse,
around.
Though? Underdog story for LG?
I feel like they just don't get talked about enough, man. I really don't.
I mean, I
would say LG would definitely be an underdog story. I don't think that they make a run, though.
Their playstyle doesn't really suit LAN that well. I'm
Facts.
curious to see if they can adapt and actually perform this time around at LAN the way they want to. I know when it comes to match point format, they don't really do well because they don't win games that much. They just drop insane damage and insane kills.
Facts.
My dark horses you don't really agree with. There's one that you don't really agree with at all. And my number one dark horse of the tournament is going to be J-Lings.
Okay.
I think J-Lings coming out of EMEA they are so
That's a decent
good at
pick.
rotating. They are extremely passive, which is my number one issue with them. And I think if they can get to the zone, they can play a little bit more aggressive in those end games to get the kills where they need to. I think they could easily take a finals and get maybe a top 10 of the tournament. I think also Naked.
Yeah.
Naked, to me, is a team that is not talked about
These
enough
guys are
in
all
APAC
on the
region.
APAC
I
North
think they
train,
play
man.
a
Is it just because
very
APAC
aggressive
North
game,
is
but their
due?
3v3s
Because it's not like
definitely
APAC
LG.
North
They are
is
dominant
won
with their
recently,
3v3s,
right?
and they bring it
They
to
haven't
the best
won
teams
like
in the
a.
world, dude.
They haven't won a LAN, have they?
Taking them down, and then also one.
It's only
more
APAC South and NA.
Out of APAC South, let's say Onyx.
Okay.
Moist to me is
I like
not
the pick.
Moist is not an underdog anymore.
Facts.
Yeah, they're not even close to that. I'll pick APAC South region in general is one, but I think Onyx, man. I think Onyx is a solid team. I think if they play to their style and play to zone again, they'll
What up, Aiden? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, we're getting in there, baby.
What's the good word? What's the good word?
Let's
Appreciate
lock
you
it
coming
in.
through.
We got the crowd
Happy
going, the
Thursday,
lights
day
flowing.
number 1.
Chat, we are live from London.
We are extremely
Come
excited
on.
to be here. I'll tell you what, man. You know, we've been to
This should
what,
be a lot
4
of fun,
lanes
man.
now
Yeah.
I
as the
can't wait.
Stream,
Yep.
And I don't think I've ever been more excited
No.
in our time here than where we're at right now. The energy from the arena, you know, the lights, being able to just turn around.
Yo,
and
Miss
see
Barn,
the
what it
players.
do? What
It's
it
a
do,
different type of
homie?
atmosphere here. It's a different
Happy
type of
afternoon
Chat,
to
I don't know if you
you.
understand, bro. Last event,
It's like
bro, we were like
regular
15
hour
minutes away
esports
from
for
the
you.
venue in a cubicle.
We
And
were
now
down the street in a different zip code.
Yeah, it took us 15 minutes to walk to the venue after our stream ended. Now we're here watching live on the main floor. We're probably always going to do this now because we have figured out the formula of what makes it work. And I'm very thankful. Me and Greek also, before we get into this and make it more about ourselves, we'll stop here. We do want to focus on the games today, have some good commentary. But
I am going to, I think,
we'll go
switch
full screen
back
real
and
quick.
forth
Me and
between
Greek,
the
we
two
wanna
of them.
Thank y'all, man. We talked about this a lot, but the last, I would say, 6 months has really changed our lives when it came to just content.
I'm guessing this isn't going to be live, right? This is just
income,
going to.
everything. You guys have really
hold on.
made a difference
Hold
in our
on.
mental health as well with being stable in stream and having these.
They are here. I kind of want to watch.
Even wilder, but this is where dreams are made of. These players have worked through the entire split 2 to get here and go for glory.
Camera stuck.
And Genome, our resident APAC expert, are you excited to see how the region fares today?
Of course I am. I mean, we killed it last time, but you know, it's not just one region, right? We've got 5 here today, and they are all.
I mean, it's a good picture to stop on, but
trophy. Some have
at least it's not
before.
like you catch
Some have.
somebody picking their nose or something.
That's what we're talking
But
about when we say we've got the action-packed weekend. And before we get into it, while you guys are watching all the teams behind us getting themselves set up, first let's talk about how this tournament works. Here's a quick breakdown of what
I
you
would
guys
like
can
to
expect
see
over
the
the next few
breakdown.
days. Our tournament will be broken up into 3 stages. We'll start with the group stage, which will be today and tomorrow, then head into the bracket portion of the competition, and then finally close things out with finals. When we take a look at the group stage, it's a round-robin play style, where all of the groups will
Let me
face
see if I can
off
pull
against
this up.
each other. We'll then end up going into that bracket portion of the format where teams
This
will
is
start to get knocked out. Top 10 from our winners
what they're
bracket
talking about
will go
here,
straight
chat.
through to finals, while the bottom 10 will drop down to our elimination bracket. There, the teams will then have to battle it out to keep their hopes of making finals alive. The top 10 from the elimination bracket 1 moving on to elimination bracket 2, where it all comes down to there to get our last 10 finals teams. And then, once we make it to finals, it's of course our
Match point,
legendary
baby.
match point
Chat,
format.
we'll be starting
The team
up
will
late
have
on
to first hit
Sunday,
that
just so you guys
50-point
know.
threshold, and then they'll have to win one more time to clinch the whole thing out. And of course, it's not just the trophy or the pride that's on the line. We have a massive prize pool of $1 million on the line.
Trying to decide if I'm just going to watch it from the beginning and just start it late, or we're just going to jump in where we're at.
Big boy bucks on the line here, but not only
Did they
that,
fix this yet?
also see the
Hey, they fixed
breakdown
it. Let's
here
go.
of the championship points, the points that these teams accrue over Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs that they need to make it to that end of year championship. Because of course we've got $1 million on the line here, but there'll be 2 at least there for the championships. So the top 30 teams that we see go into that, they need to be grabbing those points to make their way to the end of the year.
So I believe it's top 7 teams from LAN Split 1 already lock in their spot.
Your road to ALGS champs is going to get a little daunting. We have the last chance qualifiers that are on the line at that point, where 10 teams from the different regions will advance on, but there are 9 teams that have already secured themselves
I mean, to be fair,
at the champs already. 3 from North America, 3 from
prize
EMEA,
pool
2 from
good
APAC
for an
South,
event
and 1
ish,
from APAC North, and it's Fnatic.
but it took
All right, well,
a whole
about these top 40 teams here this weekend. Let's take a look at who exactly they are, broken down by groups, and we're going to be seeing groups C and D here in just a moment as they go up against
took a whole
split
to get here.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I feel like their prize pool for how long it is
immediately standing out effect.
Poorly compared to some of other esports.
The legend has entered the building, and he was giving interviews yesterday, and he was like, I'm just here to one-clip people. Of course, Genome.
So we're starting off with Group
I'm
C
sure
and
he's
D,
going to
chat.
do that. Some other people
Is our first
definitely
lobby.
looking to be on that train. Fire Beavers, who didn't get a chance last time in Split 1 playoffs. Finally, we get to see what they're made of here in Split 2.
Get to see the
Exit
homies
is another team
Moist.
I'm definitely keeping my eye on.
Pioneers.
These guys are just nuts. They've
TSM,
been
of course.
wild compositions throughout this
Fnatic,
split.
probably the
It
best
feels like they've been toying
APAC
with other
North
people,
team
honestly, and they
by a lot
still
of
came out
people's
on top.
favor.
Every single
Furia
one
back
of
on
our
LAN
groups has some seriously stacked
after
teams
missing
We'll take a
Split
look at the
1.
schedule now so you guys know exactly what
A lot
to
of good
expect
teams in this
out
lobby.
of the day. We'll be kicking the day off with groups C and D at 10 a.m. BST. Then throughout the day, we'll be getting to groups A and B.
Yeah,
a little bit
maybe
later
not
on
that
at
low, but I
2:15
mean, it's
PM BST,
similar,
and
right?
they'll
So it's
close
like,
everything out at 6:30 p.m.
I mean,
with groups A
Split
and
2
C.
started
It's going
back
to be a
in
very exciting schedule for today.
March?
I know we cannot wait to get into it, but we mentioned it earlier when we saw those groups.
And
We've
Grant,
got
there's a
groups
little money
C
on the
and
line
D
for,
to kick things off
like,
here. So
each
we should start
region
talking
during
about
the
who we're
regular
gonna watch
season,
the
but
week.
Look,
more to
I
get
think we
here
should.
for
It's about
that
time,
chance. Here they go.
I'll kick things off, right? I'll go Fnatic immediately. That APAC North team, they won the Split 2 regular season. They also won the regional finals. Now, this isn't the same team that we had saw compete there in Split 1, and I'm really excited, as well as Dreamfire, Complexity, Element 6, kinda. He was a MVP 2 times during the Split 2 regular season. Just a young gun coming in to join the Legend Slayers. In case Winnie, excited to see what Legend compositions they're going to be pulling
Yeah,
out
and
today,
for
because
like comparison,
if I remember correctly, Wig over there with his watch party was actually voting on the Legend compositions that they played in group stage, Genome.
Yeah, we saw some fun
During
stuff
regular
last
season.
You know, plenty
Let's
of
look at it.
underrated picks.
Let's say
Nice
for
guy, I
North
guess, coming
America,
through, but hey, they made it to the finals
top
already, right?
team
So,
only got 20,000.
yeah, doing really well. I mean, you can see lots of other teams here. Dreamfire
Over a
finally with their full
9-session
stack.
split.
We do have Peter here as well as 3MZ finally to join Roy, who has
But, I mean,
obviously
you know,
made some deep runs so
for
far
a
at the
BR,
finals.
pretty
All right, it's
decent.
evident that there are so many teams
Prize
that we
pooling
could
wise.
talk about here, but let's narrow it down to our individual teams to watch. Tiff,
I think that's a
you
really
spoke
good
about
list
it a little
right
bit
there.
earlier.
Those
you
three.
chose Fnatic. Genome, you went with Moist. I chose TSM, but Tiff, I want to hear why you chose Fnatic.
Look, they have caught my eye time and time again. I said it earlier, they had won the Split 2 regular season. They won the regional finals. It was
Fnatic
just
has
by
also
one
been
point,
really
though.
close the
North
last
Action, they're
couple
looking
of
pretty hot as well, but the trio of Yuka,
finals, if I
Meltera,
remember right,
Lucha,
or last couple of
Love Cheat.
lands,
This is
if
really
I
cool,
remember
but
right.
like I said, not the same roster that we witnessed in Split 1 playoffs. That was Matsutasu, who was previously in that
Let me
anchor
double
role
check
for
that
the team,
before I
but
go put my foot
Umi-chan,
in my
the
mouth.
longtime IRL friend of Yuka, this is going to be cool to see how they
Yeah,
utilize
8th
that camaraderie.
in
and
playoffs,
bring it
number
to the
1,
table.
yeah,
They
then
were
4th
already
last year at
consistent
Raleigh.
prior.
So I mean,
Maybe
they've
it's time
been
they push
close.
the trophy, Genome.
Well, I'm not saying Matsutasu was a, like a bad player. Obviously, Fnatic did very well last time, but I do believe this is an upgrade, and I'm
So,
excited to see you know, how that works
Apex
with
does
Fnatic.
things a
Can they
little
go
bit
even
different where they
further?
kind of flex their casters a little bit.
All right, look, I'm also
So,
going to chat about, of course,
in the
more.
past,
I do.
both
All right,
the
hashtag let's get
ladies
wet. All right,
have
these
done
guys,
some
they
play-by-play
took out
casting
the APAC South
included in
region.
with their
Last
hosts.
time they actually came second, right? They had
But usually the way it'll work is like, so they have 3 different group sessions today.
They did it all.
So what they'll probably do is where like
you know, the championship,
the analyst desk right now, your host desk will be the host desk for the first group, and then maybe some of them might do some play-by-play
and I honestly think they're looking better I mean, all
in
three
other
of these
group
guys,
or in other group
absolutely
stage like
nuts.
matchups.
Pricey and Waltzy, the massive fraggers, the big brain from there.
Maybe
from
not
NT,
Genome so
and
much, who's
I think
currently
the thing that's
talking, the
making me,
APAC guy.
believe these guys, their stocks are higher than
Because
ever
he's
is
usually
honestly
just strictly on the
communication,
desk as a
way they're
host.
gelling as a team. If you listen to
But
them,
Genome, you know,
all
does
three
all
of
the
them are
play-by-play
contributing on a level that I think happens,
for the
honestly,
region,
with
like on the
very
regional
few teams
broadcast.
even here in the finals.
I mean, obviously fantastic choices so far. I had to pick TSM. It's a squad that needs absolutely
Of the 3,
no
if I had to
introduction, but
guess,
also we can't not
the
talk
person
about
that
them
we
when
will
it
more
comes
than
to
likely
playoff
hear doing
champions.
some
All right, obviously
play
Split
calling,
won playoff champs in a
maybe
phenomenal
Glitter
performance
Explosion,
with that
who's
fight,
talking
but we
right
have
now,
seen
but the
time and
other
time
girl,
again
Tiffany,
between them and
Spider
Zen,
Tiff,
and
she's really
Zen was
she's
another
really
spot I
solid
would've
on
easily picked as well. As we can
play-by-play.
see Raven chilling
Full
in the
suit.
background there.
Full
In
suit.
the full suit.
It's a job today. He's here for business.
I love everything about that, but they were a team that we actually saw struggle a little bit in the
Raven
first half.
in the
Split
suit
2,
on
and
day
then they
1,
brought
huh?
it back. They just thrive under that pressure, and now they have that added pressure trying to go for the back-to-back playoffs champs yet again. I am very excited to see what they bring to the table. How they even just start off the entire weekend. Will they have a slower start, or will they come out of the gate?
TSM should be fun to watch because they had a really
Excited to
rough
see
start
what
to the
TSM
split,
can do
but once they
for
turn things
themselves.
around, they've been
I
on a
feel
roll.
like we've got some great options here across the board. Everyone at home, we'd like to know
Plus,
who
like,
you guys
it's
are keeping your
TSM,
eyes
you know what I
on
mean?
as
So
well. Maybe we ask the audience who they're keeping their eyes on as well. Do we have any fandoms already hanging out here with us in the stands? Who are you guys cheering for? Show me those
So yeah, the
signs.
girl in the middle, Spider Tiff.
I hear Vex.
If I had to guess of
let's
any
get
of the
Vex,
3
right?
that will be
They're on a
doing
redemption
play-by-play
arc. They didn't make the
casting,
finals lobby.
will
They're
probably
ready
be
to do it
Tiff.
this time around. It's only
Maybe
up from
Glitter.
here.
Element 6.
But Glitter's also kind of usually been more like the host
have
role.
come out in droves here this time. There's an entire section of the crowd for those guys. Lots of Nootropic fans up there with a flag
Pricey
on the
is-
left side too.
Everything.
Pricey's
I
pretty
love it.
cracked.
This is just day 1. The
I still,
audience is
of the
here.
Moist
Look at the
Boys,
green
I
light
think I'd
sign.
rather,
All
if I had to
guys,
pick one of them to be on my team, I think I'd rather pick Waltzy.
But if you at home,
But
have
Pricey's
other
really
teams
good.
that you want to be keeping your eyes on, or other squads that you want to be focusing at the same time, well, our award-winning multi-view is here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Multi-view, make sure to check it out. On top of that, everybody at home, we have even more stuff available for you here for
What
this
we'll
event.
probably
Alright,
do,
we have
chat,
Twitch
is
drops that will
earlier
be
in the
active all
games,
4 days
we'll
of the
probably
Split 2
vibe with,
playoffs, a chance to get all of
Greek
those
and
drops
Wick.
during finals, just in case
I
you missed
I
the
like
drops from any
hearing
of the 3 previous
them
days
kinda
of play. All
digging
you have
in
to do
versus-
is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim these skins. All right, we've got some really cool options here too as we take a look at those, because on day number 1 you'll be able to claim the R99 skin Charbroiled, then the Wraith skin Fiery Fractals, the Hollow
versus-
Spray Ratting, which might be my favorite, and then the Gun Charm
Like where the
Predator. And like
like
I said, if you're here on site,
Desk
you'll be
will
able
try
to
and
get that
build a
bundle of
story.
all of them at once. I mean, we got to talk about the Ratting Hollow Spray.
I mean, it feels, it hits home, right? I play a lot of Apex, and I've seen a lot of ratting happen, so I guess maybe if you would eliminate a rat, you get that.
I wish
hollow spray,
Nightlight
throw
would
it
get
down
back
and assert
into
your
it, man.
dominance a little bit, right?
He's free for the taking if he can find himself a solid squad.
Spot, you know, you put the R99, look up, maybe it's a bit of camouflage.
Are you a ratter, Genome?
No,
Okay,
no.
I was just making sure. I just want to make sure.
I will not be labeled.
I
We'll
just
be watching him, all right, everybody. It's officially time for us to kick
All right, let's
off
go,
to the
chat.
ALGS Split 2 playoffs, which means it's also time for me to send it up top to 2 of the best.
Who's
in
the first two
biz,
to start it off?
Rain Day, and for his ALGS LAN debut, Dia.
So they have Rain Day doing play-by-play casting.
But make some some noise here from my man Dia coming through on his very
The homie
first
Dia.
cast. Man, I am so excited to have you here in the ALGS with us, Dia, in person.
Strange
We're
to
doing it
see
on
Rain
live
Day
for
not
Split
in the
2, but it's
host
different having
role.
The long locks, the beautiful locks here with me.
It is. I can't just tie it back, and like when I'm having a bad hair dye, it's got to be out there.
You can't hide it in the beanie like you like to do.
Exactly.
My name is Randy, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting here, usually on the desk, where Lauren is doing such a fantastic job alongside Genome and Tiff. But today we kick things off in a big way for the
Interesting
cast.
to see Rain Day not in the host role. It seemed like he had started to move into like that voice of Apex sort of deal.
You, big themes
That's
heading into this as we pan over our players. What stands out the most?
I mean, the format of this year is the biggest difference maker from international competitions past. The fact that we have this group stage where you're really just sorting yourself into brackets gives teams the opportunity where they may not have had it in scrims to really sort out their game plan in a zero or close to zero latency environment.
And I think that's going to give, as you see, a lot of time for teams to adjust. But there's less time.
I do like his play-by-play. Don't get me wrong.
And these games set the tone of not only
It's just
the
like he
meta,
opened
but what
the
teams
show
are going
last
to
year
do
or
to
last
figure
split.
out if they need to make a different plan.
Like walking in the crowd, like he
very
felt
soon.
like he was
Storm
really
Point
much
as well
moving
coming
into
up
that like
on your map selection. We're
the
going to get
host of the
a
hosts
high overview over where
role.
teams are going to be landing, Dia, but it's a very important start to get some points early and make sure you come into it with some confidence.
And especially when you say set the tone, the fact that we're starting on Storm Point is really big because it means that those teams that do have stronger game plans, that have had better practice coming into the day, are going to be able to execute on a map that punishes indecision. If you don't know where you're playing on Storm Point, you are going to die in the open.
Oh,
And
let's
so
see if
teams
we've
that
got
have had the better practice on rotations, that have put in the extra hours, are going to shine in these first 3 games, and they can get off to an explosive start.
Back in the day when Apex was first coming into its own as an esport as well.
I wonder
and
if
I think they're still
Tempo
growing
has
and being
updated drop
esports.
spot
Seeing
maps.
these fans here in person, it's unbelievable. World's Edge was where teams got their comfort. They found themselves on that map. Then they transitioned to Storm Point. Now it's a little bit of the opposite, where Storm Point is where we send them out first. And they've got to kind of finesse their way through what can be a very difficult map when you do not get the zone. Whether you're traveling north and you're going
Complexity's
up high,
feeling
or
it
whether
right
you're
now.
traveling south, you can see Complexity.
It's
feeling pretty good
Monsoon. Let's
there.
go. All right, let's see real quick.
Monsoon.
This is what they say. C and
The
D.
moves he was putting on yesterday.
Is this how we explain the game plan? Like he's drawing maps in the air, he's singing them a
So we're
song?
going to C and D. So we'll see Knock them and LG contesting down at Fish Farm Gale Station area. And we'll see KCP and Dreamfire
Join us on the desk. Split 1, what a story
contesting
for him to
over
be
at
back here in Split
Mill.
2, playing, having earned that spot at LAN.
Yeah, I mean,
TSM's done a great job in the back half of the season coming out of Wall.
I know that Kimchi yesterday, he's their coach.
should be
and
fun.
We were talking about what it's meant to be able to get this squad
No such
together
thing
and
as
actually
embarrassed. Well,
show up
I shouldn't say that.
in
But I'm here to
time
answer your
where
questions.
it's
What's up, Barn?
difficult for Complexity to make their time and find opportunities to scrub against other teams. It was something that we mentioned earlier, but even for them, they have, whether there be scrims or no, set aside time for practice every single day because Kimchi does not want to miss out on the finals. It doesn't want to miss out for the chance at championships that is on the table for Complexity with even a standard performance for them.
Oh, I should probably post it. We're live in
Kimchi
Discord and do that
like
thing, huh?
Did not miss leg day or bicep day as well.
He told me he goes to the gym to get a pump before he gets on camera. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to refute that one after having seen him on camera here.
Dedicated man.
Right now, Luda and Cody trying to make sure. You see a little KCP, a little Vexed, of course, down below.
So you have 20 teams that'll drop into each lobby.
Right next to Start a Fight. Or Latin American.
Here, hold on. Actually, let me see if I can pull up
South American representatives. Pulverex
scoring
as well.
real
FGN
quick
doing it with
before
3.
we
He's done it with
get into
less than
things.
that, which is surprising in this. But even Optic Gaming as well. Let's take a look at Start a Fight, Dia. This is a team that has a lot to prove here.
They certainly do. I'm very excited to be covering Start a Fight in their first
But yeah,
games
20 teams
of
drop.
the day and of the
You get a
tournament
point per
because
kill.
South America has a lot to prove in Split
And then
2
you get
playoffs.
points
Split
based
1,
off
bit
of
a weaker
placement
performance
as
for the
well.
region, and it's a region that I think a lot of people typically come in expecting to underperform.
Who has more to prove in your eyes? Obviously, South
your first place
America
team gets
trying to get onto the board, kind of make
12.
themselves
Second place
firm
team gets.
fixture in the
I'm
top
trying to do
10
this
in
as from
these
memory
major
while I'm
tournaments.
looking, see if
But
I can find
you
an
could equally argue
easy thing that
that
shows them.
EMEA has a lot to prove here as
First
well.
place team gets 12
Hosting
points. Second
3
place is
of
9.
our 4 major
7 for
events
third.
and not being able to take that trophy at the end of the day. Do you see that
And then
changing?
6, 5, 4. 3.
In this event, absolutely. A big
And
thing
a
is
couple
just
teams
the
get
ability
2,
for players
and then
to
like
actually
10 through
get to
15
the
get
event.
1.
The fact that we have some of the top teams
They
in
should show it
EMEA
up again here in a
actually able
minute.
to play as a 3-man is big, but I'd postulate, Rande.
If not, we'll go. I can show it on a Wikipedia page after there's a roundup on it.
People recognize that EMEA is a monster region to contend with.
A lot of pressure.
This is an interesting
for everyone playing.
overhead
Here is where we
picture
will
of the
see our
map.
teams
I've never
drop
seen
a
them use this
beautiful
before. It's like
graphic to give
actual
you a
in-game.
eagle-eye
That's pretty
view
cool.
Of
Yeah.
Stormpoint, Dreamfire, and Pioneers.
This is what I love seeing them do.
Shifty at Mill, MDY White, Ganbare Otosan. We saw them as well. Who stands out in terms of the interesting fights? We just mentioned Mill. D, is that what you have your eyes on?
Absolutely.
There is, and that's why when it comes grand finals, they run things up based off of match point format.
Mill was a place of
So teams have to get to a certain point total, and then they have to win in order to be like the champion of the land.
Dreamfire have already declared they're absolutely not leaving, and it's KCP.
But during like the first 3 days of games,
in these early matches.
Each set is 6 games, so they'll drop into Stormpoint for 3 maps, and then they'll drop into World's Edge for 3 maps. And their total amount of points is kind of how they base off of moving into the next round or not.
They woke up at least 8 a.m. and decided to make their way over here, which, you know, for gamers at times that can be a hard thing to do.
It can, especially with the jet lag. I mean, we got a lot of folks coming out, and yes, Dreamfire, they've been dealing with a lot of it as well, but finally having made it to LAN with a full squad. Our desk touched on it. This is a team that I'm very excited to see play finally together. We've seen pieces of them at international events, but now we actually get to find out
Dreamfire's here for the first time. You can say the same thing for Fire Beavers out of EMEA.
Actually is our representative from Taiwan and covering the APAC region as a whole as a watch party. He was given some great information on Dreamfire and what they mean. Also, Roy's journey here.
Oh, yeah.
From the hearts to the hearts of the fans. He has made it such a special time, and that's
one
why
of
front
the
row, you see the Dreamfire
org
fans,
owners
with MZ, as he was
from
joking,
Chinese
saying,
Apex drove 20 days
shield, as well as
to take a car that's like wrapped in
talent, but finally
like promo for their organization
here, as you can see,
to get to London, which is pretty crazy.
A salute to the fans who are in the front row. Dreamfire trying to play with that fire today. Let's take a step back, though, for those just joining us, watching, catching up with the ALGS as well. This is what some people kind of considered maybe that start to the group of death. Obviously, you've got repeat winners multiple times over these last few seasons.
I mean, group of death is always seen as Group D, right?
Close to split one playoffs in
just with the way that it's
see one fight away, one gravity lift away
out
from maybe coming
or
out
the way that they
champion.
like
You've got
it's
FaZe on the rise for the first time in a while with
balanced
a whole
out, I should say.
Resurgence of Snipe Down. You've got Vexed having a lot to prove. KCP starting to cook. With
Plus
the
the teams this year are pretty nasty.
Who made his really star-studded debut here, getting that 3-kill that shocked the world. Dia, this is really a tournament that is almost up for grabs for anybody.
It very much is, and the adaptation that we typically see going into LAN is exacerbated coming into this one because of the recent changes that we've seen with.
Hey, yo, Optic doesn't have a coach? Tell him hit me up.
But with even the changes into legend balance as
I'll go to LAN.
I think a lot of teams have started to take a step back, or some of them doubling down on things like Seer, where Valkyrie has very much faded out of a lot of people's view.
Yeah, and that's partially the evac towers, right? We're gonna talk about that, the new item added into the ALGS.
I'm gonna be interested to see how much evac towers actually play effect during LAN.
A lot of people catch up in between.
I'm wondering if during LAN, if those evac towers get focused out like immediately.
Gives you that late game rotation, but it couples itself with a threat. It takes about 1,200 or so damage before that can be destroyed, and it can be destroyed quickly, so you can't count on it in those late game circles. How do teams play around that? You had just seen Optic Gaming right there. Skittle Cake's one of the best in the business of knowing those in-game zones. You can expect them to use that item.
All right, so day one,
they are a threat as
who
well.
are we rolling
One of the
with,
biggest
chat?
things about evac towers is that it's all.
I would really like to see KCP come out and turn some heads day number
in
one.
order to be able to get more evac
I think they're a
towers,
momentum
rotate
team.
even faster, and we've
They
seen
need to be
that
able to get
sort of
their
template
feet
itself
kind
into
of
what teams willing to try
going
Newcastle,
early.
Because once you try Loba, you're like, wow, this support legend stuff is actually really awesome. Being able to go away, craft a banner, especially in a game where you are dealing with variants like a battle royale as we are here in Apex.
It's one of those things where I'm on one side of the fence on that, which is I feel like when the class system revamped Apex in season 15, the supports kind of got the worst end of the
I
stick.
would also like to
there
see
was
Vex
maybe some skirmisher
kind of
lackluster,
prove
but
that
those
last
characters
land was
are
first
good in
land
general, and I think the supports, they did find a way to
jitters
put
a
them
little bit.
into the hierarchy.
They're a team that can turn up at times.
Class specs, unlike some of the ring consoles.
Their coach is a pretty cool dude. We got to sit down and chat with him.
Matter for seeing the in-game zone. Now I feel like supports are in a better position. They got that recent buff, being able to craft the banners anywhere and having the ability to do that. Dia, is it one of those passives that because you have to have something go wrong to use it, is always going to be less than some of the others, or do you now think it's viable and should be picked?
I think alone it's definitely a problem, or perhaps one that does feel like a lose less pick rather than a win more pick. The fact that they can also get you additional meds, however, serves to supplement that.
Yeah, really good
like,
late game having more meds. I think people tend to forget that.
And just drop you meds anywhere, right? Makes her feel a little bit better. The fact that you can get into the late game, or even if you're rotating early to zone with a little bit more meds,
Big E, baby!
Characters not only able to pick you up if something does go wrong, but prevent things from going wrong in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that you have
team to watch per region, probably to take things home. I never put out the actual tweet. TSM from NA, Noctum Esports from SA.
With those three that you just saw on camera, TSM reps.
I'm going to roll with Fnatic from APAC North, even though they didn't make its roster change.
It's a big brand.
Absolutely massive as a football soccer fan.
KCP from EMEA.
Joining the ranks of
and
LG.
Moist from
Super
APAC
exciting
South.
to see them. Castillo as the coach, Jaguares, Diazul, Yanya. We know they're threatening, Dia. My question is,
teams I'm watching for that are underdogs to make some noise. Blackhand from APAC South. Leave No Witness from South America.
What your potential is every game and every bracket this tournament. And if so, I think LG is definitely a team that can do damage.
Probably FC Destroy.
LG are contesting on Storm Point. Okay. So if they're going to
from APAC North, they're gonna start if that counts as an underdog, I guess it would be. They finished 9th, right?
Listen, we know the person who's cooking. He mentioned it every time I interviewed him. Every time he lost an early engagement, I joke.
EMEA and US and NA, right?
Is always the one cooking when it comes to Apex Legends. We don't know if it's good.
Yeah, but now he's got a Dream Fire. So,
yeah.
you know,
I'm gonna rock with 100 Thieves for my underdog in NA.
Last time. Jokingly as well, as we like to go back and forth with Nasky, but this time it's a new
I think
team.
I'm gonna have to roll with Nicewig and EMEA with Jay Links. I think it's a really good pick.
London. What a trooper, what an amazing player, and just spirit of this team. But right now, picking up Zane, who in many ways, to me, I don't know about you, was one of the, if not the emerging star.
I think he was the star of Split 1 playoffs, for sure.
Well for the chances of KC,
you know that kid can play on LAN.
I'm expecting them to. As you said, Zane's pickup is really big, and coming back to it, Nasky has been traditionally one of the great IGLs of the esports. So with his ability to hopefully be able to predict zones, get them some game plans, I don't
fucking Monsoon,
what on earth
man.
is Complexity doing?
Well, you see MDY White here as well.
Very Apex for MDY White. That's so dope.
What is the little brain that we've got here? I don't.
It's just great to see it in person. It's a totally different feeling.
I think MDY White could be fun too to see them pop off because they do have a crowd there that made the trip.
Sometimes there's opportunity where you least expect it. Moments like this where you might be waiting for the game. I get a lot of information just by looking at the players because you can tell the different approaches. TSM, been there, done that. Sitting silently, a little smile. They know the camera's on them. Some teams feels like they don't even know a camera's in the building. They're busy doing something else. Complexity, laughing, joshing. MDY White sitting there, patient.
It's a big day for MDY White as well. For first-time LAN appearances, right?
Yeah.
And that camera is going to be something that can get you really nervous, and I'm expecting it to for anyone that has shown up for the first day. Clearly unfazed, though. Some confidence.
So is he hungry, or did he eat already? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think he ate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know that there's going to be a food conversation. We don't know which way it'll lean. Another team that you see in the top left corner right there, Riddle Order, coming in with one of maybe Japan's biggest streamers in Yu-Gi-Oh! They're looking to crash kind of the APAC North meta that has been Fnatic, dominating in their performances again and again and again. They aren't playing here, so it's a nice clear chance to avoid the #1 seed in APAC North and maybe stand out a little bit more now with Riddle Order coming to play in this LAN.
Yeah, they do, I will say, have a lot to go through on Stormpoint because we already have these big storylines coming from very powerful points on the map as well. We looked out into the eastern seaboard, or no, western seaboard for a little while, and knowing that you've got either Optic or KCP coming from there, you've got Pulverex landing over at Antenna, and then you've got FaZe presumably landing over at Launchpad, although, you know, what's going on with them and Vext? Who's to say? Vext, I think, rumored to be moving over to High Point.
And I think that was something we had heard backstage as well. We are having some really great talent join us on this event. One of the talent members, Sabs, I know from TSM, people have been rooting for, one of our good friends. She's going to be joining us on the desk and is talking a little bit about maybe why that decision occurred. We'll obviously have to talk to Tyler, Unlucky, and Matafe, but one of the things that she did let on was that they're more comfortable this time around. Vext is a team that has had a lot of fans, a lot of pressure every time that they have showed up. But it was really their first time as a trio in Split 1 playoffs in February, and they didn't get the results that they wanted. They changed their game. They decided to play more macro, more patient, focused not just on the run and gun style at the edge that didn't work out for them. And so now they're coming back experienced, and they're coming back with a better game plan. I have high hopes for Vex, but again, it's kind of like I'm waiting to see it happen, Dia, before I give them any more credit.
Yeah,
here's the link for the card thing that I was talking about earlier, chat.
And the other to find out if you can adapt to it in time. Because the tricky thing about LAN is that when you get here, it doesn't play out exactly the same every single time because you're playing through all these groups and different metas that have come out of each region. And so when you jump in, it's just like an ice bath every single time that you get to London.
Well, part of it too is that sometimes these teams do not scrim, and they come in and land, and they kind of shake up a plan that you felt was really settled. And I guess for anyone watching, and for us who even try to do the prep behind the scenes as much as we can, is expect the unexpected. Things are always different. They always change as you see more Dreamfire fans rising up. APAC is going to be loud this time
APAC
around.
has really turned
London,
up.
by the
I
way.
love it.
So, you know, APAC is louder than any Europeans I'm hearing right now. I think that may need to change as we head into day 4, excuse me, or Friday, and day 3 and Saturday.
Yeah, right now a lot of our Europeans are at work.
Dang. You're right.
Yeah.
This is our work. Isn't that crazy? I'm thinking, why are people not here? No, they have jobs. Okay, yeah. That's cool. They're probably on Twitch yelling
they're
right
watching
now.
on their monitor.
Yeah, we're online though. We're watching.
You get a pass for Thursday and definitely for Friday. But once it's Friday night, Amia, you need to be stepping it up. Okay.
That's where we're needing the representation, demanding it.
I think it's really cool too that they allowed teams to have like merch booths and things there.
Us to Dia, as we look at Moist Esports showing up.
Ultimately, come out on top of that exchange, and yet, looking at the way that they'll play things out today.
Yep.
I'm curious.
We back, baby. I don't know what that was all about. Sorry about that, chat.
Adapt into the international
It's like PC
stage because they
disconnected
rely on
for a
a lot
second.
more of an anchor sort of fighting style. They use MT as a way to back up the other two members, and while that can be something that other teams have used in the past, we've actually seen FaZe do it previously, using Frex as that anchor. The fact that you have your IGL playing anchor is a very different style than we see from a lot of other teams, and I'm really curious how MT is going to be able to IGL effectively from that position.
I still think MT
it
is
reminds me a little bit of what we've seen Vex do,
quite possibly one of the best IGLs in the game. It's crazy he doesn't get the credit for it
right now, but Hockey's at times has played more of the Newcastle role.
I think part of it is regional.
Anchor roles in terms of less aggressive.
People just don't give APAC the respect they should.
We've also seen him flip the switch and go onto the Ashes, go onto the Wraiths, go onto something that he can scout actively from, and that's kind of two sides of thought in Apex. Do you want, as an IGL, to be doing the move and having your team follow, to scout, have your team back you up, or do you want to have the general's perspective, the POV of what everyone else is doing, and send your troops out into
who would
battle,
start a fight?
Send the gunners out, the fraggers out, tell them
I know
how to micro,
it's a South American
while you
team.
stay
Who
back
were they
safe
before?
and be able to adjust.
And this was something that in North America, Phony became really good at. As soon as Seer really started coming up and IGLs were like, oh, I want to play this Legend, I get so much information for free. And he picked that up and was able to really effectively communicate to his squad exactly what he needed.
I know they picked up Sleep, who was from Godfire, but that's not who it was. It was
trying to move back into that old but gold style where they use Frex as the anchor, where they play their own game, and yet
Phoenix, is that right?
With changes to Seer, I don't know how that'll look for them at international play.
Seer, for those who do not know, still a big part of Apex Legends competitive. but not in the same way. His kit has changed. They've had a recent adjustment, and Seer no longer cancels shield batteries and heals. It no longer cancels revive.
Seer is so
you can still
busted
get those off now. What it will do is silence you, and not just for 5 seconds, not for 7, not for 9, for 10 seconds.
Thank you.
You will be silenced, and you will be slowed
It's like, I know
for about 2.5 seconds as well, meaning that your kit is gone. So what used to be a waiting game, Dia, in terms of I'll let that enemy Seer throw their exhibit down, use their focus of attention, then I'll use mine, and my information will last longer. Now it's a race.
Yep.
Now, if you can get that focus of attention off, that Seer now loses to
I'll be interested to see how Seer plays here in LAN lobbies.
And especially because
we saw a lot of contests going on during scrims consistently.
Tactical has picked up.
Yeah.
You can
when there wasn't
hit
anything on the line.
People more easily.
Yeah.
You can take one Seer out and say, okay, you don't have 2 abilities on
I
your
kind of
team
like
to
them
use.
Nocturne
That's,
jerseys,
you know,
not gonna lie.
Maybe it's doable. You hit 2 people, that fight is over, especially with the slow that comes alongside that. Seer is much more of a, I've hit you, now I swing and kill you button than they were previously.
Always a dangerous thing as well. Again, those watching at home, those watching in the stands, we appreciate your patience. We're getting the server back and forth. A lot of people, you know, thought maybe we just paused the game here and just wanted to talk a little bit.
I mean, I love talking to you. So.
Shoot, I mean, you got us, guys.
Are we not doing this till 10 p.m.?
I thought T and I were just doing a 2-man show up here.
Yeah.
No, the players will be getting involved. Do not worry. There's a great team getting this sorted, as well as these players getting ready to go.
Server issues, day one. Who would have thought?
This LAN is important in many ways, Dia. I know you've got something to say quickly. This is a LAN that, for the first time, in terms of everyone representing.
Oh, true. Everyone's got their full team.
Having effect when it comes to Aurora. Having
no one
their
with visa issues, no COVID issues.
Instead of Sunset. We'll talk about
maybe not the
that.
Squad they expected.
Not the squad they expected, maybe the squad they need.
Yeah.
Ooh, no. Ooh, watch out for that. Fire Beavers here, the 2 top teams from Europe in Split 1 that couldn't make it. It feels like now, if you win this LAN, you can say we are the best in the world in Apex, undoubtedly.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the nice thing with the bookmarks on international play is being able to mark yourself as at this moment we are the greatest team. And now
we didn't do it. That's number 1. Let's go, baby.
And the crowd in London lets you know they're excited. So are we as we head into game number 1, match 1 of our Apex Legends Global Series. Split 2 playoffs here in the Copper Box Arena. Dia, always a pleasure, my friend. Let's get to it.
I think reveal, baby.
I think we talked enough. It's time to see the players take flight.
I was kind of nervous seeing that plane do the dropship doing the thing here.
They have claimed. Will they stay claimed? That's what we're about to find out. We mentioned that the fight at Mill could be occurring, Dia, as we take a look at the map. What stands out here? Where are we looking?
Well, mostly it's standing out that the fight at Mill isn't really happening, nor is Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher, where teams have chosen to go their separate ways.
Nocturne's in Barometer instead?
As well as the no-name village just over to the south, but no early blood.
You can see this is Noctum already in the mix of a fight, and this
let's go KCP.
3MZ. Oh, goes down. And that's
Run him down, boys.
And Zane and Nasky.
Run him down, boys.
Looking to take down Roy. Maybe he can get away. Not the start Dreamfire wanted, but these are the things that can happen when you contest. So the Mill early on goes the way of Pioneers. 2KP to KCP.
Does this look any cleaner if we go to 720p?
Over in Barometer, we've suffered some losses as well. It's a change them, taking them out of Fish Farms where they would have been contesting up against LG and putting them straight in the center of Barometer.
Pioneers, a team we had mentioned at the outset, coming in now with a full squad almost for the first time. It had been questions of if Max Strafey could join them. That question was one they stopped trying to answer.
I think as much as it sucks that they had to do that,
felt like it was the piece they
it's so smart. You go into LAN with a person that you've been playing with all season. This is KCP's chance. I really think this is a tournament they can pick up.
An early start like this gives you that momentum, Dia, that you're looking for, especially with a squad showing up for the first time at LAN.
It does, and having the first point on the board is going to be really important. It's nice to note that Mill also comes with a crafter and a ring console, but in this composition, you'll notice that Pioneers have actually given up the opportunity to scan for the next ring, something that we weren't seeing in Split 2. They've foregone the Catalyst and opted into the Bangalore for that aggressive play and that contest off drop.
We are seeing that a little bit more. Stormpoint has always been...
Are they still trying to run down this last person,
Bangalore,
probably, right?
like you mentioned, can come in and do very, very well. We've seen that experimented on in previous years. In this split, and in this year specifically for the ALGS, it's been a mainstay.
So it looks like this is going to end right around
the SMG that you will see in the hands of most pros.
Those couple of houses
in range, 5 burst rounds at base, and of course,
right outside of
that you upgrade from blue to epic. You will add another.
Does this pull to the west or does that pull to the east?
Ultimately 35 bullets in there.
I feel like that has to
it
pull
will be
to the
pretty
east,
good.
right?
We're going to come back for just
a moment
as
the west?
we get set. We apologize, but there is going to be another reset right now. And again, as much as it could feel like you do not want it, the boos come through in London.
No. I think Dreamfire fans are cheering. They get another shot.
There was a boo and a cheer.
Oh yeah, I bet.
He is hearing from one side of his ears, and that's okay. I'm sure Dreamfire is as well. They're hearing the good news. KCP, on the other hand, hearing the bad news. And that's kind of the, I wouldn't say the drama, but I would say it is one of the stories
first lobby of a LAN.
If we go again, what happens? If KCP loses that.
Yo, KCP comes out here and loses this, though, for real.
And this is a big shift for teams like Noctem, where the camera wasn't on them early, but the fact that they managed to drop in Barometer, take Chu out of Entropic, formerly known as 2R1C, means that now they've lost that element of surprise.
Behavior
Entropic
sponsored.
know that they're contesting dropping into this map, and we got to run this all again.
Listen, Dia, coming from competitive background,
at least they were able to catch it early, I guess.
Probably watching as much or more Apex than any human on the planet.
Early.
You know, like we said earlier, expect the unexpected. Going into a battle royale is one thing, but going into a LAN, it's another thing. Things happen, and you have
By the way,
to
volume's
adjust.
all right, right? Like it's not, I'm not, or the volume behind me isn't too low.
Is because this.
It looks like when I'm talking, I'm probably not cluttered in, but it's not like hard to hear it either, right?
The experienced competitors know this is what to expect. Sometimes you have to reset. Sometimes you get a good start and you got to go back and do it again without the lack of surprise. Some of the newer teams, though, they might get flustered.
Cool.
We're ultimately
I've been trying to balance it over the last couple of watch parties to see like exactly where on the desktop audio I'd want.
And this is why having a solid off-drop strategy when
reset is usually just bad connection within the lobbies.
Go for that for the far flight to get a little bit more equipment before,
which is weird to see on LAN.
Dreamfire, and it worked out really
which
well
is concerning to see on LAN.
They've been actually scrimming this contest for days now.
But that was one thing I had mentioned, how I saw I mentioned the drop ship was kind of stuttering when they came in.
Talked to Dunaski just yesterday. I think he said that there was a snowball's chance that they were giving up.
Listen, D, if we ever need to start a podcast, I know we'll be able to do it.
This is the first episode.
Yeah, this is the first episode. We'll be right back. We're going to get this sorted out and make sure when we come back we are ready to play some Apex. We appreciate your patience. We will see you very,
They're sending it to a break before the first match. There's no way, bro. This season has just been riddled with more and more issues. This is bad news. You know what's causing this? Is they should not have brought back Command Center for finals. It's always been Stormpoint, and it's always been whenever that they've got Command Center up. The fact that they haven't been able to at least target it down to that and figure out what the frick is going on is kind of embarrassing. It is literally always Stormpoint, and especially when they've got Command Center up. And Command Center is where if I wanted to, I could click this here and I could flip between the different perspectives. You know what I kind of want to listen to? I got to listen to this. Oh, this probably went dead when my thing went dead, right? Maybe? I don't like this. Now I'm scared. No, but for real, why is this one all fucked up? Okay, now I'm really scared.
Actually lose out on the game that matters, but having that win is definitely huge for sure.
Yeah, I mean, for the team that lost the contest, you know, it's a mental refresher for sure. For a team who won their contest or had a good dropship, you know, it's hard to do, but you need to just wipe it out the mental and just refresh and just go again. You can't let the tilt get to you because, like we said earlier, long days.
I mean, you tilt in ranked games behind the silver players.
I tilt playing 2K.
Dude, you did tilt playing 2K.
Really bad.
Yeah, and it actually made me tilt. You were getting mad at me making layups when you were shooting nothing but threes, and I wasn't getting mad.
They were wide open, though. Green beans.
Bro, but you literally had the all-time Rockets roster. You were getting mad at me for taking layups at Allen Iverson. So when you start getting mad at me for no reason, I got pissed off too.
It's more fun when we get mad at each other.
No.
It is not more fun when
I
we get
called you
mad
a
at
little
each
fuck. I haven't done that ever.
I hear that every morning.
No. When I'm playing 2K, you got me so mad, bro. So mad. All right, chat. Well, hopefully game 2 or game 1.
Game 36, but game 1.
Hopefully game 1.75 loads up in a little bit here. We'll see how this goes. Chat, who do you think takes game 1, and where do you think it's going?
I look over in the chat, and I just see Luda is dropping a fat shit.
Jesus Christ. You know who that is, too.
Oh, yeah.
That's Monsoon. 100,000 million%. You know that man Monsoon loves talking about shitting pants for some reason.
Shit and fart.
Shit and fart. Every time that chat happens, bro, and I see that, I just know it's Monsoon. I don't even need to see the name.
Yeah.
Back so.
You just know it.
I love how many Riddle fans there are here. There are so many Riddle fans in the crowd. And honestly,
dude,
bro,
APAC, both south and north,
workday,
especially north,
Thursday
traveled really good.
Thursday morning at 11 a.m. It's a good amount of people in this building, bro. I did not expect to be this many people here at all.
There's people up on the top floors too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm very surprised. I think literally come Saturday, Sunday, man, we're gonna have a great stream.
Dude, I love their story, man, between these two guys.
There's tempos in the crowd when he could just
They've just been running the B stream since they, retired competitive play.
He can't be back there.
Oh, never mind. He's not important.
It's just the coach.
I'll take one if you want. Actually, no, I don't need one. You're good.
And now they, even though everything's all together on the same stream.
I love you. You know they give him all.
Just throw him in the corner.
He's such a good guy.
Thank you, Pokies. We love you, man.
We love Pokies, man. What a good dude.
The GOAT.
What an actual legend. All right, chat. So hopefully the game doesn't look too bad with the 60 hertz. We have to deal with it for one game, maybe even 2. If it's bad, then we'll figure it out and we'll go from there.
It might have to be like a swap in between sets angle. Totally. I don't know how quickly they can do that. So
yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure the problem is we're watching the stream. The stream is on a monitor. OBS is on the monitor. That's 100. That's 144. Which is why I think they didn't realize that. But
that's the 144 one?
No.
All right. See if they're back over on the other channel yet.
More to focusing on the macro a little bit and making sure they're getting into the circle as well. But just having a chat to them yesterday, we did hear them. There was just a suggestion that Pete might be going back onto the core stick, and he was playing it way back years ago before anyone was. When they were the one of the teams that could make that work. So I'm really excited to see if we get that pick back in action.
Oh, that sounds toxic.
We're gonna have to talk to Vicky about that one. I don't think Vicky will be too excited if she sees a Caustic pop up back on this map. How do you feel about bringing Caustic in?
You know what? When it comes down to Caustic, you know what? I don't mind it too much, okay? It's annoying to play against, but, when it comes down to my crypto, okay, I can get in, use my drone a little bit, use that EMP, get through, easy breaks there. But,
Who is
at
this?
the end of the day, Caustic, it just...
I feel like I should know him.
He provides great content for the ALGS anytime we see him, even if you like him or you don't.
Well, he's definitely better on World's Edge than Storm Point is what I'd say, right? So maybe less likely to see him here on this map. But, when we get down to those late games, is almost just invaluable. Those really small circles at the end, a caustic a gas grenade will pretty much fill up that entire space.
Now, when we're looking at these groups that we're going to be seeing competing here, as our first match of the day will be groups C versus D. Talk to me about some of these other teams that we're really looking forward to when it comes to their performance, because there were so many squads that we saw on the list, we didn't even have a time to fully break all of them down.
Oh, well, there's plenty we could talk about. Look, I've been watching so much Apex the past couple months and even then some, but Gambare Otosan, and hey, for you those at home, I worked on my pronunciation, as did all of us, so don't come at me with that. This team, I cannot believe they're still orgless. They should have gotten signed after Split 1 playoffs if I have anything to say about it. Do you remember their gold knockdown play in Split 1 when they had the Newcastle and they were working their way through Stormpoint? It was
Gambare's pretty nice. I think the problem is
second
APAC
overall for
North's
most kills, by the way, coming out of APAC North with 180.
play style typically doesn't translate very well to LAN.
I mean,
you got to.
They have to.
Okay,
and Apex is kind of a
obviously we're focusing
esport that you just dump money into. Unfortunately, you're not making much in there.
One of the teams that jumps to mind when we're talking about these teams.
Part of the reason we're seeing more.
For me, at least, is Optic Gaming. I think we should touch on them here just a bit. Blaze, while we still have you
More
up
orgs
here,
kind of pulling
how are
away
you
from
feeling
it.
about Optic?
You know, when it comes down to Optic Gaming and we see their performance there from their last split there to NA, they are one of the most consistent teams that we have there, especially when it comes down to their average kills per map, okay? Typically in like the top 3, top 5 for mostly all of them. But when it comes down to Optic Gaming, and especially the match point format on Sunday, they just got to stay focused, locked in, and close it out, okay? They're across the pond.
All right, we ready for game 1.3 here?
We still will, but nonetheless, they got a lock.
Look, I'll chant it. Let me just tell you, I've been watching. They don't stream very often when it comes to scrims, but I did tune into a couple.
Yeah, I
times,
think
and
the Apex
honestly,
devs does a really good
little
job,
heated, but the
kind of
moment they resolved that,
bringing different personalities together that kind of look at different things to paint a really good overall picture.
They are so crazy good.
All about their business.
Yeah, we're talking about the addition, right? They're no longer playing with Duplex. That had already happened. Dropped is on the team. I think he brings an entire another level.
I think he's great, and it's been a really needed change for Optic, right? It feels like this LAN could be the
It's funny, I know a couple people who
Optic Gaming. That's where I see it going back in Sweden.
Thought that was
they were crazy. There was a lot of people saying they were the
a
best
tough change, the Duplex for drop, but it's definitely proved to be a very
had a couple of LANs since then. They
necessary
didn't quite
change.
reached that same high. And now I think they've finally worked some stuff out, and it really feels like we might get to see that peak Optic again.
That sounds good.
I mean, I would not be mad about it. Like I said, there's so many teams here that we can chat about. We're going to continue doing that for a little bit while we continue to get match number 1 set up and ready. And one of the teams that I wanted to touch on too, see if we could have a little bit of a discussion about specifically, I'd mentioned them when we were talking about our
Bro, this is already going to be a long day.
Ascent. Going up against TSM.
And we're about to start an hour late.
For our Split 1 playoffs. I mean, they are someone that I think it was me and maybe Gaskin who picked them to win the entire thing, and they were this close in that fight. How do we feel like they're going to fare this time around? Tiff, I'll send this one to you first.
Well, we all know Kashera is here on business. That
glad I
man
took a
has
nap.
been in the gym day in, day out, working on the mentals, the physical, the Apex, and just watching that team play and, you know, post-kill.
Sure. Oh, there's definitely.
Kashera go way back, but Lufka, who had recently been added prior to Split 1 playoffs, has just been an immense fragger for them. And if
I gotta figure out why my camera is still looking a little fuzzy on stream.
When Lufka comes in really clutch and can hang in there and stay tough, deal enough damage on that
Triggering me.
entryway, they've got this.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a change up this split, or sorry, maybe even just going from split 2 into
It's only because I can
playoffs,
tell the
right?
difference
There
when I'm
has been a
streaming
big
versus
meta
like
shift with some of those changes we saw to
when I'm in a
this year,
Discord call and it's just
especially
casting.
really shook things up, and the interactions
Not a fan.
with Catalyst Wall as
Makes me
well.
sad.
You know, I think it's made how crypto fits into a comp differently.
Right.
Obviously, with Ascend using that previously, might change up how, you know, we see them approach this LAN, and that's definitely one of the things I'm going to be looking out for to see if they can adapt to that playstyle, because so many teams relying on the
It might be
wall
my
and,
PC then that makes it look just a little
the
fuzzy
ultimate,
on
the
my
exhibit,
like
and the catwalk combo during the split.
tab that I have
Everything's
open.
changed
Maybe
now.
just because it's
Really
not
had,
prioritizing that.
time between playoffs and
If
the
it's
split
looking
here,
fine,
those
I am
these
happy. I
teams
just
have to work out that new patch. Can Ascend do that? That's the question in my mind.
All right, now I heard Tiff,
I had to try and fix it after I nosed it a little bit during RLCS. So it's become like a hyper focus that maybe it's not an issue now, but my mind's like thinking it's there.
Yo, it's super important in these cases, right? And, you know, as you're coming to this event, you're trying to put yourself, especially in scrims, in so many scenarios where it's like, okay, this is going to be tough, okay? We want to have perfect practice.
Nah, but
right
for
here.
real,
We want
who
to
is
come out
this,
here, win
Jack?
scrims. We want to intentionally put ourselves in difficult situations, so in case you face it here on the main stage, that you're able to get up out of this. Now, just walking around the back, seeing the players warm up, even getting at the LAN centers, everyone's
that Blaze?
extremely focused.
Is that his
okay?
name?
They know that this is business. They understand the pressure of the ALGS.
All right, well, we said it was bound to happen soon. Match
I think that
number
is
one ready to
Blaze,
go.
right?
Rain Day and Dia, it's back to you.
Let's go.
All right.
Vamos.
You sure? You sure?
Did he say you sure?
Okay. All right. She
We're
doesn't
trusting
know.
you.
I trust her, though. We've done a lot of events together. Dia, I'm excited to get back here as well, man.
And now
Already
this
got a bunch of
time,
offers. We're gonna work on
knocked
that a
him
little
into
bit
go
later,
push
though. The
straight into
game,
fish farms.
The casting, the commentary, why we're here. The ALGS Global Series Split 2 playoffs. Now we begin.
And look at the change. LG end up contesting this
Yeah.
time as Noctem swap things up. We haven't got landings over at Mill just yet, but you know,
Take me to-
Frank KCP. Oh, will just barely not touch the ground. Mill Deuce.
Well,
What
I
the
said it
fuck
before.
are we
Should I
doing?
say? Should I keep saying? Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected.
Um,
Expect the unexpected.
Yeah, you know.
What are we
ladies and gentlemen,
doing?
This is it. This is what happens. You got to be ready to roll with the punches, and you know, at least you can look good and dance while the punches are coming. Okay, because that's all we can hope for. Seriously, Dia.
Take the
This is gonna
observers
test a lot
off
of
Storm
players.
Point.
Like it is.
We can see the chat. We can see the chat right now.
I said it
This is gonna test
literally
the
when it
players.
happened during the season.
It is.
But
I am like, so I know that we haven't even gotten the chance to look at the actual contest yet,
Right.
or whatever is happening. But I am on like mini-map gaming right now.
Yes.
Like just the first drops are so dramatic. Oh,
well,
one day they'll stick.
and again, you start to second guess yourself in terms of how do we approach this, because you could see that Dreamfire and KCP were going right back to Mill. And
Just
I think this
take
goes
down
back to one
Command
of the
Center.
bigger
It's that
conversations
simple.
that, yes, we want to see the gameplay, but so many people are just excited to see Apex in this format, not really sure all of the work that goes behind the scenes to establish why they're dropping in these places.
Yeah.
Why on earth would two solid teams be looting the exact same place and going 50-50, or maybe one or the other?
Well,
in terms
there's
of
been a
getting
lot of
out?
southern zones.
These things all happened well before, and it's pretty much, I mean, how would you put it, Dia? I feel like it's kind of, you know, a big dog trying to bark for their space and claim their territory.
It is, and a big part of this also comes down to teams establishing their playstyle off of a POI.
It's definitely interesting,
As
too,
an
seeing it's a
example
South
that
American
I'll
team versus a
close
North
with
American
World's
team
Edge,
that's
even though we're not there. It's difficult
technically
to play
Central
zone
America,
from
right?
dome.
Except for Mexico.
Just thinking about it that way. There are POIs and POIs that have specific kinds of loot that
true.
I have
draw
an answer
people and
again. I will
teams
try.
towards those POIs so that they're able to play their best game. If KCP and Dreamfire are contesting at Mill, it's because they believe that's what's going to win them the playoffs, not necessarily what's going to win them this game.
Meanwhile, let's take it up a little bit more north, and we start looking at teams like TSM, and we wonder, how do you feel with a team coming in, having won Split 1 playoffs, going into day one, game one? Is this something that you almost just roll with whatever happens, it's easy, it's light? Or do you want to step into this cementing kind of this air of being a champion?
Yeah, so
Kind of
that's
claiming
nice
that
Switch
this is
channel.
not going to go lightly.
So that's the
if
B
you are in
stream.
the
That
lobby.
is
You are coming to
this.
return and defend your throne, and there's no second guessing that.
I think there's room for
Normally,
second guessing, but
they
I
would
also
run
think
the
that
B
that's what the
stream
TSM
back when
plot
they would
armor
have
taught us.
two
Okay.
different-
They wouldn't have
Okay.
plot armor if they needed it.
Lobbies
for
going
themselves,
on
for
during group
nothing.
stages.
That's true.
And yeah, they'll. I don't expect.
So they used to play
like
for a
stellar
team
day one
called
for them. I expect them to be
CLG
middle of the pack.
back in like the
And,
early days of Apex.
We'll see what happens.
And
later.
Nice
Listen,
Wig
you know,
now
I
does
happened
watch
to
parties
speak
for
with
like
Hal a little bit,
everything
earlier
Apex
this week.
related.
I'm not going to say why.
ALGS,
seemed
he
like
does
he was
like
in
a
a
lot
good
of the
mood,
bigger
good
like
spirits
creator
of the guy.
tournaments and stuff like that.
That,
And
you know, you
most
have
of
to
the
look
times,
for, that we
his
saw
watch
an
parties
image of, but
compete
not
with
necessarily have
like a lot of the
spoken about
official
here,
broadcasts
is
or
Furia.
beats them
He's
if they're not
Watson.
ALGS.
One of the biggest names in Apex, their rivalry, Hal and Watson, kind of got overshadowed by Hal and Sweet over these past few months. But Hal and Watson really had this wonderful moment
because
in Apex
it's
where
a
Watson was
different
coming out of nowhere and
style of
running
cast
the tables
that
of Apex
keeps
Legends
people
ranks, really showing to other people that
engaged.
he can get 9, 10, 11,000 consistent viewers across Twitch, blowing these numbers up, and also beating Hal. And Hal tried
And at
to
the
catch
end of the
him in
day,
that
they're
race.
still trying
His
to
Watson
grow
would
their
not let
brand
it happen.
any way that
Ends
they
up showing
can,
up
right?
and taking second place at championships after qualifying in the LCQ. which we will have the week after this event ends to qualify for championships again, and some teams will be trying to get into that. But what a story to come out of nowhere and have this happen.
He's actually there. Same thing like the Brazilian broadcast is there.
With Bangalore, with
they've got a couple other like alternative stream broadcasts that are there.
What really stands out about Furia is the way that they've been able to stay near the top of the leaderboards ever since that big performance at Champs, and in a way that not many teams can do. I got the chance to speak to Zera, I think it was just before Split 2 kicked off.
Yeah, you know, Aiden, that's a good question. It's definitely interesting. I think the thought process was that Noctum was going to try and surprise LG in the fact that, hey, they probably think we're not going to contest there now.
In a high performance level lobby that's difficult.
I don't mind the idea of Noctum maybe trying to like do a read off of drop which point they want to go to, but that also means that you aren't really having a full commitment to one game plan or the other, which sometimes can cause issues if it doesn't work out.
Be right back. We're getting set. We're going into the game in just a moment.
Oh, we have had 2 fucking breaks to allow this shit to go on, man. So normally the way that it works, let me see if I have it where I can pull it back up here. So normally you'll have teams that will claim drop spots. So we're in Group C versus D. And this is Storm Point here. And so what's interesting is technically Noctum claimed, I think, Gale instead of Fish Farms. And what they're doing now is kind of making a read if they're going to land Barometer or land Fish Farms. Which is kind of crazy. And then where was our... Oh, the other contest that happened, although we didn't get to see them actually fight the second time around, was Dreamfire and KCP. These are 2 stubborn teams that will probably... No matter how it goes, one of these teams could go 2-0 and they'd still drop there for the 3rd time. But normally the way things work is they kind of call their drop spots beforehand. And it allows for a little bit more of the consistency, essentially. Takes a little bit of the RNG out. Not much, but... There's really not like they could really land out here in the middle. There's not really like shit for them to land and pick up on this side here. Like if Noctum is going to rotate away from Gale, it's more than likely going to be to Barometer. I don't see why you'd go down to Shipfall. And I don't see why you'd really go to Antenna either. I mean, really, those are your 2 options would be to contest, land at Gale, and then push, or just go straight over to Barometer. I think, Aiden, if we look at it, I think them switching their approach shows confidence more than Noct being in trouble for real. I think it shows that they don't care who they're taking the fight with. They feel like when they're 3 get weapons in their hands that they can win any 3v3. Do we have some type of delay here? On the live events, probably not. But during like online play, yes. Online play, they'll have a 10-minute delay. That way it's like 2 rings worth of information that they don't give away. Because now that they're on land, they should be able to pretty well make, control communications, right? Only channels that they have comms on are to the 3 players and the coach is only able to talk in between games. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think even the coach is technically able to talk at this point during tech pauses, but I could be wrong on that. Right. I mean, they're obviously like locked in for them as far as what they've got going on. Oh, are they? Okay. I couldn't remember during the tech breaks if they could or not. I know like in VCT and Valorant, they cannot. They can during like tactical pauses, which is like your timeouts and stuff, but they cannot during like tech issues and stuff. Watching and, you know, actually digging in and learning. Boys are gonna love it. I still can't believe it took me so long to find out that like Nightlight was like a preseason like cracked out Apex gamer. I would say I wonder if he wishes he would have stuck with Apex, but what 70-something first places probably say otherwise. I thought Finger Guns was on a Valorant kick, no? Or is he doing Apex because he can get Nightlight to run with him? Ah, okay. Yeah, I wish my PC could handle playing Apex and streaming it. I wouldn't mind digging in with it. Although I have been having fun digging in and chilling with Rocket League, figuring it out.
Dreamfire died to that 2-man down.
Roy got away.
Roy got away. Yeah, so he's gonna get banners. He had tried it and everything.
Knocked him late, landed on top barometer onto Nootropics.
Yeah. And it was pretty fucking crazy. And that restart just killed their vibes probably so hard. I know Noctum was screaming.
Oh yeah.
They are the most passionate players by far. Not even close. It's 4 fucking a.m. Can somebody wake me up when the game starts? Yeah, bro. We got you. I'll be sure to ping you, man. No worries.
Do I know Khalid from Rocket League? I
Big
do not.
E needs to tell them to cut the crap. You think Evan's going to be mean at all? I love you guys. Love you so much. Guys, Evan's not going to do anything.
So they're either going to send it right back to the desk.
No way he's going to ever be rude to anybody.
Or they're still on a break for a
Evan
bit.
saying to an admin, cut the crap.
Like, points at him and everything. He's like, you get this under control right now.
Cut the crap or else.
Can you imagine?
Crazy. It's going to be a long day. Yeah. For sure.
ALGS.
We are sitting behind you. Where, PBG? Where are you? Wait, looking for you. Oh! I see you guys.
Go.
Love you, PBG. That will never happen. Never. Never, ever.
I don't
the
think
mic fix
so.
itself after we did that or what? I think so. I think we're good.
Big E hitting the or else.
Or else is crazy.
I'm trying. I'm open
when you first said that to me, bro,
to hear back on
that was actually low-key
doing some
you literally said like fix
collegiate work
or
for
else.
Rocket
You were
League this
laughing,
split.
I was like,
Would be really fun.
or else is
coming up in the fall.
It's so like ominous. I'm like,
because you don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't know what you're getting with that or else.
Never know.
But yeah, I do not know.
Looking like 16 hours. What do you think? We go over under 15? I think over.
It's on the Falcons.
No.
I think 14 max.
Okay.
So is he in what? Would that be Mina? Would that be right? Probably.
I think if anything, they'll just cut the brakes.
Oh, I thought we were starting. God.
Jack, when we talk, can you guys hear the announcer in the background?
I was wondering that too, to be honest. Can you guys hear the announcer at all or no?
It's a good thing to know.
Yeah. Yeah, are we approving a Greek's mustache, Jack? Can we get a 1 for the yes on the mustache? Can we get a 2 for a no?
To be fair, they started having a lot more issues over the course of this season.
About it.
Yeah,
and for some reason, they haven't been able to figure out that it's specifically on Storm Point.
I'm really not a fan
and especially when they have
I'm just making sure the ads will run. I think we're good.
Command Center running.
I think next time we
And I don't understand why you worry about having Command Center running during
You've done it many times.
the World event.
I'm not getting a mustache.
So he's on Team Falcons.
Dang.
Okay.
I just don't want to.
I think Team Falcons are going to Worlds,
when I had a mustache, bro, everyone literally just told me I was a little state trooper.
I mean, yeah, but they say I'm the dad from Inside Out.
I mean, you look identical to
that one's
character.
close. That one's
No, Greek, you look just like the dad from Inside Out. It's actually kind of crazy. He's like 45.
What was funny is I remember I posted a tweet when NA was first having the issue.
I'm never getting away from that.
Or it became prominent because NA was having the issue. And I put it together that every time they had a super late reset was Storm Point. And then it became more and more of a problem.
The security guard's like, yo, you're a streamer, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I know you're a streamer, but I thought you were Logan Paul at first. And I was like, oh, yeah. What's up, man? In my head, I'm like, fuck me. Every damn time.
He has to say, I don't think they were at spring majors, but I do think that they are.
I had someone come to the gym the other day.
Yeah, they're going to
Logan or
Dusseldorf
Jake?
to do wild card. That's dope.
And I was just like, neither.
I was hoping to go to Boston, but I didn't get a chance to.
He didn't say a word to me afterwards. I was like, oh, I thought we were going to joke around, laugh a little bit.
I'm going to go to a live event next season, though, for sure.
It's crazy.
There's some obscene
Someone
things
just said Baroque Paul. Come on, man. That's crazy. There are some insane things being said in this chat right now. Someone do some push-ups.
Oh, Boston accents?
We need Blaze to do some push-ups right now.
There are a couple of Northeastern accents that are very thick, for sure.
Yeah. A lot of TSM jerseys, a lot of Riddle banners and stuff, too, that I can see all the time. I can't believe it, to be honest. There's a lot.
I wonder if Ascend will have their home crowd the way that they did during
no worries, man.
Oh, there we go.
London 2
or
London Split 1.
Timing? They're actually starting it. What did you guys just do,
Let's
chat?
fucking go, baby.
All right, chat.
All right, let's go. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to hang in with them just in case it happens again.
Put the players in. Let's lock it in.
Oh, actually, what we should do, let's see if they took in Command Center. Is Command Center still running?
One thing I want to mention now that we haven't talked about, too. Yes.
Because if Command Center is still running, they're fucked.
Stock, bag, and helmet in the crafter.
Yes.
So I'm going to be interested. You know, most people say that Digi Day is on Saturday, which would mean Match Point isn't like Digi then. There would be no Digi and crafter for Match Point. It would be the third day.
It's a big deal. A lot of I don't know if you guys know this, but for anyone that's just tuning in now didn't tune in the scrims at all, I think digital threat right now is the biggest thing for, I would say, 90% of teams.
Especially because the emergence of way more Bangalores now.
So many Bangalores. So many Bangalores are now being played in like different comps. So many smokes are used in gunfights that if you don't have a digi threat, sometimes you actually just lose.
Yeah,
and that's the deciding factor.
Huge disadvantage.
Yeah, you cannot sit like that, bro. You actually look like you're literally only seeing the top part of your torso. You look wild. Let's raise that chair up just a little bit.
Yeah, they would miss out on my huge, broad shoulders.
All right, game 1 on the way, baby. Let's lock it in. We are finally starting. No reset here. I am vibing with it. I'm feeling it. I feel like this is going to be a good one to go. All right, let's lock it in.
All right, let's
we're
go.
Head over to the KCP contest.
All right, we're going to get a KCP contest early.
Yep. Knock them switch back now and just go for
Maybe. All right, I'm about to say it again. Let's see. The deciding factor here, game 1 on the way.
That was moving really fast in the map, no?
Where is Noctum going?
Is Noctum going to third party?
Looks like they're going B.
They might be going B to maybe even test Riddle here. Let's see where Zane lands.
Be ready to mute. An enemy landed near us.
Oh, they're starting around.
Look, they might be landing the third party. They are landing the third party, the
mill.
mill.
Oh my god,
no way.
Noctum is going to 3-man land on everybody here.
Noctum landed here?
Picking up the first knock here on
Shut
the
the
3M.
fuck up.
He's so good. Oh my god, so Noctum is on the other side right now, Chad. Literally looting.
Another knock here for Zane.
This is insane, bro. Noctum has no idea what to do. They are just literally looking for any opportunity for themselves at all.
And Noctum running in now. I don't know if KCP knows.
I was going to say, KCP didn't know.
They do. Zane
until
getting
this.
swung here by 2 members from Noctum.
Oh my god. Brother, this is crazy. Now they're going to all group up and we'll see how this goes.
Oh, this is loud as fucking game though, ain't it? Holy
so
shit.
DF gets 2-man taken down, 1-man up. We're going to have KCP now in a 3v3 versus Noctum, who landed on the other side out of nowhere for a third party.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the members
Game audio's
of
loud?
Dreamfire-
Okay, thank you.
I don't think any members
Okay,
of
they're going
Dreamfire
to fix
have
it on
been
in-game.
fit.
I was going to say, their game audio is loud
Pretty
as
sure
fuck.
not fit at all. Thank you, chat. Let me know if that's better now. Should be good. No, they are. They're both finned.
Are they?
Actually, no. Pite is finned, but not 3MZ.
Yo, just for the record, that
They're
is...
All right, well, we'll see how that goes.
Their
the boys over
quality
at
there.
LG, not contesting Noctum, so they're going to be good, just looting up over at the Fish Farm side. We'll see how that goes. And we have a look at this zone here, Greek. An antenna side zone, maybe pulling down towards Gale Station. LG's
I think
bread
this
and butter
finishes
here,
in
man,
those
playing
buildings
this little
just
can on the
south of
right side.
antenna, right?
There's going to be a good zone pull here for the antenna.
That's
team.
going to be a really
We're
good
gonna start seeing a lot
zone
of
for
teams
Pulverex.
rotating their way around the map now. Probably going to be huge fights going on the back cannons and the shipfall side.
Shaheen. Shaheen. Shaheen.
There's no way he doesn't hear us, right?
Another monitor bad. Monitor's not going to work out at all. Oh, he's horrible. Huh? You need another monitor. It's possible to watch. You need a 144. We can't watch at all. Just to let y'all know. All right, we're trying to get a new monitor here. Here we go. KCP now fighting DF.
I think it's their feed, not their monitor.
It's only 60. It's not 144. Here we go. The fight breaking out. Dell getting the knock.
Bro, if
Worst going
Pioneers
down.
pop off
Good
with
shot
this,
from Dell. Picks up another one. It's going to be a 3v1.
it's just a
here for
3v1,
KCP.
right?
As
Wow.
Dell going nuclear with the squad wipe.
KCP gets
that,
2
baby.
squad wipes
Noctum
off the rip. Let's
eliminated,
fucking
and
go.
KCP with
5 kills to start it.
In game 1. Come on, baby.
That's got to feel really good for the boys over there at KCP, starting it off hot.
We love that, bro. We love to see it, and that's what Zane brings to the table. Sir Dell brings to the table.
And the box shooting from Dell onto
Let's
Noctum.
go.
Oh my God.
Let them know.
Dell and the boys teabagging the shit.
That's what we like to see, baby. We
out of
thrive in
Noctum.
chaos.
Yeah, the chaos is indeed starting. The sack being dropped.
You know
And we're gonna-
Nasky's talking that shit already,
Oh,
too.
you already
listen.
know. Fucking Nasky's already talking that shit. We unmute? Okay.
That's tough. A lot to break down, too, because that sets up the tone for, you're right, the rotation that KCP is going to have. Relatively free. I say relatively because they've still got Optic above them. And that is a team that we have...
What?
I kind of been remiss not to speak as much about as we could have. Skittle Cakes.
Why are we
not
hearing
having
the
dropped
audio
after
from the auditorium?
collapse of SSG. This has not just helped their team. This has made their team almost another level of good. A level of good that in the previous championships, when we thought Optic could be a contender to win it all, this is going back to that style of Optic play. I have high hopes for them coming in as well. A team up
Why
on
aren't we
north
just
and
getting the
down,
clean
taking
feed of their
time
audio?
to rotate, but obviously
What is going on?
a lot of skill.
When we talk about taking your time, and I want to bring up exactly how much this has impacted the game, because KCP's rotations during the
I can't be the only one that's slightly triggered by that, right?
Almost 2 minutes ago, they would have been out of mill. It's a very delayed game plan, a big change up from the regular season. FaZe have started to move over towards antenna, however, where we have Pulverex dropping.
Phony following up on the Dark Veil from Frex. Focus of attention. Doesn't look like he hits one there.
I have no
Would be
comment
good 'cause
because
they're getting
noob.
aggressive. They have this building to hold though. Snipe down. Back in Apex Legends competitive at the highest of high levels. He has waited for this moment for quite a while. He was with us on desk in Split 1 playoffs, now playing, holding angles as Bangalore.
Is this choppiness the observers?
An antenna zone like this is that zone doesn't actually end antenna. So when we're looking towards the end of the game, FaZe have picked themselves a temporary position. They're going to have a little bit of safety with things like the Catalyst to be able to hold this building effectively. But when they actually have to move, it's all going to come down to whether that wall is picture
Does it look like this on Wig's channel?
Like really at all, to be fair. I don't really know if he's a Watson play, like a Fuse player, but he's definitely a big time flex as well. All right, and here we go. Like I said, man, LG is going to start this fight over near the cannon side, and MDY White should be shitting their pants right now.
And, you know, this is a fight we see constantly from the boys over at LG. You know, they're absolutely looted, crafted, armoried up. They always fight for this cannon side, no matter what the zone is on a south pole.
I don't think the internet of the venue that they have
15 seconds here on the zone closing, and they have storm time if they want to. They're going to
is
slowly
capable
start to
of
work
producing
this
the
team,
show if they want
try
to.
to gain space, drain their meds, as we see Nizul getting his purple as well.
Especially because they have so many alternate broadcasts going. I'm wondering if that's part of the issue.
We might see a fight break out here.
Oh, we're definitely going to see it. I mean, LG always plays for this position. There's no way they give it up to a team.
Nice way by Yanya to dodge that.
These boys have been on fire lately. Here we go. The Horizon ulti out. The grenade spam going to start up. That boy giving him the suck.
Never mind.
No, not the second one at all. But my man Yanya with some good shots. Nizul getting a knock. It is 1-1 though. It's going to be up to Nizul and Yanya here for a 2v2.
Yep, Yanya getting the bat off here as LG in a 2v2 as Nizul takes a lot of damage here. Yanya's going to have to get this bat off and go nuclear because this is probably going to be a counter swing.
Yeah, this is actually really bad for LG. Guerrero's getting knocked there.
I was going to say, he doesn't know where anyone is.
Good shot
nice opening.
As he picks up one. Picks up two. And MDY goes down to LG.
Is there a third party? No one near at all. They will get the reset. And MDY White is eliminated by LG. LG coming in big time, coming in hot as Imperial. How going down right now as well. To Draugr in the top right of the kill feed. Where are they at?
Yanya's a beast, bro.
Trying to even look for him. I don't even know where they're at. Where the hell is TSM? Oh, look at Roy, by the way. Crafting up banners, and Roy's going to be good. Do you see TSM in this lobby?
I'm looking.
I don't even know where the hell they just died at, but they did indeed go down. I have no idea where it's happening.
Oh, they're in the middle of antenna.
Oh, wow. So they
on the bottom of antenna.
Oh, wow.
They already got there early.
Put in a rough spot here. Looks like they maybe
forced a duo.
The back tower into the middle of antenna, maybe? What, an ejaculation? It's okay.
Yeah, how is the CEO?
They're going to be forcing this inside antenna. Now they're going to be below post-kill and ascent.
Yeah, I mean, not a great spot here for TSM. They do have the banner. You know, maybe later on, as more teams start to work their way around in the antenna, they might be able to finesse a potential res here on Imperial.
This is tough, though. They've already got to send up above them, and there's going to be so many more teams rotating.
There's no way with all these teams around, especially if he even gets out of the dropship. Wait, Surdell getting some kills, and post-kill now going down up top. If this fight does happen, and there's a third-party potential, I think TSM should definitely go up and take this fight.
Yeah, and it looks like it's Fnatic over here on the bottom side choke as KCP is flying over them.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening over here, man. There's a lot of teams.
They landed on top. They're actually looking to take this fight low-key.
Well, they're looking for this fight, but look who's right across, bro. It's going to be the boys Vex right next to the two teams fighting over here with KCP and Fnatic. I mean, this is going to be a very ugly fight. A minute and a
half.
If
KCP gets another squad wipe or two
closes, man,
and still gets in,
round 3 circle,
it's going to be a nutty game.
But Noski and them are going to rotate out. They're going to be leaving. And I'm not going to lie. I want to say something really quick. Zane and Dell are really smart players, but sometimes they get a little bit too aggressive. Nosuke has done a great job in scrims of really pulling Zane back.
Reining them back. That's
like,
a big fact.
Like, bro, we are trolling. Like,
yep.
Please come back. Do not over-aggress this. Please just play with me. He doesn't really sugarcoat it. He's just like, bro, get back here. Like, we're actually trolling. I think Zane responds to it really, really well. I'm very impressed by Nosuke's fight selection recently.
I think it also really works because Nosuke does a good job of trolling with the boys sometimes, which means when he does kind of like do that big brother, like, hey, like listen up, like they do a really good job responding.
They're definitely getting better with time.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Barn, this is why they have like 4 or 5 observers.
Yeah,
and you probably, and you'll also have a game director that's telling them which one, telling broadcast which like thing to show up.
I think this is one of the most overrated positions in antenna to play
but also tells them where to go. In a case like this, it just comes from a lot of experience because they have control of the view themselves.
Yeah, so you know, traditionally through the scrims, we've seen them take the spot. They actually really like holding the spot.
Yeah.
They like to play for a late Valkyrie here over the mountain. And, you know, in scrims, I don't really like this spot too much, but in comp, I actually think it's
I thought about getting
decently
into
okay.
observing a little bit
You
because
don't
I think
see
I can
teams,
have fun
like,
on free
wide
cam.
swinging the backside as much, so I think their LOSs are a lot more safer.
Yeah. Why is there a reason that Waltzy's name is not Waltzy in here? It's Booker or something like that? Is there a reason for that? It's actually Waltzy for sure. I saw him literally today.
Yeah.
So he's definitely playing. I just don't know.
I think he said yesterday they made that mistake or something.
That his name was a different name.
Yes.
And now he has to play as that.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Waltzy has Draugur's name. I wonder why I saw Draugur's
so.
name.
That
So they're
is
not playing with a
actually
sub.
hilarious, bro.
That's
That is
funny,
so
though.
All right, so E6 going to rotate in. They're going to be chilling now, too, and KCP with another evacuation tower towards the middle of the zone here, going into Barometer.
Yeah, we've seen them all over the map already so far. They went from Cascades, now back down to Barometer side.
It's a pretty wild rotation, right? Like they're going all the way up, then back down again, then all the way back down towards Barometer. We have Fnatic now rotating in too. I want to talk about Fnatic, man. We interviewed Yuki yesterday. You guys
It's cool to see they worked with them and allowed Waltzy to still play and weren't like, nope, now your coach has got to play.
We asked why he did so well in the regional finals, and he literally just responded with lucky. He literally said he got lucky, which I don't know how you win and get lucky in 4 games for regional finals, but that's what he believes, is he just got lucky when he literally popped the fuck off that whole time. Pretty humble kid, I can't lie.
Yep, so we got the Ring 2 closing now in 10 seconds here. We're going to see the reveal on Ring 3, and I think it's going to be a really good pull here for teams like Startifight, Pulverex. I think Complexity is in a very,
all right, let's go ahead and switch over to the main broadcast and listen in on them.
60 days or so before we had an Apex land, so a lot of people were wondering what would happen.
Let's see if they fix kind of some of the choppiness here, because it looks like this feed is cleaner
but in that fountain fight, that
than the feed over for
to help get them that
Wig and Greek
win in a row and win champs, hoist that trophy. It was LG Chivas.
So it does look like this is probably going to more pull
down below
to those buildings that I was saying earlier,
into it. So
just south of Antenna. That's probably going to be right about where we're going to be seeing this last
Both teams have had a hard
circle ending at.
I think LG Chivas, if they continue to play zone and be in these smart spots, Dia, they've got the firepower to be able to contend with anyone.
That they do, and the fact that they're approaching from opposite sides of the map should scare all of the sandwich squads the center of that, because surviving that is going to be very difficult. We've got another squad approaching from the south, however, as up on the hillside by Gravity Cannon. Complexity have set up, and you are seeing the monster that is going to come out of Barometer in the southern rotation, perhaps including, as we said, Optic, but certainly and surprisingly including Dreamfire, who have made a full recovery.
Phenomenal resilience from Dreamfire. They knew what they were going to be facing. They didn't know they were going to be facing Noctum as well. And it is KCP doing a little bit more of the griefing, zone hitting.
Now it sounds like we're hearing some of the main mic, but you can still hear a lot of the stadium, which right now is all right, but you can hear like the talking going on in the background.
Odds tend to be. But Riddle Order, a team that is maybe found close to a spot that in some zones you could see possibly God spot, Dia. This one they're going to have
Nasky and Zane rolling up onto Dreamfire here.
Chaos.
They certainly will. Big fight breaking out, however, onto the Pioneers as they take the
Come on, KCP.
up against Dreamfire. It's an easy
Come on,
dot
KCP.
up on the gravity lift and
Ooh, big pump with the Peacekeeper. Let's go.
Hard at all. KCP doesn't sweat. That is
8 KP already.
8 points for KCP overall. 6 kills, I believe, that Nasky has had a hand in. They are looking strong. And when you talk about what does Zane mean for this team, it seems to mean a whole heck of a lot, Dia, as round 3 comes to a close in 5 seconds. And KCP clears out their backside once again.
Oh, FaZe in trouble.
on the rotation up, however.
Oh, Furia's got one down here as well. I think it's a 2v1 now.
One of them approaching from the north of Antenna, having to fight their way through all of this. Have already lost 2. And
FaZe gonna go down?
Whips out the shield.
No, FaZe still has Snipe down.
1v1 up against Snipe down.
He doesn't know where he's at.
But the peek through the knockdown shields takes him out.
He just got turned on.
Watson claims another victim. Third party should be the end.
Oh, it's because Fnatic rolled up too. Okay, that makes sense.
Big time shift up, though. At least Watson gets one, knocks down another team. No placement points outside of the top 15 as well. But this
KCP's going down.
Was running into Complexity, and it was Pioneers.
Still though, like a 9-point game in 15.
And Cody,
solid.
They get the kills. They
They'll still probably end up top 5 after game 1, even after going out early.
Entire western, southwestern side to be able to rotate into zone.
There's the power of a good position. Holding Gravity Cannon from that early on was the difference maker. KCP knew that they only had one.
Now, Complexity still on the side. Rex firing back with the G7. Gunpowder Moto-san taken down. TSM with 7 underneath the antenna.
I may have underestimated TSM. I said some doubtful
So
things earlier on
TSM
about
here.
whether
By
they
the way,
looked
sorry
pretty
if y'all
good
got
when they put themselves
disconnected
on the
for a
low
quick
ground.
second.
That was a
Make
doomer,
sure
and
you
yet,
refresh.
Here they are, having picked up some kills, and that's as a duo.
But you're not wrong, Dia. They will have to move. Yes, they're doing well now. There's a lot of room to travel south, and getting out from the bottom.
Looks like my internet had a quick hiccup there.
Or walking it up.
But
without
TSM
a Valkyrie anymore is
now
going
is
to be tough.
5
They don't
kills.
even have the movement of Hal on
They've moved up into
horizon. So
10th.
This is a challenge for TSM. If there's any team that does well in tight situations and challenges, though, it might be TSM. So we will keep an eye on them.
And
for
they
sure.
could
Never
still
count them
technically
out,
deliver to a
especially since
beacon. I
they're
don't
the
think they do it
defending
here.
champions in London.
Now, Moist on the high ground are going to be going up against them, as will many. Element 6 still having to rotate out and into this mess, where LG have been holding just the rock by Gale Station to make sure they don't get ooped. This is an important play. Well, it's nice to take space. LG are playing the conservative game.
LG probably have the best position here. The only thing that could happen is somebody gets greedy. Somebody says, we've got to move somewhere.
Yeah, I think this pulls south, and then this ends up. So this is going to close in on this ring, and then it moves up north to those houses.
Expecting that things could not go as
Watch.
swimmingly as it looks right now, as round 4 is about to close. Maybe 6, 7 teams, including Fnatic, TSM.
Yeah, they're
Voice,
also in a very
Ascend,
awkward spot.
Real Order, as well as Element 6 outside of this zone in Antenna.
Whereas a
all
lot
gotta
of
move
people
right
in
now.
Antenna are going to be
As the
looking
ring
at the
starts to
buildings
close,
up top.
we've got
If I had
plenty
to
look
guess,
forward
they were
to.
probably
The few
catching teams
buildings to
rotating
populate
out,
the
not
north
looking
side
at
of the
them.
zone are going to be contested. Start a fight, holding one of them as Ascend fly right over, and Moist watch it all happen.
Ascend!
This is where we're going to have picture-perfect walls. Ascend stick the landing in the center of Complexity and LG, forcing both squads to move up, and Moist make a move.
I love watching Moist play. Really smart play coming in late on this.
He goes inside the building.
They're inside.
There. Great grenade. It's gonna
Super aggressive.
downstairs. They'll find one. Moist
There he goes, 3v2. You got to push in on this right now.
It's enough damage there for Pricey, and they become the new
EMP comes in to
kill
slow
leaders.
off the
Ascend
push.
goes down, and Moist still alive on the bottom in the chaos.
The fact that they were able to take
Top
this
8 here
building
now,
so
too.
easily against a
They
team
have
with a
teams up above them.
Rampart,
They
I
could
mean,
probably move in for a
that
fight
is
if they want to.
not expected.
No.
Not what you
Looks
pick
like Verhol's is
Rampart
last up for
There's still plenty of
TSM.
action, however, is in this building we've got multiple squads coexisting, in the real fight, Rain Day, is going to happen again when we pull over towards the south, and everybody's got to uproot themselves again.
The difficulty of working on Storm Point.
So this
You
does
don't
actually go a
have
little
to
bit farther
just
south
play
than I was thinking.
placements,
Interesting.
Play buildings, play POIs.
I thought this
You have to
building
play
right
high
here was
ground
gonna
and low
be-
ground yet again.
These buildings was going to be where it
So
ends.
exhausting,
Come on,
but for a
Moist. You got to
team
push
like
up on this,
Esports,
bro.
Moist Esports,
There you go.
It feels like they're just finding their second win. MT low on blue shields, but he's
Nice.
going to get another purple real quick as he swaps that one out.
I really
8
think
squads
Moist can
left,
win
and
it all
Moist
this
still,
event.
with some momentum, have a chance to pull it off. But
I
they're
would
gonna
love
have
to see
get
them
through
do
Real
it.
Order, who are in their own engagement here.
My Lord.
Up and down from Mia K.
Oh!
He's gonna find 2.
Oh, my
Collapse. There's another
goodness
one, Element 6
gracious.
down. Riddle Order takes the kill.
Wow.
The player that
my
saved
goodness.
Riddle the series, that saved them the game, and now with Complexity and fight up against LG, we're fighting for the winning squad. Whoever holds on to this spot should take it all, and LG Chivas,
Wow.
again, don't even do them the decency of making it look hard.
That was
LG
so
popping off
simple
2.
for
Let's
LG
fucking go.
Chivas. It looked like they weren't even trying. That was the fight at the high ground where the circle will end. Complexity just got tired of waiting. They said, let's go for it. And they
All right,
did.
so the team previously known as
Unfortunately, it
Fellas
is LG who
now
remains
start a
king
fight.
of the zone. It's certainly looking like a win for them, but there's an evac tower. What, a little bit of a distraction? A little bit of a backup plan? Verhol's still alive?
Plenty of squads trying to make it in right now. Start a fight, I believe, technically in zone and with quite a bit of cover. LG Chivas have to focus their attention towards
What
the
was
north,
Verhol's play
allowing
there?
Start a fight to claim a few more placement
To try and
points.
start a fight and then
You certainly wouldn't say the Spitfire is
Sli-
meta, but
like
in the
slide
hands
out?
of Yanya, anything should work.
Holbrecht's out though, so continue
Especially
top
with a
4 for
Prowler to switch over
TSM.
to.
Running
The
a bit
assault.
light.
Running out of ammo. That was what hurt them in terms of stopping Dark Zero from winning. They ran out
All right,
of
so it's
ammo.
3v3v3.
They've been in this position forever.
Best
Will
position
the
is
same
probably
thing
LG.
happen again to an APAC
Yeah, because
South
Moist's
team?
gonna go out in
And
third.
Pricey
Both
and
teams
Jogger
looking at him.
has
Start a
a
fight.
lead.
Has
Start a fight. Esports
oh,
will
we've got
take
the
down
Sheila
rotation
singing.
of Moist, and now it looks like it's setting up for a start of fight esports. LG Chivas finish.
And look at the composition coming out
Yep.
of South America.
Gibby
We knew they had a
too?
lot to offer
Oh,
coming into this
man.
land. 3 squads left.
Someone needs to wake up my
Rampart,
homie
Crypto,
Llama.
Gibraltar, they are breaking
Let
the
him know we
game.
got a Gibby
What is
and
this squad? What
game
are they
number 1
doing?
potentially
Whatever it
winning.
is, the rest of the lobby wants a
Moist
little bit.
still a
Top
duo.
three,
Oh, Moist is still pricey
and a great position, at least for now.
Oh, Moist
has
is
put
still
Starfight in the
pricey and
conversation,
Waltzy,
but
though.
Pricey and Jogger, they've stayed alive. This could get a little wonky. Lusquin, Jinx, Sleepola, they could try to rotate. Obviously, Pricey trying to stay alive. I think everyone says, let's get rid of this team, and then we'll fight it out as 3v3s. But you never know. If they can't finish him quickly, Yanya could be exposing himself here, and it could leave something open for start a fight.
Moist can't commit to the low ground. LG can't commit to the low ground. Whatever team actually tries to take out start a fight is relegating themselves to second, and it puts us in this harassment battle. Now, the next ring is going to determine who ultimately has to move.
Start a fight has such a strong comp for endgame here.
Actually gets back up. But remember,
you've got the Gibby bubble, you've got the Sheila, you've got the
Rampart set up for start a fight.
Rampart wall. I mean,
Yanya looks to just try to move. They destroy, I believe, the Horizon black hole, and that's still Pricey alive. 3 spots left. Yanya's like, get this APAC South man out of here. I am not dealing with.
They're back to a duo.
Back up as well, and Lusquin.
All right, so start a fight's gonna move in. They're gonna start off with an EMP here.
They're gonna EMP on top of this and get Moist out of here if they can, but Moist takes to the skies.
Still alive for now, but it is a temporary lifeline. As start a fight, commit for
Moist is gonna get pinched here, probably gonna go out in third, which should give this to LG.
And they pick up a singular knock. Moist Esports go down. A collaboration of them and Luminosity, and in the 3v3 now,
maybe not.
Luminosity have to clutch up. Start a fight with the Gibby. Crack Yanya, almost take him down, and Cheeks pops over.
Jaguares though. Oh my goodness, Jaguares, chill, bro.
And just like that,
wow.
We question whether they could do it all. Well, they just did it all and then some. LG Chivas take game 1 here in London in your Split 2 playoffs with a smile on everybody.
Wow. Let's go LG, baby.
A Brazilian squad. Now, LG Chivas may be playing in North America, but South America as a whole looked good.
Buenos Dias versus Bon Dia.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of fans right now in our Twitch.
This is too stressful. It gets stressful endgame.
Celebrating
Barn.
this win and that final 2. But it didn't seem so simple at the start. I mean, they had to do a lot of work to get Moist Esports out of there, and credit to Pricey and Jogger, who made it difficult to do so with.
I've had a lot of people asking me how I have been liking getting into Rocket League casting, because I've kind of turned into more of like a Rocket League main. And even though I think Rocket League's my favorite esports to cast, there is nothing like Apex Endgame. It's so much fun.
I'm not sure how many kill points they actually picked up in that, because while they cleared out an entire building, there were plenty of squads that
they did. They were able to kind of bounce back and recover.
Themselves top 3, top 4, but it's iffy, especially with the amount of kill points that other teams were grabbing.
One of the things too, Start a Fight probably would want back as we take a look at it in a moment here, but they're playing Rampart, right? Yeah. They have to get in their mind that it's a little bit better if they're the ones teams.
That's a good start for South America, though, to start a fight. You'll love to see it, man. Especially because this is more than likely going to be the last time that South America.
Right decision, though. Should they have waited?
Or this is the last season that South America is going to have so much representation at LAN. So I would love to see them do really, really well here in playoffs too, and also at.
This is where the ring really comes into play. Start a fight. Had to go forward, and it was a question
Champions.
of what risk they expose themselves to. Once you sniff out that it's a duo that Moist are playing with, it's a lot easier to secure yourself second there than gambling on taking out a trio in Luminosity Gaming. Let's actually.
I actually kind of want to hear what they're saying over here.
They're going to be comfortably.
Because I know
place.
Wig's a big
Moist
Luminosity fan.
Picking up 17 though. No slash from the boys. That's a very, very good game. And I want to say, Moist did a phenomenal job there. They didn't really.
They said Moist was 17
fights,
points?
But they did a great job of just picking 1 or 2 players off from teams on multiple different teams and just working their way around the map. I think they're pivoting.
All right, maybe not. We're going to go back over here.
Identity crisis happening here. Now that I take a look at the play again as well, start a fight, commit to the Gibby bubble into Rampart setup, and then come out of that commitment after using Crypto Ultimate to uproot Moist. So not really playing to the best of their legends and making calls in the moment. It's what it's going to come down to.
I do think LG has the talent on their roster that if they are able to put it together,
well, you do kind of say
they have the potential. They've struggled at LANs in the past because their play style doesn't always necessarily correlate.
The issue is, do you have to Gibby bubble for that? Maybe Rampart walls were down. They were getting pestered from afar. Maybe they didn't have time to place it. Gibby bubble was just fast.
Having to learn how to actually use the gunny instead of building mechanics? Hell yeah.
I'd rather have a bad EMP and a bad bubble then no EMP.
He's still rocking Little Barn's still rocking console, right?
Too much value and got peppered out in the open.
Yeah, that's my problem, right? When you're in a
or is
situation,
he, or is Little Barn
these
switched to
endgame
PC at this
circles
point?
tend to be, putting too much on your plate can be your downfall, and certainly was in many ways. However, a second place start is really not bad. Luminosity are going to be very happy with their first, but start a fight. Again, coming out of South America, a region with, as we discussed,
Imagine being in the crowd and they're just
prove.
sitting there looking at
This
you
is
in
basically
between
the dream
games.
scenario for them.
All I want to do is drink my
More
beer.
that they could have done to start this tournament than that, to put themselves in the conversation. And I think this is exactly what you want, to be in the conversation of teams we're looking at lands.
Like this guy, he's like, bro, I've been waving my finger for 30 seconds. Would you please move on for me?
Slots and spots here. I believe it's 4, and they've found a way at this point to try to lift themselves up in the best way that they can. Obviously, LG Chivas, Mexican team, but playing in North America, so not counting as a slot, but certainly Certified Esports. Fantastic performance from them.
That's fair.
We are going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but the question is this the tournament that LG Chivas finally show
Can we get a scoreboard?
up? I certainly hope
Scoreboard?
it is. They've
Scoreboard?
got the potential.
Scoreboard?
We'll see if they follow through. Game 2 coming up.
Do we have to wait until they come back for scoreboard? Let's see if Wikipedia's got scoreboard up. Probably not yet. Yeah, we've been wondering as far as what we want to do gaming wise for Z-Man, especially because there is here in the States, there is this thing called XP League, which is like for like high school and underage. I think it's actually under high school age kids. I think it's up until high school. It might also include high school. Regardless, like they start at, I think it's 7 now, with games from Rocket League, Valorant, Apex, Fortnite. But the one in our town usually sends a couple teams to nationals every year. Like their Rocket League team placed 3rd this year. And I think their Apex and Fortnite teams were both in the finals. Was actually thinking about hitting them up to do some casting potentially this coming season. I tried hitting them up coming into this season, but the local league, I think, was not doing streams for the first part because I guess the husband that runs it was deployed, and the wife was just kind of helping, trying to maintain the business model until he got back or whatever. But I think it'd be cool to one just cast because like those are the events always look fun.
Playoffs ended in such a Fnatic fashion, not with Fnatic, no, TSM.
But also,
can they do it again? They're playing right
you
now.
know,
In our split 2 playoffs.
kind of get into things a little bit that way. If that's an avenue that Z-Man does want to pursue at some point, you know, we can kind of give him some options.
The London traffic.
I know when we went to Midwest Fest, Z-Man very much enjoyed getting his hands on some different games and watching them.
Great
So
idea up here in the box, in the copper box. Thea, we just saw a fantastic performance from 2 teams you know very, very well, LG Chivas and Startify.
Yeah, and having talked to them beforehand, LG Chivas, in fact, I ran into them.
So that's Waltzy right there. So it is indeed Waltzy playing, not Draugr.
Moving into today's games, and from their perspective,
Draugur's their coach's name.
Swimmingly, there's no reason why the tournament shouldn't. So this is, I think, as expected from their perspective, and yet for a lot of teams, they didn't have it as easy as LG Chivas, because make no mistake, LG Chivas played well, but they also had an incredible zone pull for them, being the only team to land over at Fish Farms and then make their way over through Gale Station.
You know, Barn, it's very intriguing because I definitely feel like when there are some games that is the case. I do wonder for Australian
not make it, Dreamfire,
younger gamers, if it's something where it opened up options to maybe like move stateside to play at a college. Like, you know, I know college esports is becoming more and more of a thing. I think more programs are starting to invest in their esports programs.
But it all led to, you're right, an easier side. And
so I mean, if that's something that, you know, Lil Barn wants to do, I think luckily
say competition,
little
but
ones
there's
growing
certainly
up in
every
the
team
era
was
where
in
at
that
least that's
final
going to be an
zone,
opportunity.
in the zone
You
that
know what I
LG
mean?
had to fight. So we'll see if they can do it with adversity. That's going to be the real test for them as we head into game 2, if they don't get a zone that pulls as favorably.
It will, and what the teams, of course, that I'm looking at going into this next game are the ones that we saw.
When I was in college,
just
more people
getting
were playing
involved in right at
junk
the
and
end
Mario
of
Kart
last.
than trying to
As
go
soon
pro in
as
esports,
the
you know?
last match finished, Kimchi was all up in Complexity's face, helping them out, hopefully, with how to defend against their push over by Gravity Cannon.
This team FaZe, we just switched from them to start a fight, but to talk about FaZe a little
So if
bit,
I had to guess, they're going to try and
didn't think
minimize
Snipe was
downtime
happy
in
losing
between
that
groups
1v1
after the late
to
start.
That is, you know, 2 icons in the scene, 2 controller player icons as well. And Snipe, you could tell by his face, locked in. He wants to go next. Phony, to me, he's the challenge. I've issued the challenge to him. He has to step up. If FaZe is going to do well,
Zen?
they've got the
Yeah.
pieces. But Phony has to transition from being a
I
great
just
player
turned
to
16,
an iconic
eligible to
player.
play.
He's got to step into the shoes of the Sweet Dreams, of the Imperial Howl, and
Yeah,
lead
from
this
Vitality.
team to victory. I think he can do it. The man had the marriage buff in February. He got married a week later. And he's a
Quite
stylish
possibly
dude. He
the
bowled next
no,
to
it
us.
was Rocket
He
League.
beat me in a bowling game. I can't believe it.
He's a better Apex Legends player.
Oh, Lil
But let's
Fred's
just say he's
son.
better Apex
Yeah,
player.
in
We're not going to
Apex.
say he's bad at bowling. We're just going to say he's a much
And he was
better
at the
Apex
event that I
Legends player.
casted. I actually casted his
A lot of hope
games.
for FaZe. We'll see as that continues. But a lot of teams in a similar situation like that, Tia.
I tend to agree. It's time for the good to become the great, right? And the great, as Phony has been, to become
He was there
the
competing
excellent.
against
Actually,
the
thinking
Verholz
back to
brothers.
before
Evan,
he
of
really
course, is on
embraced the sort of
TSM.
CRIGL style.
He
I
also
like
beat
things like the Newcastle
Fallout
that he
and
was playing
Snipe Down's
with,
team.
being able to use that as anchor for
Kid's
the squad,
nasty.
and I think that the discrepancy that FaZe are facing up against now that we're moving into playoffs here, trying to
But yeah, so
redefine their play
he's
style,
already proven
is
some things at
that
a very young age. But
you're
Zen for Vitality
trying to reconcile this heavy IGL style
in Rocket League.
from Phony
Yeah.
with Frex being this incredible anchor, where both of them have had success in that role, and you can't both be
Just
anchoring.
became eligible to go pro, turned 16,
If you
and
do,
just won
you certainly can't
his
be
first major LAN event.
the first 2 down,
Yeah.
ideally,
Yeah.
which is what happened there. Snipe was the last man standing against that fight with Furia. But you don't want to get in the fight with Furia either while you're rotating in zone. That plays to Furia's strengths. What will
Yeah,
be
that
FaZe's
picture I
strengths?
sent you
One of the
for
things in day 1 and 2, which
DVD
shocked
League,
things out, was their ability to get these
was
zones
from that's
and
from
do
that
well
event.
with them. LG Chivas has proved that they can do this in this environment. Optic Gaming, relatively quiet as we take a look at Dropped. Skittle Cakes to his left, not to his right. Will they show up? Tia, I think this team has a ton of potential, but for all the teams that I've seen perform today,
I've got that VOD
Complexity's
saved so I
energy
can
has
cut
just
it
been
into my
top
new
tier.
reel whenever I
they're
put it together.
communicating. Monsoon dancing up a storm. Kimchi Lee. I don't know if he's doing biceps with that, bicep curls with that water bottle. It looks like he could.
Yeah,
That's 64 ounces or something. The man is yoked.
he really is.
But they're staying connected to the game. And again, I think that it's about how do you show up. This game 2 is very close to getting underway, ladies and gentlemen.
Complexity certainly had good fundamentals, as did many
All right.
teams, but the second game,
Game number 2,
is where we
baby.
really take a step forward. First one, maybe you're shaking off the
Did we never
jitters
get a
of
full
LAN.
scoreboard?
Now it's really time to play on Storm Point.
We didn't get a
As
scoreboard.
they land down, what will occur?
Well, already Noctum have issued the challenge. They went, you know what, LG, you had too easy of a time last
That
game,
was
and
Zen.
we didn't have a great time over
Just
by
came
Mel,
off this
so
ban.
That contest
He was
is
banned for the
off
first
to
part of the
the
season.
races. This wasn't something that looked good in scrims, but it's already gone on for much longer than it ever did online.
Noctum in trouble here. And I didn't even need to see that fight.
Adios.
Wow.
Knocked him
Noctum
Noctum
just
better off
deleted from
challenging
LG. Holy
KCP
smokes.
Dreamfire. But for those who don't know, we have a chance to see some of the in-game chatter that's going on. And I can tell you, someone from KCP was very unhappy that Noctum landed near them at Dreamfire. It was being very well known that they did not appreciate it. I wonder if that had to do with Noctum changing, because I can tell you this landing did not work.
No, it didn't. And I'll tell you who it did work for, actually, is both KCP
Oh, I
and
bet you
Dreamfire.
Nasuke was
Although
all loud in the
Dreamfire,
chat
having
about
said
Noctum
they
landing
would
next to him.
not give up Mill, now have done exactly the opposite, letting themselves over by Jurassic instead.
As you can see just there on your screen, we didn't go into the overall series results, but LG is
Yeah,
your number one team
that
with
kid Zen
29
from
points
Vitality is filthy.
after that 3 KP
Like, honestly,
that occurred,
if
obviously well
of the
deserved from them.
esports right now,
Esports right behind them with 19 and
it
TSM.
feels like Rocket League's one of the ones that
And
has the most
surprisingly
opportunity for younger kids, for
sneaky
real.
14 for TSM, I would say. Tia, as
For younger
that is
gamers,
for
I
a
should
game
say.
that they did top 5, a very good score.
It is. It is. And out of a not great spot as well.
Yeah.
This
I have
is
no
typical
scoreboard on
TSM, and I'm
Battlefy
not
or
gonna let them
Liquidpedia.
fly,
I am
do
so
their thing
sad right now.
because, as I said, probably not a great start to the day, start to the tournament, but I'm expecting them to pick things up as we get later on. As we get later on into this game, I'm also expecting a similar situation where in Antenna last time we had a lot of squads grouping up. You can actually do a very similar thing in Jurassic, but Barometer is the place to be right now.
So it looks like this one's going to be more of a barometer ending.
5 seconds left before round
If
one.
I had to guess the way that this zone is touching down here at the bottom, that it's actually going to be,
today, Riddle Order staying just
it's
south
going to
of
pull
them.
more south.
Riddle Order was around.
But I think we're going to see this thing more ends
YoBoyCue coming in, such
right
a
in that
presence
area
APAC North
ish
as a streamer.
for the final
It's
circle.
really hard to put into words if you're not familiar with that region. If you maybe only watch North America or you maybe only watch EMEA, but I'm telling you, it is massive, the presence that he has. And also the style that Riddle Order has. They have some custom Air Forces as well. The Smirk on one side, the Riddle, and then the Order on the other. Shoe, very, very cool.
Now, I think in an environment like that, I would imagine having the support of your parents is very, very huge, because there are probably several kids that you compete with and against
there's a bit
who
of
don't.
flexibility in spots like this. It's likely to go towards the north of
You know
the
what I mean?
barometer, but there is always the opportunity for us to pull out into the western side of Jurassic. So in a position like this, we've got Element 6 who are going to be plenty happy, especially with a early rotate off of a Watson Catalyst, to just bunker down and hold on. But a composition like this does come with downsides. When you pick up Watson Catalyst, you need ring scan, and looking at their position, that's not something they're going to get.
Yeah, and again, late game rotation, not as ideal. However, the Catalyst does make up for that. That is one of the biggest things Darkvale does. It's the rotation in these zones where you do get in trouble. You do have to cross open water, open land. That can give you and buy that time so that you can go ahead and put a Watson gen, set up some fences on the other side, and feel comfortable. Certified Esports inside as well. 11 points. I mean, this is group stage. Remember, there's so much Apex Legends to play over these next 4 days, Dia, that I think teams too, once you have a decent start, you get a top 2, you start saying, okay, let's just keep this up. Let's not mess this up and get too aggressive too early.
Yeah, my buddy Hobbs,
The way we want to consistently
down?
It is, and
as
we continue,
he can only tolerate so much of
today,
me.
teams
He wants attention, but then if you give him too much attention, he's like, nah, I'm cool. I'm cool.
Conservative
I'm
in
cool.
smarter ways. Right now,
You know,
people
cat
are playing
things.
safe because they don't know what's around them, as opposed to later, where you can temper the aggression. We got a crypto going off on the floor, however, as Gambare Otosan start showing up in Barometer, claiming the roof. And
I love Gambare's composition here.
You really can. Takes about 800 damage to throw one of these Newcastle walls out.
Oh, really? That's too cute.
But when you add a Watson gen, you add Newcastle's mobile shield next
He's
to
our
it.
newer of the two cats,
kinda
but he
got
has
yourself a
definitely
nice
become the
little
one that
campsite
has
there.
run the
On
house.
the top of the hill, that was a pretty fast RB setup. And Gambare Otosan happy to just post up and chill. Also, not trading too much in those sniper battles with the triple take, as the gen is going to just heal that passive shield
Gambare
up
is
slowly
pretty
over
solid.
Ooh, lordy, lordy, lordy.
They
Who
are in a
thought
tough spot because they
Nootropics was
rotated
taking
and don't have much
down
shields-wise.
FaZe
Everyone
in
around
this
them looks
before
better.
round one,
They do have the defensive composition. They can bunker up. They do have the long-range weapons to be able to upgrade their Evo. Only question is how much heals do they have, especially because they got Moist across the way, who's definitely going to take peek shots
We
of
used
them.
to see Hiarka and Uchako on AYM during the last LAN, and they've actually completely swapped up how they play the game. Hiarka is now the shot caller where he used to be the anchor, now playing IGL for the team, has unleashed Uchako to be that much more aggressive.
True. I always forget that it's
showing up well. And sometimes that's the one switch that you need to
the
put
switch
you
in
into the next
seasons
level.
for us.
Pulverex, a lot of times we jokingly say it, sometimes the switch they needed to go to the next level was just another player. They've got 3 this time around. Fchion has become famous in the Apex Legends community for not only his biceps.
So, Barn, how does that
ability
work
to
for
attack
school and when
really well,
kids get
make
their
top
time off?
fives,
Because I know
even
here,
in difficult
kids get their
situations.
time off
With this
in
bridge
the
spot,
summer.
they've got a lot of flexibility, Dia. And
But
playing
summer
right
for
part
you
of
guys is
crypto
like
with the Bangalore.
December time,
Unusual,
right?
But they're making it work.
it's like a budget.
Or do kids go to school like, or is Australia one of the countries where like kids go to school more consistent? I know there are some schools where kids go to school like almost all year round, right?
Gives you the ability to close gaps.
Maybe Australia is the one that could be wrong.
But in terms of the larger game,
probably not. Sound like a complete asshole right now. That's okay.
Using flexibility as a way to make up for the fact that they don't do one thing especially well, is this composition.
One of the things, though, that Pulverex knows is that this is, in some ways, an uphill battle. APAC has had success, but they haven't reached the pinnacle of the success that they've been hoping for, especially in this region. That's been all Fnatic, who have top 5, who have topped 8 in their last events. What I think they're looking to do, too, is Crypto is such an effective legend in these tough situations where maybe you lose someone down on a rotation. Maybe you're a little nervous in game 1 or 2 trying to figure it out. Getting those
because like Z-Man's on summer break right now, like the longer break from school that they get. You know what I mean? Part of the reason why I've been having to do my like gym so early in the morning.
Set in a tournament.
Yeah, and when you're expecting to be rotating without a lot of priority as well, maybe one of those early zone teams feels good around the outside of Jurassic, say, but if you're a team like Start a Fight and you're trying to make your way into zone out of Barometer like this, it's not a great spot. You may end up playing a suboptimal position where you can't peek. Crypto lets you get all that information for free.
18 squads left now. 2 have gone down, FaZe being one of them.
Okay, so they're off basically
have to go down to the drawing board with Vex for game
the
3.
first month of his calendar year. And then that in February you start the next grade, essentially.
We saw them set up on
next year of school.
Down below under the bridge, and to me, this is a much better spot for a Watson to hold. Generator is a little bit more effective here, but they're still on the move. They're not happy with it.
Okay.
Very playable from really any spot that they choose to take here. On the low ground, they have safety, but at the cost of autonomy in the game. And what it looks like they're trying to do now is reclaim a bit of that autonomy by taking high ground in air quotes for your ability to then take fights on everyone else. And Tropic, who slew FaZe earlier in the day, now hold the very top of Barometer, and fortunately enough for them, got a scan.
And we're not sure
that is really different than ours. I mean, I guess it makes sense with
maybe trying to
weather and everything, because school break wants to be in summer.
And they ended up meeting their match. We know that Hyarka, Chaco, and Thorfinn are no strangers to being able to 1v1, 2v2, or even 3v3 with
Gotcha, okay.
Qualifying in the EMEA region, I believe in around 9th, 8th position heading into this.
Now, we've still got
2R1C, this team that they're talking about here is 8. From EMEA, now in Tropic.
Teams that haven't made their way into the ring yet, teams that aren't playing zone for Barometer, and they're all pretty darn terrified.
I want to see if they fixed the quality over here on Wig
They're
screen.
going to be locked in and good to go. Sarah and the boys find their way into the house. There's going to be no one around them other than DF. So they do want to get past this spot and this gate. DF is going to be right on the other side, bro, the nutsack.
Yeah, I mean, what's most likely going to happen here, in my opinion, is Fnatic is either going to, 1, have to evac tower into Barometer, or 2, they're just going to have to force the fight here on Dreamfire. They don't really have much room to, like, pivot. I doubt they go back into antenna side. Maybe they do.
So, but does that mean Christmas in the middle of summer for you guys?
I think it's possible.
Yeah, you think so? I think so, too. So Fnatic's going to make the way out. Furia!
TSM Furia may be brewing here on the south side.
Oh, baby. I want this to happen so bad. TSM versus Furia. You know Furia wants to take this fight. Zera Dickey here backing up just a little bit, trying to get angles with the boy Watson. Watson and them are going to look to back up here. I don't think they recognize it's TSM.
Is that right?
But they do recognize it's a pretty awkward fight with
Yeah,
TSM
I can't watch this quality. That's tough, man. I love listening to their insight, but that quality on their side is so tough.
He can't be as mobile, and all they've done is say, let's hold on to our big toys. We'll just show a little bit of force, and they will turn the other way. And Furia has done exactly that. They've decided to run Dia away instead of challenge TSM.
Understandably as well, they've got time to make this rotation work. I will say, however, having expended the Catalyst wall, moving even further past that is ridiculously risky. 30-30 can down.
I mean, to be fair,
really quickly,
if you live down south in the U.S., you usually do as well.
Furia
But
are playing a lot more carefully than I would have expected them to, honestly.
I mean, I guess to be fair, even in winter, because of how close Australia is to the equator, like you guys don't see much snow, right?
To the center of the zone. Let's go ahead into a listen in sponsored.
Even during your winter.
I'm gonna go inside Jurassic. What's our med count? 11-6. 11-6. 4-5. I can hold 3 cells. Can drop. Drop T2. He can drop you. Okay. we safe at all? Doesn't look like it.
Not really. We don't have an evac tower here.
We'd be safe against us in the river over here, but...
Are we safe over there? Look at my ping.
I have to go check.
We're
When
not
you just
safe.
look Jurassic. When
Not
you,
really safe
Devin, take my spot inside Jurassic.
Yeah, just see where we can play.
I've seen snow twice.
Oh,
Oh,
that
barn.
building team if you have to, but
Yeah, I know.
thirded.
Wait, they have a longbow in there.
We got to get you traveling during some snow months. Snow's magical. I hate the cold, but snow is something to witness. Not too much though. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, nice in doses.
Okay, double blue, flat armor.
Yeah.
Oh, big shots. He's one shot over there. They probably open on this. Oh yeah, especially with the dark veil for sure.
I'm up the horizon open, okay? I'm walking. I'm horizon open. They're all here. They're all here on my ping.
Oh, that's big. Everyone's healed up. They push on this. Oh my goodness. Big E's disgusting. Oh. How down? There it is. Is that a third coming in or no? Nice for TSM. Nice for TSM.
Good stuff.
There's a team here. Back up. Get back down the hill. Get back here.
Yeah.
Hold frame.
I'm good here.
I don't have any light for you. I have 0 light.
I like this part.
One's walked up. I scanned him. Yeah,
I don't have all either.
That's fine. It's just wait. We can't push them. It's gonna be. We have no ultis.
We have 15 seconds on zone.
I know.
I'm popping an ult so I'm gonna get my wall soon.
I think we just wait for KP and kill these guys unless they fuck off.
We're not.
Are they still there?
Yeah. Close.
Yeah, there.
Oh,
I'm gonna like walk up to the left.
We have to go spider cave. We have to go spider cave. Okay? I think we have to go spider cave here.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna see.
Yeah, I mean, you have no Valkyl. You got a team now up the hill looking at you.
We can walk up on them. I don't think we can cross on these guys. I think we go spider cave with catwall. Okay?
Ascend taken out by Dreamfire.
You might have to preemptively do it, Evan.
Yeah,
they have a charge rifle.
I'm about to do it now, I think.
At the bat. I'm in a bad spot. I might die.
Oh, this is Fnatic looking at them too.
I don't know if that's even safe over there, but just send it.
You might have to kill me.
Okay?
No, I feel that. I feel that.
For sure.
Take
I'm dead.
It's fine. Try to get the zone.
If I knock, they're gonna finish me for sure.
TSM played as a duo last game.
I'm trying to shoot for you.
Dead. Break this queue. No, they're beating us.
This has been a very common problem for TSM on these southern zones, which happen very, very often on Storm Point.
I can't do anything there. I don't know.
They land up at the wall and they just have to rotate past so many teams.
That's just how the cookie crumbles.
That's
TSM
tough.
out in a desperate fight uphill against a valiant opponent.
LG Chiva's going to go out early though.
It was actually Moist Esports.
The first place team.
Just not enough there, Dia, to survive.
And some killer instinct, of course, from Fnatic, really demonstrating the
Bro,
power
we
of high
still don't
ground
have
outside
scoreboards anywhere online. This is kind of frustrating.
Right? GSM were able to rebuff Furia. They were able to take down Vexed, and as soon as they lost that high ground, they went out. Unfortunate for them, and in the course of things, unfortunate for LG, who we lost out on. Dreamfire now trying to make their way into the next ring.
Oh, let's go. Yo, Roy's nutty, bro.
As well, fighting alive. No knockdown shield here for him. They're creating them.
Get him up out of here.
The Dreamfire.
Oh, they got another team coming in though. Is that MDY White? Yeah, MDY White.
Going up against Dreamfire, trying to clean it up.
They're all new to LAN, and they're going up against one of the more seasoned
Man,
players.
APAC South versus APAC South, kind of tough, but you love to see the confidence from MDY White.
Just from LQD has Ming still waiting to get back into the game.
Also love how I was able to call what team was rotating in before main broadcasters were.
2v2 right now, low ground as well. Medkit tossed over to Ming Yue.
Since no one knows APAC South.
A knockdown shield on each side to play with. And there's that focus of attention.
Unless you're moist.
Come out at the same time, so no one can silence each other. And they're deciding to make the move here. Carr singing, but what's the tune? He has to reload. He as well. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
MDY White?
He clutches in fire with one of the best
oh my
we
goodness.
have seen mid-fight.
First time at LAN far from over.
Pioneers out in 11th spot.
Battle things out.
I wonder if they had an
Number one in their
AKP.
regions, respectively, but Fnatic suffer losses on the outside.
Moist out as well in the 9th spot.
Hot.
Moist had a big game in game 1 though.
Building.
I think someone said 17 points.
Drops the shield for Meltzera to pick up quickly.
I think it was 17 points or 17 kills.
More fighting. Optic, Nox trying to stay alive here, but it's Riddle, Order, and Complexity who are in the mix.
And Complexity from this low ground do still have an advantage in the form of Horizon Tactical. They can engage as they like, and they drop down to finish a squad. Instead, Optic
That's just the solo.
are going to lose out on this.
All right.
It's not easy to jump onto Complexity from this point.
Full reds for Complexity.
Down here.
The confidence I'm feeling from Complexity. It's just
Only problem is you're playing from a low ground, man. Low ground sometimes out of sight, out of mind.
It is just one of those experiences
but it's hard to kind of fight out of.
Clicking, they're vibing, and you can see with a top 8 finish right now, at least they are putting themselves in a position to take advantage of being invited here, of earning a spot at Split 2 when they had to watch from the sidelines in Split 1.
Now Complexity are at a crossroads on the low ground. They are safe for the next zone. Will they choose to take a more active position?
I think if I'm Complexity, I just let the lobby delete themselves. Because you should be able to at least play yourself into a top 5?
Still playing off of the low ground. And I tell you who's still in zone. I tell you who is dead center. We've still got Start a Fight just from last game out of South America.
Are the scores at the top live, or is that the score going into this game? I think it's live, right? Because Gombre earlier was at 2 points.
They have been here the entire game, sitting in these buildings, content to wait, watch, and ironically not start a fight until maybe top 5. But if they get another top 5 in a row, big start for South America. But could it be APAC's game? Gambare Otosan. We've seen MDY White perform extremely well also. Boy, oh
Did
boy,
he not see MDY White went out?
Fun.
Just barely in the ring. And this spot where they've got Newcastle, Watson, all the shenanigans. Remember, Gunbari Otosan moved here early to make sure that they would have autonomy, and now they are at risk of losing all of that. Rush forward from Fnatic undercover.
Like, look at this. So Gombre here can shoot in on this team coming in, but then if they need to, they can fall back through those Watson fences, which is so big. That's why I love this composition. Fnatic out in the 7th spot.
In terms of the shield, so hits the battery, one tappy, Mia K on the high ground as well. Dark Veil will pause for just a moment, but they don't need to rush anything. They've got the position, they've got the zone, they've got angles to play from. Element 6, they've got low ground, but the pressure has been on. They've been able to stabilize.
Yeah, but what are you using for cover here if you're Element 6?
Overall in the day after 2. Can they come up
with
a way to put the generator down? They're certainly feeling like they can hold this position.
It's the hope that this lasts them until next zone. It's difficult, nay impossible, to push E6 in a spot like this because as
Complexity's
going to
be in trouble over here. Riddle Order should be able to take them out.
Early, not able to commit to playing the high ground, and
yeah, because they're going to beat the shot from across the way too.
They lose 2, and it's just up to Monsoon.
Found themselves the meat in the middle of the sandwich. Unfortunate not to be in a position where they could shoot from the outside like Riddle Order, like Start a Fight. But they have done well to get at least a top 7 and be in the mix yet again. Monsoon actually still alive and representing for the team. So while maybe team hopes are a little low in terms of placement, Monsoon can still eke out something here. So another sign for one of our favorite personalities in Apex Legends.
Every placement point matters, but Riddle Order also know that every kill point.
I called this on these northern buildings of
any contest towards the
Barometer, right?
Ring. Riddle's big threat is E6.
Point for you, boy.
So it's why they're holding off on pushing Monsoon, and it'll let Complexity, perhaps, as you say, eke out a few more placement points. This zone starting to close, though, is going to force 2 big squads to move. Start a Fight and Nootropic have been very passive during the past couple of rings. Now they've got to start making decisions.
Monsoon's still alive as a solo somehow. Isn't going to last much longer.
On Nootropic, as you mentioned, representing Amia.
Imagine a scan like that as a Bloodhound. What am I supposed to do with 10 plus hostiles?
Riddle Order as well. Beast of the Hunt activated by iTappy. One Tappy, excuse me. He's got 2 kills. Looking to add a few more as he loots up. And the Bangler ultimate just lands. Buys time. Doesn't connect for much. Dia, but the round is closing. A minute and 32 before this is all said and done with these squads.
A very passive use of the ult.
Another scan comes through, and it just lets you know.
I mean, I guess
where you
no
should be playing.
reason to
Unfortunately,
put pressure
not able to
here.
access the high ground. Riddle are going to continue playing off of the low, face to face with Gunbar.
Let's go, chat.
Horizon ult goes out in front. E6 with a stroke of genius.
Look at all of this going on. Oh my goodness.
3v3 situation.
They should take that fight, but unfortunately, kinda is getting destroyed by Riddle Order. This is unfortunate here, but they still are alive. Whether they had a swap or a bat, Slayer.
How many ults do we got going on? An EMP too.
The piercing spikes just to buy time and try to get another shield battery off. Kinda so low, but Riddle Order on the low ground. Full
How the black hole comes out.
Evos, while the rest
Oh
of the fight
my
in the lobby is
goodness.
taking place on the other side.
Start a fight, we're split up. They have
What
to
is
spend the
this
GB
end
bubble early.
game?
They're not going to have this cooldown for when they have to give up high ground, and it may very well kill them. Riddle Order
They're still there.
have an incredible spot on this low where they cannot be focused. Nobody wants to jump on them. Lusk is going to drop first for start a fight. Remember, no Gibby bubble means no.
How many teams are still left?
Can't clutch it up, and they go down.
Riddle Order's got this, right?
Riddle Order now taking the fight up against Gunbar.
Yeah.
Riddle
Order gets this easy. Yep.
And it's split 2 playoffs. They do it in game 2. Riddle Order representing.
Incredible finish from Riddle in that end game. Difficult to hold up against what we called out as a very
Yo,
aggressive push
APAC
from
North,
E6,
dude,
but
their
in those
crowd
seconds,
fucking showed
it comes
out.
down to nothing more than the bit of clutch that you've got eking out a 50 crack on somebody, forces kind of back. Lets Riddle reset against E6, take the fight and make it too dangerous. They own the low ground.
One of the biggest presences in all of Japan streaming. Yukio and Riddle Order find a way to do it in the biggest stage with the most competition, and they take just 2 games to find their first win in the Split 2 playoffs. What a story! What a start.
That boy's
for
got
our
chills. You
global
see him?
Regions here as well. We're in
Hearing that crowd pop, oh, I can only imagine, bro.
The only teams winning are outside of the continent.
It's anybody else's game at this point, and that's through jet lag. That's through scrims, boot camps, whatever you've been doing on the way here.
Damn.
And looking very good for really everybody who's made top 5s today. I will say, Entropic with a pretty decent showing there as well, managed to make top 3 right alongside Start a Fight, and both of them playing zone quite well, and nothing more to it for now.
This is one of those final circles, Dia, and I love to look at because there were so many little things that could have gone differently. I mean, Element 6 in many ways are the driver of this story because they decide to split the
All right, let's see if we get a scoreboard.
They say we're going to take this fight against Riddle Order, but they come up short. They actually end up getting the worst end of that fight, and that allows Riddle Order to have an entire side by themselves. But not just that, the low ground as well, which in many ways keeps them out of sight and out of mind for Start a Fight, who drop down and end up just fighting Entropic.
My boy Dia, first land, gets to kick things off, and he's been kicking ass even with all the fucking
saying, well, as soon as somebody drops down,
delays and stuff we had earlier.
Everybody up top knows
He's been
that,
crushing it. I'm fucking proud of him.
Nobody wants to come challenge you. What was interesting was the way that Ganbare Otosan played that as well, because
I remember at Raleigh,
they had an option to get involved in the high ground fight.
I was told to hit him up, and he like came and found me in the stands and talked about like casting Apex.
Riddle, because if they
That's
win,
the homie.
they probably win the game.
Well, Riddle still recovering from their fun that they had celebrating their win. We did go ahead a little early into game 2, and Skip's showing you our results after game 1. So let's go ahead and do our scoreboard, let you know where things stand as well, and get you caught up with the action. It was Chivas who took the first win.
So this was from game 1.
Riddle Order.
So you'll see the placement points. That's first, second with 9, third 5, 7,
this is a
fourth 5.
culmination of all of the games so far. So you can see Riddle Order has 12 placement points. That's a first place win. It's a 19 overall point win. LG Chivas still will be overall in the lead based on a big win like that, but we're going to find the overall aggregated scores in just a moment. Big picture though, LG Chivas, Riddle Order are 2-game winners, and they will be in the lead in this lobby.
Yeah, the 12 placement points off of a win. Yeah. They are incredibly powerful. Yeah. And it'll keep them at the top of the leaderboard for now.
So it feels like during group stages, man, 1 win per session really set you in a good spot for placement heading into bracket play.
We talked about how when we start on Storm Point, you have the opportunity to really, truly take advantage of being better prepared than other squads.
Yeah.
And we've seen that out of teams like Riddle, teams like Luminosity. We'll actually take a look back at the final circle.
Yeah, and this is Riddle Order's perspective. So they're in this low ground, and Element 6, Nootropic and E6, yes, they're in a pretty tough situation. They don't want to drop down because there's going to be that stagger time where they will.
All right, I'm going to let this run real quick. I'm going to go do that cute thing. I got to go use the restroom. I'm also probably going to make a bagel real quick.
Order get the better end of this. Not only that, they're fighting.
I want to make sure I'm not skipping my meals, and even though I'm skipping the gym a couple days, I want to make sure I'm still on top of everything else. So they're back.
Fighting, but it's not just that. It's the aggression. It's sending 1 and 2 ahead of time, allowing one tappy to follow up, and just the effectiveness with which they slow played that circle. Sometimes being the biggest and brightest star is not the best thing.
It really pays off well for them as well. We could have figured this out on our own, I think. Riddle Order topped the leaderboards there, but Nootropic are going to be feeling mighty good about themselves and start a fight with another excellent game. Not placing too high in the kills, but you're seeing that fundamental gameplay and the ability to call zones and play those to completion work really well for them.
I mean, if you looked at this coming out, a lot of the teams we saw, Riddle Order, Ganbare Otosan, Nootropic, Start a Fight Esports, and Element 6. Would you have expected that top 5?
Would not have had them in that order.
Almost in any of those games. These teams we talked about, Furia, FaZe, Ascend, Vexed, LG Chivas, TSM.
I just realized I heard that they were going over back half the scores still too.
What does this say?
Yeah, would you have had them in the bottom 10? And I will say that first day at LAN, this is still setting the stage. It's the time for, of course, these teams that perhaps didn't have as many international fans behind them to really jump forward.
So
in
Hoist in
terms of the
second.
Matches, we know Riddle Order has 19 points, a little bit more than we're seeing on here. But obviously just giving you a
I think Furia will pop on Storm Point.
I want to quickly jump in as well, and while we're sorting out the scores, talk about Riddle Order and the way that they finished off.
I don't think those scores are correct.
Something that went underappreciated was the
I'm pretty sure those scores aren't
swung
correct.
around onto Ganbare Otosan. There is very little space left that the ring gives Ganbare.
I'm pretty sure these are live scores, it looks like.
As Ganbare is forced onto the high ground to take a multi-angle fight. It's a genius move from Riddle, and that's where timing is so important. It's not just the decisions, it's the split seconds in which they're made.
Fury in 16.
We're still waiting for perhaps their opportunity to showcase that once again. We actually talked about the game plans coming out of these teams, and having seen how Luminosity
All right, now let's see the scores. I'm going to go get my bagel.
This game, it is still challenging to make your way through.
Well, we've got one of my favorite people here and one of the best stage hosts in the business plays standing by with one of the best watch partiers. I guess that's how you call it. Wig, Greek, what do you guys think?
I guess we can go watch partiers, but nonetheless, you said it, one of the best watch parties out there. We're hanging out with Nice Wig and Greek down on the floor as they are in London. London, show them some love one time over here. Nice Wig and Greek in the building. Oh man, Greek, talk to me about it. How has it been in London and watching these first 2 games with your boy?
Man, I'll tell you, it's been great. You know, me and Wig, we love what we do, and we're having a great time. And being in the arena this time around, man, the energy is just phenomenal. It just pushes us to just keep doing it, man. We never get tired. We never get tired.
You know, one of the best esports in the world with the best fans in the world and some of the best creators in the world as well. It is electric in here. Wig, talk to me about it. We saw LG Chivas won. We saw Riddle Order and also some insane in-games right there. How has it been for you so far?
It's been a good time, dude. I'm having a great time watching, as always. I'm happy to be in the arena to experience all of this. I absolutely love seeing Riddle take a W. I think they're a dark horse and an underdog story here going in. And LG, man, you love those guys.
You gotta love those guys, okay? And you know what, when it comes down to watching your streams and watching your watch parties, you know, a lot of people come through and they learn so much about the game from a different aspect from you, okay? So you're out there teaching everybody how to play Apex Legends. The knowledge is there. Now, you talked about Chivas kind of being a dark horse or Riddle Order. Who do you think is gonna take this group?
Oh man, I still think Optic can come back and definitely take the W. You know, I think they are a fan favorite. I think they're a me and Greek favorite as well to take the wins here for the whole tournament. I can definitely expect them just coming back these next 4 games.
I think you're right on that one. We've seen what they could do before, but you know what? That's enough from us down here. We're vibing. If you guys want to see some more Wig, head on over to twitch.tv/NiceWig and check out the watch party. But that's going to do it for us. Let's get back into the action.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, look at that. And I want to watch party. It's just not the same.
Every time that I look at Wig, I'm just captivated by his hair.
I was going to say it had to be a hair
nice
thing.
hair.
Yeah, God, if only I could look at someone who had such nice hair the way Greek gets to look at someone who has such nice hair. Obviously, you know, you're being modest and bashful. You got some hair compliments and makeup today earlier. Well, he's acting surprised. You know you got the compliments.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Dia, very, very kind man.
Got a few hairstyles lined up.
You do. He has a few. Okay, so we're going to be surprised throughout it. I only get to cast with him for a couple of days. He's going to keep mixing it and mashing it, and it's going to be great whenever you're on, brother. I'm excited to see you continue to kill it. I will start hosting a little bit more towards the end of the day and as this tournament goes on. But having fun on Storm Point with you to open the show, and also Match 3 now closing Storm Point as well. There's been a bit of a story to Storm Point and the way this map has gone to relatively south zones in terms of the way that we can see Storm Point play, especially with those really north zones like Lightning Rod that can be very, very different.
Yeah, hasn't been favoring, say, teams like Vex that might like to move a little bit further north. I don't think that when you're landing over at things like Lightning Rod and High Point that your ideal zone is pulling up to you. But if it's landing somewhere more central in the map, I think it'll feel better for them. If we're going by Cascade, for example, even by Wall, teams like Fury and Vex can feel a lot better because we saw what not having high ground did to Vex. They're used to approaching from the north, and as soon as they're placed on low ground up against TSM,
they made it back before the start of game 3. Bagels toasting.
Really can see
Just gotta put some cream cheese on it.
As well. Some consecrators in the house. And we go back to KCP. Nasky got a little haircut, apparently. Usually he can hear us while we're on this mic, or at least he tries to.
He's got that sixth sense.
Yeah, he knows. He knows when the cameras. He knows when the cameras are on. When you take a look at, I think, the way these teams are playing.
And Nasky, we trust.
You've also mentioned some of these teams who are kind of trying to play on the outskirts of those northern sides and come down. Optic is one of them who seems to be transitioning south. It hasn't worked well for them. We've seen a Western team win, Ganbare Otosan, who kind of came, from that left side with Riddle Order. And Riddle Order ended up taking that win in this last game. We've also seen a Southern team in LG Chivas rotate and win and take that in game 1. So these zones, will they continue that way? We don't know, but it has kind of boded better for teams who are actually
statistically
speaking, on the southern side.
The southern
some of those
zones seem to
and sometimes that's just the way things
finish
go.
there more.
It's the reality of being in a battle royale, and it's why we're playing 6 games today.
Yeah.
If everything were consistent, we might just play 1. But because we've got variation,
I think that would go well. Just one game, decide the champion, fly back home. Yeah.
But because we have that variation in between games, in between rings, your ability to, even as a North team, be able to place in a position that gets you, I think the points that we were looking at were, say, like 6-7 points around, something like that, is what you're hoping for to have a still good day, even if your zones aren't going for you.
Listen, if you can get 5 points even, I think 6 and 7 is overperforming, but if you can be in that 4 to 6 range, you're in the mix, especially when you're a team that has a high caliber potential, like a TSM, like an Optic. You can win in those 26-point games. We'll find out, though, who is just heating up at the right time and who is running out of time on our final game of Storm Point before we transition into World's Edge, where things have been done but not dusted yet in Split 2 as we begin our journey to find another champion yet again. Will it be TSM, who have struggled slightly here? Will it be someone else? If anything, these 2 games have given us an indication, Dia, that we could very well see a different champion if it continues this way.
All right, here we go, chat. Game number 3, last time around on the Storm Point.
I have to say, Rain,
here for Group C and D.
The journey that will take to get there, because already start of the day, as you said, things have changed up big time for even international standings. We've seen with Riddle picking up a win and with Start a Fight picking up their 2nd place in the first game, two regions that are typically underestimated really come out swinging, and I don't expect that to stop, especially when we're on Storm Point. World's Edge
we finally have scoreboards on.
But the preparation these teams have put in,
this
perhaps unorthodox comps with Bloodhound, with Gibraltar, with Rampart and Crypto, that's changing everything.
The time to prove yourself is now. 5 months separate Split 1 from Split 2. The playoffs are where you write your name in
All right,
history.
here we go.
Where will yours be etched on the 40 teams from around the world who have joined us for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs? We will find out as the dropship lets 20 of them go.
Keeping an eye on our early game contenders, we've got another mixed up drop.
Where's Noctum landing this time?
And the squad. Keep your eye on Kings, center of the map at the moment. The Gunbaroto-san finding their loot up over in Thunderwatch. We've still got plenty of ways that this match can play out.
So Noctum is just dead ass reactionary dropping, huh?
6 not necessarily engaged with them yet. Is Noctum, as you mentioned, changed from the mill. Change went down to Fish Farms. That was maybe the fastest fight I've ever seen. LG, you know, you don't want to be disrespectful, but there was an element of, didn't feel like it was much of a contest there whatsoever.
Yeah.
And of course, they decided that's not worth our time. Launchpad, a little team known as FaZe Clan.
See, this is one of those things for Noctum, like
we haven't talked about them for a while. That's because they died so
nice in the sense that you can kind of read how the game's going about. It just feels like it means you probably are underprepared for when the game gets stiff later in the weekend. You know what I mean?
Of the final zone, we still don't know where we're going. There's plenty of space in here.
Probably
but
antenna. Yep.
With a ring pulling south once again. Reminder, this is not going antenna. That POI essentially excluded from this. We've got very few options.
That is wild. So we have seen one and then back to the other in terms of zone pulls. And we were just talking about sometimes that does make it difficult for some northern teams. Sometimes it makes it easier. In this map,
the pool is just what, northeast of it probably, right? Or northwest of it?
We saw Fnatic get into trouble with TSM. We've seen Optic have trouble rotating. We've seen Vex have to take some crazy pathways. And Tia, what are you noticing here?
I mean, Noctum are setting up. This is cruel and unusual, but a team rotating likely out of
they're going to catch a
this
team
would
out.
Be Ascend could easily be caught by Noctum. Anybody coming through this, and it's what they're setting up for. Game hasn't gone well for them. Day hasn't gone well for them, and they're ratting it up.
And it could be Ascend. You see Kashera. Oh my. Keep an eye on that map.
Oh my
they
God.
are going straight into Noctum. We don't have this right now on your POV, but it would be great to see it because it's about to occur.
Rain Day's like, can you please pull that?
You can see it on the map.
Kashera is alive.
And they're fighting. So we're watching Pioneers drive a Trident. But that thing you set up, Tia, great point. We'll see who comes out on it. We can at least follow it along with the map POV.
Bro,
Looks
give
like
us the fight.
Kashera, so dropped, it appears, as knockdown shield, not enough. Post-kill drops in the kill feed. That's to
There's
Kings,
no way they're just going to have to call this all from the kill feed, right?
Kill points of the tournament. As it appears, Lufka has gotten
what
away
are we
from
doing?
To checkpoint, but it's a big
Apex.
And a bit of momentum regained by Noctum.
Why are we just watching a Trident?
Probably ended up working out for them. Great spot out there as well, as KCP keep making the rounds.
And this is off of a terrible landing spot as well. I mean, Noctum didn't get cascade. They played low ground. It was not excellent by any means. And, well, we've been on the road with Pioneers. In the
this has been rough, chat.
Looking for as their rotation takes them up through shipfall. This is a rotation specifically meant to challenge the position that Complexity and Luminosity Gaming held in game number 1.
And what's great is that when you have a map like Stormpoint with Tridents, you can make these types of rotations early enough to where they're viable. Over the next minute and a half, I would say, these spots start to get taken and you don't have that access. And so most of the time, the question is, yes, we could do it, but is it worth it? Are we at the right time? KCP, because Dreamfire does not go to mill this time around, they say it's not worth contesting. and obviously we don't have Noctum joining them as well, which they had in game 1. They have the chance to rotate early enough to get that southern side and pull here. So all those little things
Noctum is chasing down Ascend.
to, maybe as a viewer at home, impacting the greater meta of how this circle is going to be with KCP now fully cemented in the southern side as a threat.
Yeah, it's funny because especially when we get to end zones, it's very easy to look at Apex Legends go, it's a game of split seconds.
Yeah.
Because that's what it comes down to so fabulously in final rings.
Right.
But even in early game, it's also the case because of the rotations that you talked about, this opportunity that's opened up for KCP to take to the south side of the map instead of having to play things out from the western side. Now they have still been challenged. Optic Gaming currently hold the high ground, and with a position like this, they can play Gravity Cannon in the nearby area rather confidently, and it looks like they're trying to set up for a bit more of a conservative
Did they just take their Trident?
Not trying to overextend under Gravity Cannon as Complexity did last game, but instead saying, if you want Gravity Cannon, take it. We're going to shoot you.
A big initial rotation from Imperial Hal and TSM. Verholst reps following along. It's FaZe who smell this one, though, coming a mile away. They see, is it worth trying to contest? Frex definitely wants something. Not sure if they know who they're going to be going up against here, though, because now, even though they are looking to hit 78, with the charge rifle, good amount of damage from Frex, it's still a far way to push off that damage if they do want to try to finish this fight.
It's funny that TSM, like right over their heads, take a different rotation from game 1, and FaZe go, no, we're running that back. we're going to try that one more time. They're literally trying to push the exact same building with this Catalyst wall, and it takes one good beat from Frex. They haven't gotten
Remind me, wasn't
yet.
FaZe
Just raw
missing some of the
fight.
later
I wonder if this is a
scrims, or am I misremembering
that they've got to do something big.
I feel like they weren't scrimming as much.
Try to make it up on World's Edge. They have now gotten scanned as
slow out in the open.
Possibly just.
And that was even after they took a break, like very early in the
Go ahead
scrims.
to really push past this. These boxes are the final place they can hold before getting a little bit too aggressive for their own good. Frex now taking the ire of somebody else's rifle from the side and almost there, hits the barricade with the Catalyst passive, but goes down to Verholst, who might have been on high there, actually around the corner, who cleans up one.
Of course it was Verholst to open things up for TSM. Through the wall, he opens up with a punch and cleans up with the R99.
Hal, you're on controller. How are you missing these shots?
It up as ever. That's why you pick him up. That's why Big E stays.
Let's go, Big E.
This is kind of a lot there. Reps does a good amount of damage, but this
They're
is what
falling here.
TSM twice now. And now Hal has to make it up. He got revived. That is fine.
He just absolutely melted one.
More damage in this fight. He certainly has.
He's about to get the. Shut up.
Looking to finish it off.
Oh, the third party was being a nuisance.
Getting the kills, but they've done what they
dude.
need to for TSM to stay.
Biggie is disgusting.
Verholst clutches things up for TSM, not to the tune of them just staying alive, to the tune of 3 KP. Good Lord.
And I mean, that's just talking about Evan's development as a player, as an anchor. I mean, this has obviously been his role, but having to do something like that when you have the mobility of a Valkyrie usually that you're used to, relearn a character, almost retrain bad habits, because Valkyrie let you do things that you shouldn't normally be able to do on characters who don't have jetpacks, right? Now being able to take that in stride and then perform at the highest of high levels, it's one of the reasons his teammates like Hal and Reps praise him so much for the effort that he puts in. But it's also moments like this where anybody who's a non-believer starts to say, okay, he's working with something that most players aren't working with.
Big E's cooking.
With some spices that aren't available to the public. And that's just what Verholst does for this team.
As you said, on a mobile character, just absolutely ludicrous. Really heads up play, much like actually Frex had for FaZe as well. Just to wall off with the Pharaoh fluid, create another door, make sure that there was another angle of entry that was sealed off to keep TSM safe. It's that presence of mind combined with the fracking ability that makes Verholst so great. And I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about him a little bit later. It's been a couple minutes, so let's talk a little bit about Ascend as they make their rotation in. A late one, to be sure.
The team that had a chance to change history, to give EMEA its first championship in quite a while in Apex, and maybe even their first in this modern era of the ALGS, certainly would be. And obviously a lot of contenders. Case winning in Element 6 looking to do that. Ascend trying to find their form that they were in heading into Split 1. They've slowed down a bit, but they still have all the pieces. They play the game differently. They play it slower. They play it more methodically. They play zone. They don't run and gun, but they take some of the best fights and they make sure they are involved in some of these final lobbies. And they're always dangerous. Furia here, though, is Watson on the fuse. That's something that we didn't see before. And wow, certainly a different choice for this meta.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting composition for Furia here.
Over the course of the past 2 games, Fuse has done more or less nothing for Furia. They've had a few awkward fights. They've gone down again awkwardly, and the swap up to the Fuse hasn't provided them the extra pressure because Fuse does so well from a power position already.
Yes.
When Furia are rotating in late, when these southern zones are happening, Fuse loses value like nothing else.
What's interesting is that Watson's on the Fuse because that used to be the job of Zeratricky and Panders, who would rotate off of the Horizon, Fuse, and of course be able to play the Bangalore. Zeratricky now able to still keep on the Bangalore, but they've opted in towards the Catalyst. Is this just a sign of how strong, you know, really the newest character in competitive is we change a couple of POVs here?
I'd argue so. Oh no. Furia stuck around the outside. As the zone continues to pull towards the south, LG were still the ones playing in the exact same position as previously, and KCP still also playing conservatively out of the low ground by shipfall.
Well, that game, probably not going to need to analyze that one anymore.
Fair enough.
We will obviously
I
get
didn't
some
know.
information as that goes. No, it was great. I
Yeah.
mean, it's fantastic. I don't think we're going to need
Did
to
we
know
just-
that one for this one. However, I do think a lot of the themes that
Did
we're
we just-
seeing are important. We mentioned 3 teams that were interesting to me.
Hold up.
And as we get some good information here, we will continue on into this.
Okay.
That was on this side, so yes, the panic has been averted. We can
Bro.
settle back into where we were. know
I
a
thought
lot
we
of
were about
players
to have a restart that late into a game. I was about to say, no fucking way.
But we are back in. So Dia, I stand
I was gonna say, if we have a
corrected.
restart as a second ring's done closing, no way, dude.
KCP are like, whew, we get to hang on to this position because it is a really good one.
Yeah.
If anybody else had been playing through this south side in game 1, they would have had a really strong argument for making it into the top 3. And a large part of this is because of the rock cover that you have as you move up the high ground.
And look at this. I mean, if you have a chance to bring up the map, we can kind of show you the situation as it is. This is also getting very interesting too, so we may want to stay on this and do map in a second. But I'll just allude to what I was saying. Yanya, Niazul, and Jaguares, same position that they won on LG Chivas beforehand. They are there, except now instead of complexity, it is KCP in the middle of complexity where they were. So it's going to be very interesting. Right now, though, TSM versus Furia. Oh, boy, this is a fight of juggernauts here. Hal goes down early to the Prowler and Zeratricky.
Just keep getting
You know,
pushed,
Hal is
and
punching
TSM
the air,
unable to hang on to the building,
falling to
losing
fucking Furia
out
that
to
quick.
Full thirst. Panders opens things up. The controller Demon taking a wide swing with Zera. A wall will save you briefly, but not for long, as TSM have just 1 member left standing. And Furia
Element
are
6
gonna
is
let
also
them go
here.
for now, taking a reset for the next minute.
And this is Verholz's job, right? When things go bad, even though you're not in that Valkyrie, get out of there, stay alive, try to salvage something. But Furia, man, reminding me of days of old. 3 red shields running at you like there is nothing that you can do to stop their pace. And the fact that you just
While
saw them
people are
decimate
saying
TSM
that
after
Seer
TSM had
may
done that
be
to another
stronger,
team shows you exactly how good
team
they
that
are.
started the Seer meta,
This is working really
the
well.
start of
or
the
it
Seer
was
meta,
working
not
really
running
well for
Seer
a
is
moment.
intriguing to
Now
me.
that Furia have this little bit of space to work with, their flight is far from over. They don't have the option like many squads to rotate through the center of Antenna, but instead likely have to rotate around the outside, making use of Panders and the Catalyst
I don't know, man.
wall as a pure rotational tool.
Definitely intriguing.
Will work wonders for them, but as we approach the end game, things are still going to be just as tough.
Good shots from the Nemesis, a weapon that is, well, ever since its introduction, been one of the go-to weapons for high level. And of course, casual fans who love doing things like that. TSM finally goes down. They won't get an extra placement point.
That bad boy's all
It was just
wound
a
up and
matter
ready
of
to go.
extending the time alive as Verholz finally falls to his Watson.
TSM was sitting in,
Zeratricky
what,
and Panders
7?
on Furia, who,
Yeah, they're sitting in 7th
yes,
going into
albeit
this.
not having a great start, but
First
with
day of
this
group
game,
stages,
have a chance
though.
to kind of turn the tides and get back into winning ways heading into World's Edge.
Then because you've got both the Catalyst and Bangalore, They do have a better chance of making it out of the low ground than TSM did in game 1, but it's still going to be pretty rough. Complexity, interestingly,
We still have all of World's Edges, of course, too.
Position as well. Do have to go up against Optic this time and are forced to hug this south side rock instead. Their backs now exposed to KCP.
Beforehand, Complexity was the team in this type of position that took down TSM on the rotation. Now Complexity looking to do it to an entirely different team here in Optic Gaming. But remember, there's Nootropic behind them as well. Dreamfire even behind them. You can see it coming from the little tunnel underneath. And so Complexity kind of sitting on the top of the castle, making sure that they've got vision on anyone who would dare go into their lands. And I think this is where Complexity realizes this is a winning spot as long as we can hold it and as long as that zone pulls, and it does pull for Complexity, but now they're getting even closer to KCP, so the question is, does KCP let Complexity sit underneath them?
I think this is KCP's game here, chap. We're going to be honest.
With Kashara down, Ascend do have just a few moments to pull off this.
Complexity just got taken out.
Complexity, however, go down in the meantime.
Eliminated. I mean, that happened so fast. I was going to call for it, Dia, but we didn't have time. Right now, Postkill's got to do something fantastic. Watson fences, might get a little damage. Not enough. That's it. Ascend out of there.
Riddle out.
Order.
Or sorry,
again,
Riddle takes out
Ascend. With 36 points.
Riddle's really rolling.
And looking to keep it going.
And Tappy is playing really
Furia
well
rolling up
on
onto, is that Vexed here?
Teams are finding stock in. Has actually made some waves with the ability to collect information on these fights and now
What the
open things
fuck are
up
you shooting
with his ultimate. Panders continues to farm, taking down Yukio. 12 squads left, and Furia, as ever, take down one and go, all right, we'll take some more.
It's so hard to fight a team that loves to fight.
But that's still Riddle on their left, right?
And they're always ready to go
Riddle
just
on their
as
left,
hard
correct?
in terms of the aggression. Furia, again, more red shields, more knuckle clusters, more mother loads. It has been such an aggro comp, but it has worked for them. And I continue to spot out the fact that Furia has played this game when they've been successful differently than the rest of the teams in this lobby. They've decided we do not necessarily care about being first place, but we will have more kills than you, and we will be in the mix so that we will ultimately be in contention for the overall points leaders on the day.
Now Furia strictly don't have to and shouldn't push this. Even with Yukio low, Riddle Order have bigger problems in the form of the ring. Furia just need to keep them at bay and think about the rotation that will take them further to the south. With the tower going down by them, evac won't be the way, but instead, options for the Catalyst wall do arise as Furia need to make their way forward. What is Watson cooking with?
Benefits of having that passive. Fuse able to launch arc stars, grenades, any ordinances farther and with more accuracy.
Got 6 so far. Can you keep everyone standing here if you're Furia?
Damage over time ticks to avoid
Watson's in
areas
trouble.
or clear areas out for him and his team. It has been a tough run. They've probably taken down Riddle Order, but have they sacrificed themselves? The only thing is the Dark Veil may be buying time for Panders, but that's most of Furia in trouble. Watson crawling, he's probably going to get down to the zone, but can Zera trick him?
Gombray's here. You've got Vexed on one of the floors here.
Unfortunately goes down, but
And I think Startifight's still here as well, right?
A duo up on the high ground, and Tropic have just Nasky, evidently, ahead of them as KCP have fallen apart a little bit. As the Dark Veil drops, we're going to be saying goodbye to yet another squad. Furia going down, and KCP for the moment alive, but it's a formality.
And you won't believe it, 9 squads left. It feels like at the same time, there's only a few that matter. And if you had seen the map, you would know, because it is LG Chivas, Yanya, Jaguares, and Niazul in the exact same position with no competition for that spot where they won game 1 with 26 points. Can they do it again? It certainly feels that way, Dia.
It does. The big change here is that there's another contender. We've got Pulverex on an early rotation playing.
What spot is this for Vex?
Was held by Startify. It is Vexed. Struggle for their lives.
Okay,
on the
bro.
outside should be all right for now, but as the timer ticks down, it's going to be a ring that really kills Vexed here.
Round the outside, round the outside. It almost had me dancing to Eminem up in here. Now, though, trying to figure out if they can put the pieces together on top, because you're right. Yes, there is this engagement going uphill, but some of this KP could be extremely pivotal for these teams.
How does Gombray move from
heading
this
into World's
though.
Edge and also to
What,
end
2
this
teams
first
still
group
under them?
stage and just make it that much easier to qualifying for
Teams
our
up the
winners
hill to
brackets.
rotate into
Ganbare
as well?
Otosan having a big climb, but they've got the mobile shield escorting them like VIP security. Junghee's going to take a little bit of damage. Castle Wall.
Okay.
High ground here as well.
All right, the castle wall is kind of brilliant. I like that. Oh, PK! Shut up. That APAC North PK just hits Diffy. Juiced up.
As a duo, can Ganbare Otosan come over this hill?
F-John. He's still alive. He's going at the #1 seed in APAC North, and Fnatic trying to say, we are here to play. Meltsera getting melted.
LG just gets another free win?
Too good for Fnatic.
LG just gets another free win.
Too much health, but guess what? It is the LG Chivas boys who are here to spoil the party of APAC North. They're trying to go for not just their first, but their second win. The Azul claims one with the help of Yanya.
Yeah.
They claim another. Is this Fnatic falling? More importantly, is this LG with their second win?
Shield swap? 2v1 though. Yeah.
It is.
Jeez.
The shield swap
LG off
is
to the
perfect,
great start,
and
man.
the win is undoubted. That
Wow.
was, again, not even close for LG. We go south, and they are taking it every time.
I love it.
I mean,
LG
Fish Farms
Chivas have
landing
said
helps
that
you out with
we
them
may
south
be from
zones.
Mexico, but we feel like we're right at home here in London. We do not care about who is in front of us, and they proved it not just once, but twice. 2 wins in 3 of the opening games, having to deal with the adversity of the restarts and to still have this composure. This is the LG Chivas we have been waiting to see at LAN. This is the team that has a chance to win it all.
Clean, practiced, and looking good on this first day. And in the first map of the day, LG are clearly consistently above the rest, and I'm not expecting that to change when we move over to World's Edge, because LG never struck me as a Storm Point-centric squad. Yes, they look good, but I think they're going to continue to
All
look
right,
better.
so they're going to take a break here. They're going to go to World's Edge.
Be very aware to play devil's advocate, and that's what I like to do with these conversations, because they did get the same zone twice.
Yes, that's true.
But the thing is, there's also this quality of, there are teams who got the same zone twice but weren't in that position, a la Complexity. They couldn't make it into that final circle.
Yeah.
Same zone happened. We did not see Fnatic in there as a top 2, right? And so they're able to play the same situation differently. It's a testament to both those teams who can make adjustments. It's also a testament to a team that gets delivered something that they should close on, and they actually close on it, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I really liked even seeing Pulver-X be able
Boys
to take
should
a
still be in a
power
decent
position
spot.
in ring 5, not 6, as they did get a little bit antsy. They saw Fnatic and went, that looks real juicy. And
They saw their one really
juice
decent
editing.
game,
You know,
right?
F-Chan said, let me do my thing, and I appreciate it.
They're
We
in
love some
sixth.
F-Chan here in the ALGS. We also, just love some high energy starts to a tournament that's going to last 4 days. The beauty of this, Dia, is we're just seeing glimpses and peaks of what these teams can
APAC
produce
North showing
if they
out
can
right now,
end up
though.
maintaining this pressure. But
For the top
obviously,
5
there's still
teams
a
in
lot of
APAC
drama to
North.
unfold, a lot of things, bumps in the road, I'm sure that they'll have to face. But so far, it has looked good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
LG Chivas as
3 of the
who
top
are
5.
standouts alongside Riddle Order.
I keep forgetting that Entropic
It really
is
has. And, with our 2 winners, I'm still looking at start a fight
EMEA.
and going, well, last game perhaps not that great for them, but multiple top 5 placements is going to be a great start for the team. As you mentioned, Riddle Order looked good. Fnatic had their moments, and we've still got plenty of squads that, while they haven't picked up a win, have been really active in the mid game. I'd even include Complexity in that.
Well, Dia, it's been fun, man. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll have some new casters up here in a moment, but not some new desk. Well, maybe a new member of the desk as we throw it back down to Glitter Explosion. Lauren to kick us off their little halftime report. Lauren?
Rain Day, Dia, fantastic job kicking off our playoffs
RKN?
here. You're right, we've got a new addition to the desk. All right, we've brought RKN, IGL for Sentinels, up here to hang out with us, be one of our expert analysts for the entire weekend. First of all, are you excited to be here, and what are your impressions on the competition so far?
Of course. I mean, honestly, I'm just honored to be here. I'm honored to have the invite and get a chance to represent some of North American intel as far as the game goes. As far as the competition has gone so far, I think we're getting to see a lot of what we've been waiting to see from a few of the regions that maybe haven't performed as we expected.
APAC North
and South America off to a strong start with some impressive showings from teams like Ganbare and Riddle, and South American teams start a fight.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal performance across the board from LG as well. We've seen some seriously strong performances once everybody got into the swing of things. Are you surprised at all with any of these results so far, Tiff?
No, not really.
Yep.
A lot of the teams that are favoring these southern zones on Storm Point, we saw nearly 2 identical ones, and the one prior to that pulling just outside of Antenna. RKN were in the back room over there screaming over LG because they never rotated out of Gale Station. They maintained their position on that rock in game number 1, and I was like, this is their game to lose.
I mean, we even saw a 3-way contest in that first game, right? And I guess the weird thing about that is teams aren't practicing that, right? We see a lot of 2-way contests in scrims. You know, you have a very strict
I would say the 3-way contest worked out in KCP favor, though. They got the extra kills.
3-way contest, that's just like pure chaos. These guys
probably forced that other team to rotate on them sooner.
Like we said, fantastic way to start off the day, but we're going to jump into the match 3 results first so you guys can see what happened with the points after our first 50% point halfway mark is there. All right, so we'll check in with these kills. Arcan, talk me through what we see here.
Yeah, so we see another phenomenal performance from LG. Of
Fnatic,
course,
16
2
kills,
wins to
dog.
start their first day of Split 2 playoffs. Of course, another well-done performance by Fnatic. You know, 16 kills. What an incredible showing from a team that's recognized highly for their mechanics. Their ability to fight is almost uncontested, especially in their region. Really showing that North America is not necessarily the only team that is known for their ability to team fight.
I was just going to clap. Can you say it again, please?
I don't think I need to.
No, it was absolutely impressive. Not only that, but Gombre Otosan, that was really cool. When they started going in map number 2 on Barometer,
25-point game from second place for Fnatic, man.
And then a well-executed catalyst wall towards the end from Element 6 in their engagement actually prolonged the life of Geo, and I'm so excited.
Well, we see the second page here, Genome. Even Riddle Order, we talked about them a little bit. 6 kills on the board for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they placed 11, right, but another bag of kills from them. I mean, actually, one of the fun little tidbits from game 1 was that KCP got 5 kill points from the same team. They took out 2 of Dreamfire's members at the start, and then Roy went to res them over a Barometer, and they took the fight again, wiped them out for 3, and it was a nice little bit of respawn farming there from the
Sit
LKCP
for a bit
boys.
here, chat.
All right, well, now we'll take a look, checking in with the series results, see
for a
where
little
all
while.
our teams...
LG coming out really strong. I mean, that's my personal pick for the day.
These hiccups are starting to get frustrating. My bad,
I know I
chat.
see Fnatic on there. I know that was Tiff's choice for the day.
It definitely was, and to no surprise, we were watching a lot of their engagements, especially in the building when they were taking on Moist. Umi-chan able to just take the front edge there, make sure he was
If y'all are
dealing all
stuck,
the damage,
you should be able to
allowing
refresh,
for
and
quick
everything should be
resets to
caught up
happen
here.
for the teammates, but that was against Moist, Genome, and talk to me a little bit more about their performance, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid game 1 for those guys. Obviously got, I think it was the top 3, and then we had some great overheads of watching the other 2 teams just completely ignore each other and put a crossfire on Moist. It was a little tough for them. I don't think they could have got any better than 3rd, but Waltzy was popping off. You know, was kill leader at some point during that first game at the very least. So it was a good start to them, slowed down a little bit since there, but, you know, Moist have been someone who have been just so consistent, especially, you know, almost ramping up towards the finals. They're a team that you expect to do fine, just get through to the finals, and that's where they shine when the game is at its tightest.
And then on the flip side of that, we even saw on that second page some potential surprises. We saw Ascend on the second half of the page. We saw FaZe down there. We saw Optic Gaming down there. And, you know, all teams that we know can have these phenomenal performances, so we'll have to see how they're able to pick it up. But let's take a look at
The Ashes right now. Look, it was a good little bit of fun there. We are going to get onto some more, of course, in the second half of this series.
We back, baby. I think. Why don't I have desktop audio?
Well, here, but that's the question that's always in my mind. Can that translate to a finals lobby, right? We're always looking ahead. Is LG the same team at the start of the weekend as they are
All right,
again?
chat, we are back. My bad, my bad.
It's possible, because let's look back on their performance in the very first split of LAN. They were lackluster and very inconsistent. One day they came out swinging. I think they won.
We made it back in time for game number 4
alone,
even, baby. Let's go.
In their success in game number 1 where they secured 14 kills. But it's about the consistency, right? But then you have the APAC North teams looking at Fnatic right behind them in the overall score, coming through from APAC North. Riddle Order, the same thing, right behind Fnatic. You got Gambare Otosan. As we take a look at this flyby on World's Edge, we're transitioning to a different map where
So Thermal's got to start a fight, and the old 2R1C roster
Yeah, exactly.
contesting.
Edge. Maybe they're playing Edge, maybe they're playing Zone, maybe it changes depending on what they've been able to
I wonder if
grab over
Noctum
here as we
continues
switch
reactionary
over to World's
dropping.
Edge. You can see there Mirage Trois always
Or
a
if
bit
they're
of a
gonna
scuffle
contest
between
Element
Staging and Lava Fissure, depending on
6
who
up at
can
Trials.
assert their dominance over there. Dreamfire, they're at their home over at Countdown. Love that. MDY White looking to take both Monument and Fragment. Nice little pickup for them.
And I love the changes that we have onto World's Edge. Getting the flyby here as the arena.
All right, let's get it, baby. Going into game number 4.
I love feeling this energy, and it's just day number 1 here, Genome. Talk about the times, people waking up, people coming in from work, and I'm excited to see how the work is put down here for World's Edge, because you highlighted some teams that are comfortable with the POIs that they have been able to claim here, but I'm also looking at
no
the
restarts
northwest
on
side of this map being
World's
as
Edge, chat.
congested as it is. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that early 50-50 go down between
Huh?
Skyhook West or even Trials.
Yeah, we've got 2 teams by the looks of it over there in Trials. Same with Thermal Station's got the hot zone, and it's definitely going to be a little bit hot down here with Start a Fight. A classic contest.
Bro, what is
honestly,
going
as far as
on with
LAN
our
goes.
internet?
Remember, Alliance getting in this into previous ones.
Oh my gosh, with the Devo off the rip and the Wingman to start a fight. They get the trade here, knock for knock, as Hiraka is going to get taken out. Just going to be able to solidify.
Chat, we're going to try and fight through this, see how things go.
Slowly here too.
Start a fight, going to be able to get the first kill, it looks like. Remember, they are contesting
into the composition that you're going into with these 50-50 contests.
previous 2R1C roster, and Tropic.
Those doors are going to be reinforced if you need to take some cover. As in Tropic, the squad that is going for these 50-50s, they lost out on Hiraka while they're on the high ground here.
Yeah, look, interesting decision here though, right? Like, they let them get the res off. They are up in the 2v3. They don't want to give up the high
So
ground.
onset without Gaskin,
They give
huh?
them just a little bit too much space as they pull down with the res off. The man advantage
I don't know how I feel about that, to be
for
honest.
them to get over the top. Well done to start a fight.
Look who's contesting Optic right over here. It's going to be Ascend in Big Mud. Finding the first knock.
If I can keep it real with y'all.
This is absolutely gets that knock here, and it's Optic Gaming out in 19th. Talk about some early game action right now, Genome.
Damn, yeah, look, I was talking them up at the start of today. Not a great
Chat,
start
I might
to their
need
World's
to,
Edge. You know, only caught the last
maybe
end
in
of that
between
fight, so hard
sets if
to
we
say.
keep having issues, like
You know,
reset
some of the factors
the
that went into that, but certainly we'll have to keep an eye on that for the future games as well.
router,
Look,
which means I'll have
I
to
guess
do
if
another
we think
feed,
back
but
to
we'll have
the
to, we'll
first
try
half
and
of
fight
this
through it till
series,
then and see what we got going
the
on.
first game on Stormpoint, tons of contests. They did filter out as the games went
I
on. and
appreciate
teams
y'all hanging and
decided,
vibing with me through it, though,
that,
for real, for real.
Maybe game 2,
Really
game
means a lot.
3, they're going to change it up, play a little bit safer, take one of those less desirable POIs. So we'll have to see if Optic has, you know, the ego or the humility.
Especially when you have so much to loot by Old Lava City there too. If you don't want to split that big mod area, it's a lot of space. Everyone's like, where did my construction building go? Where? Well, it's over here. No, and we love to see it. I love seeing the changes that we have within the season on World's Edge. You got a lot to work with here. If you take a look at where that circle's gonna be pulling.
Exactly, and now that Ascend have cleared that out, they've got priority into this zone. It's a clear run from them. That said, lots of other teams already stacking it up down near launch site, where it does look like the ring could be pulling.
Actually insane with how quick, look at this, the amount of teams that
Yeah,
have gone right off the bat to make that quick rotation here. It is looking absolutely congested in launch site. Looks like there's a Loba also with the black market right there too, so you could actually secure that final circle godlike position without having to overextend us. This is why we love Big Mud. This is
Gold
why.
Prowler, bro.
You
Come
got
on.
the gold guns that you can work with.
It's gonna be ending down by launch pad here,
I mean,
huh?
that gun has so much damage in
love that
one single clip right now. As far as SMGs go right now, the Prowler is definitely up there. I mean, you can see over
That's
here.
crazy,
we've got,
bro.
Entropic after.
So LG wins
winning
first
that,
two of the
that
first 3
contest
games.
There, that means you know, they could have gotten to the zone earlier if they had the quick rotation. But Thermal obviously being one of those zones that you sometimes like to play a little bit more slowly, craft up and then move in. They kind of don't have that choice because they had to slow down just to take that early fight.
Crazy here, and it's the black market that we were talking about. Pulverix are going to be able to utilize that while also holding down to this building. And with the rampart too, you have those amp barriers to put down even more damage on top of that. Again, it's about not having to overextend when you are already in a great position. Sometimes we do see these circles pull towards that southern building, so we have to see if that is going to end up happening, especially if there
Looks like we missed a skit, and I'm kind of sad about it.
Also taking their time to rotate away from tree, but it's more of these teams like KCP who land in Mirage Etoile, like you mentioned before, splits that with Lava Fisher before they start playing around the edge, now entering through the staging spot.
Yeah, just looking around.
So it does look like Noctum landed up by E6.
Correctly, I don't think they got the beacon over at staging, so they might be a little lost, honestly. Maybe they took a punt and said it's going to end a tree. Maybe they are looking to play more of that gatekeep angle, but either way, you can see most of the teams have filtered down towards either launch site or the south end of Siphon.
But you know what's even crazier here too, Genome? With Luminosity winning 2 games that we've had so far.
Oh, it's Genome on the desk.
Which is the team that lands in launch site. That's the Luminosity's POI, so they have the advantage off the
I'm up for it. Hell yeah.
Building in launch site and to wait, especially if there's a ring console right there, they're going to be sitting in a good spot here as Moist Esports take into position right on the south side of Lava Siphon. They're in the line of sight of another team who's taking some shots at them.
Yeah, Moist, you know, they've got some happy memories around here, right?
Oh,
Split
yeah.
1, that's where they took out the victory in that back-to-back-to-back win that put them
I guess with
into contention for the Split 1 playoffs. So
everything beyond main stage, I mean, you know,
rose-tinted glasses for them.
casting a full series gets
here.
pretty.
Okay start to this series. We're having a look at complexity. You know, that great story from Monsoon coming out last night. You love to see it. The man is
Pretty taxing,
desperately trying to get to land for quite some time now. And here we go. He's made it. Let's see what kind of impact he can have.
I love the story that you highlight with Monsoon. Aside from the conversation that we've been able to have with him, it's players like Monsoon.
Should I lift up the camera a little bit from where it's at?
Here in land. Yes, Monsoon was here last land, but he was here as a substitute. He's now here with this team. He's trying to get in through that redemption arc as 18 squads are still left here.
Boom. Like that.
Trying to set themselves up on the edge.
Not that it really matters, because you can still see the numbers before, but
trying to take a little head
just in case.
Luda, not trying to overextend either. On the Bloodhound too, by the way. We've been seeing that once, I believe, on Stormpoint too, so it's very interesting to see the composition swaps between the 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic, right?
Yeah.
Blood and bang. That's, you know, it was always, basically from the start of the game, was kind of how it was conceptualized, right? You put the smoke down, you scan through it, you have the advantage over the other team. So they're kind of going back to basics with that composition.
Oh, no.
As we see Tappy not in the best position here. Stunwall was an EMP coming through. Maybe it was just an Arcstar. He only took a little bit of damage, but you can see, obviously, Pulverex here in a world of trouble.
Third Order just holding on for their life down there. Pulverex losing out on Shundo. Won't be able to help them out. Black Hole called in, sucking them in and preventing the res from being able to pull off if he could try to crawl inside that building. So that's already off the table here. Saku's going to be able to reset with that shield, but not going to overextend again. They're just going to hold on to that building as they should, but they have to look to their back if any other squad wants to try to contest them from behind.
I mean, who knows?
So, I mean, F-John might be able to play this building for a while because so many teams would be focused on you if they tried landing in or rotating there.
Pop that down if they can hold on to that position for long enough.
It's very smart, too, to look at that because right now the Moby is not in the weekly rotation of the Crafter. I believe it is the purple helmet and the purple bag.
You can see Hal's got one there.
Yeah, he's waiting right there, too. He played extremely patient. You don't have to worry about the ammo, too, with the black market as more teams make their rotation over to the south side.
I mean, Crypto,
yeah, I mean, obviously it was a rough
Loba, not a bad duo to have.
I doubt they would have been able to get the banner either. So Pulverex looking for that reset, but I mean, they're in prime position, but as far as defensive characters go, Crypto's okay, but you'd rather have a Caustic, a Watson, a Newcastle, something like that to hold this building that they're in. Cat would be perfect.
Yeah. You seeing Pulverex here as we see Roy popping off in the feed. 18 squads still left here.
Yeah, but you can still get a lot of information with.
Gets MDY White once again. We've actually seen that scuffle a few times already this early in the LAN. The Apex Out teams going head to head, and here we go.
Okay.
KCP
up versus FaZe. FaZe has not looked good over on Stormpoint.
Looking like the compare-contrast tables that I do not want to see out in my screen, but it's about the information here that KCP could rely on while still holding onto the roof right above FaZe. Taking their sweet time, though. They use their utility, and it's just about the information that they could gather before they decide on an entry point here if they do want to take this fight, because they are by the edge. Well, information on where that next circle is going to be going.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The exhibit goes down for Seer, and you always want to wait it out. You either want to get out of range of it or wait it out, right? And it's
now he's gonna force him low with that Arc Star, which should push him into the duo, right?
It seems like teams often, you know, will back themselves.
Oh,
try and wait for this play.
that was so smart. That was so huge. They need to be able to get back in here and fight this, though.
KCP trying to go in and lose out on Surdell.
Dell's down.
Here. No shields on the other side.
Who's coming up on? Who's coming up third in this?
Yeah, here we go. APAC North coming in for the kill, though.
Fnatic.
Can they be a part of this fight? They're certainly looking for it.
Yeah, Fnatic should be able to easily third-party this. And there's anyone captains coming in fourth.
Means Fnatic kind of have to move inside here.
Zane
gonna have to play his life here. This is tough, man.
Absolutely insane from Fnatic. Amazing call right there from them to move in. They have not been able to call out Zane, though, who's forced to walk away.
Yeah, Zane's gone for the rat play, absolutely. Other teams were looking for that. E6 coming down from Thermal Station, we're kind of thinking about it. We had Vex there as well, the Amir Pigeons, the Vultures, I guess, you know, just maybe having a look for some scraps.
Love how you call it pigeons. I just think about the new Bloodhound bird. It's like pigeon just moving in. That's just KCP right there, just trying to pick up the scraps if they can. Just backing it away as they see the Valkyrie Skyward Dive take to the skies and get the damage that they were looking for, you know, with the charge rifle.
I mean, I swear, this gun single-handedly put Valk's pick rate about 40% down, because that happens so often. If you've got just a couple there, they will take that Valk out of the sky every time.
Man, it hurts even more when it ends up being the Nemesis and you're within that range and you have the 3-time scope, which is in the Replicator right now. Gun makes you cry right now, too, is Fnatic.
This Fnatic comp I do also like, though.
Here before. They also make their call to rotate from the south side.
I mean, makes sense.
Oh, interesting. You know,
right?
Kind of. I put FaZe on blast a little bit, right? But every now and then you do see the shift back where the circle does go back towards tree, and this happens, right? The teams pretty much always read it as the launch site zone. Okay, it is. They're correct this time, as we can see.
Oh, they're gonna be able to find Zane. Zane last alive.
Getting the information, but I mean, it's hard to triple assault.
Too. I mean, because he's really got to come in together. I also call Mad Maggie the ward.
Same
throughout the split.
URL.
I love LAN out here, and that's why I also love being able to go through another.
Is that like
World's
legit?
Edge. That's gonna come to you guys on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
That is legit. Dope. All right, well, glad that we've lost our momentum, our flow here. But it does look like we've at least got internet back up and running. Broadcast is back live. Appreciate you. Love you. All right. Get a good little mix in here on the coffee.
win with 9 kills to their name. Also saw some funny shenanigans go down on the south side of the map.
There we go. Now I got my stream deck back into working.
Survive out there for the longest time for the Riddle Order to maintain that spot in the overall standings that we got to see earlier before going into break. But
so
the
we missed
consistency
game
is
4.
alive for the APAC North teams, such as Fnatic.
If y'all want to see scores on that,
PolarX coming in second.
Here they are, real quick.
Yeah,
this is game 4's results.
Teams doing really well to start here, which honestly,
TSM with a third, Moist being still consistent with another top 5. Fnatic with another decent finish as well, finished in 6th. So overall, Fnatic in first place, 1 point ahead of LG Chivas. Got Riddle Order in 3rd, Moist in 4th, TSM in 5th.
Fnatic, you know, putting in some solid work and continuing their good performances.
All right, let's go. Game number 5 here, chat. Looks like hopefully maybe with the
talk about
I actually went ahead and reset the router the last time the internet went down to see if that fixes the issues. So hopefully we should be clean, clear, and out of control from here on out.
Nootropic versus starter fight over at Thermal, and we also saw that early fight with Optic.
So it does look like E6 is going to still be contested by Noctum here.
Looks like they've got it all to themselves. That is an interesting development, considering that they lost that early fight last time. Oh, either way, look, let's go down to Nootropic once again going at it with starter fight.
We're sending a message, honestly, because I think just take that geyser and go over there if they can, and Nootropic taking this early 50-50 once again in Thermal Station. Looking to see they can get the loot that they need. I mean, with Hierarchy already finding the purple weave, we absolutely take that as the 50-50 in trials that we actually did see go down earlier in that last game did happen this time around. Now again, E6, K-Swinny staying alive.
Is this a 1v2 or is it 2v2?
Up against Noctum right now.
It's 1v2.
So, obviously the fight over at Thermal Station taking a little bit longer to
unfortunate, man.
So
Noctum having a tough day.
And Element 6. Well, they get the Prowlers all to themselves, adding a little
Noctum in 19th spot right now.
Into the PvE.
Noctum, honestly, with these 50-50s, been Trop as Entropic coming out, taking out Starter Fight right at the very end. It's just Uchaka with that longbow. You don't need anything else here, Uchaka, and they are going to be able to get the reset too.
Yeah, 300 damage to his name as well as 3
Starter Fight was sitting in 9th, so falling out here in 5th, kind of tough. Do remember though, like they had mentioned, at this point, you're just playing for a collective point over your 3-game series, right? Or your 3 series days.
Come on, you gotta know where you're from. Show him where you're from. The Hammy's too off, man. What a thing to pick up off the rip with the purple Evo. He's on the RE45. You love to see it. Tropic now are gonna be able to get the loot that they need before.
So in the case of today,
like
we will see, I think it's groups B and D.
There too. But it's these 50-50s that I also love seeing here on World's Edge.
Groups
A and
Noctum
has not had a good time. We saw that they had that
C twice.
contest with Luminosity too. All right, everyone look away. It's okay. He didn't get the gold ball knocked down, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta expose yourself at land every so often.
Man, I'm not sure how much you can hear of the crowd sound if you're at home, but I can tell you they were not happy with that response.
That's why I love live audiences. You guys are fantastic out here in the Copper Box Arena. It's just more of these squads that are going to be rotating to see what they're going to be picking up for their weapon load. I definitely wasn't expecting them to keep that RE, even though, you know, I do love those Hammies.
Yeah, circle's going very much north here. We're seeing Survey Camp, maybe even one of those circles that goes north of Survey Camp to the tracks up the back. That's where our hyper-rotate teams are going already. Moist posted up in Survey Camp. Then you've got Vexed up there as well. We've got Complexity, Dreamfire have made their way into the tunnel. They might actually be meeting Vexed very soon.
Oh, that would be actually insane. So many squads already in that north side.
So a northern zone here going to be coming around in game number 4. Dreamfire already in a fight.
See the PETA also being
just in the outskirts over here at Survey.
So much space for them from behind if he does have those barrels available to him. But it's about playing the patient game here with so many other teams like Complexity, like you mentioned, that lands in Survey to be rotating by the tunnel.
Yes, and here it is. PETA is on the caustic. We get it back. This man is a monster on this legend. And as you can see, Vexed are falling at their hands already.
Trying to X out whatever success they had in the last game.
Ult as well.
He tries to gas them out from the corners, forcing them to back away. See
this
the
Q is going to be so huge.
Hail Mary. They are getting beat from behind, though. They got to watch out as they try to take this fight as quickly
Doesn't matter. They're stunned for 10 seconds. It's over.
Gets the beam with the full, backing away.
Beautifully done by Dreamfire there. Really well done.
Eliminate Vex Gaming.
The crowd goes wild. So many Dreamfire fans in our audience right now. They do get the reset. No one is coming in fast enough.
The APAC
over there
North
in the
and
tunnels,
Apex
they
South
weren't making
squads
time.
have really
Complexity
moved.
also on
Or
their eastern
the
side,
crowds
but
have really
they are
traveled
not
well.
willing to give up such a fantastic spot to try and third party this fight. Dreamfire have done it. They're safe. They're in this respawn beacon where, you know, occasionally this could be where the ring pulls. Perhaps they just won the fight for God's spot.
Sometimes it pulls here, and then sometimes it pulls a little bit right across the tracks from where they are, where we see some other squads try to hold on. We've seen energy before, and complexity where there are on the other side. But this still, it goes into that 50-50 rotation approach that you and I were mentioning in the previous game when it comes to either you not having access to a ring beacon or trying to call the hard pull when you do have that information in the previous circle. So I love this position for Dreamfire, especially since they have the bunker down character with the caustic. I don't expect Gambare to try to contest them on that north side of the tunnel, and if they do, they have to worry about complexity getting involved as a third party.
Having a look at some of the teams posted up in survey camp now. MDY White, there you can see Fnatic as well as Moist taking position up in those buildings. Pulverex now will be soon to rotate in. They could have taken Grandma's house on the hill there, but they don't have a recon character, so can't make use of the player scan towards that end of things. Oh, okay, we're seeing Fnatic actually maybe trying to get the respawn here.
I mean, they can deliver to Beacon if they want to.
That's Meltzera. Unfortunately, has been removed already. These APAC North teams really have to trying to get a little creative just to have all three members on the board.
And even if you got that Loba too, it's the Moby isn't in the crafter. Maybe you picked one up, but like good luck trying to get that player right back in survey. With so many other teams have already made their position, as well as E6 trying to join them too, trying to see if they can try to rotate through the tunnel. As we hear the crowd roar up at the name of E6, K Swinney, keeping his name on the board. 17 squads left. They've already secured 3 KP as a team here too. And I like the call-outs that we're seeing here with the pings from E6 while they get on top of the sniper tower, just trying to see whether they want to gatekeep the squad from behind them before trying to move forward where they could play by the edge. But that could be risky, because with this team behind them, they could get sandwiched and pinched if there's another team waiting for them on the other side from the rocks.
Yeah, it's a very fair point. Vicky there, as we have a look at some of those teams, most of them sort of in that central corridor here, but then you've got teams like ESM,
I think so.
Lava Siphon, who have decided, you know, if they're going to take full advantage of the goodies available to them there, just play more of an edge style here in Game 5. While the hyper-rotate teams, of course, they've read it correctly, certainly. I'd say there's almost a 0% chance. No, I can't do that to myself, or it's definitely going to pull there, right? But it should be pulling to the right side here, either survey camp or that sort of north side, as we talked about earlier.
Because if you call it out, then it's going to just say absolutely not.
Yes.
Right, yeah. If you call it out, it's going to definitely flip.
Straight to Genome.
It says, nope, not today, Genome. You thought and you guessed, and it was wrong. But I do think that it is going to continuously pull towards the north side here. Thinking, though, as E6 does take their time for the squad behind them, yes, they were maybe thinking about rotating on the other side where the two squads were sharing that tunnel area, but there is also that slight high ground that these squads could try to take control of and try to put in more pressure onto the squads like KCP and E6 that are going to be rotating from the slight low ground of the east side of Skyhook.
Yes, look, you know, Pioneers just doing a little bit of crafting over here. They've got sort of no better option.
Want to see Pioneers step it up in these last 2 games, man. I think they're a team that still, I mean, obviously it's only a first session.
I really think we're going to see this probably a more northern circle, and that's when that train track, it becomes this dividing
But even
line,
with that,
and you see teams, because there's safe spots north of it, there's
they're going to have to play back-to-back here.
Unless it's a weird ring pull sometimes, then maybe you can
No,
get
they're
in one
not.
of the train cars and fortify.
This is actually their only one for the day. I'm an idiot. I thought they were in
it's almost this yeah, sort of
C,
line that
and C would still have been
people
later
have
today,
to
but they're in Group
choose
D.
one side or the other. And we'll see some big scuffles.
You would
there.
like to build a little bit of momentum, though, before going into your
back
back-to-back day tomorrow,
you're
right?
yourself open. Even though you're coming in from the high ground, you got those bins over to your side.
Yeah. Especially because tomorrow they play them legit back-to-backs. They play in this block, the first block, and then they also play at the 9:30 block.
So it could be a tricky rotation depending on where the circle is going to be pulling for that next one. It's KCP also looking to see if they can clear the rotation zone for the next one.
Yeah, so TSM really making their way around. They started over at Climatizer, just doing some crafting. Now they've come all the way down to Epicenter, just really just searching around for someone to be on the receiving end of their wrath here. Pioneers. Ooh,
it's interesting to see TSM
I think it's by E6
playing on edge right now.
And evac tower also going out.
They had all the time to go into the
Can we full screen this, please? Can we full screen this, please? Can we full screen this, please?
Important PK shots. Trying to jump down is going to be Nasky as he tries to reset. The rest of KCP, though, other than Serdell, looking very scary. Yes, he's alive, he's healthy, but Zayn unfortunately could not go for the reset. Trying to get away, Nasky had to back away because he lost on his shield. He was literally one. He couldn't give that support over to Zayn when he was on the other side of the building.
Dell getting rejected there by the piercing spikes on the top of the building. He had to find another way around. Gravity Lift comes back off.
Two big whiffs from Nasky.
E6, the high ground.
Bro.
Nasky now in desperate measures tries to get away. Will throw down the Rolling Thunder, but it's not enough. K-Swinny and Co take the fight.
There was barely even a trade of shots from KCP there. Those PK shots being missed was crucial, especially in these close quarter fights inside of a building like this. But E6 gonna be happy to walk away with this. Crowd getting excited. 16 squads left as KCP meets themselves back in the lobby currently. See the Loba Black Market out in the distance as we actually see a fight happening on the other side of Epi. You were talking about the rotation approach with TSM there as Optic Gaming also taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, going up against Ascend here.
All right, we're going to jump into a listening with Optic Gaming after they lost out on Nox.
There's a lot of heavy ammo here, Sunny.
Any bats? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Fucking go, boys. That's all game. 6 points already. Yes, sir.
We're listening to E6.
Speaking over on me. Understood. Look.
Bro, Apex needs to get their shit together,
well,
bro.
Optic just getting forced off the hill there. You can hear them.
This has not been a good show so far.
They have to make a move, and it's going to be Ascend. Is that the... They were the ones
Jesus.
who met Big Mort last time. Yeah. Stacks, right? So I think that's 2 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, that Ascend have ended their chances here in this bracket.
Walking expensive loot boxes with all the big mod loot too. So sad to see as Riddle Order, we're talking about some of our squads that are still maintaining that position in the high end of the overall leaderboards. See the crypto drone flying around here, but they also have to look to the side while trying to get out of the LOS of the squad holding the high ground of Epicenter, if there is one currently right now. You can see Tappy just checking just in case. But holding onto this building right here is going to be so crucial. With the Watson fences, you could be comfortable with the information that you could also secure with the crypto.
Yeah, let's see if Ascend can win 2 in a row. Skittlecakes is still alive, by the way. It wasn't a full elimination, but definitely a fight win there for Ascend. It's a good build to hold on to, but it's not gonna service them for that much longer. The ring does continue to pull north, and Dreamfire did indeed. Essentially,
so Riddle Order is going to have quite the rotate here for them.
Crazy how something so early and so important, can make its way.
And
down
you got
the
a bunch
line
of teams already kind of
extremely here, and
making their way over to where this thing's ending.
Side is a really smart
over on
approach.
this north side.
We talk about where the circle could be pulling towards that corner where the mobile respawn beacon is, but also we've seen it pull on this side if it shifts a little bit to the side. That's where Complexity was trying to predict and why they.
I would like to see Furia have a pop-off game here and kind of move their way up. Show a little bit of a presence on day one.
Here, if he did have it available to him.
Yeah, I mean, you can
Furia is another one of those teams that's also in Group D, so this is going to be the only time that we see them today.
Involved in this with a full kill onto post kill. What a menace! He's just getting, just being the X factor here in this what I thought was going to be a 3v3, but Riddle do come back. Is that the... No, Lufka has actually made it out as well, so rats galore here over on the eastern side.
Look like my own set of rankings.
Yeah, 16 teams, 44 players. That's crazy.
Staying alive is the name of the game for Skittlecake. As he's going to be able to wrap around, though, he's got to look to his back for the other squads that are also trying to rotate and play by the edge of the circle. Very scary situation to play ring around the Rosie on with these rocks here on the side of Survey, but Riddle Order have a nice position as well.
Yes, Nighttime gets finished on Wolfgar, so Ascend full out here. Skittlecakes is probably just having a little bit of a laugh to himself that he did manage to outlive their opponents there. But these teams on the eastern side, they're going to start making their way towards Survey Camp, where we already know there's a bunch of teams posted up. So let's see if they can survive in on outside those buildings.
And look at Complexity's position here too. We noted that they were trying to play on the north side by actually where Furia is right now, but with the pressure of Furia over to the other side, and then with the potential threat of their right side, they could have been pinched, and they did not like that.
I like seeing that we do have some versatility
so yes, you get the scan
in the team compositions.
But it's about the position that they have to play to next, because they had a good spot, but now they're just further going away from the circle, maybe trying to take a different angle.
All right, so we've got more fights going
TSM's up here on Fnatic.
Fnatic versus TSM down on the south side of the
Who's
map.
shooting at them from their left?
Put the Seer ult down on themselves just to try and dissuade any further action. But if Fnatic get vision of this, surely they send it. Or are they just have this being set up in that building? There's no way.
He was one. He was literally one.
This is some real plot armor if TSM get this reset.
Yeah, but they're getting pushed up on.
He was gone, but here we go. Yes, he gets the red, but there's no health reset. Red.
Shut up.
I
thought TSM was about to turn that around.
Of TSM, but Reps was cooking it. That was really scary. He was the last one alive for a while. Almost being able to clutch it isn't enough here as we finally see the fight between
Got Complexity over here in Furia.
Yeah, Complexity not happy with their fantastic spot.
Tropics gonna go out. Can't be surprised when you had one player left.
Do get cleaned up eventually by E6, who have
Complexity taken out by Furia.
The south side there. Complexity, no! After starting off in such a good
actually
spot,
getting third party from across the way.
There by Furia, and they come out on top. This means Furia and Dreamfire here are probably the two teams we're really looking forward to at the end of this game.
The beginning of that fight looked like Complexity had the health advantage with the trade, but also behind them was some extra pressure with another squad now rolling in for the opportunity as Furia still is able to back away and then get a hard reset with their own health. It's Riddle Order now on the high ground here, overlooking what's going on in Servant Camp while still having Furia in their line of sight too.
3x Nemesis from this spot, fantastic. You want a mid-range poke.
That Nemesis is so nasty, bro.
Position. You can do so much damage with it. That said, only a couple of clips left in it, so needs to make them count. Tuz Tappy.
Oh, the charge rifle. He that sweet. Nice 69, a snipe down on the other side, chasing right behind Yukio. He's trying to run for his life right now. Gets back to the phase, trying to go on the other side.
Oh, but they're gonna run right into Furia.
Going up here in space, now moves in for the fight. Zero Tricky, find Yukio finally.
Phony is like, why did you eat my triple take shot there? Well, unfortunate there as FaZe, the movement doesn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, I don't know if they know that Furia's on the other side of this Dark Veil.
From the power position is going to put down one here.
Dreamfire, like you called out, Genome still on the other side. You see the tick
damage.
You see the aggressive ping too. They're getting inside, but Rory is reaping all the benefits. He gets the next
Snipe down, stepped in there for 2 seconds, and came out one shot and a drink.
Literally one right now does get
Furia's gonna go out though.
Furia, Dreamfire recognizing that they need to shift to the right.
Riddle Order taken out as well. Remember that was your third place team.
God spot.
FaZe now still alive.
LG's still in this?
Order falls right afterwards. 8 squads here.
LG's not. Moise's still in this. Fnatic's still in this.
Amazing spot. Fnatic, by the way, still up on the other side. Yuka's still alive and healthy. MDY White as well as Gambare Otosan. As FaZe now trying to take out to the high ground. Maybe if Snipedown could get into an angle to see where all the other squads are in the left side of the area.
Okay, so we've got so many teams on the south side here with 8 alive. There's about 6 down there, a couple on the other side, but it's Dreamfire who have this all to themselves, and I cannot tell you how good this final position is for them. The zone ends just on the other side, the south side of the tracks here. That means they have so much cover moving into this. They're going to
Roy's got to be careful with his triple take ammo, though.
Unless we see a crazy push towards them, I'm loving their position here.
And they knew the importance of holding this spot here, too. Not only did they get it within that first circle, getting that information, they rotated from countdown to hold this spot. They fought for it here, too. They were able to bunker down with the caustic, and that's super important in clearing up that space.
And not only that, they've done it in the right amount of time. You can see they have the Rolling Thunder up there.
Can they rotate?
Have their caustic ult as well. You know,
under this track, I think.
Those boxes that they just cleared out from Furia. That means they're going to have every tool at their
triangle
disposal when
out,
this
kind
final
of
fight comes down.
They have the information that FaZe is on the rock side.
Everyone
here
else kind of look at every. Oh no, there's you got Pulverex right over there though. I didn't see that.
Are getting funneled outside of the buildings of Survey Camp. Frex gets the knock with the Arc Star. Who else is going to be served on the
FaZe really needs to capitalize here, man. It's game number 5 and they only have 6 points, bro.
Landing right behind them. It is
like if you want to be in a good spot heading into bracket play, you cannot have a Jays like below like 20 points.
FaZe, I don't think they've got the vision on them right now. They're too busy firing across all these other teams.
And remember, that score right now is with their placement currently.
From Survey Camp should come out alive. Who's it gonna
That
be?
score is if they were to die right now.
It's got to be one of those. We see Pulverex on the left side. They're coming out from the tunnel. They finally had to make their move, but the Horizon Gravity lift here will challenge phase. Will it be enough to put them down? They're gonna go down to the zone.
No, fell to the zone. Let's go, Moist. Oh, Moist is a duo here.
Attack can cancel that this time around, but it does stun them for a bit with that silence E6.
Yeah,
now
Moist is
moving
gonna fall in fourth.
With the zipline here too, Moist get taken out as Saku tries to capitalize.
Another solid game from Moist, but once again, they can't finish it out. Pulverex, while
It's okay
all
though,
that was
Moist is
happening,
doing a good job of getting some
Dreamfire
solid points.
just put their hands around the throat of the other team, take out one.
I don't know if they'll be able to
Pulverex
pass
and
up
make it
Riddle Order
even
though. They might
harder
still be
for
in fourth
anyone
after
else
this.
to challenge them here.
And Dreamfire knew Pulverex was there from the very beginning. That was also another team.
Come on,
that predicted
Dreamfire.
where the circle was going to be moving, but slightly late, so forced to wait inside of the train track tunnel here. Dreamfire taking the shots with the R301. Rory.
Come on, Roy.
So many of these teams as Pulverex get taken out.
3v3, the bang ult goes down, lobs that as
Come on,
far as
Roy.
he possibly can. 3MZ, they've set this up the whole game. Can Dreamfire
You can hear the
finish it off?
Dreamfire crowd in the back. Let's go.
Gravity lift here. He's literally won, but Dreamfire with the
Ooh.
nemesis. 3MZ0 coming through. These final two squads fighting for the life, but Dreamfire has the advantage. They
Sheesh.
have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5.
Let's go.
It is not an exaggeration here. The crowd goes wild. So much support here for our APAC South Demons. They qualified.
In case you
for
can't make
3
that out, that's
lands,
them screaming
and yet
DF for
the
Dreamfire.
bitter. And for 3MZ, this is the first time they've left the country. Vicky, and what a reception they've gotten here in London.
Finally get to see them at their full force. Look at the flex. Let's see them take a bow because they are out here.
Guy on the right, the guy on the right, you guys might remember having the heart emote during playoffs number 1. Roy's dope, man.
Come out, taking the dub altogether as they deserve with the consistency that put them here in the first place.
I mean, is it 2021 or is it 2023? Because that is the kind of dominating performance that Dreamfire have been putting out on World's Edge with that kind of composition. I mean, Sierra wasn't out that back there, but let's ignore that, right? With that kind of composition for the longest time.
Man, these games have been insane. APAC, North and South, coming through with the performance of consistency within these first 2 groups. And we got so much more APAC still, Gino. This is actually insane. I can't wait to see more of this. And we still have that one last game on World's Edge to see how this all plays out.
Like, Dreamfire was just like a viper in that match, right?
Yeah.
Every time someone came within striking distance, right, it was just like bang, instantly. They removed them. They got a player down from Pulverex. They took out Furia on their right side. Just every single time they needed to clear out that space, they could. They did it decisively. There was no question about it.
What was extra funny too is that even with the enemy cat walls, it's like, okay, well, we see you guys, and then you saw the triple take shots coming in. We saw what the Nemesis could do in the hands of Dreamfire out here too. Rory, we could see him, again, these triple take shots, absolutely insane, but it's not only this position, it's about having the high ground here for this circle that is so important for circles like this.
I mean, could you have played it any more perfectly? That was his last triple take bullet, making the most of that buff to the triple take where the ammo efficiency of that gun was increased greatly. So Dreamfire, as you can see here, it was not too hard of a finish for them, honestly. As we said, they put things in motion so far in advance by hitting Pulverex early, by being ready, having those ultimates. You can see them pushing E36. They want to reset right now. They want to chill, but they can't because there's a bang ult on top of their heads.
And to fight for this position is also incredibly crucial because then you have to think about the loot that they were left over while holding onto that spot the whole time without having a Loba available to them. It's about fighting for that loot without having to starve themselves.
That's gotta
here
what,
while
move
they
Dreamfire
finish off
into
what's left of this team.
10?
Rory,
9?
even though he gets knocked, the rest of his team was up and alive and healthy, and they were able to take game number 5 as we
Up
get
into
to see
10.
the stats, the breakdown. Rory, we saw him in the feed. That's why he didn't have any more ammo for that triple take. He used up all that energy because he was putting down so much damage. 2.2k.
So
The
11
rest of his
kills
squad, 3MC,
plus
Pizza,
a 12
they were able to contest that,
placement
get the
point, so a
follow-ups,
23-point
and
game.
also shows the importance of having that bunker down character.
But they were in a pretty tough spot before that. They only had 9 points. Big game for Element 6 as well, man. 14 kills.
They made their way
Moist with
all
8,
around the
continuing
map,
to be
right?
consistent,
Remember,
chugging
they were
away.
starting out
Currently
with
sitting in
that,
4th
that
overall.
contest, right? Up at Trials, so they take
All right,
out
we're gonna stand back up.
first. There's a couple in the bag, work their way down through Skyhook, keep going south, kind of like TSM did, except a little more successfully this game, and then make it all the way to 2nd place, where unfortunately Dreamfire were just a little bit too well set up.
Looking at the second page here too, a lot of our more consistent squads that we were talking about, I feel like we cursed them, we were highlighting them in the previous game now. Looking at the second page, it's a complete different story. CKCP in 17th, started fighting 19th. Vex are winners of a previous game now, losing out on 18th. Complexity up there, even though they held that position, even though they land between Survey Camp and Epicenter, were unable to hold that northern spot. It looks like they were getting bullied by Furia at some points there too, when Furia took control over the train tracks. A lot of shifting from these teams that are rotating on the outside of Epi to claim that high ground, slight high ground to north side position that leads you over there. As we see the energy, man. It's so difficult. Like, look at this. Finally being able to see the person, it's always so fun to enjoy the energy that these lands provide. As we see the series results right now, Fnatic still staying on top of 55 points.
And those guys are so happy to finally be here. And yeah, Fnatic pretty happy with their performance right now as well. LG had a phenomenal Storm point, but they have to keep that up if they want to keep this in and get it in the bag, really make sure they're moving on to that winners bracket. That said, I need to go back and do the maths. I believe it was somewhere around 100 points that you kind of want, generally speaking, to get into that winners bracket. So, you know, with a 50-point performance here, you know, and a game still to go for LG Shivers, that does mean they are, you know, perhaps about halfway, even though they've only played 1/3 of the matches.
Yeah, that pop-off moment here too. And even though I do look pretty tall here next to Genome, don't let that deceive you, okay? You don't have to imitate how short I actually am, Genome. I do hear
I was gonna say, you can see the box though, because her hips are like up to his like.
Thank you so much,
almost
Vicky.
chest.
I have Ambush here from Team Liquid, one of your favorite content creators. As you know her story, coming all the way from Sweden to LA, and now back to London. Ambush, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm happy to be here.
So far, so good. The matches have been exciting. Now, we got a chance to see a few teams win. Who are you rooting for this weekend? Who do you want to see have some success today?
I am rooting for Alliance and the Pioneers. 100% Pioneers.
Pioneers have been popping off. You got a chance to see them playing those earlier matches. How did you feel about that?
That was amazing, though. The fact that they kind of had a comeback after having the first game, that they got their kills, and then we had the unfortunate crash, and then they came back, though, with like a 5-kill when we got. That was amazing.
They are so consistent up there on the stage. Now, we are in Copper Box Arena here in London, and you know, the crowd has been electric, the matches have been great. What's been your favorite thing about London so far?
Oh, this is one of my favorite cities. I've been here about 4 times already, so I kind of just love the city in general, and being able to walk everywhere and just, I don't know, it's a beautiful city.
And we have had great weather out here in London, so if you didn't make it, you missed a great weekend. But Ambush, any shout outs you want to give out there to the fans, to the teams you support? Anything you want to say to them out there?
I mean, when y'all switched the dates last second.
Just freaking, I can't say it, but kick butt and have a really good time. Yeah, kick butt and have a really good time, and honestly, give it all you got. I'm just really excited to root for my friends and have a good time.
Whenever I hear give it all you got.
Give it everything you got here on the main stage, but that's going to do it for me and Ambush from now. It's time to get back into this game, Vicky.
Oh, God.
Thank you guys so much. Love seeing familiar faces out in the crowd. Also love seeing our arena being filled up by our beautiful fans who've been bringing all the energy out here. Love it when we get to see some unfortunate things go on in the game, and it's like your reaction when you are the one playing gets to be reciprocated throughout the rest of the arena. And then that also goes hand in hand with the hype.
Maybe it's the fan support.
Never mind.
I mean,
it was going to be a good story, but I can't
who's shown up today, right, in the crowd. We've got Vex there, taking out a game. Dreamfire taking out a game.
Out here too, doing so well.
It's the power of love.
Yeah. It's about the consistency, and I love to see a lot of these teams coming through in LAN and seeing the mix-up of how close our overall leaderboard is too. Fnatic,
they really kind of did Vicky a little dirty putting her with Genome for casting, though. The height discrepancy.
Right behind them after they were able to take 2 wins already. Now World's Edge, I feel like, has shaken things up a lot for those squads that were doing really well on Stormpoint to then now make the adjustment. If it's a compositional switch, is it something that they just don't feel comfortable with, even though, I mean, World's Edge is that map that everybody has played on for the majority of the time here in competitive Apex, it could be something different within these regions. The APAC North and South teams have been putting in the work, Gino.
That's how it seems so far, certainly, but we've still got a couple of groups to play. Got a couple other matchups
All right,
yet.
one more game here.
One more game left in our first series.
I'm gonna think of the name of the movie I was just thinking about. Probably like midnight
Triple
tonight.
assault compositions, our caustic throwback. I'm loving a lot of what we're seeing out of these teams.
Can't just say Cossack throwback just casually like that. You know, it's me, all right? I'm right next to you now. You have to get used to this, because when it comes to the Cossack, I get why we see him on World's Edge, but you know what? Nothing gets me feeling a type of way than seeing that Seer, even with the changes, man. That silence, 10 seconds, that physically pains me. And then we get to see the work coming in. Literally, Gino just leaning back as if he's feeling the pain in real life. That's how I feel when I also get beamed by the Nemesis. Seeing the current crafting rotations too. For those of you guys that just haven't played in a little bit, the R9 and the Rampage have been in it, and we've been seeing the R9 being utilized so much with the teams that have the crafter.
Yeah, even getting a look at good old August Brinkman there, or at least, you know, how he looked before he was turned into a silver fox. That was a bit of a younger version of him there. Kuben Blisk as well, so shout out to Titanfall.
I feel like he's the one that comes in and he's like, get off my turf, and he's like trying to teach all the Apex legends.
Was that your English accent impression?
Absolutely not.
That was a really bad English impression.
I just feel like that was the impression I get from his personality, just trying to teach the young ones
just the
what's
vibes.
up. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to make sure that everybody's in touch out here, all the younger legends that he feels like he's got to take in charge of. But we haven't seen any of that here in these lobbies. Instead, we've been seeing a nice mix-up between the compositions that we're witnessing in Stormpoint into World's Edge. But there's one factor that has not deterred, and that's going to be Seer and Horizon. And the Bangalore, too. Bangalore Enjoyers, I know Shiv is having the good time about that. He had tweeted about it earlier, that he can't wait to see some more Bangalore action. And you're definitely getting what you asked for out here.
It's honestly nuts that he has been playing Bangalore for that long, and we saw, like, no changes.
A lull, and then suddenly...
Well, I just was like almost no changes or almost no changes to Bang for the longest time, but then has come back into the meta, right? I love that there's still those things hidden in the game that the pros can come up with, can experiment with, because sometimes I feel like even the best players in the world do kind of succumb to that group think, and they're like, oh no, we are the slaves to the meta. You need those fun teams. Furia, right? They've done it before, and maybe they'll do it again here, just breaking the mold.
I would love to see Dreamfire pop off with another game, really put some points together.
His Watson, he was like one of the first ones to really put Seer on the map, and then a lot of other teams started seeing the importance of
I would like to see in Game 6 Furia put something together.
And then I also think about Aurora too when I think about like just comps coming out of left field, always coming through, and then we talked
My
about
boy Oogie's gonna be crushed to hear that Optic struggling in their first series of the
It's almost like
weekend.
They took Seer, which, as you said, here's what's popularized at the Rally Champs, in the year 2 of ALGS, and they were like, how can we make this character, how can we make this legend even more suited to his Watson's play style? All right, we'll just make him a bit more aggro. We'll just give him a silence, a stun, we'll make it quicker, easier to hit the Q.
And then he doesn't use it.
It's kind of crazy how strong that legend is right now and how well he suits the play style of a hyper.
But he isn't playing it.
Like Furia.
When I think about like the slow and the stun combined, I just think about like Revenant with this 15-second slow right there on the other side, just crying in the corner. We get to see some more fans in the arena, but I mean like the silence that we see too from some changes here, and he's got to rep the Gen Verdant sticker with the product. Okay, I see you. See some of the drip out here in the crowd as we get set up for our final game.
Well, they'll be on soon, Vicky.
Yeah.
Well, you're a Duck Zero fan. You'll be getting some of that as we see the eyes of a killer there. Roy, the man who just put that team
Roy's an icon, man.
Because honestly, it was a team effort. It was 100%
He's so cool,
team
bro.
effort, but always leading from the front, damage-wise. 2,200 last game. Fantastic effort from him. But yeah, I mean that's the I don't know how much the audience or the crowd at home is aware of the changes that we've made for this Split 2 playoffs, Vicky. But every match is now on the main stage. So you're here in the audience. You've got that favorite team. You're going to see them every single time.
The crowd getting excited, going wild out here. looking at some more familiar faces getting set up, and I love how you highlighted that. That was the one thing that I noted that was my favorite, seeing every group being able to perform on this big stage, which means, you know, if you feel comfy in the backstage over there, you know, for Stream B or in the other corner where you could be playing, well, sorry, you can't find that comfort anymore. You gotta feel the lights beaming down on you and the crowd roaring your name, because this is where the action happens. This is where the pressure is really felt by these teams.
Yeah, we get to cast more games too. As well,
One more game, baby.
Yeah, I'm game for it, especially. Man, Gino, we are out here. You already know. I was talking to Genome, nerding out a little bit, showing him. I had to also show Genome some clips. You already know how that works, too. Just letting him know, all right, I'm set up for the rest of this weekend. We're excited. I love the Dreamfire fans out here in the crowd. Always love seeing Rory's personality, and now that he's alongside his teammates to perform, it feels so nice.
Yeah, all those Chinese and Taiwanese fans coming out here. And we actually had a story earlier that we saw pop up on Twitter that someone had driven 20 days. I keep thinking
20 days.
I keep thinking, was it hours? I don't know. Some ridiculous amount of time. But it's a drove, right? Drove
20
from China
days
to London.
20 days.
Crazy? Like, I don't know. That was the story. Either way, they've come out.
They went through a journey.
Yeah, exactly. They're holding it up right now. It's the very
journey.
apex sign. Big shout out to them for making it across here to the LAN and supporting.
That's crazy, man.
Their boys here over on MDYY, because of course it was Feiju who's been playing for a very, very long time. Finally made it to LAN. We saw a great clip of him saying, you know, they came in fifth. They came in fifth. And we got to hear the live reaction at the end of Split 2, being like, oh my God, I finally made it to LAN, the promised land where everyone wants to be on if you're an Apex competitor.
Such amazing stories to see with these crowds. Again, just getting set up here as we pan through the rest of the crowd. There you go. That's what Gina was talking about. Shout out to very Apex. MD White right below them here too. Just looking at everybody that have made their way. There's a Toad down there too. You know, it's also seeing some very interesting sides, but I'm all for it. Show me some more things out here. I saw some cosplayers as well make their way into the arena. Saw a really nice Watson cosplay sitting down too. Love being able to interact with these fans and these players while they get set up for the next game. No cold hands here, though. We are getting loaded up shortly, guys. Once again, thank you so much for your patience getting into this final game. Game number 6 for Group C versus D within World's Edge.
Yeah, on more for this series. Did see the leaderboards before to see where some of these teams were shaping up. It's definitely not been a blowout by anyone, that is for sure. Teams trading back and forth. LG with the 2 wins is solid, but as we say, you know, has been a little bit of a fall off for them on World's Edge. So who knows, maybe there's a comeback in it for them as we shortly, hopefully, getting into Game 6. More lovely fans out there in the crowd. Shout out to Japan, shout out to Nootropics.
Oh, we saw that send down there too. It is like mosh pit. I mean, if they really want to go out here, oh, the wall of death. It's not going to be a headbang of it. Absolutely. I mean, did you see what happened in the Satsu segment? Come on, Rainday was tired of it. I think of the docs up on the desk, you know. Thinking about the wall of death, but this time it's not the catalyst. And also wondering, you know, Gino, going into this final game, are we still going to see these 50-50s? What are these teams that haven't been finding the results here going to have?
So by the looks of it, I mean, sorry, yes, we are. We're 100% we're going to see it down in third. I was looking elsewhere, but
what the?
Punch, knuckle cluster, come on.
Start to fight Esports out early.
Arsenal there. And yeah, look, Nootropics will defeat short of start of
previously, remember this is the previously known as 2R1C roster.
On the north side of the map, E36, they've actually gone for the western side of Skyhook, so they didn't land directly in trials. Not sure, maybe they messed up their flight pathing, and that's why they didn't want to take that, you know, very early 50-50 against Nocturne this time. Because it's kind of weird not to do that after winning the previous one,
Yeah,
right?
and also a little scary, too, because then you already know that Vex is on the other side, so you're putting yourself in a sandwich position. If you
So
don't
this is
have
game 6, chat. Last game
So, a little scary,
for our
and
first
also
series.
Something, nice picking up on the purple here for Slayers, and that means that there is that extra blue Evo that they can work with for K-Swinny. But I was going to highlight seeing this 50-50s.
Which can be tough for start of fight. They went out, they were in 12th.
The fuse coming out, because that knuckle cluster could help out so much in these early fights if you don't have a weapon, like we saw previously with Nootropics.
Yeah, it's always a fun contest. That one down at Thermal. Do you take high ground? Do you take the bins, the guaranteed weapons, wherever you can get them? it's a little bit tough. As you can see, E36, I think that was Matafe actually just taking a few shots. And there we go, we get a look at the ring.
E36 currently sitting in 6th.
There, don't believe it will pull to Harvester. I'd say
after a big
you know, probably about
23-point game last game. They were sitting at 13 prior to that.
And you can see that TSM, not only with the best loot in the game, get the best circle in the game for them. They get the ring console. They get the survey beacon. What more could you want?
Porque no los dos. I mean, they're going to have everything at this point here in Lava Siphon. They are definitely eating, and it's also about trying to take out some of the squads that may want to try to play outside that next
So this
ring.
is where TSM can do really good. We've seen them do a very good job throughout the season of capitalizing on games where they get the circles or get the ring pulls, which they look like they have in this case. They also have a lot of early information. Also, they're really in a good spot here on Lava Siphon. So they're going to be able to kind of read where these teams are coming in. They might be able to pick themselves up a big KP game. They're currently sitting at 8th at 34 points.
Now they can try to contest and beat Vex to that area so that way they can fight these squads that want to rotate from the east side into that next circle instead of rotating around through Harvester where they could get circle kept from a low ground if there happens to be a squad that wants to hold that area.
Yeah, lots to think about there, and definitely teams already setting up in Lava Siphon, as well as a bit of a cluster over towards Geyser, which is interesting, because from what I can see, Moist did get the ring console over at Overlook, so interesting that they didn't get in there a bit faster, stopped at that Geyser choke, and now maybe are worried about Ascend or some other teams stopping them while they're trying to move through that choke.
Also Fnatic there too.
Please tell me that it's just an observer issue, not an actual game issue.
Would be a really good position for them.
Please tell me we're not going to have another restart.
As we take a look at Entropic. A little staggering out here with the frames, but it's okay. They're playing off that low ground, trying to see if they can get the res. It doesn't look doable here as the other side now. Trying to play off of that lip by the fence line. It's going to be KCP taking that fight after rotating through staging from their POI of Lava Fisher and Mirage Etoile.
Yeah, it feels like this has really caught them off guard, right? KCP,
bro, what is this slideshow, dog?
Pretty much eliminated them at this point. They get up the top, but I think it's only a matter of time. Once Zane can pop that gravity lift again, I would say it's kind of done for them.
Wait a minute. The height, though? Helping them out, at least try to go for reset here. KCP playing off the low ground, looking like they're in the Matrix, honestly. The way that they're trying to navigate through this. Nasky literally won on the other side, but it's about preventing Entropic from resetting. Thorfinn is trying to run for his life, but how does he get there if he doesn't have access to the balloon? His only route, which was right in front of KCP, now has been cut off.
Oh.
And Hayako with the suppressed fire on the 30-30 has been able to find those shots.
I mean, Nasky almost went down twice. A couple of questionable Charles.
Dog, what is this?
I guess they're hoping. Oh. Okay, so Thorfinn's dropped here, and now it's just.
Everyone's pointing out the lag. It can't just be me.
Looking out for him.
What's going on over on the Wig stream?
Here, they do not get the banner onto Uxako, and E6 is going to be eliminated by Watson and them. E6 rotates from Sky, West, and East to Climatizer.
What the
and
hell?
get
The B stream struggling with frames.
His Watson and company.
Still.
I'll tell you what, that is not from trials on this zone to go all the way to Climatizer. They had to hit the balloon and flew.
Do they want to craft?
I mean, there was crafting and survey.
Well, what the hell is that play? I don't really understand what the hell they're doing.
I would have had to see exactly what that rotation was, why, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was weird as hell. I'm not too sure.
I wonder if are they trying to stream via Wi-Fi for the B stream though?
Maybe a little miss.
All right, let's go see if
You mentioned earlier, Genome, and there is still those 3 squads that are congested together by Geyser. Nobody wanting to take more of that aggressive approaches. We now move back in. It's Entropic. I believe right before we moved out, I believe we did see E6 struggle on trying to come back. So they are out of this lobby. E6 and Certified, the first squad we saw earlier, 2 teams that are out of this final lobby.
Somehow Entropic get themselves out of that sticky situation. Very much still in the zone. Might even be thinking about pulling back towards some crafting at some point just to give themselves, you know, maybe some more med kits. I'm trying to look, does staging have one? I don't think it actually does right now, so they might just have to get out of there with the loot
so
that
it
they
seems
do.
like
A couple of syringes still
the
in the
feed
bag.
is
You can
fixed.
see Hyaka there only with 2. Oh, he does have 115 materials though. Okay, so good. Time to replicate here. Might have to pop those syringes first just to be safe. And then we'll see a lot of med kits coming down, I am sure.
That's a smart option. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the banner, and they won't be able to get the respawn. There is no support character right here.
Supposed DDoS attacks early was what caused the problem. That sounds like bullshit.
He's going to go down, but it's fine. They're going to get the res. He's got 55 materials, but that's why they're here in the first place, right? He didn't have any more syringes, so they desperately needed to get these medkits up for the circle.
Yes, if anyone's wondering, like, why did he let him die there? Why did he go down? Because look, you get some health back from the res, so I think they're really just trying to min-max this here by doing that. And yeah, look, it's going to be a long way back into the zone from them. The circle has shifted,
sounds like cap to me.
To the north of Siphon, like we were expecting, but I think there's still some question whether it will be sort of you know, directly on top of, like within the Siphon POI or across that valley to the north, budget Siphon.
Which would be so chaotic too, because then you have to think about the squads that had tried to avoid Harvester to get to the south side of Lava Siphon, who are going to have to now deal with the squads that are going to be rotating from the Harvester side through that little area. The little alleyway area here too. We could see the action that was going on in Geyser earlier, where we're still seeing that squad loot up with the crafter, with getting some extra med kits here. Moist still taking control over that other building though, on the other side of Geyser, to make sure that Ascend doesn't have an easy time in dealing with this rotation.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to have a chat with the Moist boys later actually to work out what their thought process was for this game, because from Overlook, I feel like they should have priority into a Lava Siphon ring here, but they chose not to. And was that we're going to try and gatekeep, which isn't their usual style, a departure from that, or was it you know, they didn't think they could get in there quick enough? Maybe they don't think there's enough playable spots within Lava Siphon, you know, with the distance they are away. Either way, does seem to be a little bit different from what we usually see from the Australian team.
I was also thinking, like, is it also the pressure that we saw from the other two squads that were there as Ascend is rotating away? Yeah, because Ascend could also rotate from the hilltop, then take the high ground, and then since no other squad has been rotating away from Fragment, we really noted that MDY had rotated quick. You could hold the high ground, overlooking a lot of the teams in Lava Siphon. But then, with the circle pulling away from there, if they have that information, which they can, they could see that if they does pull away, they're going to be out in the open on that hilltop in the line of sight of 4 other squads that have already taken control over those buildings north of Lava Siphon.
Right, so maybe a bit too risky for them to make that play that early. Either way, now we have a look at Ascend here, who are pulling up. So the choke just to the left.
Already seeing Twitter talking about the feed for broadcast too, man.
That will make them the most
tough
northern team in.
Have to agree though, man.
Right
it's tough to see for
left alive. It's been
year 3-second split playoffs versus 11 issues.
Here, Vicky. You know, most squads kind of just finding a home. But of course, you know what that means. It's going to be bedlam. It's going to be chaos at the end of this one.
And that's my middle name when it comes to seeing a lot of the action. It's my favorite part of Apex Legends here. As long as I'm not the one on the receiving end, of course. And Ascend holding on to this hilltop, I like this, but again, it's about the information. If you know that the circle is going to continuously pull away, is this the risky spot that you want to hold with other teams that do like to play the edge to fight?
What up, Boogie?
It rotates out, which is
hey,
actually
your boy's struggling today, man.
They were holding that choke point on the other side of where you currently see Ascend.
How you doing?
Over to the left side too. So let's see
Happy
how
Thursday,
Ascend
fam.
plays this, maybe expecting a squad to try to slow rotate on the other side if they want to try to gatekeep, but it's about holding this high ground that it looks like is their game plan, because then they can also rotate from the left side, take a little bit of circle damage if they want to try to overextend through that entry point.
Okay, we've just had the next circle pull up. It is going dead center. And as a result of that, I believe it's going to be finished somewhere under that crane that you see to the north of Lava Siphon. Of course, that means at the moment, Gambare Otosan, they are in prime position. That said, I mean, it's not the easiest spot to hold.
Yeah.
It's not like you've got some real fortifications there. So we'll have to see if they can stave off all comers from all sides, honestly, because there are going to be people posted up all around them at the moment.
It's like literally living off the land in that tiny little building over to the north side of the lava siphon area, but then you're also in the line of sight of the squads that could take roof, where you actually see Furia in. You can see Panders taking shots at Ascent from the hilltop, but it's so risky because you're still putting yourself in the line of sight of those
Kind of
squads
surprising
and
how
squads
quiet
coming
Ascend's
behind you from
been
lava
today
siphon
as
where
well.
TSM is rotating.
Although they've kind of had a
So you
quiet
worry about
split,
all these different
if we're being
angles,
fair.
but they have
To
pretty
be
much the best
fair.
composition to deal with that Newcastle Watson. Sia, of course, chuck him in there, always pretty much. It'll be great to see some of the overall legend picks at the end of this, but certainly as the core of that composition pretty much is that Watson Newcastle that allows them to set up on positions like this. We've seen it a couple of times through this series already, where this APAC North team has been setting up on roofs a lot of the time, right?
Yeah,
So they'll take the
Pulverex
top
really
of the
has
building,
made a
which
push on
usually
World's Edge.
people
They
would have
didn't
too
look
many
that good on
sidelines
Stormpoint.
it, but Newcastle Watson allows you to fortify that better than
I think
most
2/3
other
of
teams.
their points
So
are in the
let's
last
see
2 games.
if that works for this Crane as well.
Like 20-something.
First looking at what the game plan is here, wondering for Ascent, because this is a situation that I was worried about for them in this rotation. We knew that there was already so many teams as the Nemesis tries to blast through to the Seer's Furia, who have been in these 2 different buildings, just trying to hold these 2 different angles, which is great, because Sarah has a very slight angle over the hilltop, but who has a better angle than him is going to be his Watson and Panders, which, by the way, also seeing the swap.
Moist out early. That's unfortunate.
It's going to be the Bloodhound for his Watson.
See you later, Moist, by the way.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, they posted up.
That Arc Star.
They posted up in the bridge here that you can see right ahead of you, and yeah, it wasn't the best choice.
It was like a shish kebab. Like a moist shish kebab.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I don't know if I want to eat that, but...
I don't think so.
Furia wants to feast, though. I mean, shooting it to the cat wall, it may not be the Rampart with the Sheila just beam him down, but you got the Nemesis. Works very similar out here. As he's got the height, he's got the advantage. He gets the crack, but there is a Gold Evo shield right at his feet there, so the reset could come quick with those shield cells. Is he going to let him happen, though, as this Watson has the information from the Bloodhound scan here. He's also got the Beast of the Hunt active. Nice. Umi-chan has not had a break. Just looking at his Watson has costed him so much material.
So what, that's Riddle down there, yeah?
Yep, resources are low right now for Fnatic. Options, honestly, I would also say are kind of low at this point because, you know, Furia, they're in the power position. They've got the roof there. They're going to try and make
Yo, what up,
that,
Danny?
grab some KP while they can because they do have to cross that bridge as well. Like, it may as well be Khazad-dûm. Like, who is actually going to make it across here? Well, it's going to be a tough call.
As they were able to look at Fnatic here.
Oh, looking at the side by side. Okay, I got a little hint at nice
Of
Wig.
Wig,
Really
yeah.
excited. Also talking about Fnatic, which is important. By the way, talk about making up your own cover here with these amp barriers. MDY White also have the Lobo Black Market over.
Yeah,
on
we've
the
started
other
doing
side,
all of our
so they can
esports
get
stuff over
extra
here,
loot
kind of trying to
because they've been
consolidate it
holding
all
on to
down
this
into one spot.
for a bit on the low ground because if they were playing
How
on
you
the
doing,
high
homie?
ground, well, what's happened in the Riddle Order would happen to them because there is
Yo,
that
big
spot on
chillin',
the
big
height
chillin'.
that will know exactly
Happy
where
that
they are, and
our
there's another
internet
spot by
seems to
the
be
tunnel area
working,
to
but
Lava Cycle.
there still seems to be struggles on the Apex side as far as with the broadcast. Riddle about here to go out.
Series, honestly, but it feels like, even though, look, they're still in 3rd spot, so they go out with 47 points. You know, I think they'll be happy with the series overall, but it might be a little bit of a sinking feeling that, you know, they started so well and then...
I was going to say,
really
Riddle struggled on World's Edge.
That said, you know, Furia, they've only got 22 points, so they are looking to just max
What?
that out here in this
Didn't
last
finish
game.
top
And
10
you can see them ping it.
in either?
Listen, people, we want to go in and grab the KP right now. Vexed will be one of their victims.
Thank you for that, but the Horizon Gravity.
Yeah, we've been starting to do some long-form content stuff as well. I'll get into it more as we get out of, like, tournament season.
Right there, but he's holding on
So I
to the
want to
door
kind of
so the
do
rest of his
more
teammates take different off angles.
in-depth
Try to give him
content
some surprise fire. He loses out on the shield, and so does
to kind of go along with the casting brand.
Here. They know that he's playing off the
Nice push by Zera Tricky. Knocked him to go out. That's like their best finish, though, sadly, of the day for Noctum.
11 squads left, and it is so split up in this next circle. It's actually insane because there's a good amount of open ground that would expose these teams if they try to overcommit around these corners or the natural cover that these buildings provide for some of these teams.
Furia, they've stormed into that circle and they need to do it again here.
Goodness.
Have a look at this. You got so many teams getting posted up here.
Especially nice because we're getting kind of close to that 500 mark, which is where
that Gambare Otto-san have
we can
built out for themselves.
at least monetize the stream a little bit.
Actually pulling to the crane here
Which would help so I can start paying Sam a little more for editing.
More south to that. It'll be one of those ones that finishes
Get a couple
just
more projects
to the
out.
north of the command building, and that means teams like LG below that could have a good finish to this. We've got Lobas everywhere, by the way, compounding issues in this final circle and phase.
Fury out in 11th.
Eliminated in the feed, as you can see right there, rotating from away from the entry point where you would see from Harvester was getting called out by KCP.
Enjoying seeing the caustics. Makes more sense on World's Edge, of course.
Actually flying up all the way over here when they have the opportunity, are looking to get the reset. Let's not forget that they rotate away from Big Mod, just trying to go in for that reset as the Newcastle says,
What's up with the sound, dog?
From the high ground, but you just gave that over to Optic Gaming to work with once that stun goes away.
Does manage to get the reset. All right, this is prime position here. Need to be watching these teams and working out how they can take, maintain control
So you got
of this space.
FaZe right
on
next to
one
LG
side,
here.
Outside,
Who's shooting at LG from the opposite side?
Than FaZe on the inside. They will have
LG's
the
been rolling
slow
today,
walk
bro.
out at the end.
MDYY out in 10th.
Couple of teams in here. MDY going to go down, and then most of the other teams just have to kind of make it in from the north. It looks like KCP are going to make a late push for it up there, but you've also got Pulverex in a really solid position with Rampart by the looks of it, sort of in the middle.
Yeah, that Pulverex was the team that was holding onto the tunnel from the other
Yo,
side.
Danny, I appreciate the sub, fam.
MD White was forced to hang out on the low ground for the longest time until eventually Pulverex cleaned them up. So now
Optic
Pulverex
could
is
use a
gonna
big
move
game
up,
here.
get that KP. LG on the other side is going to be able to put some beamage down on the team inside.
They've been
too.
struggling today.
Gets the knock onto Nasty.
Could say the same thing for
KCP
complexity. I feel like
definitely
the magic
around
number
the
you would really
circle,
like to
taking
get
some of
to
that damage, and now in
would
for
be like
line of sight of
around 30
Complexity
points
and Pulverex.
Yep, see you later. We see
per
Complexity
session.
trying to make their way up this hill. Hopefully,
If you're looking to, start off in that winner's bracket, come bracket play.
to them too quickly, or Sheila could start doing some serious
30 might be a bit
damage here.
low.
They have to pull out against Gambareotsu-san.
He could have clipped him right there.
Oh.
Big heads coming in from Complexity.
Yo.
Careful as Drop gets taken out as well. Complexity fighting for the life. It's Monsoon, the last one alive. He's beaming with the R9.
Oh! Does he still pull this off? Monsoon! Well, there goes Optic.
By Pulverex on the other side. The Sheila coming in as well as LG Chivas looking to take the opportunity
That's tough.
to avoid TSM in their line of sight with FaZe right behind them.
So Pulverex still up, getting pushed by Ascent up in that top right corner. TSM pushing on LG. You've got FaZe pushing in on that as well.
This is their time to clear out their side. They move out earlier than they needed to, and it's not a conservative play from the North American team. They want to put both of those other teams in the ground.
Still with this performance right now, Fnatic not being here, this means that LG probably is now taking that #1 spot in the overall standings for this group.
FaZe, another team that could use a really good game here. They were sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, right up above Noctum. They were sitting in 19th spot.
Let's see how this is going to affect the outcome of the overall standings as Snipedown looking for position but doesn't want to overextend. You got some extra loot here. Maybe want to
Where Woo's sound is connected with our POV right now, dog.
So many other teams are trying to rotate through. F-Chan with the Kraber shot onto Lufka.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little package weapon for him to use on the top side there. 4 left
They are
alive,
clearly calling a fight that we aren't watching.
Lived there. I'm surprised they didn't peek over and cause some real trouble for
What
them.
is this?
But that means they are still a factor in this last one. Pulverex, they swing around the corner. #1 in
Okay,
the
so this is the
group
fight that
right
they are
now,
calling.
but can they come out here?
F-Chan is going
Oh, Pulverex!
They take care of TSM,
They fall though, right?
But
To
they
FaZe?
can't live long
Yeah.
enough. They give the win to FaZe, taking the final game in this Group C versus D lobby.
So an easy
But
win
did
for
you see
FaZe.
The amount of KP.
But
F-Chan alone
Pulverex
was
popped
able to secure
off.
for the
Holy
rest of his team.
shnikes.
Say hello to my little
Wow.
friend. He pulled up that Sheila real quick from the tunnel side of Lava Siphon and cleared out that entire or rather west side of the exit zone that would be forced into the line of sight that they were holding with the amp barriers, with the Sheila, with the Kraber on top of it all, because they also had the fact that they had the black market available to them with Etchan being on that low bar.
Yeah, 14 kills
My
for
goodness.
Pulverex. I think might just net them first place in our first group matchup here. That was, of course, Groups C versus D. And that's the 6th game there. They're going to
NA
FaZe.
kind of had a disappointing first session, if we're being honest, other than LG.
South relative to where it was starting off, and yeah, they really played that well, especially their timing
TSM
of
finished
taking out
5th somehow,
LG. That
quietly.
was critical.
The fact that Pulverex got that KP, they got that
Furia
placement over LG.
13th,
We talked
FaZe
about LG real
14th,
quick about how
Optic
that
19th.
spot alone could have put them in first place, but Pulverex
Complexity
doing that final
16th.
game better probably put them up in first place by like 5 points. I wouldn't even be surprised. Again, that KP alone probably accrued enough points. It's not even just a placement. Yeah, it helps here too. But just with the KP, they would have elevated themselves to probably take that first place spot. Amazing looks with how close head-to-head it was for those top 5 squads before going into that final game. And with FaZe ending it with a little cherry on top for that.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it? When it's
I mean, that's kind of
close
insane.
Like that. And wow, that's a fantastic way to start off this LAN tournament.
I love it, and FaZe needed
Yeah,
that too.
so they are NA because they're still Mexico is still high enough in the region.
Lobby for Group C versus D. We're gonna have to check after we see the score in general. But that was so exciting. I mean, really, that's our first group sets already. Like, are you kidding me? So much good Apex out here in that. That's why I love being able to see these players in person.
Well, these are scoreboard right now.
See how they are affected by the crowd hype
after
too,
game or after the first
some
series.
Of these heavy lights, but you know what? You got some more action.
Pulverex able to jump over LG.
That's gonna be it
so you have LG and TSM.
We still got some more Apex action for you guys.
So you have 2
All right,
NA in the top
Vicky
10.
And Genome, thank you so much for closing out this first group of matches. We gotta talk
APAC
about what
North
we saw
showing out.
in match number 6 because storylines, they're starting to form. Specifically, we talked about it when we were off to the side there. Pulverex really passive at the beginning half of the day, only going for those placement points. Now, coming up huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, another thing to point out is after a long day for FaZe, really struggling throughout the whole series, what a way to finish, you know?
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And they came into map number 6 with
But it wasn't that
7
impressive a
points.
finish. That they
7
just
points, now, you know, who only knows
got
how
a
they
free
finished
win.
after that because they needed that win.
Yeah, I think that I think you can probably speak to this, RKN. The ability to reassess your game plan as the day goes on, especially swapping between them. And
we have A versus
stay
B next.
Focused on especially like your IGL and the game.
And then A versus
honestly,
C
that end zone
to finish
wasn't
it off.
anything crazy. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. It's nothing they haven't seen before.
Yeah, of course. Like, I think one of the biggest things about Battle Royale in general is that every game is a new game. It doesn't matter where you're at on the leaderboard. It doesn't matter how the last game went, the game before that, the game before that. Every game is a fresh start, and they really took to that and proved that they could come out on top, game 6, and recover their ability on the scoreboard.
All right, well, you guys are talking about those final moments, a huge comeback for FaZe, even a comeback there for Pulverex when it comes to that aggression. Let's take a look back at the final circle, break it down a little bit for us here, RKM, because there's a lot for us to talk about.
Yeah, this is just a pretty classic kind of execution by FaZe. Pulverex is in a position to just clean up free kills. FaZe is on the other side, controlling the vast majority of the zone, not having to do too much. Really, they're just in the kind of position that they can just sit around, wait for other teams to fight, and then slowly clean it up.
We'll pull up
And
the
sure
team
enough,
list here in a minute.
As they're controlling the height, they're picking off free kills. Pulverex engages on a fight to try and, you know, gain themselves a primary position in the zone, and in doing so, they open up an opportunity for FaZe to move up and ultimately just third party and close this game out.
Well, what's really cool about Pulverex here in this moment, we were talking about it, their drop spot is tree. So they were able to quickly rotate, utilizing the legend comp, including Loba and Rampart Crypto, getting information, grabbing loot along the way. You see that FGen has the Kraber. He's running Kraber Volt here, and he's just able to pick off frags, do damage while pushing through. As soon as they take down TSM, FaZe, yes, comes in and cleans it up, and it was textbook from there, but very well done.
And to speak to the composition as well, it's interesting watching Loba be integrated into this because Loba's almost taking the place of Valkyrie, just better here because you can use the ult in order to gather evac towers. It's a big game for them. It's a big day.
What sucks is Start a Fight had such a good start for South America, kind of fell off. Noctem struggled as well. I mean, it's gonna be the last event that we see like a lot of well, not last event. One of the last events, and we're going to see a decent amount of South American representation more than likely. I would like to see them be able to put on a little bit better, if we're being real.
Though, RKN, any surprises here for you at the end of this first series?
Yeah, absolutely. So something that we talked about in the first half of the series is Start a Fight's performance. due to their contest on Thermal, they did not close out World's Edge possibly how they would have liked to, losing 2 out of the 3 fights to Entropic at Thermal, and that probably put them much further down the scoreboard than they would have liked after their first half performance.
Yeah, definitely not the way they wanted to bounce back, but lots of teams had some pop-off moments. The 2 wins on Storm Point for LG. We want to see who came out on top in this first series, and it was consistency followed up by aggression, because the winner of this series is PulverX, coming out on top after a phenomenal match 6 performance. We'll take a look at the full series results, but that has got to feel good, Dia.
It really does, especially considering how PulverX entered the world stage, right? They, as a duo, played throughout champs. They looked really good, and to see the team here and able to roll up as a 3-person squad and actually take the first block of the day is really big.
Yeah, it was really big actually, because their Storm Point was anything but special in my opinion, right? And that's uncharacteristic for them, because if you think back to their APAC North and the Split 2 regular season, they averaged 9.7 points per game, and that was far above average compared to how they performed here on Group C versus D. But the tides turned as soon as they went to World's Edge. That's where things started to pick up for them. They had top 3 finishes, then they doubled down, get double-digit
So
eliminations.
overall kind of coverage when we're looking at this. Rough start for NA. 4 of the bottom 8 teams from NA.
Can you kind of allude to
APAC North starting off strong with 3 of the top 5 teams. SA struggling a bit after it started with a second place finish.
Absolutely. So PulverX really showed
Apex South continuing to be consistent, and EMEA played some games.
To move around the map and hold their positions, which is kind of what they're known for.
Right.
But they also showed there in Game 6, like we saw, that they are able to clean up and get the kills where they need. And that combination of being able to get the placement and get the kills is ultimately like what leads you to the top of the leader.
All right, well, we keep talking about them. How about we talk directly to them, because we have Blaze standing by with F-Chan for an interview, so let's check it out.
Okay, but like...
Thank you so much, Glitter.
Why is it showing...
all around the world, give it up for PulverX.
My thing down here.
Top in our first set with 61
I don't want it to
points.
show my toolbar.
And I got F-Chan with me. And F-Chan, the first question I want to ask you is that going into World's Edge, what was your strategy there? And talk to me about that final circle, and what was the game plan on coming out on top?
おめでとうございます。F ちゃんはこちらにいらっしゃってくださっています。
There we go.
最初にワールドエッジに戦略のことをお願いしたいんですけれども、お伺いしたいんですけれども。
ワールドエッジ全体の。OK です。ありがとうございます。ワールドエッジではランパーとクリップ。
F-Chan's like really popular over in the Pacific region.
本当に中に入ってポジションをキープして
I think his YouTube
ローバーウルトで
usually hits pretty heavy.
そこから最後戦っていくっていうちょっと姑息な戦い方でやっています。
Well, I'd say that my strategy was rather sneaky. That like I used the rover wolf and
Crypto.
Yes, so it was. I'd say that like I strategically used some sneaky strategy.
Nice. Now, F-Chan, talk to me about PulverX and their journey coming to London. How did you all prepare for this tournament?
このトーナメントにいらっしゃるにあたって
I do like that they've got a stage host this event. I think that was something that they were missing before. I kind of feel like this would have been a great role for Fallout, if we're being honest. Especially because I know he's there. Or, your boy, but that's a different story.
いろいろ本当に環境がガラッと変わったので、僕らが扱えるなんかいい戦略を本当に考えて、ここまでやってきました。はい。
There was a drastic change in our environment right before the Split 2 started. So we worked out strategies that would work best for us, and we got here.
Well, you guys worked out some very good strategies out there, and it showed in the first set. Any last words you want to give to those fans out there supporting you all around the world, F-Chan?
すごく戦略考えてここまでいらっしゃったと思うんですけれども、その成果がよく垣間見られる戦いだったと思うんですけれども、最後にファンの方たちとか皆さんに何かおっしゃりたいことはありますか？
はい、正直ロンドンこの大会が始まる前は割と自信がなかったんですけど、最初のこの1セット目で 1位を取れたので、このままの勢いでもうできる限りのことをしたいなと思います。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
To be honest with you, before we got here, we were rather inconfident if we could make it. Because lots of things happened. However, that we are so glad that we made it in the first round with this outcome. So thank you so much for your support, and I appreciate all your support and the continuous support. Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you. One more time for Pulverex and
all right,
everybody as they come out victorious in that first set.
Now I wonder, since they had the delays early,
let's get to the next one.
If they're going to be trying to flip the stage prep pretty quickly.
I cannot believe they said they weren't.
Because originally,
they are a team that we talk about time and time again.
It was supposed to be a 9:30 start for group stage number 2. Obviously, that's not going to happen.
Well, it's tough. You heard them talk about the change in environment. Typically, that's going.
We
to
started about an hour
late
late because of the restarts and issues that we had.
Split 2 regular season, they were landing Survey Camp and Stormcatcher. So now here in Group C versus D, they are rotating in from a completely different side. And talk about some of those things, Arcan, how tough it can be last minute. Switch up your major POI. You have to learn loot patterns, relearn your macro, and try to approach it that way.
Yeah, you often have to think about the pros and cons of whether you actually want to contest for your POI on LAN. There's a lot of risks that come with it, and if you're a team that is pretty substantially based in your macro and you're confident in your ability to play from other POIs, sometimes it's just not worth it because it puts those 0-point games. So you just adapt and you play from different POIs and you make the best of it.
All right, Dio, that's pretty much done for the day for us. Final thoughts from you on how this first series went?
I really enjoyed it. I'd keep my eyes out on Gunbaryoto-san. I think they had a really good day.
Ooh, I like it. Who are you keeping your eyes on, Tiff?
I mean, still Fnatic and any of the APAC North teams, but I want to say North America, it was a little lackluster for them in Group C versus D. So when I think about our next group that will be C, Groups A versus B later on, I'm going to say, hey, North America, what you got?
Arcan?
Yeah, this was definitely not a strong performance for NA. I'm personally just going to rely on Luminosity. Those are my boys.
All right, I love it. I am here for it. All right, well, if you guys missed any of the action or you need to keep up with all of the action at home, obviously head on over to @PlayApex Esports so that you can see every single fight, the results, whatever you need to make sure you're
all right, so we got Group B versus C next, chat.
Send it to a short break. Obviously, like Tiff said, we've got more groups coming up right around the corner. A versus B.
Or sorry, A versus B next.
6 more matches on the line for these teams when we return. And while we're gone, make sure you guys are checking out some of the best moments from Nice Wig stream. We'll be back in just a short while.
Here you go. So we've got essentially the 20 teams that we didn't just see. So that's going to include teams like Alliance, Fire Beavers. I'm going to be looking out for Dark Zero as well. Onyx Esports, XSET. I would like to see Blackhand pop off.
We head into game number 1, match 1.
Nail is a monster, and Nailus is left holding against 3. You cannot stand against KCP. Crack Yanya almost take him down, and Jinx pops over on the rampart, getting melted by Deathwind. LG Chivas take game 1.
Yo, Dia honestly shined his first day on the first series in the desk. He crushed it.
He clutches it against Dreamfire. Riddle Order trying to claim their first win at LAN, and it's Split 2 playoffs. They do it in game 2. Riddle Order representing. Is this LG with their second win of the day in game number 3, Dia? It is.
Next Gaming with the opportunity, the timing, take game number 1 on World's Edge, our game 4. Dreamfire has the advantage, they have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5. Dreamfire wins. Chan is going crazy this game here. They take care of TSM, but they can't live long enough. They give
Crazy, man. All right, so I wonder how much time they're going to try and cut down here. Feel like you don't want to spend too much time in between. I'm going to go use the restroom here real quick. Do you guys want this, or should we pull up a video or something in between? Nah, I'm gonna leave it here, at least here for now. Refill some water. I'll be right back.
My name's Wig, also known as Loser, and if you ask people in high school, probably a lot of other really mean names. And this is Greek. If you want to ask me,
probably the most athletic person you've ever seen on the B stream. Never mind, we had Grayson Allen on here. I take that back.
We had Grayson Allen on here who plays professional basketball. All right, let's see if anyone's landing anywhere or on anyone. DF looks like they're going to Jurassic again, so that's going to happen for sure. Sir Dell and them are going to be landing over at Mill, and it looks like LG is not contested this time, maybe?
Nasky and them are free. Dreamfire going Jurassic.
Yep. I think they're all good. I don't think there's going to be a contest here right now.
I don't see where Noctum is at.
I don't see where Noctum is either. I'm very concerned.
They landed outside of Cascades.
Oh my God. Brother, that loot is egregious.
Yeah.
That loot is almost impossible to operate with, bro. That's tough. That's really tough.
If they get 2 blue armors, I'd be surprised.
If they get, well, I'm surprised they got 1 blue. I'll be completely real here. Holy shit.
All right, this is looking like low-key, maybe an antenna zone, maybe? Off zone 1 call here.
Press the equals.
You can do that?
Bro.
Oh my God, we can do that.
Greek, we've been doing this for how long? You didn't know we could press equal sign?
I've been waiting for teams to hit the beacon.
Dude, we learned about this in Raleigh.
Professional and professionals.
I'm not dapping that up. Oh, ew. Hello? Wait, where's someone's going down here? Who is it? Is that K Swinney?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be E6 now, getting aggressive onto the boys. I knocked him here, and I think K Swinney's probably pissed.
Yeah, you know he's not happy about some of his loot getting taken away from him there.
No, not at all.
But smart choice. You know, I will say it does hurt. It does hurt because they have no crafter in Cascades. They are on double white armor. They just lost even more meds. And now they got to rotate early with even less resources.
Yeah, I mean, somehow he has a gold mag on his Nemesis. I don't even find those in the 37 ranked games I play. He lands outside of Cascades and finds a gold mag. RNG is crazy. Looks like they're ratting this, by the way. They might be ratting the boys over at Ascend.
That's not.
And I will let you know, if Noctum does indeed rat successfully onto Kashera, we might see a monitor thrown across this venue.
We might actually see just a full-on meltdown.
You might see Lufka just fly across this venue from the boy Kashera picking him up and throwing him.
Yeah, so it does look like a back antenna zone maybe, but there is a potential for a front shift.
It's happening. They're coming.
Oh, my God. Ascend. With no seer, they might get ratted here by Noctum. Kashira the first to go by, and he gets ratted and instant kill by Noctum. Noctum now with a man advantage, and they're looking to close out this fight.
Oh, my goodness. It is indeed successful so far. Post-kill is going to probably go down here, too. They can get banners.
Oh
Lufka just has to get away. If Lufka gets out, they can get the banner reset because of the Newcastle.
Dude, honestly, them being that close to the stage is so lit.
Ascend, man. You hate to see it.
And I respect Noctum not hitting the finisher on Kashera there. They do just get the full kill. They get all of the loot from Ascend. I'm not going to lie, man. It's a good play from Noctum, bro. It is a really, really good play. We don't like ratting. I know a lot of people don't. But I got to admit, recognizing that the boys from Checkpoint are going to rotate in, recognizing they have no seer, remembering that.
Yeah, it's a smart play, honestly.
Yeah, and
It's
I
really
mean,
smart.
that's just one of those things, chat, where, you know, you got to obviously prepare for the unexpected, but something like that, man, you can't really prepare for it. You know, they played 2 games out, didn't have to worry about a rotation like that.
Yeah,
This
so
is
why
our
would you
third
think anything
South
different
zone,
on
so
game
you know
3?
Ascend has done that second time now, and how could they possibly expect that?
Yeah.
What the hell just happened with that Trident? I don't know what's going on. The Beamer, Benzer, Bentley is just going crazy here. And I'm not going to lie, I got to say this. It's our 4th South zone. That one reset, bro, was a beam zone. So it's 4 South zones pretty much in a row here, which is crazy.
Yep, we see Starterfight taking yet again another good position in the zone. Pulverex, the antenna team, in a good zone. And we see Optic here whipping the 4 into the top cannon. I actually really, really like this spot here from Optic.
You do?
I like it. I think they can hold it.
I think I've watched them play this in scrims, and I don't know if it's just because of how scrims pan out, but this is hard, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they got good armors. They got good loot. Drop's got 3 bats.
But look at this already, bro. KCP's already going to start causing problems for the boys over at Optic. I just think that spot is way too open. The one spot that you can play that safe is behind a rock and you just get grenade spammed out of there. I don't know. I'll be surprised, bro, if they can survive that. Yeah, maybe.
Nice spot maybe if you got like a Newcastle team, right? But
and now they're
that's about it.
Resources to keep them out. If this does push the
or
boys
if you're rocking down
though into Shipfall and make them stay there, that
Watson,
was very, very, very
which is usually going to be with the Newcastle.
I
Well,
think
not
the
always,
here
but
for this hold for Optic is, I don't think they can 3-man sit in this
just
corner.
because then you can at least avoid the grenades and stuff, right?
Yep.
This is not that cozy now. They gave up a lot of space here.
Yeah,
and KCP's free to walk right back up if they want to.
Yeah, and now Luminosity. Complexity's now walking up. They're getting shot in the back from the boys at DF and Entropic. Entropic and DF are just vibing over in the barometer side. I'm not really too sure why they're not moving in, but it looks like they're pretty content with where they're at.
So remember, it's going to be our 20 teams that we didn't see. So this is a replay of a match from earlier.
We need to keep a lookout for FaZe here, Greek. And chat, you do too.
They said that they're going to be showing
in a row, bro, going into World's Edge. I think they're
highlights from Wig and
they have another bad game
Greek
here, man.
stream.
To their overall score
But just looks like they're just playing one of the games.
FaZe is another one of those teams, man, where like if you would have told
I
me
think
there
this
was
is
gonna
the
be 3
third
South
game
zones here,
on
I would have told you FaZe would have 3
Stormpoint.
banger games.
Yeah.
But once again,
because
man,
of
the
knockdown play that we just saw not too long
Weird though,
ago.
right? Well, last rotation was
where
really
they
fast
ratted on
and they
Ascend,
died. And
rotating
now
in.
FaZe is trying to get into that exact same spot they got into that first game.
They're taking another fight.
And they're going to be fighting this, bro. I'm very, very surprised here. There's going to be a TSM versus FaZe fight. This is a big-time fight for FaZe and a big-time fight for TSM. At least TSM does have some points here. FaZe pretty much non-existent in the leaderboard.
I wonder how quick they're going to try and turn things over since they,
Yeah,
were you did you happen to see, Oogie, have you been seeing on Twitter, they had 3 restarts at the live event?
To get some really, really good entry, nading out the guy behind the boxes.
Nice shots here, dude, from Hal as well. Good ulti.
Yeah, FaZe is in trouble here.
This is really bad. I like how Evan is on the roof.
And Verholst drops down, gets the first knock here onto Frex. It's going to be TSM in a 3v2.
Yeah, this is not looking good for FaZe. Back against the wall here. Hal and then playing every angle possible. I think we're about to see Snipe
And Reps
down.
goes down. It's going to be a 2v2 here. Verholst with a really, really good angle. As Hal goes down and FaZe gets eliminated. Verholst wins the fight here for TSM.
Damn, so that's a really good job by Verholst there, bro. Without Verholst getting those angles and making sure FaZe dies.
And here comes a third party.
Oh my god, Verholst.
MDY, and Hal picks up 2.
Wait, what the hell? Hal just went absolutely nuclear there. Great job picking up 2 on MDY White. They had white armors, Greek, and they decided to push this off the third. The Trident now going away.
TSM holding off the third party, and Hal going absolutely nuclear as MDY is eliminated.
MDY White goes
That's
down.
insane.
It's going to be TSM taking down FaZe and then holding off the third party for the boys at MDY White. And then MDY White
I don't think it was a
backs
DDoS
up,
attack.
takes the Trident. They go down. Hal, though, and Verholst. Honestly, man, it was a great Syracuse by Reps, but the damage they just shitted and farted out.
It continues
was the
to be
game changer
Storm Point,
for
Win
TSM,
Command
and now
Center
they're
stuff.
gonna
I think
have
it's the same
5
problem
KP
they've been having.
Heading into
Dog.
round 2, closing in 2 minutes with 18 squads still alive. Look at this.
And I'll tell you what, chat, you know, obviously you guys might not be in the arena to feel it, but when TSM gets into a fight, you can literally feel the energy in the crowd. It gets silent, and the second they start unloading big damage, they get a knock, or they win a fight, you just feel the energy in the crowd. Everybody's like inhaling.
Because naturally,
they
no
hit the
restarts
exhale
on
and
World's
it's
Edge.
okay.
And now
You can
Ascend
just
gets the
feel
full reset, by the way. So they're all the way in down Beast. We got the boys at Nocta, man. I mean, they are going through it every way, shape, or form in this first scrim block. And I think this is going to be what they're going to have to do this whole land in order to make finals. They are all the way in North Pad. That is bad.
Yeah,
Rotating from
three
north
teams
bad.
in Storm crafting.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. They have to go literally Lewis and Clark across the fucking spot. What up, big dogs? We got Ryan here for 100 Thieves, bro, and Logan, literally the fucking goats. Ryan is the manager, Chad, that I always talk about, bro.
So I think the rumors of Indie Dog's attack were from players and coaches from what I was reading, right? I don't think that was actually EA that said it.
All right, well, multiple teams now, Greek, inside of Antenna, and we see that zone pull here, too.
Another very similar zone here that we saw LG win on game 1, but this one is going to pull away towards the cannon side.
I'm not going to lie, bro. I think there's another LG W here, depending on how they play it. I think it's going to pull
the original author on her
the
page
beacon, and if it pulls a little
says
bit more in, I
that
think they
EA
lose,
approached her so that they
hold that
had
exact spot they did
on-site
in that one game.
issues.
I think it'll be good. And look at the fucking orgy
All right,
we're having over
that
here.
coffee started to
We
hit
got
my belly,
Furia,
chat.
E6 and TSM all next to each other, bro.
With
a
what you will.
two-way catalyst
We're
wall,
right back.
making a plus sign.
I gotta say that's one of my favorite additions to Combat has been the addition of Catalyst.
Yeah.
I think it is such a cool character, and the just triple wall, quad walls and shit on the end games is
Spectacular. It's literally spectacular to watch.
It's so much fun to watch.
I don't lie. It sucks because for a long time people were hating Catalyst because of Seer. Seer was the problem with Catalyst. Catalyst was never a problem. I think that character is actually super fun. It brings like a Valorant / like kind of strategic game style to Apex that I don't think many characters do. And I overall enjoy Catalyst gameplay so much when Seer's not involved.
Absolutely.
I hated Seer for a very
One
long
team
time.
that's in a really good spot too that we haven't really talked about is KCP, man. They have the entire south side of the zone to themselves, and I think they're going to be in for quite a bit of time.
I think so too. As long as this fence line doesn't get pressured too hard or doesn't get like put out just a little bit more of the zone, they'll be fine. They do have a beacon hit too, which is great. So now they know that the zone's pulling down just a little bit more. So they have the recon that we do, which having that extra circle, bro, is big time. And here we go. I don't know who's fighting, bro, but the crowd is going crazy. I don't know what is going on. It doesn't even look like anything's happening.
TSM.
They're just screaming right now. There's nothing even on the screens right now. So I don't know what the fuck they're yelling about, bro. Ascend does get that revive, though, so they're going to be good. Iarka and Entropic are still over in Barometer, man. They're still in Barometer. These guys just don't even rotate, bro. They don't
double
move.
gold, though.
No, not at all. Yeah, they literally don't move.
Who just picked up a kill in the
Lusquin getting a knock onto the boys at Pulverex?
Yeah,
that is.
the two teams in Antenna in the building.
Yeah, and
they're not pushing, though.
And I have to give a huge shout out, bro. Or certified.
Yeah, I mean, their zone calls so far have been nothing but immaculate.
Yeah.
They've been setting up in really, really good spots. Haven't been inting, playing very smart, and they're getting the placement points.
I mean, one thing I got to say, too, is that the South American region really have a lot to prove going to the Slam. They have a lot to prove. So if there's a couple teams that can really make finals, bro, and make a statement for the boys over in South America, I think this is going to be absolutely huge for the region. I'm excited to see what they do. I think they're a little bit more of a toss-up than ever before because a lot of new teams, a lot of new players now making LAN are going to be involved. So I'm excited about that one, too. This man, dude, Greek, you're too funny, bro. I don't want to expose you right now, but I want to so bad.
What?
That man, we're getting pictures taken of us right now, and instead of having the mic right to his mouth, that man Greek moved it down here, bro, so the pictures look better.
So you can see the mustache, bro. What you mean? I'll admit that 10 times out of 10. Of course I did.
I knew that shit, bro.
Do the lip bite.
All right, here we go. Furia gonna take a fight on the TSM here, man. Here we go, baby. Nice, good shots coming out for Panders. A 109. How?
And Tricky picking up the knock on to Hal. TSM down to a duo now. Can they bring it back?
Good job, Hal getting full killed here too. They have another team on their ass though, bro. They need to fight this tactfully. They cannot get knocked here. They have to stay up for this 2v3.
And this is tough for TSM as reps going down.
Oh my God, E6 eliminated by Fnatic. And those boys at TSM just got ran over. Great opening damage from Furia. Great job from Panders. That man's R9 hits different. Do not forget, Furia is one of the only teams that has the luxury to craft R99s on Storm Point. They are always crafting R99s, bro.
Yeah, and we see it again for Holst. The lone solo in Antenna.
Yep. And Noctum's going to start to make the move up to Riddle here, man. Riddle needs to get these kills in order to rotate in. Noctum's going to back up here a little bit. They're getting shot from Lufka and Ascend. Bro, I think Ascend dies to Storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty close here.
I think they die to Storm even with a Valk ulti.
Where are they?
They're all the way in the backside of Jurassic.
Yeah.
I think they're dead. There's no way.
It's going to be a tough Valk ult to get over, and they don't even make it over the wall.
I don't know. Yeah, let's watch this. Let's see. This is interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, remember, chat, Ascend did get ratted in the very beginning of the game, so their rotation off rip was chalked as Verholz goes down, TSM getting a 17.
And Watson picks the KP up 2 onto Verholz, so Furia gets the full 3 KP onto TSM. It's crazy.
Yep, and here we go, zone 3 close. We do have the info on the next zone, and it does shift a little bit more towards LG.
Yeah, it's going to pull a little bit more down towards the boys at LG. Like I said, I think it's going to keep going to that right side of the beacon. LG is going to be in a great spot. They're not really a team to watch right now because they have no action to really be played. Nothing to really do here other than just stay alive. We're going to see the boys at Ascend now trying to rotate in as Knocked him, and then we're going to start to move towards Riddle. Here we go, man. Knocked him. They need some light, man. They need something to give a little spark, a little fire under their ass to make them keep moving forward and keep pushing forward. But this might not be the one with Riddle in zone and them just completely not in that building at all.
Yeah, I mean, Riddle looking to pick up these kills. They have the height. They have really, really good angles. I'd be surprised if they died here.
Yeah, this is really rough.
The Horizon ulti coming down. Little nade spam.
Yeah, and there it is.
That's a huge therm, and that's going to be worse going down there. Riddle now with man advantage. King's going down.
Yukio stays
eliminated.
Up. Yukio stays up 2. There is no third-party opportunity.
Oh my God, good shots there from Mia. And taking the knock on to Kashira.
Holy shit! Mia K with a great knock. Kashira goes down. It's going to be a 2v3 here for Ascend, and they're wide swinging this building. They take the first floor angle.
Something tells me if they're playing this game, they're probably expecting this to play the whole game, right?
Huge shots from Mia K. As Complexity's going down, Riddle getting the full reset here, and now looking for 2 more KP.
They're getting aggressive, bro. They want to get this KP. They want to wipe this quick.
The G7 hipfire. Oh my God. And that's going to be Ascend going down. Dreamfire eliminated as well.
Oh my
God,
goodness.
Now, Furia fighting, getting fuse ulted. No, it's going to be Vex. My apologies. Going down now. Oh my God, Tyler with some great shots. Unlucky Andre is going to be knocked here, dude. And they're going to be in a rough spot. It's going to be Vexed along with Furia still alive. They're now taking shots on the Riddle.
Yukio going down to Panders.
Oh my God, and Furia somehow making this work. Fighting off 2 teams, one on their front, one on their back, as Optic is now killing KCP on this backside. Brothers, what are we watching? This is a great set of games right now. And game 3 is off to a phenomenal mid-game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 33 seconds here, Wig. And Furia, you know, they're holding out a team, but let's not forget, they still have to make their way to zone 2. They're in the middle of a shit sandwich right now.
Yeah, it's a shit sandwich, Greek, and it's in the middle of that. Bread is just diarrhea all over. And we're going to have... You can't laugh when I say that. And we got KCP now on the front side of Optic, and they're getting the sucking fuck. As the boys at Riddle are going to be in a tough situation. A tough situation. Zane almost going down.
Riddle potentially putting down a tower.
Dell getting knocked here, Greek, and they're dying to LG and Optic at the same time.
Skittle goes down as well.
This is really rough, and they're getting sent on by Entropic, I believe.
Oh my God, Riddle going down on the tower. Optic eliminated as well. We're down to 10 squads alive here.
Optic dead, Riddle dead, and it's going to be the boys at KCP trying to get this reset on Adele as they're getting pushed from the right side by Entropic and shot from the left by LG.
Yeah, I mean, great job there from KCP. They take the spot from Optic. And I'll say I was wrong. I thought that was a decent spot and a decent hold from Optic, but I was wrong.
Yeah, we know, man. It's how it usually goes, to be honest, man. We're both washed and retired. That's just how it goes. Panders almost going down to zone, bro. That was tough. Grenades coming out. How are they alive? They're not. That's the
coming down.
Curse.
Zarek Dickey going down as well. Panders getting a bat off here. I don't know if this team in the building would just start a fight. I don't know if they know he's there.
And look at this, bro. Fnatic and the boys are getting aggressive on the KCP up top. They're picking up a lot of KP, also taking down by Entropic, and they're going to move back down to their house. I don't know if I like this play from Fnatic. I think they should have got a little more aggressive here, and that's going to be Furia.
Eliminated.
Umachan, the boy, picking up 2 KP onto Furia. His Watson and company is eliminated as they have Entropic on their top right, KCP trying to stay alive on their outside building, and Fnatic is the team to watch here, Greek, as KCP's eliminated.
Yeah, Fnatic with a very good game thus far. They do have to rotate up the hill, as we saw Umachan Levici as kill leader with 5. And as we talked to Yuki yesterday, man, he said it. You know, he's a very, very big vocal pillar on the team.
Yeah.
He keeps their momentum, and his comms are probably his biggest strong suit.
Yeah, we actually found out from Yuki yesterday, bro, that, I'll say it again, Yuki, yeah, that apparently Umachan's like super vocal, has like really passionate, powerful comms in his words, and like he is really, really an important asset to the team. He also said he's his best friend. So Umachan's also Yuka's best friend, and they can play competitive Apex together professionally. It's really hard. If I play with you, bro, I'd fucking maul at you. Gamba right now getting Gibraltar ulted. I don't know how they're surviving this, bro, but the Watson gen is huge. Juicena with the super glide tap strafe.
I thought he would.
This PK was nasty.
I
Dude,
would
honestly,
shit
the
everywhere. This man has
APAC
the
North
movement of a
PK
god,
just
bro.
hits
One of the most
different.
fun players to watch. Let's see what they can make this work, Greek. 0 seconds now till round 5 starts to close.
Yep, and LG, comfortable as ever.
Yep.
They won game 1 in a very, very similar fashion. And I think they're going to do it again, man. I really do.
Yep. I think so too. LG just has to work with literally nothing. They just literally sit there. Gamba right now making aggressive plays in the top left. Yep, Matafe going down here. Lusquin going down. Tyler getting 2 kills here. It's a great job.
From Juicena, he picks up the knock on to Pricey. Start a fight. Eliminated.
Nice. Juicena needs to move forward here, bro. He has to get this KP and solidify some extra placement. Nice, there it is.
Eliminated.
It's a great job by Gamba and Tropic eliminated on the 2. It's gonna be Tyler walking down to. Come on, baby! Stop fucking with them!
And Juicena's PK hitting harder than the We Need to Talk tech.
Oh my god, it is indeed as they go down. The caster curse is real. But look at this, Pulverex coming in for the third party on the Fnatic. Can they get it going? They don't even get a knock yet, Greek. They're actually gonna go down, and Fnatic holds off Pulverex.
And here goes LG. We saw it in game 1, and they're looking to do the same thing here in game number 3. The Horizon ulti from Yanya coming up, and LG working their way up the hill. Yanya with a 1 clip onto Yuka. It's going to be a 3v2 now here for LG.
Oh, baby, LG is looking for another one. 1v2 now as well, 2v2. Malcero with some great shots. The boy Umatron trying to stay alive, but it's going to be the president. LG!
El Presidente!
LG! Vamos LG, baby!
Oh, he's been a big LG guy for a hot minute.
2 out of 3 games for LG.
Goodness.
Well played, man.
2 out of 3 for the boys at LG.
And chat, I want to mention, you know, obviously they're the fish farm teams, and the game is pulling back antenna, and you know, they still have to win out the game. They still did everything correctly. It is a little bit of a gimme zone, but sometimes you still got to capitalize.
No, I mean,
you know, there's one way to get rid of ads real fast, chat.
It's okay. Don't have to use your prime subs. If you want, you have to use your prime subs, bro. Use them on Greek.
No.
Yes.
All right, so Entropic on the Gibby Caustic Horizon.
Yep.
Watson still on the Fusey.
Which I like. A little interesting, though. Don't forget, we had this contest happening over at Trials, Greek.
Yeah.
But keep a lookout, keep a lookout, see if you see anyone else fighting. Good shit. You're the GOAT, kid. So Moist going to be good, all out Overlook. And this is going to be a 3-man shit show, chat.
There's
Literally,
nobody Sky East, by the way.
Yeah, no one Sky East, so now Vex is all by themselves, Sky West and East. Oh my goodness.
What am I up to July 22nd?
Starterfight and Entropic at Thermal.
Okay, so we have Starterfight and Entropic at Thermal. And look at this. They land height. They get beat on the drop spot so badly, bro, that they back out. And Noctum's going to be in a shit sandwich again.
Thorfinn picking up a knock here on Sleep.
Nice
Lusquin trades it out. It's going to be a 2v2 here.
It's a great job. 2v2 here with the
They've
Caustic
got
and
an
the
event
Horizon,
out
though. They
at
have 2 really good
KC,
characters.
right?
But then, start a fight,
Or is
bro.
it online?
He's playing so good. I want to see them take this W right now. That's so bad.
Yeah, Entropic does still have the Caustic and the
Skittle
Horizon.
knocking Kashera?
Oh my god. Ascend landed at Mod.
Ascend landing Mod and taking down Skittles. They get the res here too. Optic gets caught out of nowhere, bro. Holy shit, what is going on? Wow, when did they decide to do that again? Another random ass landing, Greek.
Yeah, and now Ascend 3-man up here in a 3v2 here against Optic.
Yeah, and Tropic eliminated. Start a fight, bringing it to him. No audio on that crypto at all. Drop,
gonna go down. It's up to Noct.
And Noct is not going to get knocked. He's going to run away here. And Optic is not up to a good start, Greek. That is a caster's curse, to say the least. Noct is 1 HP, an absolute hair.
What kind of hair wig?
Not going to say that one on the broadcast here, Greek. We are indeed hashtag sponsored, hashtag ad. And that's going to be Kashera and the boys taking out
I want to
Optic.
pull out here, man, and say
It's a caster's curse.
LG with a
What kind of hair?
on-site zone.
No, but for
Our
real.
4th South zone here,
Fifth.
and LG could potentially run away with this one, man. They're going to hold their signature back building here, and I think this pulls to the platform.
This is written in the stars, Greek. 5 South zones out of 4 games because of a restart. And now it's going to probably pull towards this backside launch as a team starts to rotate in here.
We got 5 minutes. So they adjusted the time. So we are still running about an hour late. All right, so again, we're going to be seeing A versus B here, lobby-wise. Let's go ahead and look at what teams we got coming in. It's going to be all the teams that we did not see in our first lobby of the day. Remember, Glitch Energy is no longer the NA team from before. Yeah, yo, bro, them coffees, you know, get you going in the morning, but, you know, they got some repercussions, you know what I'm saying? I think everyone's going to be expecting, I think the teams that people are going to be expecting to do well in this next lobby, Alliance, Dark Zero, Xset, Fire Beavers, right? I think the teams that I'm going to be looking forward to still turn out on Esports, again, I just don't think people are giving enough credit to APAC South. I would love to see Leave No Witness pop off. Same thing for Blackhand. And I think it was Wig who called it earlier for like an upset, or for like a upset pick to see Jay Lings kind of pop off in their first group. Oh, I'm sure people are probably going to be expecting good things, decent things from Aurora, even though they kind of struggled in the split. I still think it's the thing that they're back. And of course, NRG too. Whenever NRG is on stage, let's be honest, NA is going to do NA things. I always think 100 Thieves is a vibe. I just don't know if I'm expecting like huge things out of them at LAN. So remember, it's a collective of points through your three group through your 3 group games, or group series, I should say. There's 4 groups. You play each group once. So basically, the total amount of points you get through 18 games. So after this set, all 40 teams will have 1 set played. So we'll kind of get to judge how things are looking at that point. Do you think we get a new map that's like comp viable soon for Apex? Or no? I'm gonna probably go with a big old fat no, right? Chat, hold on. I gotta go have one quick talk. Yeah, so I mean, the good news is you've at least hit double digits, but I feel like in the past, we have seen that normally right around that 30 to 35 point marker is kind of what you want to average per group session. Yeah, I wonder how it would feel if you just did, if you brought Olympus in and then did 2 maps on each, or 2 games on each. You know what I mean? 1 second. All right. Look at that. I got back in just in time, chat.
Partner of the Apex Legends
Perfect
Global
time.
Series.
I wonder if it's just because at this point it hasn't been a comp map for so long that they would have that much of a problem.
Welcome
They'd
back,
be probably
everybody,
met
to
with
the
extra
Apex
resistance,
Legends
right?
Global Series Split 2 playoffs live in London here at the Copper Box.
Is that Glitter?
Already, we have had a phenomenal day of Apex
All right, so
Legends
Glitter,
action
Vicky, and
here
Genome
so
on the
far,
desk.
and we're about to keep things
So
moving
Spider,
and
Tiff,
continue
and
in
Rain
that
Day on the
same
desk
vein. My name
desk,
is Glitter
or
Explosion, and now
Onset and
the
Gaskin
phenomenal
probably,
Vicky
right?
Kitty and
Oh, you
Genome
can see him right
down on the
above.
desk
Yeah,
with the
Gaskin
second
Onset for
block
sure.
of games on the day. Phenomenal job casting. Vicky, you ready to be down on the desk now?
I am. I'm super happy to be alongside you guys. It's like my first time being able to be with you guys on the desk, and I'm so excited after having that action, Genome. I can't even believe that we're already done with Group C versus D, and then we got some even more heavy hitters coming in for Groups A versus B. There's so much to look forward to here.
Yeah, you got to do a little bit of both now, Genome, down here, analyzing the start, up there, casting to finish. How's your day been so far?
Yeah, look, back and forth, but you know, I'm happy to do it all, and there's definitely a couple of teams who are trying to do that as well.
Listen, we've got even more groups, more teams to talk about, but first, let's take a look at the schedule if you guys are just joining us to see what you can expect for the rest of the day. Obviously, we started things off with Groups C versus D in the morning. Now we're moving into Groups A versus B, and then we'll be closing out the day with Groups A versus C, 7:30 p.m. BST. So, needless to say, lots of Apex Legends action that we have going on. And like I said, if you're just joining us, we're going to give you a little bit of a refresher on what just happened as well. We'll take a look at our standings so you can see where everything shook out after the first set of matches, because Genome, Pulverex, popping
APAC
off,
North
coming in
with
on top
4 of
with
the
61
top
points.
6 teams.
Yeah, I mean, they had some incredible end games, didn't they? The fact that, you know, we saw that reset when there was only the 2 of them, but they were just constantly making it there as... You know, in contrast to LG, right, who were coming up with the massive games and then a couple of quiet ones. So a big contrast there between our top 2 teams.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see the difference between the teams.
The question is, can LG
LG
keep up that pace too, right?
They're at home on World's Edge.
Because we know LG always has that pop-off potential.
We were expecting on World's Edge after they took 2 games on Stormpoint. Meanwhile, Pulverex coming through.
But can they
with
keep
FJ
that pace
not
up
only
over
with the Kraber
3
shot,
series?
but at the very end,
The good
holding
news
that
is with a good,
position in the
strong
tunnel
series
train
like that,
area,
they should be in
north
good
side of
position to
Lava
at least be
all came in clutch.
in
They
like
were
that
running the
winner's
Loba, they were
bracket
running
when
the
it comes
Rampart,
time
they
for
had
like
the
that
amp,
first round of
barrier
bracket
setup.
play,
They
right?
had the Kraber because thanks to the black market with the Loba. It's crazy to see how close though our top 5 squads were in that lobby alone, and I want to see a repetition of that here.
Yeah, I mean, even after we got a chance to hear from F-Chan with Blaze in that interview, they said they weren't feeling that confident coming in. Well, now they're at the top after that series, so that's got to feel good for them. But like we said, we've got Groups A versus B coming up right around the corner, so let's start talking about them, okay? We alluded to them a little bit at the top of the show. Now we have an opportunity to highlight some of these squads. So who's jumping off the page for you here, Vicky?
Oh, there's so many, Glitter. I mean, okay, let's get started with Alliance. Alliance coming through. Get the cheers going down in the crowd.
Alliance.
Welcome out here. Crazy top fragger. Only 18 years old, by the way. These young bloods.
Dark Zero should be good.
They really put
I
it
would
to
like to
shame.
see Glitch
Aurora's
pop
another
off.
team. Are we gonna see
Previously
the
known
redemption
as
shot? I want to
Osu.
see this team come through. Dark
And
Zero,
RG, of course.
It is a miss if we
Onyx.
not mention Dark Zero. Again, there's so many amazing teams.
I'm gonna be
NRG,
watching for Black
obviously,
Hand,
all the fans watching
Fire
this,
Beavers,
100 Thieves. My Texas boys
North
always gonna
Epson,
see how they do
Exet.
in these events. But Genome, I'm curious. Any team specifically to you that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I'm really curious about NRG as well. I mean, these guys, they got the most points in
100
the
Thieves I'd
finals
also like
of
to
our
see do
Split
well.
1 playoffs, and you know, they were sitting out here making tweets being like, yeah, well, we were the best team on the day, so if they do that again
That's
here,
fair.
I don't know.
But I would
don't think
also
they've
say
looked
that,
as
I
good
mean, we
this
have
year, but it is one
seen
of those kind
on
of teams you can never count
Stormpoint
out. Then you've got
Southern
Onyx,
zones do
you know,
happen quite
perpetually
often.
in the shadow of Moist Esports. They came 7 just behind them, 1 place in the Split 1 playoffs, and again, 1 place behind them in our Split 2. So they're always liking to sort of, you know, they want to be the best team in APAC South, and it feels
And I
like
think that
they
kind
have
of goes
break
to the
that
point,
out,
right? Like, I don't know
before
if
they can break onto the world
them
stage.
Yeah, I mean,
being
so
able to
many
compete
points
at
can be made
that
about
level,
all
like
of
that
our
many
teams playing
points.
this next group. We
is
have
possible.
to do it though every single time. We got to
But I
keep our
do
eyes
think
on
with them having, because remember, it's a collective of their 3 group, like their 3 group stages, right?
Exit as Vicky's pick, Dark Zero as Genome, and I went with Alliance with Vicky. I want to hear from you first.
So at least puts them in good position to be in the winners bracket come group stage. Because then you only need to place top 10 once, and you're in grands.
By the way, Nod's coming through, #1 in the amount of damage that he's been able to put down in NA. First in the North American League, which is why we keep highlighting this squad.
That's kind of what you're playing for during group stage, right? Making your job that much easier to get to grands come bracket.
Not only they take, but they also put down when it comes to helping them with a lot of the pressure. But Exit has also been this team where after the first LAN, I got to talk to them a little bit. They felt very just deflated and what they could have done differently. This is a team that is very consistent. I love Hot Stick. He's an amazing coach. He really sets this team up for success, but we have to see that transcend from their performance in the Pro League into LAN. They don't usually have LAN jitters, at least from what I've seen. They seem very tuned in to what's happening in front of them. Basically just another day at the job for them, and they know what's important, and I think that's something that you need to highlight when it comes to looking at Exit and their approach in this group.
Maybe not LAN jitters, but they have struggled on match point. Right?
Yes.
And that is in stark contrast to Dark Zero, the match point specialist.
That's right, talk your talk.
LAN wins to their name. They've just taken out the Split 2 NA regional finals again in match point. But of course, if you hadn't seen them last time, there's been a change-up. They are still an Australian team, and as long as there's 2 Australians on that team, you cannot tell me otherwise. They have added, however, finally some North American flavor after moving over a couple of splits ago. So they've added in Zainu now, replacing Sharky, still of course that core of Zero and Jen Burton, and they're just looking so good. I mean, you got to remember, he wasn't playing the whole split with them.
I worry about DZ because of all the changes. You change your coach, you change your third
time for match point,
twice.
Zainu popped off. I mean, there were some incredible moments.
I don't know,
from
man.
This guy, he's so young and he's just so damn good.
Zainu though does look pretty beastly.
Talking about young players that are just
that
so
is very,
good.
very
I told
true.
you my pick was Alliance. We got to talk about Effect. I mean, you even mentioned it yourself, Vicky. 18 years old, coming in top kills in the EMEA region. This was a pickup after Vibes had stepped down from the squad, and honestly, Alliance is someone that I constantly have my eyes on when it comes to us watching them play at LAN. They are known for their ability to control these fights and be dominant, as well as their ability to pretty much play any comp that they want to play. We've seen them bring so many legends here to the table, so they're someone that I'm very excited to keep my eyes on, not to mention that Hacky is obviously one of the best IGLs in the world. So, I mean, we've got some great choices here, but we keep talking about these young guns as well. I'm excited to do a little bit of a comparison here between our 2 squads, Genome, for these young players, all right? Because honestly, between the 2 of them, things are very close.
Yeah, okay, so I believe it was Zainu and Effect, both kill leaders for their regions, if I'm hearing that correctly, but you can see Effect was ahead in a couple of important stats here. Kills, assists, and damage all going in favor.
Yeah, but I would say if you looked at amongst stats just in general, NA's a little bit tougher of a
region, the hardest region
because of how close things are.
Out a little bit. Is Zainu better? Well, there's only one place to find out, and that's here at LAN.
It's so important, too. If you take a look at the legends that were picked for both of these players, you could see the way that Effect plays so aggressively on the Valkyrie, the entry fragger, to just go in and out, open up an opportunity for the rest of Alliance, and they have so much synergy in following through. And also, it's great to see the gang in person together. This young legend that you keep highlighting between these 2, to see them in person, to see the success that they have at such a young age, I'm all here for it to see how that's going to transcend through the rest of this LAN.
Not only this LAN, but the future of their entire competitive career, right? They have so much potential time ahead of them to learn, to grow, to get better. And if this is the level that they are already at with less time than a lot of the people on the stage under their belts experience-wise, I am terrified to see where they end up.
And not only that, right, you know, we were talking about the IGLs on these teams, Huckus and Zero, they've got so much experience to draw from and learn from now, right? I mean, they've obviously got the mechanical skill, the raw talent to take on anyone in the world, but with these guys, you know, molding them and giving them all the extra help to help their macro and the other parts of their game, 2 of the smartest players oh, it's just going to be wonderful to see how these guys develop.
It's like hockey sending out his Pokemon out here because Zainu has like the most kills in NA. It's like, go get him, Zainu. And it's like what you said, having that short time to build that up together, it's like, all right, he did the D, now we all go in together. And it's having that communication and that synergy transcend into this in-person experience that is going to be able to have not only the most fun throughout this LAN, but then the experience that you could apply in the future.
All right, well, we are just moments away from getting our game going, but while we're letting our players finalize their setups and get themselves ready to go to kick off our second groups of games, we have some more fun content your way. I mean, obviously, we can't bring all of our players out here to London and not test their London knowledge, okay? So we had Mark and Dan sit down with some of the teams and teach them some London lingo. So let's check it out.
Hello, fellow Apex enjoyers. It's Onset and Gaskin. And, of course, we are in London here for the split.
So I heard they recorded quite a few of these cool skits and stuff.
A little bit of London lingo, a bit of UK slang. So what we're going to do is we're going to have some teams through here. We're going to give them a phrase. They have to guess what it is. We'll give them a sentence, maybe, for them to guess. And we'll see what they come up with.
Oh, we've got some excellent teams as well. We're going to be talking to 100 Thieves, Dark Zero, Vexed, and LG Chivas.
First up, we've got 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves.
Hello, 100 Thieves.
Hey, guys.
How are we doing? You want to get straight into this?
Let's get straight into it.
Let's do it. Go into it? Okay. Your first word is chinwag. Dan, put it in a sentence.
Man. Zone's closing.
Sure you didn't want to start with Charlie.
Need to have a chinwag about that.
I feel like talk.
Quick meeting, right?
That means you gotta have like a talk, you know.
Like context. La zona está cerrándose, necesitamos como un chingua de a dónde vamos a ir. It's like maybe an idea, like maybe an idea where to go next.
Converse, deliberate, talk.
I'm gonna have to push you for an answer.
Can I get language of origin?
No. UK.
London.
Make sure. Converse, deliberate.
It's pretty good. I'll give him that.
Yeah, we'll give him that. That is correct.
Give me something. Oh my God.
Next one's gonna be
my boy Onset showing some leg though. My goodness.
I'll give you a sentence. Stop faffing around and watch this spot for me. This is a good one for you, Matafa.
Messing around?
Trolling.
Yeah, messing around.
Messing around? Yeah, we'll give you that. Messing around.
There's a little nod there of confirmation.
I'm looking
as well.
forward to
I like
Vex
that.
listening now, by the way.
I'm so confused. He's got the sweatshirt on like it's cold, but he got them short shorts.
Full of beans. Mark, can you put that in a sentence for me?
I can put it in a sentence. You have 5 kills already. You're full of beans today.
Oh, that's rubbish.
No way.
That's its own word.
Cheating, maybe?
Is that your final answer?
Is that final answer?
Just like good, like feeling good.
Dude, no. Hear me out. This is a sports reference. You know how they say you ate your Wheaties that morning or something?
I don't know what that means.
He says I have no idea.
It means
Let's get an answer.
It means you're popping off.
Okay.
It means you're popping off. You're going crazy.
High energy. I think it's pretty good again. I will give you that. It's like high energy. You know, you're kind of like bouncing around the
You're
place.
confident, you're feeling good. Yeah, we'll give it to you. Next word.
Next one is minted, or as I would pronounce it, minted.
I've got so many heals this game, I'm minted.
Rich. Jack. Like
Does he live in England?
I think he might do.
Yeah,
Rich is banging on the money.
That's a good one. Next one is
Rosie Lee.
Oh, this game is making me thirsty. I could go for some Rosie Lee.
Beer? It's like wine or something, I think. Just drink anything.
Total confusion.
Sure. I'll allow you to play this round if you want.
I don't even know. I'd say wine or something like that.
Wine.
Do you want to trust your Englishman here?
No, that's a guess.
It means cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
Cup of Rosie Lee. Cup of tea.
Cockney slang.
Cockney rhyming slang for you.
Damp squib.
Okay.
I'll put it in a sentence for you.
Sentence, please.
10 teams alive, Zone 2. This game's a damp squib.
Okay. 10 equipos están vivos en la zona 2. Este juego está como damn squid. Es como está como arruinado. It's chopped.
It's chopped.
That's
Like
awful.
bad.
Awful.
Bad quality, waste of time.
Yeah, come on, surely, come on. I can see you.
I'm not sure. It means like disappointing, a little bit, you know, not really great, not a lot of excitement. Next one is load of old tosh.
Just finished looting. I'm leaving with a load of old tosh.
It could be with no loot or with no
And what would you?
That'd be like garbage.
Looting?
Is that another rubbish answer? Yeah, he like just finished looting. You know, you're leaving. You got nothing good. You're like poor.
How would you feel if you left with like bad loot?
Broke,
like rubbish.
Poor.
That was my first thought.
Yeah, bang on. Dan's trying to be really harsh on you, and I don't know why. Like,
Just a rules man playing the game. Next one is bants.
Sentence. It's just a bit of bants.
Just a bit of bants.
That's it.
Like, you might have pushed someone 1v3 and died, and then go, oh, it's just a bit of bants.
I do it all the time. Like, I'm always
push 1v3.
I'm always like, no.
Oh.
I mean, when I push, I always come, but
like messing around.
Messing, I'm joking.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's pretty
That's just
good.
definition of banter.
Next one is mug.
Okay, have fun.
You died so easily, you mug.
I say it's an idiot, right?
Yeah, I think it's an idiot. It's simple.
Like bloke, you know, type of thing.
Bloke?
Es una manera muy cheap. It's like, you're an idiot.
Bang on, that is, I'll give you that point. That's 100% perfect.
I got it
Ding, ding.
correct on Spanish.
And you can, next one is bog roll. My nose is running, I could use some bog roll.
In that room, we were talking about the hotel. What is that hotel? What was
A roll of toilet paper is bog roll?
Yeah, you said it. Toilet paper?
Toilet paper, there you go, bog roll.
The toilet paper's bad in the hotel?
Single ply.
Oh, hate it.
Comment.
No comment. Next one will be...
Next one is skin.
I just check his eyes every time. Skint.
Yeah, like,
I'll give you a sentence in a minute, just in case you want to blow one out. No? Okay. Anyone got any spare ammo? I'm skint. Poor.
Dude, he just gives it every time.
You either minted or skin. There's no in between, right? Next one up is peng.
You should have seen that shot. It was peng. It's peng.
It was crazy. It was nuts.
That's perfect.
It sounds like perfect.
I mean, it sounds like perfect, but I mean, you know, trolley doesn't sound like shopping cart to me. So it was perfect. It was good. It was, you know, it was crazy. Something like that.
It's
Again, yeah, pretty much solid.
Last one. All right, the next one is buzzing.
Feeling great.
Yeah.
Feeling great, feeling good.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
be.
Boys
Feeling
Esports.
pretty damn
Interesting
good
to
at
see
that.
FaZe Clan's
That
points
was
over the
the
last
last one.
making
So
things
the
not be
game's
affected by inflation. I like
Oh,
this.
a bit of a damp squib from some of those teams, but I tell you what, it was a great effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think they'll be ready for the streets of London now. We should probably pop down the apple and pears though. We've got a stage to get to.
Kushti.
Right.
Does that mean they're casting the first three?
Not really sure about those apple and pears, but why were DZ and 100 Thieves so good at that game, Gino?
Zero knows, man. Whether it's the lingo, whether it's where the zones go, he just always knows.
No, hold on. My favorite had to be Luminosity. Luminosity was not having it. They were like, what the? I felt them because when I went through the notes and I saw something, like, I have no idea what I'm reading right now. And then Mark and Dan just seemed like in their normal, just like environment. Like, what do you mean? How do you not know this? I'm like, what? Well, a bog? Is that a frog?
Those 100
like,
Thieves jerseys are
I probably
fire.
would not have even done any better.
I think that one applies in Australia actually as well.
Oh,
so
really? All right.
They really should have got that one.
All right, well, you know, we had to have a little bit of fun with our players before we go into the seriousness of everything. Our match is just a few minutes away, so it's time for us to start talking about a few things before we jump into it. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about these teams, a lot about some of our favorite players.
Shoulder,
well,
man.
if there's anyone that you at home want to be keeping your eyes, whether it's on an individual, a team, multiple teams, maybe
I
it's
would
the
like
map
to
feed.
see
Well, our
Black
award-winning
Hand
multi-view
pop
is
off.
here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS.
I would like to see them take down Command Center so I don't have to worry about fucking restarts and storm point.
Which in-game comms you want to hear or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch the ALGS multi-view. Make sure that you are checking out because this is just one of the coolest things that you can watch when it comes to the ALGS. Talk about customization, but also talk about stuff that you at home can be getting for yourselves. We have Twitch drops, all right? Twitch drops will be active all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs with a chance for you to get all of these drops during the finals just in case you happen to miss those drops from any of the 3 first days of play. Obviously, all you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day. You can claim these skins. First, we've got that R99 skin, the Charbroiled, the Wraith skin, Fiery Fractals, the Hollow Spray Ratting, and the Gun Charm Predator. Or you get them all together on Sunday as long as you hang out with us in that chat. Get these added to your account. I mean, Vicky, what's your favorite on there?
It has to be the race skin. I actually am really excited to see how that plays out because, you know, you really do stand out, and I like to be obnoxious in my own games and not blend in with the environment, so you know how that goes. No, honestly, also the weapon charm. Can't wait to see how that plays out. I always try to watch in the back so that way I can always get the prizes so I can flex in the game. I also still have that holo spray from the second playoffs last year, so you always have to be able to flex in any way you can if you get any of these drops on Twitch, and it's always nice to see, too, so you can represent your favorite
So I'm
team,
guessing
anybody else know that you also watch.
Gaskin onset for the first 3.
All right, well, hopefully everyone
Rain
has gotten
and
a little bit of a rest in. You've got
Tip
yourself
for the
refreshed
second.
and
Oh, we already
ready for
said
the
we knew it was
second
Oscar,
series of matches
Dan
on the day
and
today
Onset.
because it's time for me to send it up to the London lads themselves, Onset and Gaskin.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lauren. It is an absolute pleasure to be back here, Dan. We've been waiting in the wings all morning long, watching the games, enjoying everything that's been going down. Good news for everyone at home. I've actually managed to find some trousers. I completely forgot yesterday when we shot that I had shorts on. But how you doing? You excited?
Fantastic. Yeah, I've been waiting for this a long time. I mean, it seems like a little while since we went from online. Now we get to land. Players are just about ready, and I feel like these two groups, there's just so much tension between a lot of the teams. We might see some contests going down, and also we've got regional champions going to be competing against each other.
We certainly do. I mean, this group is looking like a little bit of a bloodbath, to be honest with you, with some of the names that we've got in here. Of course, there's been talk about Alliance, understandably, with Effect making his LAN debut. Finally, Alliance getting to play with their full lineup. But speaking of people making, you know, a little bit of a return, we've got Fire Beavers who are going to be in this lobby as well. They're welcome back onto the main stage.
This lobby's got to be the redemption for EMEA, man.
You've got the likes of Exet, you've got Dark Zero in here, you've got Northeption who have been absolutely looking so solid in the build-up to this event. I mean, you can kind of just take your pick of a team at the moment, and there's a story behind them.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have so many regional champions means that we've got teams who are very good at match point. Now, of course, we're not in match point just yet, but it might give us a little teaser of how things are going to be when we get to that championship Sunday. Are we going to get an idea of the squads that are good, getting those victories in, can get those match point victories? I mean, we saw Dark Zero there. They are the kings of match point, it seems, at this situation.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to set up that scoreboard thing that we were using during the season for group stages. I think we'll be able to use it for bracket stage Saturday.
To mow your way towards getting into that winner's bracket and hopefully not going down to the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a long time to go. We've got, 4 days of action here from the Copper Box in London before we get to that finals lobby, and seeing how stacked this tournament is. And as we see Genome just taking center stage there as he walks across. Give us a wave, Genome. Too late for you, unfortunately. But I mean, it's going to be a real battle to get in. This is the first time I feel that we've seen teams in their full kind of lineup, full capacity, everybody here, everybody who deserves to be here on this main stage of this event.
No region has any excuses
every time you're looking
for a
around,
poor
you're like,
performance
okay,
this time
team
around.
is looking absolutely ridiculous. They've got the ability to do this, X, Y, Z, whatever it might be. But I think it's only right that we focus on the two teams who not only have looked very strong in their regions, but also have two players making their debut. You have Effect on Alliance, and of course you have Zainu, who's coming in for Dark Zero.
Yeah, and I think for Alliance, they have shown that they really are a major threat on international competition. Not only were they performing incredibly well with a substitute the last time we saw them on LAN, but throughout the online season, they have looked like a team who should be, if not at Sunday's finals, winning potentially Sunday's finals. They're a team who can compete with the very best on the international stage, and I think their Effect is going to have those pressures, though, right? Your first time playing on LAN.
He probably could have gotten in the next round a little quicker.
Slow out of the blocks, or is he going to be incredible? Is he going to be the kid that we saw playing online, the kill leader, unbelievable, but there is always going to be that extra pressure on your shoulders.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes on him, but there's no two better people to be alongside to make your LAN debut, right? You've got Hackett's been there, done that, seen it all. The only thing he hasn't managed to do so far is lead the team to an international victory. This team has been kind of the beacon of Europe, and as you can see, Effect on your screen there, giving us a little bit of a smile and a wave. The man in the middle there, alongside who was one of the clutchest players out of the entire tournament this Split 1 playoffs.
I just realized it.
It's
We
the
went
perfect
out to a
foundation here for Alliance to move forward and show that this could be their tournament.
And we were lucky enough to
Yard sale on a Thursday, big ballin' chillin'.
Saying how if any of the teams get a little bit
The
hot-headed,
love
maybe
you can do
keep
for
pushing in,
working
getting a
from
little bit
home, man.
aggressive,
Lucky.
they just speak to Effect, and Effect calms them down, and that is a crazy
I was
thing
sitting
for
here
me to
all of
hear.
a sudden thinking it was
18-year-old
Saturday, and I'm
is
like, wait a
being
minute, it's
the
only
calmest
Thursday.
member of the squad and just bringing down that energy when it's needed to. I think this is going to be one of our teams that we have to watch, not just in these groups, but throughout this entire tournament. I would be shell-shocked if they don't make Sunday.
So a lot of expectation, understandably, on the shoulders of Alliance, but then you have other teams in this lobby who we haven't even mentioned yet. One of them came second place back at the Split 1 playoffs, and that, of course, is going to be NRG. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride so far. Maybe here in London this time around in the Split 2 playoffs, it's going to be their time.
Yeah, I think the amount of times we've seen NRG get onto match point and have that opportunity opportunity to win, but then just kind of not really get over the finish line, really struggle over that final hurdle, and I think it has to change here. We need to see NRG perform that extra level better if we're going to call them champions, right? They need to be getting to match point early enough, but also putting that game to bed. I think it was 3 or 4 matches we saw them at Split 1 playoffs not be able to convert match point, and then of course TSM ripped it away from them.
Well, let's have a look at our map rotation. You can see groups A and C are going to be going up against each other right now. Excuse me, A and B, I can't read. Our first map is going to be Storm Point, as it was a little bit earlier. 3 matches here on Storm Point before we move over to World's Edge. And there's a couple of teams. I mean, we would say in general, everybody's kind of managed to even themselves out as far as how good they are on each map. But as we take a quick look at the expected drop points here,
all right, here we go, chat.
Teams still certainly, I would say, shine when it comes to Storm Point.
Yeah, and there has been a little bit of change here or there throughout the last week in scrims, but for the most
So we
part,
got A and B. You're gonna have Aurora and Onyx
going to be landing in the contest
down at
Onyx and Aurora
Shitfall.
down at the southern side of the map. Definitely a chance to maybe take advantage of Aurora playing with, of course, a substitute, but that substitute is Malawan, who should have played for them at Split 1 playoff, so I'm very excited to see that team perform. Everyone else has kind of...
it doesn't look like anyone else
evenly.
is
There will
contesting.
be one player kind of dropping off away from the rest who might, you know, be contesting a 1v1 just to try and get a beacon, maybe try and get a little bit of extra loot, so we'll also be keeping an eye on that.
And of course, I gotta say, I'm very excited to keep an eye on Sonoto Cave and the crazy rotations that come out of a certain team called Fire Beavers, because they are
Man, if there's some southern zones, Fire Beavers just might feast here
interesting to see how
in groups A versus B.
This lobby down when we've got some of the best in the world taking those 3v3 engagements.
Well, we saw how impressive it was from the likes of Pulverix earlier on today, playing placement, not worrying about kills, and then suddenly in the last 3 games they just burst to life and they become a squad who's able to top the table. Is this going to be a situation where a lot of teams are playing placement to begin with because they're easing themselves into LAN, and then Fire Beavers can either A, take advantage of that by catching teams off guard, getting that push, maybe getting a CQ down and then jumping on a team, or will they struggle a little bit because there's going to be so many squads and rosters that are just going to be bunkering down. They are going to be getting into those final circles nice and early.
As we see, match 1 is about to go live here, and we're about to get into our first game of Storm Point. A couple more stories just to keep in the back of your minds. We have Crazy Raccoon, of course, in this group as well, and they haven't quite made that jump to a finals lobby yet, so a group stage performance from them going to be certainly very, very, you know, almost pivotal to their performance and confidence, but also I think they can take a little bit of confidence out of what we saw a little bit earlier from the APAC North region. Fnatic looking amazing, Pulverix looking amazing, and I hope that confidence flows through them here.
First drop.
See our pop off.
Well, I will say it has to be North America that needs to
Come on,
step up
Onyx.
in these groups, because it has been the other regions that have shined that little bit stronger, but of course some of the biggest hitters in North America are in this lobby. You've got XA, you've got Dark Zero, so I'm expecting very large things as now the teams are going to be dropping into the map, and as we said, there could be a contest happening. Onyx versus Aurora.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this goes down. This is a battle that has gone down for a number of weeks in the build-up to this event that we find ourselves at right now, and as you can see, nobody seriously really wants to give this up. They want to play from this POI. We're going to see 6 players drop here, but who is going to be the first to fall? Aurora, of course, back on LAN. They did have to make this last-minute change with a previous teammate coming back in Malawan. Onyx, of course, representing the APAC South region. It's going to be so interesting to see how this battle develops.
I mean, if you can get anyone to replace a current teammate, an ex-teammate is always going to be the best because the chemistry is going to naturally be there. But Onyx already trying to utilize these smokes to cover some sight lines and get some good angles here to work together and get some shots down.
Yeah, Onyx also got some guns, which is always a good thing to find. Oh, Shady needs to pop a few shield cells, but all of a sudden, it looks like things are getting a little bit dicey.
Oh, that Q is going to be tough.
The only problem is the longer this fight goes on, it's whoever does
Onyx about to fall here. Aurora's going to win this.
Going down. Oxygen Esports have fallen on their contest as well.
Hold on.
As Aurora now find themselves in a 2v2.
Yeah, there was a fight happening at Barometer. Oxygen have lost that one. Aurora now, as a 2, need to make sure they work together. Ranch is trying to shield up. Needs a little bit of assistance from Cleve, but he's got a good angle here. He can watch and make sure he doesn't get easily pushed. But with a charge rifle and EVA rate, this is an awkward fight to be taking because you either need to be close or far away. There's not really a mid-range option.
Ranch is looking to fire through the smokes. And now you can see Onyx Esports trying to pounce on him. Damage being done, there's another knock. Onyx Esports down to 1. Shady in a 1v1 for the beans, and to see if
with the P20
down on this contest. Not quite having the P20 is the best thing in the world. It's not going to do the damage, especially up up against the EVA and Aurora. Welcome back to the main stage here in London. They will win the
well
first
done by
game of this
Aurora there on the contest, though.
Teammate, no problem. Perfect start for Aurora. Now they can just loot freely here on the southern side of the map. However, bad news is going to be where this circle is going to be moving. We're going to be heading to the northeast, up towards Stormcatcher, maybe just a little bit below Thunderwatch. So teams who have been dropping over in those areas are going to have the nice, easy early rotation.
Yeah, speaking of teams who are in a great spot, I mean, Dark Zero, they are bang center of Stormcatcher at the moment, bang center of this zone. They're probably going to try and hold down some of the staircases, I would say, because we have seen this zone just pull slightly south, maybe it pulls slightly north sometimes. It's a very interesting zone to see how it will develop, but Stormcatcher is certainly going to be one of those areas we would expect to see being contested towards that end game. But very interesting to see, where are Fire Beavers? They are still over at Cenote Cave. Fire Beavers, if you haven't been watching the EMEA region, famously like to go back into the zone, craft themselves some extra bats, a few med kits, and approach very late in a very aggressive style. And when they have their success, it's usually based on completely clearing out one side of the map and then walking their way in afterwards.
Yeah, you can see they already are thinking about that. And something we learned, I believe, in the opening couple of games here today in London is that teams who don't really get the ability to get the beacon information, the ring console, they've really been struggling to try and prioritize their rotations, sometimes getting involved in fights, and it is just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. So that's why you want to prioritize rotating towards a beacon if you can, get that ring console, get that information, and that's going to really help you out with your situations when you get into the final circle.
Yeah, just trying to find that little hole to expose and that place to play, especially if you've got the option of an evac tower to try and kind of thread that needle. Obviously, Valkyrie kind of found herself a little bit, I would say, not picked as much now that the evac tower is certainly in the conversation of.
So where is this ending?
Her ultimate ability, the Skyward Dive.
Does this end up pulling towards?
For a lot of teams, you get a little bit more utility with some of the comps and a little bit more legend flexibility.
Stormcatcher, or is this going to one of those no names out on the coast?
Speaking of approaching the zone, just looking to the north of where we expect to go, as you can see Glitch Energy on your screen.
I mean, you would imagine with this many teams
to the north past Thunderwatch
over here, they're kind of more expecting it. I'm not sure.
Side of where that zone's going to be pulling.
I mean, as you mentioned,
it just might stay over Stormcatcher side.
Stormpoint, they were the highest performing Stormpoint team that we had in North America. 4 victories for them, an incredible 13 top 5s as well throughout the season. So they are definitely going to be a team who will be performing well on Stormpoint, but I think what's more impressive for XSET is the fact they have an exact 50-50 split across both maps for how many points and victories they've been able to get. So I think that is impressive when you talk about consistency.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolutely ridiculous statistic. I mean, as a team, that's what you want, right? Complete and utter parity.
All right, so we're smooth through game 1 so far on the start.
At the moment, they're getting a little bit more information
Ring 1's only still just now closing.
With their rotation into
Alliance versus XSET.
It's a pretty good place to actually hold down towards this end game, because you might be able to
Alliance is going to have to back down here. They've at the disadvantage.
A little place to play into zone. Speaking of XSET, you did mention them, and we're going to see them on our screen right now. The composition going to be one that, if you've been watching XSET for some time, is kind of their Stormpoint go-to now, and it's great to see Fun, in my opinion, one of the most mechanically elite players.
The Pathy, baby.
Being able to flex his mechanical muscles, shall we say, with Pathfinder in the pick.
Yeah, he was unbelievable in the Split 2 season, and it's been very impressive for this XSET roster. In the moment, they're holding out Alliance, by the way. Of course, Alliance dropping over towards Lightning Rod. They were trying to make their rotation down towards this circle, and XSET denied it instantly, and they've walled up, and they will be more than happy to now hold this choke. For the decision on Alliance's side, do we try and get round this? If we do, we're going to be running into even more problems. We're going to have to try and get all the way around, maybe through Command Center, and then we've already got a few teams posted there. So it's about delaying the inevitable or just trying to push the aggression here now for Alliance.
Yeah, the good thing for Alliance with how they drop and the time they take, to loot is usually they're going to leave the northern side of the zone in a pretty good position to fight. XSET now, they look like they're ready to fight. We're going to see Thermites going down. We're going to see them trying to block the doors off at the moment, but the walls are going to be met with a couple of Watson fences. You can see that Sheila was warming up the lungs, getting ready to sing, but no shots fired quite yet.
Well,
come on, let that girl sing, baby.
Teams started to set up behind them and said, well, the choke's not going to do us much good when we get to endgame. Let's try and prioritize the position that could win us the video game that we are playing. And now they're going to be able to get into a spot where they can at least try and take these fights. And they actually bullied their way into said building. Now they can hold for a while. J-Lings are also going to be in the area, and they've managed to post up quite well. We haven't mentioned J-Lings yet, but of course a lot of pressure being a European side, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward to this one.
Yeah, J-Lings, you would say fundamentally very, very sound team. It just seems like the fighting capability hasn't quite been there in those big moments, and when you're looking at the composition as well, you can see maybe just a lack, you would say, of aggressive fight-taking options in that composition in comparison to some others, but certainly know how to get to endgame and know how to find great spots to play.
But of course, JMW, a LAN champion in his own right, and you've also got 2 players who featured on Invictus Gaming They were one of the best teams that we saw on World's Edge, for example, in Split 1. So I do think there's a lot of potential for J-Lings, and we're going to learn a lot in these 6 matches of how they are going to hang with a lot of these international squads.
Well, Dark Zero, who were one of the first teams to zone, this is where they've chosen to play. Like I mentioned, right on the eastern side of where this zone is going to be pulling. For now, though, it's a little poke battle, a little prod battle, and a little expedition to see if they can get those Evo shields leveled up a little bit. All on blue at the moment. You want to obviously try and get those up to purples for that end game to give yourself a fighting chance, but you can also see the team that's going to be above them, and the high ground is such a difficult thing at all times to try and fight against, especially when you get smoked off.
And NRG just holding out as well. A lot of teams now who are on the outer side of this circle are starting
I'm trying to get my
greeted by the late rotators, and we know
phone
which teams traditionally do rotate late. Fire Beavers and North Epsion still in the red, by
there
the
we
way.
go.
And I'm not really
I need to get a new
surprised that's
phone
what
soon,
they like
honestly.
to do. They'll be joining the game a little bit later. Sometimes it gets you those extra placements, but of course can get you that extra loot as well.
Yeah, so it's a playstyle that becomes more difficult to be effective and I would say consistent with as you move through the lobbies, especially with the quality of fighting teams that are usually holding down spots in zone and kind of looking out to gatekeeping you, but with the talent and the mechanical ability that is on Fire Beavers. Plus, I would say, I'll use the big P word, passion, that they show in those team fights. It's always a lot of fun to watch them. But Alliance, they're trying to do a little bit of watching themselves right now as NRG, who are poking away at them a few moments ago. For now, they're just trying to hold out this north side, clear their backs and make sure their path towards where that zone's going to be going is going to be clear.
I think there's only 6 teams who are outside of this current circle, so in 49 seconds they're all going to have to make their way in. There might be a couple of rotation clashes. I mean, Fire Beavers are making their way through, realize they're going to be ahead of them. Blackhand are going to be trying to go for a sneaky rotation on the eastern side of the map.
Why do we keep getting like
still going to be moving in late? I cannot stress enough how important it was that Aurora won that initial fight.
What's
because
going on
they
with
pretty
the
much
screen?
hold the entirety of the southern side of the map because
Y'all
of
are
it.
seeing that,
they
right?
will be one of the last teams to arrive there, but that's going to be good. They should be able to get at least top 15 and then start to think about
It's
their
fine
position.
now, but they were
we
getting
talk
like
about
the
importance
green
of this
like
little poke battle that's going down at the moment.
1990s
This is
Channel
Alliance
3
versus
shit.
NRG, and both these teams are currently holding down the very northern side of where this zone is going to be pulling. And if they completely block off any teams from being able to rotate behind them, one of those teams who might be thinking about that, by the way, is going to be Glitch Energy, Crazy Raccoon, maybe thinking about making a late approach as well. Then they are going to have such a great priority position for this zone. They're going to have the high ground. They know there's a lot of teams already in zone. There might be a lot of KP for them to pick up if they're the team who comes out last for that northern side.
Yeah, you can see there's going to be 3 teams potentially that could all be rotating towards NRG and Alliance. They might come through Thunderwatch. Glitch and Crazy Raccoon will probably fight first, and the winner of that then probably faces NRG.
Yeah,
or
but like
Alliance
nothing's
afterwards.
actually
So
scanning,
they know
right?
there is
It's
potential
strange.
KP on their way, but it's just what's going to be happening. Then if you look at the southern side of your map, southwest, Fire Beavers are still in the red.
Dude, I
They
swear
don't
Fire
care.
Beavers
They're
take
still
more
moving. They're still getting
damage
that
from the ring than
information
anybody.
from the ring console as well. They are more than
I'm
happy
pretty
to
sure the
join
stats
the
actually
fight a little
show
bit
that as
later on,
well.
as also Aurora have done the same.
I mean, it's just crazy to see, right? Fire Beavers, they play the game their own way, and it's been effective for them in the EMEA region. They were in zone a few moments ago. They decided, hey, let's go back out. Let's
Blackhand
get a
very
little bit more
much on
info
the
and let's
southern
play
side of the
for this
ring,
late
closer
game
to launch
in the way
pad.
that we want to, with everything at our disposal, right? Not only able to
And
craft
No
on
Name
their
just
way
north
in, but
of it.
also, like you say, with the information from ring console to give them the best spot that, or I should say pathway that they can see to try and fight their way into the zone. The difficulty with it, though, Dan, we still have 18 teams alive, and finding a way into a zone with 18 teams looking at you, it's pretty tough.
Very impressed with North Epsion's rotation. They managed to push themselves through Command Center and avoid the Crazy Raccoon drama that's happening on the northern side, but they will be met by Realize. Now, I said earlier that North America has Xset, one of the best Stormpoint teams. Realize are the best Stormpoint teams. 7 wins they had across regular season, and I'm sure they'd like to put some on LAN as well.
Well, let's have a look at Dark Zero then. They're still holding down the exact same spot that we saw a few moments ago last time we were on board with them. And as you can also see, still quite some way off of those purple Evo shields. So it's been a little bit of a game of hide and seek from them so far. Speaking of fights actually taking place and a little bit of damage being shared, we can go over to the northern side of things now, and we're going to see a fight starting to break out. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon. We've got a lot of fans here in London, of course, hoping they make their way towards a final. We've got a lot of fans, of course, sat back at home as well, hoping the same thing.
Yeah, and we knew this was gonna happen. Glitch versus Crazy Raccoon on
So
this
what's
northern
interesting
side,
is I
but
thought
it's going to create a lot of
weren't
commotion.
Blackhand
NRG and Alliance
landing
will hear this happening, but because NRG and Alliance have been having that poke
Stormcatcher?
neither team is
Or was
gonna
that
step
only on
away from where they
one
were
group for a
residing.
contest?
Also, if you step away, then you might be the team who ends up getting fourth party if you try and go in and you don't clear that up fast. But Crazy Raccoon made the play.
Oh, they're there in group B and D because of the LG. Oh.
Stays alive after doing the damage as well, and now says to Parker and co, it's time to push in, boys. My job here is done.
Having a Crypto and a Seer, it's 2 initiating characters if you get that Q, but it is going to be 2-2. No, forget it. Glitch are eliminated. Incredible play from Crazy Raccoon, really utilizing the fact that they have got those initiating characters and they could just get those fights.
Again, chat, if you see Glitch, remember that Glitch is now a South American team.
Because you want to be effective, you want to be quick.
Not
so
the
you
squad
don't
that
get
we
third
saw
party.
in Split 1 from NA.
Not interested whatsoever. Just to give you an idea of the story we were telling a few moments ago.
It's a team previously known as Gosu.
And Alliance being somewhat close in the vicinity to this. The fact that that fight was ended so quickly, I don't think they would have even had the time, to be honest, to even get into a position to look. The res was in, the shields were swapped, and Crazy Raccoon, good KP on the board for them. That's going to be 17 squads now remaining as we have 30 seconds left on Zone 3.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different zone because we now have about half the lobby, maybe just under half, who are outside of the next circle and are all going to have to move at the same time. And everyone who has posted up in some of these more prioritized positions and they have the height advantage, they are going to be able to rain down hell on a lot of squads that are going to be joining late. So it's about, do you go over teams here? Do you have any evac towers? Are you brave enough to take an evac tower? Speaking of Fire Beavers, the team who likes to arrive late, they have arrived, but they are being griefed. They've had to do so much work in the zone.
Who's keeping them out here?
Utilizing meds, and here comes that evac tower that I was talking about.
Porty Balloon is up, and they're up in the skies as well, but can they find a place to land? This might catch a team off guard. Not expecting Fire Beavers to be moving through the skies, and they might be able to find somewhere to play. The pings are going to come in here, and it looks like they should just about be safe. Not a huge amount of damage.
So the Aurora's looking from behind him at high ground. Aurora's going to have to move here, though.
They look like they're about to go head-to-head, and Cleaver's going to send in the Horizon ult as well to see if he can catch one off guard.
I do not condone this Amir on Amir action. Be careful with where you push, because it is going to be against the Fire Beavers, one of the best 3v3 fighting teams that we have seen throughout the Amir region in this season. But at the moment, they're on the back foot. They are retreating. They are trying to
it looks like they're split in 2 fights as well, right?
They are going down, but as you can see, Taskmaster using that Q to avoid the rolling thunder.
Crazy Raccoon out, returning with their own suckage.
The black hole's going to go down, but it's a little bit of a trade-off for the Qs. Crazy Raccoon eliminated in the meantime.
Sorry, I won't do that anymore.
And as we see this fight start to develop, Fire Beavers will be safe. It's Aurora who are trying to force themselves into zone here, and Fire Beavers are going to hold.
Fire Beavers happen to hold. They were able to retreat for a short while, but 9imps goes down. Now just 2 members of Fire Beavers remain. Great damage from Orion, but it's not going to be enough
Realize
to keep
out.
his teammates alive, because there are 3 squads in this area, and Orion might
believe that was
might just have to retreat at this point.
Black Hand took them out.
Who have arrived a little bit late to ruin the party here.
Black Hand going to be eliminated in 14th, though. Alliance out in 13th.
There's the power of Newcastle. The rest comes in, but it isn't going to be enough.
Northampton out.
Clutches up here. He keeps Aurora in this game, and they will command this side of zone.
Jeez, that kill feed's going crazy right now, bro.
Back to Aurora's chances of staying alive here. They're not going to be aware of how many players have been eliminated. If he got the res, it could be massive.
And 100 Thieves are having a look at this as well. And the interesting thing was, as Northampton poked in, like I was saying, it gave the opportunity for Fire Beavers to reset here. So what looked like was going to be game 1, watching from the lobby here for Fire Beavers. All of a sudden, they're back on their feet. All of a sudden, the shield bats are going to be popped, and they're coming back for revenge now.
This is now going to be ugly, because it's going to be 3 versus 1, maybe a 3 versus 2 with the res. Aurora eliminated. We're down to 10 squads. During all of that kerfuffle, we saw the likes of Alliance get eliminated, but now we've got other teams getting involved.
Here comes 100 Thieves. They want a little piece of this. They're going to throw all the utility they can, and they're going to get that first knock as well. However, Fire Beavers trying to hold their ground, but this looks like it might be the end of the road for them. 100 Thieves time it perfectly. They throw all the utility, the black hole. They see the mess going down. They clean up. Now 100 Thieves.
Yeah, not for long, though. They did not get saved for very long.
Just to breathe and calm things down.
But as a couple, that's 2 more points?
For 100 Thieves at the moment.
Very one more point
in
going out at
Lingo
9.
Conto piece, but also I think the 100 Thieves, they mean business
as
at this
opposed to 11.
They've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They were
take
very
those. I don't think they picked up any of the KP, right?
Previous lands, and they believe they should be up there or thereabouts. They want to be winning championships, and we've seen it on social media, questioning their performances. They want to be back up there at the top.
While all this carnage was going down, of course, other teams have been eliminated.
Smart,
in the meantime,
smoking and then going to the evac tower.
Right bang in the god spot on top of this building inside its zone, but I was talking about the NRG Alliance fight. Well, NRG, they were the ones who came out on top. NRG now trying to push, but you can see the FC Destroy are doing exactly what their name said. Nathan down.
Yo, chat, remember at the beginning of the things today, I said FC Destroy, a team to look out for, underrated from APAC North. Nice start for them, too.
FC Destroy and Dark Zero both got to this far eastern side of the map, and they have been able to lock it down, hold it down, and they should be the 2 teams with the most likely chance to win this game. But there is still squads who could put a real threat on everything that's happened on the western side. You can see Jailings and Exit are holding this building together. Now we see 100 Thieves start to push as well to leave no witness who are going to be in the area, but they've already taken a lot of damage. Need to be careful.
Wingman headshot's going to be good, but now the push is coming in, and all of a sudden you can see Exit say, this is an opportunity for us to get a little bit of KP. Vaxelon left on his own, taking zone damage. He's got Arc Stars in front of him. He's got frags to deal with as well. It's ATH who are trying to fly in.
100 Thieves out.
Eliminated in the meantime.
ATH. Nice first game here. Gonna go out in 7th.
The way it's pulled, everyone now is jumping in on this free KP.
Leave no witness still up. Let's go, boys.
It is going to be such a struggle to get onto this eastern side of the circle that has been locked down by
After
FC
the sell the
Destroy
squad
and
wipe.
Dark0. Now, a team who could maybe throw a spanner in the works is Naked. They're on the southern side of this circle.
They got a hell of a rotate in front of them, though.
Dark0 out of their area,
and they might get lucky in the fact that Jailings and Exet are like right next to each other. It might be fighting, so they might be able to rotate out.
Big good news. That kind of works, right?
Big good news.
Dark0, they got that Catalyst wall down. The Dark Veil is going to keep them alive. You could see on the map overhead there, the third person, that both players, I think it was Zainu and Jem Burton, barely any health, just about stayed on their feet there. And the Dark Veil keeps them alive for now, and most importantly, keeps them in this game and keeps Naked back.
The fact we have 3 teams on this eastern side is good news for all that are on the western side, because they're not going to be focused as heavily, because everyone's going to be contesting each other on the eastern side, so all the western teams can kind of worry about each other as they move across to the map, and it is going to be really about keeping an eye on that kill feed, seeing when teams are eliminated, are you going to have a chance to maybe take a spot? And I tell you what, there is a nice little drop looking in the middle there. Is anyone going to be brave enough to grab that one?
Yeah, it might be a little bit risky. Maybe the team who comes out as the successor on that West Ham side may be able to pick it up on the pass. Maybe Fun on the Pathfinder will be able to grapple in and steal it away and find himself a Kraber. Who knows? For now, though, FC Destroy, top of
so
the
what,
tower,
3 teams over there. Jailings taken out by Exet. Exet out, which means Leave No Witness is top 4. They're rotating in.
Damage at the moment as we find ourselves down to 4.
Well, everyone on the eastern side just ignored each other for a second. It's like they all banded together and said, let's just shut down the other teams. They're going to be moving in. Naked still trying to find their position on this east side, and they just hold the southern side of the circle at the moment. They've been hugging this red very effectively and bullying Dark0 over and over again, but Leave No Witness have been able to just sneak their way on the northern side.
I would say Leave No Witness can really just sit where they're at and let the rest of this lobby fight themselves out if they get forgotten about.
And it's also, of course,
oh no, they can't.
North, who have looked so good in the early stages of this tournament in the group. Of course, a long way to go, but
I mean,
as far
good.
as the regions are concerned,
I don't think anyone's going to forget where they're at, though, outside that door.
We see Dark0 making their way into the bottom floor. This is what
they're
they
pushing
do so
in.
well.
Here's Leave No Witness pushing up.
In the world at navigating these tight end games.
At this point, I think North America very happy to kind of have.
They're a very confident team in a 3v3. Pushing up against FC Destroy here.
Fight Gino for that one. Those hands are going to have to be thrown.
They got to keep in mind, though, that they have another team that's inside this building that could pop out from underneath them.
So long now, and Pinky's going to get a knock as well.
I think Naked can honestly vibe, bro. They got a long rotate, but they can really just sit outside this wall up where Pinky and them are at.
FC Destroy up on the high ground. They have the Watson. If they have a gen down, any utility that comes down from a Bangalore or someone similar, it's just going to get eaten up.
Yeah, a lot of these ultimates are going to make a big difference in this final circle, and especially if you are on top of it, you need that protection. So Watson Gen is going to be extremely important indeed, but also being inside the building here for Dark.
Okay, so Brutus gets up. They need to be able to get the heal here.
Putting damage out
or
the
for
windows,
Leave No
out the doors,
Witness.
let everyone do the damage to each other, and then just wait and try.
They could really split up along that wall. Not sure how I feel about that yet.
It's difficult to try and navigate who to prioritize in this position.
And you would say, maybe, just maybe, Naked with this rotate to the bottom of your screen.
Leave No Witness pulling up on FC Destroy.
Everyone else is going to have to leave. Everybody else is going to have to come out of this building towards them. And if
they can do that, that gives them high ground.
Wait for that damage to be done and can execute as people leave this building, then this might be
That's
their
FC
game.
Destroy out.
Destroy, they are eliminated, as you can see.
Leave No Witness.
Still in this position.
Has the high ground.
In the game as well.
And
they got a squad. DZ's going to just chill inside the building, though.
Team from both sides or eliminate players from both sides, but they could be exposed a little bit by some ults. And yes, okay, we see Bangalore ultimate come down now, and now it's going to be a chance maybe to get a little bit of extra damage as both teams who are on the building are eventually going to have to force themselves out of these spots.
Yeah, all eyes on Arufa here. If he's got the ability to hit the Horizon Q up into the sky, the grav lift to get over all the utility and hit a black hole as these teams try to leave, then he could change this game. But Dark0 escaped. But used
Dark0 escaped.
to cut the zone in half, and Dark0 navigates.
Still everyone split up.
Dark
Veil's so important in these final circles just to escape the sightlines for a little while, but then as soon as it comes down,
so they're gonna rotate over on Dark Zero. They just don't have health.
Into this fight,
that's gonna be tough here.
Use the Dark Veil. Now they've got to be careful that zone isn't the one that takes them to the grave. They're doing a great job. And
Leave No Witness out in third. Tough, man. This is gonna give Naked the win though for free.
Still holding the line, still holding strong, and it's looking like this will be yet another win for the region. Naked are your champions here.
So I mean, I think that's the smartest play from Leave No Witness, right? You play for second. Just unfortunately, you push in with less health.
To the wall, and as soon as they saw where that circle was going to be pulling,
it's unfortunate.
They could just hold off. They knew they just had to be patient, and the way they executed it in the final circle was impressive at the very least. They made sure they were watching those angles correctly. The ultimates came down at the right time, and I do think that both teams coming out of the building struggled.
Nice game for Leave No Witness, though.
If I was Dark Zero, because they kind of got sent on, but I think it kind of had to happen. With so much vision that's being impaired, it's going to be a situation where one team just has to commit to a fight.
Yeah, 100%. I think Dark Zero did a magnificent job of just getting out of that building towards that open ground with the Dark Veil. It just shows how that ability for me is one of the most vital in endgame for numerous reasons, but being able to cut off sightlines, cut that zone in half, find your way into a position and leave one of those buildings that's so highly populated, very, very impressive from them. But I mean, it's the rotate from Naked. They showed such little presence up until that endgame, just sneaking around the southern side behind Dark Zero, forcing them back and almost forcing them inside of that building. That was the game-changing moment for me when they took that position away from Dark Zero, who only had those blue shields.
And looking back at it, Dark Zero might say, should we have been a bit more aggressive at holding that position and keep it Naked back? But when there's 6 or 7 teams remaining, you are very unlikely to actually try and take that fight, because you don't know if there's another team that could be moving afterwards to third-party you. So they're more likely to step back, take a safer position, take a top 3, which is pretty much what they did, and just hope that maybe you can be the team that gets the zone pulls towards you. But I think that Naked, we just have to be very impressed with how they made that move and how they bullied one of the best teams that we have in this lobby.
I mean, we can take a look at that final circle from the point of view of Naked as well, so we can really kind of encapsulate exactly what went down in those final moments. And I mentioned how important it was going to be for Arufa in those final moments on Horizon. Well, he almost did his job perfectly, but Dark Zero just about managed to kind of skate past just as the black hole went down and use that Dark Veil to avoid it, but he still did a pretty good job.
I think this is a really smart play by Naked to really kind of make sure that you can spread out and get the most information that you can.
In or around a building and you have a black hole available and the grab lift, you're feeling in a pretty good spot and you can communicate that to the team. But the Dark Veils here, they just cut off so much vision from Naked. They've been setting up that angle, they've been setting up that crossfire for quite some time, and they had to back off and they had to accept the space. But it was the damage that Rufa was able to put down.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that Q there is huge because they know that team's looking for them there. So they have to push into Dark Zero.
For this final circle.
Yeah, really good CQ there from Pinky as well, just making sure that everyone was silent.
Because they have to hope that they can push the other way and surprise the team, which they almost did.
Really didn't have much choice other than to try and navigate around, because if they climb over that wall, they're dead. They're toast, guns are down, and it's just going to be easy pickings, and then having to step through the Dark Veil, the zone helps them out, and it's easy pickings at the end of the game for them. Very, very well played and
Let's
very
see
well
if we've got
manipulated.
scoreboards up already on
going on in front of them, what teams
Battlefy. We do.
And also just knowing how to expose Dark Veils. Even though Dark Veil, very impressive ultimate, it can be exposed if you can get some height over it, whether that's via a wall, whether that's via a grab lift, and they manage to just find those angles to do enough damage to really force the fight in a way that
so
they
Dark
wanted,
Zero in second with 13th, Naked getting 7 kills to go with their first place. Leave No Witness in third with 11.
Going to win that game. It was very unlikely they would be throwing.
Bam, there he
Yeah,
goes.
7 kills as well along the way, and a lot of those coming towards that end game, like you just saw as well. So Naked once again.
I just want to point out,
I'm sure that the
I pointed out Dark Horse for each region going into the day. These two were there.
7 kills alongside the
And
12
so is that
points,
team
puts
right
them
there.
on 19
I
after
picked
game
one from
number
each
1.
region.
Dark Zero managed to steal away in second
Peace and love.
place.
Love you
See
guys.
the placement points alongside their
I'll
kills.
be here all week.
They were once again very early rotate from Dark Zero, leaves them with 13. Leave No Witness though, very impressive from them. FC Destroyer there in 4th.
And I love the kind of second to last, third to last circle where we had 3 teams on the east, 3 teams on the west, and I was really concerned for those teams on the west of whether they'd be able to successfully traverse across the map.
So I want to see Strafing Flame pick it up here, man.
There would be enough.
Want to see Black Hand
would just be able to allow them to
have a big day.
Through, but it seemed like they all just agreed they wanted to take down the western side, and they were more than happy to then be the last 3 or 4 remaining teams. Those who struggled, I mean, we saw the early fights that went down. Onyx lost their contest against Aurora, and I'm sure
you need to have a big day because this is your only set for the day, and tomorrow's the back-to-back. And I would imagine the back-to-back is much harder to stack points on.
We see someone finally wave the white flag, so to speak.
Kind of like we saw during the regular season.
Somewhat of a no-name POI just to get something and have some sort of game to play, because it is a little bit frustrating sometimes when you are that team all of a sudden and, you know, 2 games are gone, you've got no points on the board because you've decided to contest and come out on the wrong side of it. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens with those contests, because it's time for us to go to a break. We'll be back with Game 2 in just a few seconds.
Circle was going to be pulling. They knew they could just...
$71. No, 57. No. 71. 71. Right? 107 would be too high. Like 36 is too low. I think it's 71. Bam! Let's go, baby! Your boy got it. Prior to today's match, how many kills did YoBoyCue 2 have in Split 2 regular season? $43. 65's too high. I'm good. 2 for 2, baby.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London, and welcome back to the Copper Box. Game number 2 is about to get underway here in Group A
before this goes down, I gotta
versus B. And as you can see, that beautiful trophy is what everybody here in London who has made that journey wants to take back on that plane, or maybe keep it here, who knows, in the UK, when all is said and done on Sunday. We've got a lot of action to get through, of course. Game number 1 being taken away by Naked, and now we're going to have to see that there's going to be another challenger coming in our game number 2 as we head back to Stormpoint.
The first time Naked have won a game on Stormpoint throughout this entire season as well, so it does show that the transition from online to LAN, we can see a few statistical anomalies that do float through, and teams just really progressing, learning from maybe a lack of success in some of these maps and making sure they push on.
Now, I would say I'm one of my guilty pleasures. It's a good redemption arc, right? I love it when you come into a tournament, there's a team who has a perfect opportunity at a redemption arc. Now, Aurora, you're going to be that team for me during this tournament. Reason being, they qualified for Split 1 playoffs. We know that. They couldn't, unfortunately, make it over here, but they are here. Well, they should have been here as a full team as well, but then, unfortunately, they had to bring Maliwan back in. It's been a whole thing, and, you know, that would have been the team that we have right now in the Split 2 playoffs that would have been playing at the Split 1 playoffs. They win that contest in game number 1, and I just got a funny feeling, right? They've been contesting pretty much for the entirety of the scrims in the build-up to this. They haven't looked great. They haven't had a home, Dan. There's been Harvester, Dark Zero. That's been difficult as well on World's Edge, but they've won the first one. All of a sudden, they didn't have the best of games. They've got some decent KP.
Are you saying just imagine?
But I'm just saying imagine. Just imagine that story.
I will play devil's advocate.
Why?
Just because there was a reason why there was a team change and why they made that team change initially, and Maliwan was taken off that roster, right? They replaced with Sunset, but now Maliwan has the chance to redeem himself. So if you want a redemption arc, maybe it's an individual one rather than a team one as well. An amazing opportunity to reinstate yourself on a side, and who knows? Well, I mean, we've seen some crazy things. Aurora were a team who looked looked like a team that could be LAN champions back in Split 1 in the online regular season. They didn't kind of have that same consistency in Split 2. Maybe the meta changes really hurt them in their playstyle, but when you
Do
get to
some
LAN,
soup in the microwave real quick, so I'm going to lower the desk. We're going to sit down here.
We'll certainly keep our eyes on the contest as well. And Oxygen Esports, I think, has been a fascinating story in itself. I mean, we've been watching two of these players literally go from the trenches to where they are right now. You've got Reed's Aiden the Destroyer. You know, we were casting BR, arenas, tournaments with these two guys in, and all of a sudden they went through challenges. They've been, on a lower tier roster, really fought their way into this position now to be here on LAN. And that's another great story, right? Teams coming from nowhere, putting the time in, putting the effort in, and finding success. And you see Vayne in the middle there. I mean, it's a great team, and I just feel like this is a team that you've got to keep your eyes on. Maybe right now might not be perfect time for them to go and lift a trophy, but in a year's time, 2 years, who knows with this roster?
I mean, it's the kind of Verhol story, isn't it? It's very similar, just individual AIM stars that come together that were really good at playing in those arena tournaments and have slowly transitioned into BR and have been at teams that have been amazing in those 3v3 fights, just sometimes lacked a little bit of the macro. Sometimes
all right, so to keep in mind
and just learning,
that last,
but with the fact that we have such a stacked lobby,
or that first match, I should say,
teams throughout these regions, they've
we
been
saw
very fast.
FC Destroy.
Everyone has to adapt, otherwise you very
plays pretty high and Leave No Witness. Those are the two teams that landed closest to where the circle ended.
Now,
just something to keep in mind in case we see this thing pulled to the completely opposite side of the map, especially since on Stormpoint we do see a lot of southern pulls.
I was like, do you know what? I feel like this meta, all of a sudden, like a little shift with the SMGs. I was like, do you know what? This kind of suits the playstyle of APAC North. If you get a Prowler, Peacekeeper, whatever it might be in those close-range battles, now that the R9's been kind of shunted into the Crafter, I just feel like it kind of, those short-range fights become a little bit more viable for some of the best M&K players in the world.
Well, I mean, you can see it from the results today. I mean, APAC North has been dominating. We've seen them up there in every single game so far, so I'm not really surprised. And if that is the reason, then I would say replicators are very important with where they are going to be, and we need to be keeping an eye on it. And what teams can pick up an R9, for example, to deny any sort of MNK player from being able to get into a position to take that fight, get up close and personal, and use your aggression where
all right, match number 2.
Keep your eyes on APAC North right now because they certainly have been.
Oh, and Naked also, I guess, didn't have to rotate that far away, right? They rotated an antenna.
Split 2 playoffs. For now, though, it's time to get into game 2. As we head back into
what do we think, Southern Zone, chat? I'm thinking,
as always, who's going to come out as champion?
Barometer.
We're going to see a similar circle in our
maybe
first
Mill.
games today.
We haven't seen anything over on that west side today, have we?
Luminosity Gaming took full advantage of that. I think a big thing in Apex.
I mean, I guess technically that third game on Stormpoint in the first set was west-ish.
You and not squandering them, not throwing them away.
Still more central map though, probably I'd call it.
Very often, and you may find yourself with your backs against the wall a little bit later on in these groups, and you need to be picking up as much points as possible in those circles that are going to be close to your drop spots.
Well, first things first, we've got to race through the skies. It's back to Onyx versus Aurora.
First things first, I'm the
Who's going to be able to take this win? Last time, of course, it was Aurora who managed to clutch up in those final moments. And we're going to have to see who gets the guns, who gets the loots, and who.
All right, come on, Onyx.
Looking a little bit, shall we say, sheepish in the fight. For now, Onyx not going to find too much. Mozambique, so that's not going to do too much, but it's going to do enough.
Rocky!
Down, the alternator, the ultimate
dude, Onyx about to start off 0-2.
And the Nater is swinging.
1-2, buckle my shoe. It's going to be as easy as that for Cleve, and Aurora should be able to win this one comfortably now in a 1 versus 3. Fussy does get the Nemesis, and that's always a concern for me because the Nemesis can do some crazy things, but no, it's not going to be a chance for Onyx as they go down again. There is, by the way, still a contest happening at Barometer. Realize versus Oxygen, they're still fighting over there as well.
They certainly are, and look at that, jumping straight over to this fight that's going to be going down, and Oxygen trying to do what they can to win this fight. They do have control of the center spire here at Barometer. Reeds has got himself a purple armor, but just looking across elsewhere, it's a little bit thin pickings, you would say, with Rain and Aiden the Destroyer finding themselves some white shields.
And realize we were able to win this fight initially.
Oh, who are you shooting at, my guy? Okay, Reeds get one.
Trade 1 for 1, but Oxygen have now lost 2.
Oh, 98.
Splat with that Peacekeeper, 22, maybe nobody has, but that's a little bit more chunky. And now he makes this a little bit closer. Can he get the shield swap?
Oh, Vayne's out of ammo!
HP, oh, eliminated. They will fall in the lobby, and it's Obley who comes out as the clutch master for his squad.
So Realize, formerly Fun 1-2-3, as I mentioned earlier, one of our, if not the best Stormpoint team that we have in this entire tournament. They had 7 wins throughout regular season. They have been unbelievable on this map. My only worry, looking at those stats, is how do they progress over to World's Edge? But they don't need to worry about that right now. Just focus on winning these fights, getting to those late games, and trying to pick up some big points on your best map.
Okay, well, as the initial, shall we say, exchanges of fire have been exchanged.
They aren't fun 1, 2, 3 anymore, though, right?
That zone's going down. We
They're
are going
realized.
over towards
Fun 1, 2, 3 was their old
northwestern side
banner.
of Launchpad here, maybe towards somewhat of a waterfall zone.
Yeah, it could be waterfall, definitely over towards Launchpad. You can see a few teams that are going to be already moving to that eastern side. So it is going to be an eastern pull again, just not as far. But this could be really good for ATH and 100 Thieves who are already in prime position. You can see FC Destroy again are going to be moving very quickly. They got into one of the best spots so fast.
All right, so
in match number 1. They just weren't really able
this
to
one probably going to be
capitalize on
finishing
some
more
of the rotations
Launchpad,
that
I
were being
believe.
made. Another team that moved very fast in the previous game and got into an amazing
This
spot
might be the
was
one that
Dark
actually
Zero.
finishes like
This
dead
isn't gonna
ass
be
on
as
like those
comfortable
like
rotation because there's a
northern
lot of
2 fingers.
uneven ground to cover. There's going to be a lot of different heights
But closes out like
that can
on the
be held by
outskirts of them.
squads that maybe Dark Zero could be peeked out on if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's an interesting zone, this one, and they've got to be careful here, Dark Zero, because they might be in a little bit of a pinch here because Exet were having a little bit of prod at those spiders, and if they're not careful, all of a sudden the reticles of Exet players can move from the spiders towards the body of Jim Burton, for example. Zero's given responsibility here to just make sure he's holding down that choke. But of course, this could well be an end zone that we see as well, pulling up towards that launch cannon. We've seen that many, many times.
I want to see
in and around the Pro League of Dark Zero now. They say, hey, let's have a little bit of fun shooting some spiders ourselves.
potentially.
And I really am worried about some of these kind of northeast teams that are going to be all moving down at the same time because we're going to get very
teams
congested
on these
down
like this
in
west
choke
side
point where all
are
going to
have to be
try
pulling
and
out,
fight their way through.
or I should be
And as I
rotating
mentioned,
over.
when you're sliding down this hill, it's a lot of open terrain, which you're
Also,
very
how is
vulnerable
Dark
from.
Zero all the way
Some
over
of the
to-
teams that have already found themselves in position to just shoot down. There's not much cover, so you've got to be very quick at making that
Stormcatcher
decision
already.
of when you want to
Them
move.
boys booking
Exet
it.
now trying to get a little bit of cover in one of these buildings where they can just kind of put up a tent and they can hold tight for a short while.
NRG making their way towards zone as well. Just on the other side of the mountainous range to Exet, but Exet on our screens
By
right now, of
confident,
course,
bro.
quite rightly we should focus on. They were involved in that end game. Unfortunately, the zone pulling away from the
Oh,
building they
realize
fought so
initially
hard
because
to
they were
get into,
landing
which
no
made it
name,
very,
then they
very
rotated a
difficult for us.
barometer.
We saw
Looks
them
like maybe
come
doing
down
something
in
similar
that
to what we
previous
saw
game.
LG
FC
do in the
Destroy
first
as they
series.
tried to do so. Nocturnal going to be on the rampart once again. This is the classic composition we expect to see, and it looks like they might be just trying to hold out teams moving from the north.
Reactionary
trying to work
dropping
their way
between a
down
couple
the
of
hills, as we
points.
see so many teams do here on Stormpoint.
And I think that Exet, with how they performed in Split 2, the best North American team, Nocturnal, I mean, a lot of the reason why was because of him and his IGL ability and how impressive this squad has been throughout the season. But as we get to LAN now, I'm really curious to see on the international competition, are they going to still
Yeah, I think
have
this
that
one, right, Jeff?
impressive
Is
way
the one
of
that
how they
ends,
just
like,
manage and manipulate the map in their own way
on
to get
those
to these
northern
final
two,
circles? Or is there going to be some teams that just pip them to the pulp
like
a little
fingers,
bit,
kinda
and
like
they find
that?
themselves having to think a little
Maybe
bit more
extending
on
a
the
little
fly.
bit further
I still
out,
think they'll be fine
like
having
that.
to do that, but it's a very different environment.
Don't mind the fact that that looks like a pair of cheeks. That's irrelevant.
Well, if you're wondering who
But I think it's the one that ends like on the end,
right
like the
now
end of
is
those two
actually
fingers. Yeah.
NRG, who are just kind of stuck into the zone ahead of them. They did have the Sheila out, the ultimate coming in from Rampart to try and do a bit of damage, maybe pick up a somewhat of a free knock, but NRG too smart for that. They don't get cut down, and now NRG will hold down the bottom of this zip line of building. Elsewhere, I always find it fun to look at the map overhead and find out where Fire Beavers are, because it takes me about, well, I would say, a good 20 seconds or so. I expected them to be somewhere, and then they're just somewhere else. But they're actually in a pretty where you expect.
I mean, the same with Northeption as well. They're a team who will going to be moving late, and again, they're
I was gonna say,
gonna
if
be
you
in the
want to
red
find
as
Fire
our
Beavers, you
so
can
we'll
usually
worry
look in
about
the
them a
storm.
little
Let's
bit
be honest.
later when they start to join the action. As for the teams who have been able to move into good spots, J-Lings, ATH, FC Destroy, Crazy Raccoon, 100 Thieves, all in really good positions for where this next circle is going to be pulling. And the next circle is going to be a big one for a lot of these squads because it's quite an open space at the moment. If it pulls towards some of these buildings on the southeast, it's going to be great news for those who have moved quickly. If it's more of an open area towards the waterfall that you were talking about, this is far more difficult for any squad that's going to be moving from the northern side because there's not going to be any positions to play. So instead, you're going to have to fight your way into those spots. You're going to have to bully your way, similarly to what we saw happen from Naked in the previous game.
Yeah, and I wonder if Exit and NRG are going to have a little battle over map room scan that was kind of near to both of them, just to the south of where they find themselves, or if they've
Leave
already
no
hit it
witness
and
in a
have that
fight here
zone
with
where
DZ
teams
right
are
now.
setting up. But sometimes that can be a little bit misleading, especially if the zone does do something a little bit funky towards that end game. We can see the Dark Zero on our screens right now. They're using a few abilities to pick up a few kills as well, and they're going to get that kill onto Pyrrhus as well. which means that they should be able to hold down any.
So what, does that leave no witness with a solo?
Towards their position. But Zainu, I mean, a lot of talk about him down. We got him on our screens right now. He's on the sit.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good
Are they the
position for
one left?
As well. Very clever that they're not trying to force their way into zone right now.
Or they're
because
two
they know if they
duo
hold this
squads.
Position, there is potential KP they can pick up. They'd be very vulnerable if they start sliding down this hill. That being said, they were in a similar spot in the previous game. They saw an opening or they heard an opening. They might just be waiting for a little bit of gunfire to go down before they move. One of the most important things in Apex is just getting your ear to the ground sometimes and listening to what's around you, because you can use it as a distraction technique to get one moving, and maybe Dark Zero are looking to try and take one of these spots a little bit shorter.
See the bow check being picked up as well by Zero, so he's going to be able to ping a few arrows into any flesh that walks past from any legend, and certainly let them know that he is in the vicinity. NRG now making their move down to the northern side of this zone, and I think everybody has started to realize with that zone pull down that we are probably looking at the zones that we were thinking a little bit earlier on towards the start of this game. Naked though, they're way outside of zone right now. They are making their transition just past Barometer at the moment, past the island, and they're going to be trying to move their way into position to win game number 2 after their big win in game 1. But also you can see these teams stacked up here as well. This is a potential end zone location, or certainly.
I was gonna say, I think they're thinking this ends up closer to the waterfall, which might not be a bad call.
Glitch Energy, they're having to hold down this, I would say, a very
I still think
transitional
this ends down a little
right
bit
now.
closer north map,
Also,
though.
not got a lot to work with.
And this is where the practice, this is where the scrims really comes into fruition. This is where teams who have learned what are going to be the spots where teams are technically and temporarily going to be, or are they going to be prioritizing them often? Do we see any patterns when we see these circles? You know which teams usually you're going to be coming across. So Naked, they might be just trying to avoid the likes of Realize, but they will then know, I know Aurora are going to be down there because of their rotation as well. And you have to be very knowledgeable about comps. You need to be knowing what you're pushing, who you're pushing, and that takes a lot of research, a lot of prep, and a lot of that can come down to the coaches that are going to be stood behind these players as well. A little bit more freedom at this event for the coaches, I will say. I'm great to see no tape for them, and I'm very happy for them.
No more squares.
Especially, no squares to be sat in. I'm sure that we've heard a lot of coaches that were happy about it, but J-Lings are going to be holding a position.
Do we have information on the following ring yet?
They're comfortable here right now, but they will have to slightly shift across when they see the next circle.
Yeah, this is a zone which J-Lings are probably thinking we have great position for KP if we can find lines of sight with this extreme high ground and also the scout and the weaponry to go alongside it. But the problem is when you have to leave, right? If you can't clear a couple of these teams out that are playing these low ground areas just under those piers that extend out here from Launchpad, then you can find yourself kind of having to fall and really not having a soft landing, so to speak, with everybody keeping their eyes on you as that zone starts to close. So J-Link's going to have to manage this end game.
I was saying, do they have anybody on their north side where they can fall down here? No, they got a squad over here with the Dark Veil.
When they do have to drop, they're going to be in a position to at least get as good as they get.
And right now, I mean, they know no different to J-Lings. They've been just working the map and looking at where it's going to be pulling without a ring console to work with. They might see a couple of teams start to move across, and it will give them an idea of where the next circle is going to be. But they might think they're one of the best spots right now. They have high ground. The circle seems to be coming towards them. I think it's going to be a little bit later on where they're left scratching their head saying, okay, how are we going to try and get across? Is it going to be the Valkyrie ultimate? I'm wondering whether we're going to see Valkyrie start to come a little bit more into the meta as this tournament develops. It was a very quick and sudden meta shift that a lot of teams had to adapt to, and comfort is everything in Apex Legends, and I think that there is going to be a couple of people and teams.
So you think teams that are struggling
well, very interesting
break out
to
the
see. I was going to say 100 Thieves with a team that was forced back to wrap the zone. Having seen J-Lings up
I just
on
don't know
that
if she
high
gets you
ground,
big value at land, man.
Into Dark Zero, NRG,
especially like late rotations. I feel like you'd rather use
very interested to see
someone for more micro rotates.
Everybody is scattered from the teams. Nobody wants to take this fight. However, look at the kill feed. Nags has gone down from J-Lings, so all of a sudden they find themselves in somewhat of a shambles.
But this is the horrible bit of terrain that I was talking about, where you are just so vulnerable, especially if now Dark Zero were to be pushed.
So Blackhand's got 2 knocks, one of them being a kill, the kill feed.
For so long, they've done well to actually get back up this hill and now re-engage with what a potential fight this could be at the choke at Stormcatcher. It looks like Alliance might try and avoid them, but Northeption could throw a spanner in the works. They're going to be coming down and flying down towards these teams on the northern side. Great from 100 Thieves to force Dark Zero.
So J-Lings is in a fight with Blackhand. ATH not too far off.
From Dark Zero to recognize, and maybe the audio cue was enough. Maybe it was just looking and expecting a team to Valcol, or maybe just try and take the high ground from them, just to force them away.
Northeption about to be landing down where all of them are at, down by Launchpad.
from the position that they are holding. Where that circle is going to be pulling, though, that you can see on your map overhead, interestingly, is going to be towards those kind of mini waterfalls that we were talking about. So teams that were set up on the high ground are going to have to leave as well. Aurora in a good position to approach late, as you can see from the southern side of the zone. But you were pointing out a fight
that's a really tough spot for them to have to try and rotate in from.
And I'm pretty sure that Exet just lost to NRG.
Wow.
I think it was Alliance actually who took them down in the end on the northern side.
All right, Blackhand.
And unfortunately,
y'all rocking 2 reds and a purple. Y'all got to get some KP here. Clear up some room, Strafing Flame. Not like this, bro.
Taking them down in a very quick.
Strafing, you gotta stop egoing, dog.
Did not mean to use the word effect, but I think they'll be very happy that now they dominate that northern side. As Northeption
all right, so
have been able
Jailing's
to
out.
make their way over the top of so many teams, and we spoke about Jailings earlier. They were going to have to drop. They weren't in a spot that they could stay, and they've been forced out of the hidey hole. They get eliminated.
Yeah, they're out of here, and Northeption are bullying their way in, and Satsuki is so fun to watch as a player as well, and I've really enjoyed watching Northeption in the build-up to this event. Their ability, especially on Tyler, to find some really, really funky spots to play in that end zone, using that walk from Newcastle, the ultimate to force teams out and around them and kind of navigate through and just say, hey, we're playing here right in the middle of everyone, and we're going to try and take this fight.
Blackhand's about to go out.
Really, really fun to watch, as I say. So Northeption once again trying to do it here for APAC North and show that this region is coming here to play in London.
Yeah, now they've got the high ground and the weapons to grief teams here as well. This could be really tough for the squads that are going to be down
Maybe
below.
Blackhand gets lucky that the team who was knocking them is getting distracted across the way.
Damage, and Northeption could start to take a push here. That is enough damage to generate a push 100%. So they
I don't think anybody on Blackhand was eliminated. I think they were just knocked.
Apply their angles to try and get into a better spot.
Up in the kill feed.
Just taking a little bit of an off angle here, but you can see that Satsuki, he wants to fly in. He wants to really deal some damage, but he does get scanned. So he's not going to be able to use the smokes. However, he'd already got some down. He has the Digi as well. And here comes
nice
Tyder to try and follow up on that damage.
Or thermite,
but
sorry.
I tell you what, Tyder, even though he's hitting the shots, they're not hitting very hard.
Tyder.
He's having a problem with this black hole as well. And Northeption, who got that initial damage, now find themselves really struggling.
Oh,
here.
brother.
This could be a last chance though. Razy's still alive and still has a Prowler to work with, but has
that
to
Prowler
work
can
with
shred
teams.
though.
And 2 players around him as Blackhand have done so well to hold off this squad. But ATH are in the area and they're going to definitely try and third this. I think this might be the end for Northeption though.
Blackhand trying to be involved, trying to pick up KP and trying to hold down this spot as we find ourselves with 16 squads alive. The Nemesis, once again, a troublemaker for these teams. Northeption will go out and it will be Blackhand who hold.
Naked also very close as well and could make
Blackhand has
very difficult for Blackhand because
I was gonna say doesn't have anything close for a respawn, but maybe they can get Strafing Flame here.
They're just gonna have to hold as a 2, and you can see even though they've got the chance to maybe get a respawn beacon down, are you going to be given that opportunity? Will Naked allow it? Because Naked do have eyes.
I think they're going to be safe. I think they've found a position for that respawn to be called in and deny.
I was saying because I don't think anybody wants to push that far back out to the edge.
Coming in, and it's a perfect time to jump into the comms now with
NRG
as they take this fight.
And RG pushing up into the high ground here.
Waiting for the bang rockets, waiting for the bang rockets. I'm stunned, I'm stunned. Back up, back up, back up. See, Nate. Back up. I got shit on by that. I'm back. I'm walling.
I have my Syracuse in 20 again.
He threw
in the air,
Oh.
I'm shooting the ult.
Oh.
I got fried. Back me up.
Oh, Gil needed to make a play there. I think.
Okay, Gil, that was a really bad catwalk because you need the wall from where we're at to give us a time to back up. So you walled us only for the push, but we need the wall for the whole.
Out the NRG comes back into the game because they are eliminated. You can see that they got trapped. It was almost their own wall that caused the problem.
Yeah, a couple of teething issues again. Comp changes and people switching their legends. Catalyst is not the easiest legend to play because that
no
will
Wendy's
really
just gonna try and rat this thing out.
Make or break a situation for your team.
There's not going to be much spot for a rat though in this next
12 squads now
zone.
Leave no witness. We'll just try and
Naked's going to be able to at least go out. Maybe if you can get another person, even 2 to go out, you can start earning a little bit more placement points here.
Player from Naked who go down. But down on
Blackhand back to a full 3.
Now are starting to take a look over towards Blackhand.
They certainly are indeed. And look at this, Dark Zero peeking over as well and saying, hey, we might fancy a little bit of this. And it might be Blackhand who find themselves in somewhat of a pinch. And that's why they're having a wrap now into one of these peers we were talking about a little bit earlier as a potential end game. Now it's just a safe spot to reset here for Blackhand, but they've managed to do so.
Yeah, that was. I also like that they listened. He like talked about what he did wrong.
They're trying to push up onto Dark Zero, and this might create an opening now for Blackhand to go.
Said, why did you put it here, you fucking idiot?
In this circle, there is not many players.
If you don't put it there, then you don't do the fucking push, stupid.
4 teams outside of the circle, and there is going to be a big clash as everyone starts to arrive. The likes of Dark Zero are holding off. The likes of Go
The
Next,
feedback from Sweet is always. I always
Alliance are
enjoy
also
listening to
holding
Sweet
buildings. By the
listeners.
way, Fire Beavers have finally got themselves in the circle for, I think, for the first time in this game, but they're definitely going to be involved in this late game.
Z-Flash now moving up as well, but there's so much damage being done to him. But look at those nades. All of a sudden, Dark Zero have to find themselves playing defensively.
On
Finding
Blackhand.
a little bit of cover just to try and reset, but this is where they're so good, Dan.
Come on,
Just when it looks like
Blackhand.
Dark Zero are in trouble.
Come on,
They manage
Blackhand.
to survive, but they're getting focused by the lobby. But like I say, they're still alive here.
Still alive, got the Dark Veil down to protect them, but now Dark
Easy
Veil
flash,
goes.
pulling around the
Blackhand
corner.
maybe will try and prioritize taking down this squad. Digi threats are out, smoke is down, but they've got the vision.
Come on,
They can get the
Blackhand.
damage, but at the moment, it's just avoiding the damage from the rest
Oh,
of the
they got a
lobby.
third pulling in.
Now you've got to send
Finish
it.
this
Now
fight.
you've got
Dark
to
Zero's
Dark
out.
Zero go down.
Bugi's got to at least be able to get a shield swap, maybe?
Knockdown shield is there for him.
Damn, man. Third party's
going to
gonna
be eliminated as well. Blackhand
get him.
will fall. We're down to 9 squads, and it's Aurora who were the third-party beneficiaries from that fight from the southern side.
Aurora now will lose one. Cleave goes down. Ratchet and Sunset left to try and go together.
Again, that's what's wrong with the
but we are gonna
playstyle
see
of like a
whether maybe
Blackhand that
Aurora
likes to
can do
play
a
edge
job.
and fight, man.
Ratchet is the last remaining player. Has to go huge for
These
his
are
squad.
tough lobbies to do that in.
He might be able to win this one, but no, Aurora will be eliminated as well. 8 squads now remaining as
88.
their approach on
South
this side.
America represent.
Unbelievably, look where Fire Beavers have let themselves get to. They were on the outskirts of this map throughout the entirety of this game, and then suddenly they just crawl on into one of the best positions for this final circle. No one was holding this building. The circle pulled towards them, and they just somehow looked at each other saying, this is the freest victory maybe we're being given here.
Hey, look, all I'll say is they're called Fire Beavers. They found some water, right? And they're now going to pull up the dam and see if they can hold out all of these
They
teams
found some what?
that are trying to approach. One of those teams is going to be FC Destroy. Alliance also involved in somewhat of a scuffle here with Glitch Energy. Leave no witness with a solo player, still a problem. 100 Thieves, though, who made that counter-rotate away from the fight that we saw a little bit earlier from J-Links, they're still here, they're still healthy.
Still here at the moment. They will take this building, but of course it's not going to be safe in 38 seconds, so they have to be thinking about that next move. They know there's a lot of noise. They know there's a lot of shots being fired to
Leave
their
no witness
northwest.
taken out.
Do
They
try
got
and
a
maybe
lot
pick
more
up some
placement points than I
KP
thought
here,
they'd
or
be
do
able
use that
to.
as distraction
Remember, they were
to
a
get
solo
inside
when there
the
was like 12
circle?
teams left.
Maybe do what Fire
We're getting up to
Beavers did.
7th, pretty
Now
solid.
you've got to make your move as everyone's starting to just slowly maraud their way to this next circle.
The solo player from Leave No Witness was eliminated, so now we're down to 6, and FC Destroy. Well, unfortunately for Hammer Drill, he's the one who's on the receiving end of some damage. However, can his teammates clutch up here? Good damage coming in. As Pinator now moves in, it's ATH eliminated. FC Destroy now once again.
Let's go, baby, Newcastle!
To the fullest
Oh.
to get the res, but now, can they hold off 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves push in, they heard the damage, and that was the
Nope.
exact time they needed to move from this spot, take this position. Now they own the eastern side. As you can see, Alliance now go up into
Fire
the sky
Beaver's
to
still
try
in
and
here.
avoid the Dark Veils.
100
They send it
Thieves.
over towards 100 Thieves.
They get over the
Alliance.
Dark Veils, like you say, but they are taking damage. Have they won this fight? 100 Thieves trying to take advantage as well. Alliance win the fight against Glitch Energy, but now the Beavers. The toes are a little bit wet in the water right now, and they're maybe thinking about a little game win here in game number 2.
They just need to be careful because they don't want to push in too early here. They don't know how weak some of these squads are, and also may not know if it's a full 3, but they get a Q.
Oh,
they get
big
that
suck.
info, and now they can full send and they can do the damage, but this is maybe an opening for 100 Thieves as well.
Oh, Ryan has to stay alive, and he manages to do so. Is this just starting the fight here from Fire Beavers? Do they want to now reset? It looks like that's the
I don't
call,
think
but
they
are they
can.
able to do so? They get the bats down. Are they able to finish off this fight?
This is carnage.
Oh, Taskmaster! Taskmaster!
To try and get some initial damage. This is going to be a potential 1v2v1 right now.
Taskmaster desperately trying to get back to 9 Impulse and does so. Can they get the res? Can they get the reset? That's the real question.
Hold on.
All of a sudden, though, the Nemesis is doing damage and Taskmaster cannot finish this kill.
Bro, someone was just sitting there at Taskmaster.
Cause damage. Taskmaster's in all sorts of struggles, and the cat, the sticky stuff on the floor is causing all problems.
Manages to get a shield swap though. He was at 6s and 7s, but temporarily can just reset. 100 Thieves maybe have taken the priority position at this point. Omnu manages to get away.
Was Yuki just doing the AFK tech or what? Oh, dude. Taskmaster only sitting on a blue too.
Maybe trying to escape.
Oh, no.
He's going to try and take second place.
What?
He'll do so. Yuki does it for Alliance. But
AFK tech for second?
For the full healthy
Wow.
squad of 100 Thieves to move in and claim that champion banner. They will be your winners of game number 2.
And 100 Thieves just left shrugging their shoulders a little bit, saying, all right, we were given an opportunity, and boy, did they take it. As soon as Fire Beavers sent in on that initial damage, 100 Thieves then said our priority has to be getting the high ground, getting to a position where actually we can dance around and maybe get some shield swaps from the teams that have been eliminated early. It was a good effort from the likes of Alliance, and Firebeavers maybe will be a bit frustrated with that one, but what a hectic final circle we had.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy that final circle as well, because it was the piercing spikes left.
I kind of want to go see their response here.
The kill onto Firebeavers there as well. Stays alive a little bit longer and gets second. Because they rotate in. We got 4 teams posted him down, and Black
That can really go wrong.
Horizon Ulti's going
Holy
down. That's
shit,
gotta
and
be.
that's 100 Thieves coming in to clean that.
Hey! SC Destroy eliminated. 100 Thieves comes in with a phenomenal third party. Alliance now fighting on the other side here too. There is so much action going on with only 4 squads up. Full 3-man.
Glitch
For
eliminated.
Alliance, Glitch is eliminated. 100 Thieves still alive. They're getting pressured though big time by Alliance. And this is really, really bad for the boys at 100 Thieves. Just depends on what Firebeavers wants to do.
Bro,
They are hard forcing Alliance into the other side.
Yeah, let's see what the boys at
Their
Firebeavers are going to do here. They have a lot of room
video
to work
is
with,
struggling,
depending on
bro.
who they want to
Might be
focus,
a
Greek.
banger right there, bro.
Let's go. Come
That
on,
might be a
Tom Brady in
banger.
the pocket. Now low,
Oh my
close,
god,
so
I saw the 200. I thought it was.
nice. They're going to push over to Alliance. And wait a minute here.
100 T could hit a third party.
So
here.
where is Yuki at?
Third party. OJ Ryan's going to get full reset.
In this?
100 Thieves getting a little
Remember,
too early
Yuki's
now,
still
too.
there.
They're starting
my
to push over. They're going to go for the second place. They're looking for Alliance here to get the
Ando gets
KP.
knock.
Oh my god, what is happening, man? 100 Thieves is going to be a duo as well. What is going on right now? It is a 2v2v1. Where's the last guy? He pops out of the knockdown shield. What the hell is happening? Firebeavers looking for the last guy.
They might be able to get a res, bro.
Yo, what up, nigga? How you doing, homie?
What is happening? What is happening?
Wow.
How is Alliance alive?
Scurry coming into third party.
How are they alive? Alliance is still up, Greek. He's hiding in the knockdown shield again. It's going to be Hackus.
Yeah. 100 T getting the reset, though.
It's not Hackus,
Or
it's Yuki.
My apologies. 100 Thieves do get the resets. It's 3v1v1. Taskmaster
Firebeavers
goes down.
eliminated.
And Yuki.
And 100 T!
Yeah! That's what I'm talking about, baby!
Yes!
I wanted to see Nightwing's response when the boys won. That was worth it. That was worth
I
it.
think it was, if I wasn't mistaken.
Yo, Nick,
My
how you
memory
feeling,
served me
homie?
Right, which is always worrying to say because we all know that my memory's not the best at times. But I remember the tweets going out saying, "I can't believe I feel like I've let everyone down," and numerous players just showing extreme disappointment. But 100 Thieves coming into this event, there's nothing like a win, Dan, to get yourselves going, to make you believe that you're going to work not only through the groups, but through that winner's bracket and work your way to go one better, be in that final and a chance to lift a trophy.
As I said earlier, a chip on the
All right.
shoulder, for sure, and sometimes
go
that's
rinse
the
out this
perfect way
bowl
to
real
push
quick.
You on and give you that inspiration. It's so difficult mentally to try
Refill
and
my
prepare
water,
yourself for some of these
grab
long
my
days,
half
tournaments
monster
that
from
can be
earlier,
drawn out for 4 days,
and
you
we'll be
have to
moving
go
into our
in
last game on
every single
Stormpoint for
moment.
our second group
You see,
chat.
again, the teams that struggled at the bottom, those who lost those contests, will they get the chance to do it one more time? Yes, they will, because we have Stormpoint again, but this is how things look after the first 2 matches. 100 Thieves will be at the top with 27, closely followed by Naked and Alliance. And what we didn't mention from that previous screen, Alliance, with the amount of kills they had, technically they actually won that map because they had the most overall.
They certainly did indeed. They're looking strong after that game number 2. It's always fascinating to look down at the other end though. No surprise, the Onyx and Oxygen losing those contests at both times. The question is, will they give up that spot? Will they say enough is enough for now, or will they continue to fight and scrape and claw to see if they can claim it as their own? But Alliance is going to be very interesting to watch, especially with the confidence that they're going to come out of that game with after a bigger KP game. But enough from us for a few seconds while the players get set up and they get ready to get into game number 3. Blaze is down on the floor with Sabs. What have you got to say?
Thank you so much, Onsat and Gaskin. Yes, I am down on the floor with Sabs as we have been watching these awesome matches and enjoying you guys out there in the crowd as well. But Sabs, how are you doing out here in London watching these games?
I'm actually so excited because I would say it's my first time, but I would lie. I was already on the desk, I was talking a little bit, and I'm actually excited so much for seeing the finals.
Yo, the finals are gonna be absolutely crazy, okay? But now, as we've been watching some of these matches on the stage, like, the first set was awesome, but even thinking about that last round right there, okay? Because he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Yuki coming out on top, getting his team those 20 points. They got second, but they were still on top at the end. How did you feel watching that crazy moment?
I think UP helped a little 100 Thieves to win the game. Fire Beavers almost had it.
They almost got it. He just stole it away from him right there in the ear.
I hit home.
You can hear the size in a home crowd.
Yes, I was actually, no, 100% Fire Beavers winning this game. Then last second, Yuki is literally like, oh, hello guys.
I'm here
too. I'm just hopping for a second.
With some of the quickest armor swaps we've seen there all year, getting it done for his squad.
Yes.
But now, my next question for you is, what are you looking forward to next, okay? When it comes down to this group, what's another team that you think can come out on top?
I think Energy will come on the World's Edge. I think XSET too.
Yep.
I think like that's my 2 bets.
All right, NRG and XSET. We'll see what they can do, all right? But that's going to do it for me and Savs for right now. Onset, Gaskin, let's get into the next series.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry. We'll get into this next game as soon as we can. It looks like the lobby is almost ready to go, so we're going to get
back in
into it
time. No worries, no worries.
It's been a fascinating one so far, hasn't it? And I had questions about Fire Beavers coming in. Would this playstyle work on LAN? We have seen it from Vex previously. They had to learn some hard lessons in the Split 1 playoffs, but I just feel like Fire Beavers, there's just something about them. Like, nothing can stop them at times.
Nothing worries them. They're a team who are fearless.
They are a team that plays very cool, calm, and collect no matter the situation, right?
Patient, but actually push the tempo at the right times as well and take these fights. I do think they got a little bit overeager in that final circle, and they probably could have held off a little bit longer. But at the same time, Fire Beavers play the way they do, and they qualified for the reason that they did. And another circle may have gone their way if they had just been able to connect with a few of those shots and actually prioritize some of the players. I think it was the other teams who outplayed them a little bit by making themselves very difficult kills, scattering around. Alliance in particular really ruined the chance for Fire Beavers by just elongating that fight and just pushing them away and then frustrating them to the point where 100 Thieves were able to take the priority position. But really excited that we have Fire Beavers back on LAN. A top 3 is still impressive for them, and I think if other teams aren't wise to it, they could consistently just sneak into some of these last circles when there is going to be areas.
Is there still a command center active? Like, is it like actively working? Oh, I guess I probably shouldn't have checked now, huh? Whoops. Seeing someone complain that their 1v3 wasn't recorded, but like...
ALGS, and luckily for me, they translate them as well. They give some English subtitles, and trust me, there's a lot of energy. That guy's looking pretty chill as well. He's going to get some energy. Look at that pizza. Get that down, yeah.
That pizza looks too big for that animal.
See, that's where you're wrong.
Is it a mouse?
It's a rat. It's
You're
a mouse.
not even sure, so maybe someone can tweet me, let me know.
It's definitely a rodent.
It's some sort of rodent. Rat?
It's but a mouse.
Might be a rat. But Alliance, they got second. I think they'll be delighted with that. Yuki in the 1v1 in the previous game, he saw his opportunity. He knew full well there was a player who was going to be down.
It's definitely cheese, though. They're right. That is not
more than happy to resign.
That is not
pizza.
pizza. That is definitely cheese.
Underneath the headset. He was voted best hair at this event, actually, from the classroom of Rain Day. So
he was.
Nice for him. Good for him.
Yeah. Congratulations to him. I mean, first LAN, first award.
You sound jealous.
Knew it was coming.
Knew it was coming, indeed.
Very predictable from you.
I do think that going into map number 3 now, a lot of the teams that have really succeeded in Storm Point throughout this season need to be putting points on the board. I want to be seeing, look, why was Realize so good throughout this season, right? I want to see them be able to do it yet again and get some points. Otherwise, you're going to be going into a map that you haven't been able to find points.
Chat, while we're getting ready to go into this next game, man, if you haven't already done so, do me a favor, hit that like button. Seems to help with that algorithm. Not just while we're live, but also people finding it after the fact.
Different POIs being contested, different rotation times.
Especially with this being an all-day event, some people don't have the time to tune in, so they might be looking for the VOD afterwards.
And even though
so y'all are really helping me out.
You get 3 games in, it's like, okay, we're starting to get a feel for how this lobby is playing, which of course, it's going to play differently here on LAN at a live event environment to how it does in scrims in the build-up, right? Then you flip over another map. So it's just this constant test for every team of every facet of your gameplay, how you want to play it, how you're reading these zones, and of course...
All right, map 3, last time for Storm Point here for our second set.
Moments. Well, speaking
Group
of final
B versus
moments,
Group A.
the final time in this series, we are going to go into Storm Point. The game is live. The game is ready. Who's going to be top of those leaderboards? When we flip over to World's Edge.
And of course, we are expecting the early contest again at Barometer and Shipfall, and I do think that...
All right, Onyx Esports in on 0 points after 2 drops.
By the way, are going to be so frustrated. They thought they were going to be able to own Barometer.
Remember, they finished 7th in the Grands last year, or last split.
Because of Dark Zero.
So, I mean, technically, they've already qualified for Worlds, for champions, I do believe. I think it's top 7.
I mean, we've seen how amazing they've been at taking 3v3 fights throughout this season, but they just maybe haven't got the rub of the green when it comes to getting some of those weapons.
Well, Match number 3, contest number 3. Onyx are not giving this one up. They want to force Aurora to think again. Because of course this contest is going to continue going for quite some time because Onyx and Aurora find themselves in the same group. The last one was pretty convincing though, in the way of Aurora. And sometimes you just got to roll the dice, open that bin and hope there's a gun in there that's better than your opponent's.
It does look like Oxygen might be getting the better of Realize over towards Barometer as well. You can see in the kill feed, but for now, Aurora, they managed to get a Havoc, does cleave. He did a lot of damage in the previous game with the Alternator, but this time a very different weapon to work with. But Aurora, they like to prioritize these.
Realize out early.
Yeah, it's going to be Oxygen who do win that contest as well. Realize will fall this time. And in the meantime, Aurora find themselves ranches, or finds himself, I should say, with a blue shield to play with. On the other side of things, interesting to see what Onyx have. The smokes are down as well, just to kind of slow this fight down. But all of a sudden, not slowing
this
down.
Q's about to be thrown.
It's time to really step up the action here.
Got one.
Sunset with that scan from Seer. He's thinking about pushing right now. Aurora taking damage, though. The third one, a problem.
Of course, Malawan instead of Sunset.
Maybe enough for Onyx here? Nope. Swing from Ranches. Whiffs a bunch of shots, though, unfortunately.
Together, even though it's under unfortunate circumstances, of course. My best towards Sunset will be
still a 3v3 here, I do believe, right?
But hopefully we'll see him on the land stage one day. But Aurora now, just being able to back off a little bit, reset, get the meds in, and then re-engage. It's about trying to find these little cheeky angles where you can.
Onyx also have meds or not?
Take advantage of it with a push.
Problem is here for Clay, you've got no shield cell, so he's going to have to maybe just kind of death ball this, see if how much damage he can get down as quickly as possible, and hope these two teammates can move up and finish off that damage. But look at Onyx, they hit the grav lift. They now take the high ground, and Aurora make the call that this fight's taken too long. We need to either try and match them, get ahead of them in that zone, otherwise they're just going to have the height, and we're going to be easy pickings.
And this is probably worst case scenario for both teams, to delay the fight and then be pushing
yeah,
out with
neither
such
team
little
gets advantage of any sort of KP,
you don't really
no
have
loot.
The weapons, you haven't got the heals, and at least Aurora are able to get.
You've already
ahead of
used
them,
your
so I'd say
heals.
They are winning this race, they're winning this engagement, but Onyx will then go to the southern side and try and loot a few of those areas. Elsewhere, we are going to now see the circle going to quite a similar location. Yet again, it is going to be somewhat central, but pulling over towards the east. I would say slightly northeast if we compare it to the previous one, but it is definitely going to be good for those same teams who are landing on that eastern side.
Yeah, a lot of battles going down in and around Stormcatcher at the moment, and Dark Zero, they're going to be trying to hold down this choke at the moment. Those darn spiders.
Well, yeah, because that POI catches the storm.
Find a little bit more loot, which certainly is going to help them out the longer that they stay in this position. But rotating to the northern side of the zone, we talk about storm all the time, Dan. And when you do have that zone information, the northern side is always so strong, and it's the simplest of regions. You have that height
kind of ashamed of myself,
you can hold teams out, you can harass them.
It's fine.
I'll tell you what, Dark Zero, a little bit blessed by these spiders.
Dark Zero have been a little bit blessed with where the circles have been pulling, but they've not necessarily been able to capitalize on it, but they get a third opportunity here. But there is going to be a lot of teams that are around Stormcatcher, so this is where you've got to be careful. Not only are you trying to loot up with the spiders, then you've got to be thinking about where you're going to move and where can you actually hold. Someone's got to be scouting, someone's got to be looking. You can see now other teams have got the survey beacons, the ring consoles. They can have more information than you have, so are you going to be able to move and maybe mirror some of the positions that they're taking?
One interesting thing just to highlight about the group as well is it's pretty tight between not only our top spots, but kind of as you go down place by place, there isn't a huge difference. I mean, when you're looking here, 100 Thieves leading the way at the moment, 27 points. Just behind them, you've got Naked, 23, then 21, 17, 17, 17, 17, 15. So 4 teams tied up on 17 points. Just shows that one game can completely change things.
And of course, very different from regular season, where the points would then give you an overall amount of points from that match week, where you would get 25 for winning, for example. No, it will be your
just your total points.
Then added up throughout the group stages, so it's about just trying to get as much points as possible. If you can have a pop-off, if you can get a 100-point series, you're going to be in one of the best positions to get into that winner's bracket, even after just one series played.
Yeah, you drop a nuke in groups, you're in a pretty good spot. It really is that simple. So it really is a case of, even though you might have a couple of shoddy games, you can really put a big performance together and really elevate yourself back into contention, and certainly making your run towards the grand finals a little bit easier. But for now, we're going to see a little bit of CR on our screens here. Crazy Raccoon, quiet so far for them again, Dan.
Yeah, it has been a quiet performance so far.
So a good opportunity for Leave No Witness. FC Destroy, teams that we saw do well in game number 1 because of a similar zone.
As any
of course, remember that zone, that game
I mean, everyone's here for
finished what was more like out here, right?
Well and
but
succeeding in their region. There are a few teams who probably feel a little bit more lucky to be here than others who just scraped through. on the borderline of their regions, but they could still be one of those who just steps up at the right moment, and they have that LAN performance that they will be remembered for quite some time. We almost saw Onyx and Oxygen fighting yet again on the southern side, but Oxygen are just doing the same thing. They're staying ahead of Onyx Esports in their rotation. Fire Beavers and Northeption are still going to be waiting and arriving late. I will say I've expected more from Northeption. They haven't really been the team that I thought they were going to be so far, but a couple of difficult fights where they have been third-partied, and that's how it is sometimes with Apex, and that's why it's so difficult and why we should praise consistency.
Yeah, a couple of difficult zones for them as well. They've had a long way to go over from the northwest side of the map to try and force their way into zone. They've always been arriving late. They're a team who would rather be there a little bit earlier than have to force their way in. But just to give you an update on what's happening between Onyx and Aurora. Onyx went all the way to Barometer, and Aurora now heading north towards Antenna. So that looks like both those teams have...
Onyx can still end up coming in third-partying the fight that will eventually probably happen between Aurora and Oxygen,
making
for
a little
real.
bit of an assault on those staircases just below Stormcatcher.
Blackhand's going to be slowly bringing their way in from fish farms.
NRG, FC Destroy, Dark Zero, 100 Thieves, J-Lings, everyone is there all
really slowly.
You're also going to get a little bit of a scuffle up towards Thunderwatch. Alliance and Glitch at the moment. Alliance, of course, dropping over in the northeast side. They'll be more than happy to play these areas. It is their home, it is their turf, and they will know how to navigate that accordingly. So Glitch just need to be careful with which position they are going to be taking. Now, Glitch, with where they are, they can, of course, take the different choke, and they can go down through Command Center and avoid
Interesting to
Alliance
see
entirely,
Xset
and you might be throwing yourself out
being
of the
so
fire
content with just chilling so far away from everything.
Interesting to see Xset.
I feel like that's very different from their normal motif, no?
Extra information, trying to see if they can force their way into the zone, but kind of just avoiding making a quick rotation over from Cascade Falls towards the zone, which is always interesting to see when that decision is made and what the theory is behind it. Speaking of Alliance, like you were mentioning it, here they are, just on the edge of zone, and they're watching for that zone wrap. They're expecting this maybe from Glitch Energy.
Yeah, they've seen it not only before in scrims, but they would have seen it earlier on today, and you have to be aware of those teams and where they could be pushing you. Otherwise, they could make your life a massive nightmare, and I think that Alliance, it's very smart that they restrict themselves at the moment, because as soon as they push down south, they're going to have eyes on them for a lot of these teams, and they know they would have been beaten to Stormcatcher. So it's about arriving late and thinking smart about your decisions, as now there's going to be gun engagements going down.
It certainly is.
All right, Blackhand, come on.
They're trying to force the pace here, and Arufa has already gone down on the other side. So Blackhand have got time now to reset, knowing that they've got the numbers advantage.
No, they
but all of a
don't.
sudden, well, that's turned on its head, and Naked now find themselves in a 2v1 with 2 quick knocks back to back. Well,
So good for
Oh my
Naked, and
goodness.
they should be able to clean up. Blackhand eliminated 1, 2, 3 as easy as that, even though Rufa went down. Pinky and Lyco were able to just band together there and make sure they got the crossfire. And now they should, hopefully, if they can hit him back, get all the way back up to a full
Holy,
3.
they squared that thing around hella quick, didn't they, Chad?
Kill in Apex Legends than a wingman. When you're hitting every shot like that, it just is so satisfying to watch, knowing the skill that goes in, knowing the mechanical ability of these players just to go bap, 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 and really drop a player in almost no time. So Naked survive, Naked win that fight, it's 3 KP to their name.
I mean, I get dopamine just from watching them hit the wingman shot, so God knows how it feels for them to hit them as well on LAN on the biggest stage, especially when you're in a 2 versus 3 as well, be able to do so. So Naked will survive, and of course our winners from the first game of today will try and put down some serious points to maybe take first place.
Blackhand could have really used a good third game here on Storm, or on Storm Point.
Of course, getting those kills just put them even closer, as now we can see Aurora making their move. They had the contest down at the southern side
They're
of the
already
map.
into
They
double
didn't win the
digits, though.
engagement. Both teams were able to
So I
escape.
mean, you can still get
Now
to the
Aurora
close to
still
that, like
have to move
that
in.
30-point
Even though they've been able
mark,
to
which I think is a
survive
good,
so far, Oxygen
solid
have
per
got
series
ahead of
mark
them.
you want to
This
be
was a
at.
race that's
I
been
think like
happening for quite
35.
some time, and you really need to be the team that leads the race, because you can then hold out the other.
Yeah, just as you say that,
That seemed to be that magic number, if I remember right, from playoffs.
Kind of continues between the two.
Split
They're running parallel to each other at the moment, up to the north, I should say, with just this mountain range kind of splitting them. But Aurora will be safe. I would say that they've been pretty happy with how the contest has gone so far. Certainly don't have any losses to their name. This one we'll call a draw for now, but Northeption, again, it's a tough zone for them to make their way into. Fire Beavers now making their way after doing what they do best, which is, of course, hitting the armory, making sure that when they approach that zone, that they usually got a couple of red armors already in the locker to play with, and
for now, it's a game which is going to come down to final moments, Dan. Everybody realizing, I think, the games are kind of disappearing quickly here on Storm Point, and you need to put in a big game, especially if you're in that bomb 10.
Yeah, just look at all those teams that have been able to find themselves over to
Low-key
Storm
hearing
Catcher.
like some of the chitter-chatter
how close
in the background is like
it's so
low-key
important
kind
that
of
you
distracting. I'm not
aren't
gonna lie,
falling in the early
chat.
stages because there
I
is
don't know if
points
you
that's
guys can
available.
hear
You
that
can
because I know I
move
have
out
it
of
turned
this
down a
group
little bit.
in a very healthy way. And maybe these two groups are realizing this is not going to be the group that we pick up that big amount of points, and maybe we can take advantage, I've said maybe about 6 times in a row there, of some of the teams that are going to be in the other groups. Because there will always be weaker groups than other, even though I don't think there is many at this tournament. I think that these two groups are very evenly matched across the board, especially on Storm Point anyway. World's Edge might throw up a completely different result.
Well, Onyx Esports, who had a nice quiet time at the start of things, managed to get out of that contest all alive and finally got to play some Apex Legends. Well, Fire Beavers have just beaten them to the zone, and they are going to run into them in just a few moments' time. Even worse, North Epsom are just behind them as well, so they could be in a horrible, horrible position if they're not careful. For now, though, on our screens, we can see Oxygen trying to kind of posture up against
Onyx still trying to
Aurora.
find their way, and they've
Really
taken a
control
weird
this fight
rotation
for
in.
now, but Aurora, they don't need to be asked twice to push if they get damaged.
Yeah, they're just waiting as well for this next ring information as round 2 closes, and now they know where they need to be moving. As I look across the map feed, I can see that Dark Zero and Alliance find themselves in some of the better spots. They might be a little bit vulnerable from certain
They're up like
areas,
almost
but they are
back up
certainly
by
within
Command
the
Center.
next circle. And Stormcatcher, it won't be the actual Stormcatcher building that we finish on, and I think a lot of teams would have known that, and they would have started to think about that. We do move just slightly southwest of Stormcatcher for this circle.
Possibly down on that cannon, which is very, very interesting all of a sudden, because everybody at the moment is up to the northern side of that drop-off from Stormcatcher. So teams who are on the southern side of the zone certainly might be in a better position. However, Onyx Esports, I mentioned that this might be an uncomfortable time on Storm Point for them. Well, all of a sudden you can see exactly why, because
they're
they're
gonna
trying
pull
to run
up.
back in, but boy,
No!
are they going to be surprised because there's a couple of beavers hiding in the bushes.
Fire Beavers were more than ready for that. They heard the shots going down and they primed themselves perfectly to wait, get the damage, and get the knock. Now, they don't need to overextend here. They don't need to get the finish. They need to
That
be using the
nade's
map
gonna
where
let
they
them push
can.
in
They
and
have
end
a
this,
little bit
though.
of cover.
Yeah.
They need to be aware that another team
Oh.
could be in the
Oh.
area, because
Oh.
Aurora are taking a look at
Oh.
this, and Fire Beavers have lost one and could lose more if they're not careful. I think that Aurora might send this onto them.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? You know, you've seen the knock come in.
Is
Onyx
Onyx
Esports,
about?
of
So
course,
Onyx
eliminated
just
in this,
finished.
but can Fire
They
Beavers
just
now
finished
find
Storm
themselves
Point
in a
with 0
position to
points.
reset? Ranches will be taken down, so I mean, this isn't looking good for Fire Beavers right now. The question is, do Aurora want to send it? You're seeing the answer on your screen right now.
The answer is yes. Get up, get in the faces of Fire Beavers.
They could be in a lot of trouble here, man. They need to make sure they can bounce back on World's Edge if that's the case.
This time it's about just baiting and switching, utilizing your armor where it's available, as Fire Beavers will go down. They made life a living hell for Onyx, but Aurora will at least get sweet revenge for the team that was eliminated previously.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, is that going to be counting maybe to... I know Onyx will obviously ran into Fire Beavers, but I'm just saying maybe Aurora forced them into them. I'm just trying to give a win on content. I'm just trying to wipe Genome up, okay?
I will say Fire Beavers maybe could have backed off and perhaps didn't have to get so heavy on their push, similarly to the final circle that we saw previously. But at the same time, they're probably thinking, all this noise, we might just be vulnerable from behind, so perhaps we have to push this advantage. Maybe we can then get shield swaps, and who knows, maybe the team below isn't going to push. A very difficult scenario to try and navigate.
Yeah, interesting to see Fire Beavers didn't use all the utility and ultimates in that fight as well. You saw the thought of the black hole going down, but I think they just thought they had enough damage. But one team who's taking damage right now is ATH. You can see the Black Low is down. Black is trying at the moment to get back to his feet, but now you can see Trinity fall over. You can see Asleep trying to do what he can to keep his team in this game. This FC destroying, poking across once more. You can see Hammer Drill.
Here comes Crazy Raccoon in here as
Trying
well.
to get into a position alongside his teammate to really
Coming in for the
put some
third party.
pressure onto these two teams and try and hold this ground.
And not just that, now Crazy Raccoon also joining the fight, also managing to get Seer Ultimate down. Exhibit is going to give them so much information as to where those players are, and maybe they can just pick up the pieces. But Oxygen,
Now here comes Oxygen.
Also hear what's
Damn,
happening. You can
bro.
just see them hurtling themselves down the hill. They want to get involved in this fight as well.
It was the best example
So
of a
ATH going to be out.
you'll ever see coming in from Oxygen Esports. They slid from the northern
Damn,
side
bro.
of this hill all the way down.
And they smell KP right now. If they can clear this side of the map, not only will they come out of it looking
Go
good
next,
as far as
Garn.
points from kills is concerned, but they clear the entire side of this southern zone.
And it is crazy watching the map overhead at the moment because there are so many teams who are just looking towards this southern side as Crazy Raccoon get eliminated. Oxygen have done the job to clear out the majority, but FC Destroy will still be alive. Elsewhere, 100 Thieves just holding off Aurora at the moment, who want to push inside this building. They want to take the fight to 100 Thieves.
They have to. The problem is as well, you can see there's other teams in the vicinity. This is where you have to be careful. You have to approach these situations with a little bit of trepidation, knowing that if you're not perfect, then all of a sudden the team will ruin your game, even if you win that fight yourselves. But Aurora, what a story this would be. Glitch Energy eliminated in the meantime. 12 squads now remaining with 60 seconds or so until that zone starts to force these teams in towards each other. They want this, Aurora. You can see it. And I think the Sunset is just maybe trying to delay until that Q comes back up. It's 15 seconds until it does. If he can hit a couple of players, then that would be the sign to push as NRG will fall.
Aurora just holding these angles. No one's really stepping out of line at the moment for 5 seconds, but someone's got to move. But now as soon as you get this Q, this is where it's big for Aurora.
Where'd that even come
from? Get a solid hit and you can silence the entire team, then you can definitely push. And it's why we see teams get the aggression down as soon as that CQ comes through.
Bangalore isn't going to do anything here. Ranch is just trying to bait at the moment. Trying to see if he can get some damage out. And you see 100 Thieves are taking the high ground. The black hole goes down, but won't be effective.
I don't know what that was.
Be called in here as
I
well.
do apologize for that chat. I think it might have been for a second.
Zip line to take the high ground off the 100 Thieves. This is a big ballsy play coming in here from Aurora.
They want to, but I think they heard Vaxlon was on the roof, but Vaxlon now backs off. Ratchet goes down, and again, now they could use this to get on the high ground if they want to, but they're also well aware that there is going to be players who could just poke out of the window, do some damage. Utility is going to be huge here. Grenades are everything if you've got them available to you. But there is a lot of heals that are being used. Dark Veil goes down, and 100 Thieves said, we are out of here.
100 Thieves make the cross. They cut the zone. And they leave Aurora behind. Aurora might be able to use this Dark Veil themselves now to maybe shadow them, to maybe mirror them, as 100 Thieves just run into a hail of bullets here underneath Stormcatcher.
Yeah, Stormcatcher is just going to be a breeding ground for gunfire at the moment. There are a few teams that have been able to go to the southern side where this circle is pulling, but a lot of teams are still stuck in Stormcatcher, and they have to move in 10 seconds. Leave no witness. 100 Thieves, Jay Lings, North Eption, Alliance, Aurora, they all are in the same vicinity. We are going to see a lot of players fall.
Little bit of action coming in for
It's going to be a really interesting circle as it actually continues to move in from here. Where's it go?
Now 100 Thieves. Here we go.
Oh.
The damage that they want to see. The answer is yes. They get that first knock, and now they can take their time. They can reset and re-engage with this fight when they're comfy.
FC Destroy eliminated on the southern side. Dark Zero still hold prime position right now. I will remind everyone they are in one of the best spots to win this game. But of course, anyone arriving late, if they push correctly, could still be a real detriment to their chances. As 100 Thieves, they're trying to break the walls down like Chris Jericho, and they will be able to take down.
Leave no witness out in 10th.
No witness will fall. Just a solo player left alive.
I like the wrestling reference though.
In that initial fight. And now looking maybe to turn their attention back towards Aurora and Alliance. It's Aurora who are still alive. They are calling in a respawn beacon as well, as one player did fall, but look at North Eption here. North Eption in complete control of these staircases just above where Dark Zero find themselves.
Only thing I don't like about North Eption's positioning and what they've got going on right now is the fact that you've got blue shield this late in the game. That's a big freaking feels bad, bro.
They can hold the eastern side right now, and then Oxygen and Xset are on the southern tip. Dark Zero hold dead middle, and they will be having the best position, but at the same time, if they get pinched, if several teams push at the same time, they could be in a vulnerable spot. So they need to make sure they are set up, which I'm sure they are, because they have the ability to do so. Their main concern right now is probably Xset. As for North Eption, they will be able to hold this kind of northeastern side, but as they move in, it's about whether they get pushed by the teams that are above them. That's what they're worried about right now, is the height advantage that some of these squads have.
Zone about to close here. Round 5 is about to kick off, and 9 squads might go down to about 2 or 3. North Eption in a great position here, Dan, but you can see they still have to move, and having used the ultimate, they're going to have to use the mobile shield to just walk forward behind it, hope the damage is done behind them, and just try and kind of keep their heads on a swivel for what's approaching.
There's so many teams that this game is not in their hands. They just have to hope other teams make mistakes, as Vaxlon is currently in the kill feed. Branches goes down as well, though, as Hackers is doing damage. Alliance are in the kill feed, so are Aurora, and it is a head-to-head fight, but now North Eption decide they want to get involved.
Aurora gone, North Eption do damage, but it's not enough to really solidify this side of zone. There's all sorts of nade markers, but they survive through it all. Tiger now, having to survive. 100 Thieves gone, Xset gone. Also, Jailings will fall in these final moments.
Oh, North Epsion's going to go out here.
As well. North Epsion
Yep.
eliminated.
Look at that kill feed. What the?
Teams remaining.
And it was Naked again. Naked's fights
Yeah,
have
and
been incredible
DZ
today,
basically
but now
just
they've
gets
got
to
go
chill
up
here,
against
right?
Dark Zero and Alliance. We have 3 of our giants from each region at the moment, all going toe-to-toe.
Because Naked and Alliance are going to fight one another here, and Dark Zero just gets to walk up and get this
one
for free.
Now they're trying to use the positions that they've been able to hold
Well,
down. They can just seek out Naked here as we see the sight line cut off.
Maybe not.
It's brilliant as well because Effect went down. Now they have completely cut the zone, even though they will be able to get Effect back to his feet. Have they used the Dark Veil too early to get the resin and now not be able to rotate from it? Alliance putting a lot of faith in Effect back on his feet to do damage to force them into zone.
Zanyu was able
Yeah,
to
but it feels like once Alliance moves, Naked will be. But will Naked be looking over there?
I mean, it's such a horrible
Right?
spot of where they're hiding. Respawn beacon goes down just to give that extra little bit of cover, just something they can hide behind. But I think Naked are just going to be hoping that Alliance can be some form of distraction here as the circle will start to move forward and move in and force these teams together. Smokes go down for Dark Zero just to give them a little bit of cover fire. It really is going to be on Alliance and how they want to play this.
Yep, so as soon as Alliance moves out, they get hit by Naked. Alliance is going to try and push Dark Zero for second here.
They know they've got to be aggressive to get out of this position.
Or find a
Alliance have
team
taken
to push in a
center
second.
zone, but used so much to do so, but now they can reset.
Dark Zero still hold the western side though. Naked now have been able to swoop round to the southern side.
This might have actually worked for the other two teams to fight in on one another for Alliance.
And they have the walls. This is what's important. As
This
long as they
actually
just
might
hold
have
this
been
one
fucking
area
just
and this
super
one
big
choke,
brain here,
they should be
honestly.
in one of the better positions, but another Dark Veil to cut off some angles. As soon as that goes down though, we could see very exposed players.
Or you can see the calls being made right now. They are game-changing calls. Who wants to wrap on who? It's
Stack Up does, yeah. And I just checked their
Alliance.
dashboard.
They're in center zone for now.
There's
Dark Zero know that. They want to play and try and force these two teams in
Alerts
towards
a couple
each
minutes
other.
ago.
CQ is available for Zainu as well. If he hits this, it's going to silence the lobby.
Yeah, Effect gets silenced, and maybe that could be a chance for them to push up, but they're well aware there's another team down below.
Dude,
them.
Alliance
Naked
is
are
right
waiting,
now the
waiting,
meat in this sandwich, but
hoping
they're
that
trying to
damage is
figure
done
out
before
how
they
they
can
can
push
slap
up,
their
but
meat on the table,
eventually
bro. Like, they're
this
just trying to
circle's
figure
gonna
out
force them
how they
all-
can at
force them
least
into
make this into a
war. You do not
3v3.
want to be climbing when you take this fight. Alliance really hold one of the best spots in the game.
100% Alliance. The longer they hold this, the better. But now all of a sudden, you're seeing Naked make the play. They take to the skies, but there's Effect in the kill feed. There's Hackers as well. But
The
having
balloon play
attention
kind of
taken
low
away,
key, like,
they open
lit.
the door now all of a sudden for Dark Zero to make their game-winning play.
Dark Zero will push in and they do so much damage, but there's still a chance in this one for the other teams to be able to just reset, get a shield swap and get back into it. Alliance have
No.
lost one.
I think this is Dark Zero's win.
Down goes Naked.
Yeah.
Here comes Dark
They
Zero.
just get this for
They
free.
push in to get the final damage. It's gonna be a melee as Dark Zero find themselves taking match number 3.
Easy peasy for DZ. It's as simple as that in game number 3. But boy, did they navigate that end game well. You could see they knew that they had to stop that wrap from Alliance. They held that head glitch for as long as they possibly could and the attention away. Yes, the game might have been made a little
That's
bit
big.
easier
Dark
by the
Zero
move
was
from
sitting in
Naked to
8th
try and take
before
their
that.
grab lift to cause problems for Alliance, but you have to say,
So that's
again,
gonna be a big game
credit
for
to
them.
Zero in that end game.
Should
to trust
move
of his
them
two teammates alongside him, to trust those calls he's making.
at least up
That's
to
what
third.
wins DZ these games.
At some point in those final circles, you just need to trust your IGL and where he's going to be positioning you to try.
I don't know
and
if they'll
delay
have enough
that fight
because
as
of the
long
fact
as
that
possible.
Naked
You
was
can
still
be the
there
last
that
one to
late
engage.
and
It's as simple as
Alliance.
that. Sometimes
Nope.
you should be winning that fight, but it was
Tied
a little
with
bit more
Naked.
complex from that from Dark
And
Zero.
because of
They
that last
held
performance,
the
they
best
actually owned the
position, but
tiebreaker.
they had to give it up just so they could
'Cause they had
encourage
the
a
highest
fight from
point
the other
total.
two teams, and they were more than happy to do so. It was big brain plays for them, but then also not missing their shots when they did get involved in that engagement.
Yeah, Zainu, obviously, that's going to be his first win on LAN as well for DZ. So, smiles on the faces. We wondered if it's going to be Effect who comes up first with the win. Is it going to be Zainu? Now we have our answer, but Effect certainly having an effect in that end game for Alliance. Alliance, again, with another very good game. They're clearing out that north side. They certainly will have some KP and certainly some good points once again for them and their tally so far.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, Naked, Dark Zero, Alliance, they are all within 1 point of each other at the top of the leaderboards right now. This lobby is so difficult to try and just get
All right, so Storm
any
Point
sort
is done.
of
We're
gap,
going
any
to
sort of
World's
cushion
Edge.
from some of the other squads, because the consistency we're seeing now at the top seems to be over and over the same teams are starting to appear in those final circles.
And congratulations to North Epsion as well. A pretty tough rotate for them to make it in towards that end game. Still managed
Let's
to
go
do
look at our
so and certainly had a
map here real quick, see if we have any contests going on.
Kind of just forced out into the open with the amount of teams that were flying in at that point. But again, another good showing from them. But DZ,
So we'll be seeing Dark Zero and Aurora at Harvester,
probably one of the most
and Go Next and Crazy Raccoon over at Geyser.
Changes with the ins, the outs, what felt like at one point in a
We're going to be our contest for this next map.
For DZ, but
they get the win, and it looks like Zainu's the man that's certainly going to carry them forward. And for DZ, the win in Game 3 certainly looked good. But that's going to do it all from us. Good start. Quite happy with that. You happy?
Enjoyed that.
Cool.
Yeah,
all right, well, let's throw it down to the desk and see if they're happy with those games that we just saw.
I think we are happy to say the least. That was a fantastic first 3 matches for this next group matchup here. It's time for us to break things
So that
down.
means we get Tiff and Rain Day next, right?
By PlayStation. All right, guys, Arcane, we got to talk about this. We just talked about it leading up to this because there are like 6 different storylines that we need to try and hit in a very small amount of time. So much going on. Let's start with the comeback a little bit of NA.
Yeah, so of course, like you said, there's so much going on in this lobby, a lot of things to touch on, but of course, we've got a showing from NA finally. Both 100 Thieves and Dark Zero finally showing some strength from the region. That is something that we've been looking for after our first set of games today.
Okay, Vicky, we were yelling about this while we were watching the end zone happen. We talked about it before these matches even started. Alliance versus DZ in the top 2 there at the end. What a show off.
It was like, honestly, the script writes itself because it was also, even if they didn't come out on top, Naked would have taken their second dub in those first 3 games that we saw since they took game number 1. Alliance versus DZ coming out on top first. But what an insane end circle regardless. Even with the Moby that you saw Naked put down, and then you had the evac tower put down too, you try to get like spicy with it when you had the gravity lift too from the horizon. So that way you can at least shoot from the high ground, but then you're also overexposing yourself. Very difficult situation to overextend.
All right, now we're going to take a look here at the match 3 results. 9 kills going the way of Dark Zero. Like we said, Alliance following them. But Naked, another storyline we need to talk about here, Dia, because this is a strong performance. But they also have the dub from match number 1.
They did, and honestly, looking at the way that they played this, it's clear that their end game play isn't just happening upon them. Seeing the way that they approached the last circle, they're clearly like sussing out other teams and honestly positioning appropriately in a way that doesn't require them to be in a dominant position. It's been a big step up for the region as a whole, where we're seeing their end game play really come to shine in international competition.
A couple really strong moments here as well. I mean, we saw Oxygen on there with 8 kills as we take a look at the second page. On the flip side of that, any squads that you're surprised to see down here, Arcan?
Yeah, I mean, typically we've actually been really impressed with APAC South. We're off to a little bit of a slow start with the Onyx versus Aurora contest. Went down 2-0 to Aurora, and then third game kind of split and ran away. That's not exactly the start that they were looking for, but we'll see what happens.
Aurora on their Twitter had tweeted free KP and quoted the clip of them landing together. So that's going to be interesting to keep in mind once they fare against each other again. What do you think?
I will say again, it doesn't look great for Onyx. Like, it's not an awesome look when you're jumping in. However, because we're just in the group stages right now, they have this time to actually figure out the contest in a very high-stakes lobby. This could very well be Onyx preparing for when we get to those winners and losers brackets.
I like that. I like that theory. We'll take a look here at the series.
I mean, I feel like Onyx has the individual skill amongst their players, right?
Tied because of that performance at the top of our leaderboard. Tied
0
with
points.
100 Thieves, 1 point
Tough,
behind
man.
his alliance. Vicky, this is neck and neck.
Are you kidding me? I mean, after the last group, what we saw was like, you know, I want to see a top
Like
five
to leave
in
no
our
witness,
next
though.
group close. I wasn't expecting a 3-way tie, and Alliance
I'd like to see Black Hand pop off on World's Edge.
This really does highlight how close in skill.
Not
these
surprised,
two
but I
are
think some people would call that a surprise. NRG at 7.
It really shows also that we've got a little bit of a point sponge going on right now, Dia.
Even exit at 9
the
for
teams
real.
down there at the bottom, they're just not able to get some of those numbers on the board in the way that they would really hope to.
It's true. I'm just taking a look at the way these points will shake out now with 2 of the teams that are tied for first place starting off in Group A. I mean, they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable, but it also causes a lot more problems for the rest of the teams in Group A because there simply aren't as many around. It's going to make it so that yes, you know, you can relax a bit as a team like Dark Zero or Naked, but going on from here, things are going to get really tough for anybody who isn't in the top 10.
Okay, now we can see this story playing out a little bit more here as we kind of expand on those Storm Point results specifically here, RKN. Which teams were you mostly impressed with?
Yeah, I mean, this is the story of Stormpoint, right? We're going to see a lot of success from the teams that love to fight. Dark Zero, big NA fighting team. Naked, leading APAC North fighting team. Alliance, leading EU fighting team. This is just the kind of story that you expect to see from Stormpoint. Teams that excel in fighting are typically the teams that take away the most points from Stormpoint.
All right, now we would be remiss if we didn't talk about this. We were talking about it in the green room when we were watching these matches. Let's deep dive DZ just a little bit. I mean, team that shows up on LAN time and time again. People have to be looking out for them when they see them coming, and now we've got such a strong performance here in this third match. Talk to us about it, Marcan.
Yeah, I think no one is surprised that Zainu has really shown up for the squadron, especially with the mid-split roster change. We're talking about rising NA talent here. Young kid, really just got a lot to prove here on LAN, and boy is he doing it right now. Zero's always proving to be a leading IGL, and once again, just showing strength early on.
Remember what we talked about when Zero's was like, go Zainu, go, and then they get the first stock, and then that is the opening opportunity for Dark Zero. We saw it play out perfectly, especially in this spot alone, in the end circle. You saw that they were able to hold against the wall, and I love this position here too, because even when they have the advantage, they have to be careful with the circle closing in right behind them here too. Dark Zero is such a consistent squad, and I want to see this aggression transcend over to World's Edge, like Arcan was talking about.
Onset and Gaskin even mentioned it on the cast, but what has felt like a revolving door of thirds for this roster has really been brought together now by what we're clearly seeing in their game plan.
Is it fair to call it a revolving
he puts
third
the team in a good position to succeed, and he says,
when
no,
it's really only one player?
Figure out what works and fry. So the pickup of Zainu moving into playoffs clearly paying off early on, and the game plan that Zero has also clearly tried and true at international competition. I think we can expect a lot from the squad.
Okay, now before we continue in our matches, I actually want to talk to you guys a little bit about this because the scoreboard right now very close at the top. Right now we're switching maps, heading on over into World's Edge. Which teams do you think that's going to be beneficial for, or what do you think we can expect out of that map switch after what we saw in our first 3 matches?
Yeah, so World's Edge, you know, is typically the map that favors more of like a positional zone play style. That's not to say that Edge teams don't also find success on World's Edge, but right now our top 4 is dominated by like 3 fighting teams and then only 1 zone team, which is 100 Thieves. So expect to see possibly a big move from 100 Thieves here to try to close out the set.
That's actually really exciting too, because it's kind of very similar of what we took away from a previous group playing off against each other with their results, looking at Luminosity and how aggressive they could be on Stormpoint, now transitioning onto World's Edge. I'm actually curious, will these composition swaps now from Stormpoint into World's Edge allow these teams to play more of that passive-aggressive playstyle, Dia?
That's what had me wondering as well, because I was thinking specifically of North Eption moving into the next match, because they were running Newcastle, Bangalore, and Bloodhound. They're opting to go without a beacon scan, without the ability to look at next circle.
Right.
Zones on World's Edge tend to be a little bit easier to predict, just because we've seen
them so much.
It. And so if they choose to run with the same composition, and I'm hoping that they do, I think it'll get a bigger chance to shine, because with Newcastle, they'll be able to set up in better positions naturally just via game experience.
All right, well, I think that
Dude, Dia is crushing his debut,
so
bro.
Of our Apex Legends action. Obviously, if you are all at home and you're trying to keep up with everything and you're finding that a little bit difficult, make sure you're following us on social media, okay? At Play Apex Esports for all of the information you need regarding this weekend, whether that's the scores, teams. I mean, it's been a lot to keep track of, so make sure that's where you are for all of those information and updates. All right, like we said, we've got a map swap coming up right around the corner. We're gonna play a little game just before we go. I just want one team, okay, that you think is going to absolutely dominate now that we have this map switch. I know you kind of said 100 Thieves. Are you sticking with them?
Yeah, I feel like I have to, because I'm trying to get a little bit of NA love going back on here, and
okay.
Outside of Dark Zero and 100 Thieves, still not looking great.
And then I'm gonna be the one just coming out of left field. I mean, it's not a left field pick, but it's not an NA, and it's APAC North. I got my eyes on Naked. I think they're gonna stay consistent, actually going from Stormpoint into World's Edge. I think this is gonna play into their play style.
I'm going to go Apex South on this one, mainly because Onyx will actually get to play the game this time around. They should be dropping solo tree, so their score is going to improve.
I think Onyx, if they can get themselves one zone, they're the type of team that can put up like a 10-kill first-place game, follow it up with a couple of decent placements, and still walk away with a decent amount of points. Remember, really, if you can just get around to that 30, 35-ish
So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll
point,
be right back.
it seems to be where it's most safe, kind of estimation, to be in contention for winner's bracket at group stage, or bracket stages. It looks like we're gonna get Genome and Tiff. That should be a fun combo. Prior to today's match day, how many kills did Tolkien have in Split 2 regular season? 60's too high. 20's too low. 48? No, it was 40. That is an interesting question. Who do you play for in Split 2? Dynasty Esports Club. Anyways, prior to today's match, how many kills did Post-Kill have in Split 2 regular season? Post-Kill. I think it's 60, no? The other numbers just seem too low. I think Post-Kill's up there somewhat in kills in EMEA. It's 40. All right, well, I went 2 for 2 in the last one. 0 for 2 this time. I'm an idiot. Just pulling numbers, apparently. It's all good.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. We are in the group stages, A versus B, and I'm Spider Tiff. I'm stealing Genome from Vicky for a little bit, but how are you feeling, homie?
So good. I mean, we just came off a Dark Zero win.
Sure.
Obviously, I'm a happy man after that. And yeah, look, another 3 games to go. See if they can back any of that up on World's Edge. I'm definitely keen to see it.
I think Genome's happy to be back on the desk for real and not just doing
match one winners,
analysis.
100 Thieves. That game was absolutely wild. For the moment there, I thought that the Fire Beavers were going to be able to take it until Yuki completely decimated that from them. You mentioned Dark Zero, but going on forward to World's Edge, Vicky said she's keeping her eye on Naked, and I really love to see that because statistically, Naked got a lot more points on Stormpoint in kills than they do on World's Edge, but you saw how strong their Stormpoint was.
Exactly, and you know, yeah, now that we go across to World's Edge, everything changes. We get different contests, different legend compositions, so much. And as we can see going across the map here, we don't have, I believe, quite as many contests in this group as we did in our first series of the day, Tiff, but we do have some. Down here in the southern side of the map, it's all okay. North Eption, they get Stacked and Big Maw to themselves. You can see actually maybe a bit of a contest. Well, I feel like it's not quite a contest, but it's just like who gets Mirage à Trois, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong, but my eyes are going to be on Onyx. Dia said it right there. They get uncontested. They don't have to deal with Aurora, at least off the rip for World's Edge. But Aurora, no stranger to contest. They're doubling down in Harvester.
Yeah, that's the one that we want to have a look at because Dark Zero are going up against Aurora. We saw them really put paid to Onyx in those first 2 matches.
All right.
And then, you know, they kind of went their separate ways.
Off the World's Edge, chat.
3. Now, they're warmed up. They're ready to go after those contests, and they've got to take that to, I'm not going to lie, a harder
Again,
opponent.
Harvester, Aurora, and Dark Zero.
And I know we were sitting back there in the
Go
green
next
room,
and
just
Crazy
amped up,
Raccoon
ready
over
to
at
go.
Geyser.
And as that contest was going forward for the first few matches, I'm sitting there screaming for Aurora, and you were like, what is happening, Onyx? And I don't know if that's a regional thing or if you were sitting backwards and missed a couple of things, but maybe we need to go back to class.
Yeah, Onyx, perhaps could use a little help on that one. Okay, that's the one change we've seen to Harvester, of course, with that extra loot down the middle. It looks like Aurora are going to be the ones to grab some of that.
Hey, sometimes you just got to get an alternator and get in on their melee for a little bit of a help. And
Dark Zero taken out.
Dark Zero was going to be a little more hefty for them, but Aurora come out in style.
That loot in the middle is quite important. Had a little bit of a chat to some teams who've used Harvester as a POI before, tried to get a sense of how
we got to see the
these
contest.
contests do play out at this POI. And as you see, the amounts come out here from Aurora. Yeah, you can see them getting that, honestly, is a big factor in the fight. That said, also heard it can be a little bit random at times as well, right? It's not... you know, it's 50-50. We call it that sometimes. I think it's actually more 50-50 on Harvester than it is on some other POIs.
It definitely is the case. Well, Maliwan switching on over to the Caustic. We've seen a few people elect to utilize the Caustic for World's Edge in particular, and it's not a bad choice because Maliwan is such a strong player on the Caustic from what we had witnessed from Aurora, especially back into Split 1 when this was actually the trio for the team. And too bad Sunset, PK, MK, they can't be here, but still very strong as we get a good look at the map. Genome, NRG, that's not a bad one for them.
Not too bad at all. Having a look at that, it seems like Oxygen might have got Mirage à Trois to themselves this time, but you know, NRG not too worried about that when they are dead center of this circle, as you say. I wouldn't be calling this one straight away, though. I think there still is a chance it pulls down to the southern side of those mountains there into Thermal, but most likely, I think, yeah, maybe up in the staging kind of area.
So I look for teams like J-Ling's Esports to kind of hit the head going. They're rotating immediately fast, but Alliance, who lands Thermal Station, they're not necessarily going to be leaving that POI anytime soon. I think you're right. They may elect to play those houses just north of Thermal, but I'm keeping my eye on Onyx, who did not have the best performance in Stormpoint.
They have to make up for their points here, right? I mean, yeah, 2 games they essentially didn't get to play, just straight out 20th place. Or thereabouts with the contest, so yeah, it's really up to their World's Edge here, where they do get Tree uncontested.
Oxygen as well. You can see they were able to grab Mirage à Trois, relatively uncontested, as NRG basically went to their normal positioning there. Guild the only one with a purple shield, and Nathan and Sweet stuck on Napkin, as Nice Wig would say. I love when he does those armor checks. He's like, napkin, napkin, purple.
All right. Looking a little further afield, we've got plenty of teams here. Some of those more edge, style teams, Tiff, right, like North Eption, still hanging around stacks. I've got time to come in. Leave No Witness. They're set up pretty early. Realize Glitch, Aurora, all coming in now. Now that they've won the contest at one of the best rotating, if not the best rotating POI in the entirety of World's Edge. That's why those 2 teams are fighting over it.
We've been seeing a lot of Loba here today, and it's been really impressive utilizing the black market to be able to grab attachments for your weapon. The Nemesis comes stock with 20 bullets in it, so if you can grab yourself a purple mag, it just makes such a large difference. And we did just have a crafting rotation change as well. It's going to be the Skull Piercer and that purple sniper stock, so I can imagine a lot of charge rifles in the hands of some players.
Yeah, Chargy, look, they took 2 bullets out of the chambers, and it's still, honestly, I don't think it made that much of a difference. Players still keen to pick it up, still does the same thing, still hits hit scan, and from that point on, you're going to be happy to have it in your hands. I was about to say, especially when there's less Valks in the lobby, but of course we're having a look at one of the teams who still is opting to play that, that legend. Obviously not really going to come
please rush me.
that much into
wasn't
play
there
this
when
game,
I went
or at least I
there.
would have thought, considering the circle's right on them. 0 rotation really
it's going to be a minute. So
NRG.
give me just a moment here, chat. I'm going to leave you guys here at the main broadcast.
The heroes, the legends for that. They've got Rampa, and they've got Nathan on the Loba.
Skull Piercer on the 30-30, so they're just going to be looking to hold that position, level up their Evo shields to the best of their ability. Renatricky going down, but we're talking about the rotation, and it's kind of crazy, right? We have Fire Beavers, North Eption, a lot of teams that don't necessarily want to make their way, but the action is starting to unfold.
So you leave No Witness here, just getting pushed out a little bit by that Bang ult, but they're happy in Dorito. This is a really good spot to hold for at least probably 3 to 4 circles here on a staging ring. So they're going to be very happy that they've gotten one of the, maybe not God spot, but it's a very defensible position. Gives you a lot of options late into the game, even if we get one of those switches to a thermal zone that I was talking about.
Well, it's going to be really tough, right? You got Sweet Dreams on Rampart, inside staging, just kind of throwing up the amped covers all over the place and bringing out the Sheila when he needs that defensive positioning and just kind of keep the people away from him, which I like. I saw him in passing, and I was like, hey, dude, I really hope you get enough ring consoles. And he was like, excuse me, what did you say? And I was like, ring consoles, my man. We had a whole discussion on the regular season broadcast about your spawn rates, and I was just hoping for that to happen for you.
Yeah, you know those IGLs that love the rotates. Exactly, that's what they're looking for at the start of every game. It dictates how they think about it, where they're going. You know, we saw, like there was one game in that first series I was casting, right, where you know, I thought Moist had a ring console. They didn't in the end. That's why they were making such a strange decision to stay in Geyser. So that kind of stuff just changes your game plan entirely if by, you know, RNG, BR, you don't get that ring console spawned.
Can make things really tough, especially on rotation. You'll just be running into teams that you didn't really expect to have been there, but as we get a good look, our teams are still occupying this. They don't necessarily want to full send it, and you want to maintain that high ground. And stop laughing. I know you're laughing at Northep. Stop it. Stop it right now.
Oh man, I'm watching the whoever's controlling the observer feed be like, oh, it's time to zoom in. Oh no, wait, Northeption's like way out in the hinterlands.
Northeption still in Big Mod, electing to come in whenever they so please. Naked still alive as well. Fire Beavers, though, electing to stay in that north side of the ring, but leave no witness. Inching ever so closer, they were able to grab that hemlock, and that can deal significant damage. They just have to find their opening break, and you can see they can deal it, they can do it. But so many people utilizing the Prowler. The R9 went into the Crafter, and the Prowler has just been the mainstay.
Yeah, it's fantastic, honestly, isn't it? I mean, it's scary when you come up against those edge teams because they have had the ability to craft R99s, and you definitely will see people spending the 30 crafting mats on that. It's a solid weapon, but yeah, as you say, you know, the Prowler is still kind of nuts. That said, that one had no heavy mag, and that's I would say the one big weakness of the Prowler is a stock Prowler. It kind of falls off.
Definitely does. Leave no witness, maintaining their position, still utilizing the low, but a loop back up. But I mean, man, you got 102 charge rifle ammo. What more do you need?
Oh boy. Well, Black Market, as much as you want, infinite almost sometimes, it seems like. But yeah, look, Leave No Witness going to be solid up there for a little while. The ring pulls again towards staging, seeming to confirm that it will be somewhere around there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those ones that sort of cuts off the that little the front section of staging, and you get the high ground, low ground cutoff. It's often interesting to see how teams play with that. Anyone who's got a horizon on their side might be doing well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have a chat about that, because when people start to rotate specifically towards staging outside of Harvester, that's where things can really start getting congested. So I'm looking at teams like FC Destroy, J-Lings, Crazy Raccoon, who really haven't done what I want to see today for Crazy Raccoon, but they are going to have their work cut out for them, because when you think about rotating in Aurora, and that's a heavy-hitting team that's been gatekeeping a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of their game plan, right? Their game style. Oof. Seeing GoNext taking a CQ there, coming out. Thermite's blocking them off. 10 seconds, you know, where they can't use those abilities, so they are going to have to reply in kind. This is a hell of a stay away from me kind of sign.
Doctor's popping the shield bat, wants to get back in the fight, but he's going to get knocked from the back. Vlatow with the 30-30. Now Bambino and O-Slab, they're going to have to fight forward, because at this point you do not want to get sandwiched, but Thermites are holding you back. Seer Exhibit might be only up for just a little bit longer, so let's see what they can do here.
Well, the Knuckle Clusters may have bought them a little bit of time here, maybe even enough to get the revive off. Okay, solid. That is a reset here for GoNext. And with 4 points halfway through the series, they needed that, Tiff.
Look, the only time that we've seen something similar to this was in our C versus D, you know, phase. They had 0 points for quite some time, and then finally 7 started putting some things together. But FC Destroy, they are in trouble. Yuka, Binata, Hammer Drill, last alive for the team is going to have to make something big here. At this point, you need to play your life. Good thing we are only in group stages right now and not bracket play, but this is where you start to get a feel. 7th place going down. 17 squads remaining, though.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, another team who hasn't really performed yet this series, but there is still time. Harvester, seeing a few teams struggle to make their rotations through there so far. Northeption, they finally made it. Well, one of them. Okay, no, they've just gone back out. They've gone back. I'm not even gonna.
They'll get here eventually. Sometimes you're just late to a party, but
Are we there yet?
Maybe. Just wait till we get there. But it's going to be Alpha from Naked, your first place team on the day with 38 points. That's running into a little bit of trouble as they're trying to just survive a little bit longer in that ring on the outskirts of Harvester. Nags and Noises, Jaylings, they're going to be gatekeeping essentially these teams. It'll be the first kind of boss that you go up against on your rotation.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Fire Beavers are actually coming in through the ring behind them as well right now.
You probably only missed a couple of teams getting eliminated though, right? Looks like Onyx still in.
Rough spot. Very hard to get any kind of reset here. Maybe if they can get down to Lava Siphon, there's some crafting meds down there, some respawn beacons. But yeah, look, low percentage chance, I would say. Crazy Raccoon though, you know, they get the scans, I believe, on Firebeaver there with Maney's drone. They're actually pushing in for this fight because they've realized they hear the bullets when Naked goes down, and that just allows them to get the easy CQ and push this.
Hey, focus of attention coming in. Clutch is going to stun him for just a little bit, but when those arc stars and that nade spam starts coming in, it can make things so difficult, but they're going to get flanked from the Fire Beavers. The Beavers, they want to build a dam out of Harvester.
No shot, they actually come out on top of this. They will caught completely
now
off
Maney's
guard.
just going to have to collect banners.
Position revealed to Crazy Raccoon, and somehow they still don't win the fight. That's
they're going to wait.
Something that Crazy Raccoon are going to have to go back and look at.
At this point, if someone's going to be alive, let it be your crypto player. We have seen more crypto resets than anything in Alliance, running into some difficulty. Hakis, Seer, IGL for the team, typically in an anchor position, but Effect doubles down and takes out North Epson. Look, they arrived to the zone, and Alliance denied them entry.
I mean, you talked about how long Alliance were going to take to leave Thermal Station, and you see it there where, I don't know, 10 minutes into the game already, and yeah, North Epson, as soon as they get out of the zone, are met with that. Man, that's gotta feel kind of bad.
Look, we were talking about the Wingman being with the Skull Piercer and the Crafter. Effect has one in stow, and the last time I saw him utilize the Wingman, it was absolutely disgusting. But as we get a look at where that zone is typically more pulling, we are still going to the front of staging. So all the congestion that's going to be happening here at Harvester is going to be tough. Nags, Noises, Jaylings, they have such a good position over Fire Beavers. They just need to maintain the high ground. So if I'm Fire Beavers, how am I going to approach this rotation?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, right? I mean, they will be in on top of this for the next zones. They don't necessarily have to make that decision quite yet. They could see if Jaylings go out first. You know, do they have, is there an evac tower somewhere on this team? Perhaps that'll get them, you know, over towards the tunnel choke. Yeah, I think there's definitely a couple of options yet. And I think the next 2 minutes will give us that answer.
Ooh, hear me out. We have Bang ult, we've got Horizon ult, we pop a evac tower, we throw the black hole onto Jaylings and let it erupt.
Good old Xfinity, baby.
Yeah, now that we can see they've got that evac tower, they have the option, right? It's not like, oh, we have to force this fight, or we're just stuck.
All right, Fire Beavers, gonna push out on them, make sure you get finished up the team fight.
No, that's from Maney. Maney was able to get the reset because he got knocked. There's no way. That would have been a full send on to Crazy Raccoon, so he was able to keep the team alive. It's like, no, Ron, no, you're going to sacrifice yourself.
All right, looks like the game is still going. Just having a look at the map feed down here. Fire Beavers and Jaylings still having a bit of a crack at each other. Several members of the Crazy Raccoon still up as well. So I don't think this the fight has kind of resulted in any permanent damage just yet.
Look, as long as Crazy Raccoon, the two members that they just respawned, can get in, grab a gun, and go forward, but who's going to do it first? It's going to be Fire Beavers, 9 imps, taking a little bit of damage, trying to throw down, get that entry fragging on, look for an opportunity to keep barreling forward. They are just outside the next zone, but the question is, they can still wrap around.
The wraparound.
All right, so many teams here still in contention, but looks like we are going to get a little bit of a disengage from some of these guys, right? Like Jaylings, Fire Beavers seem to be pulling further and further away from each other. And might be someone else that spells their doom in the end. The ring has actually moved just slightly south of the main building and staging, so NRG, they've just been holding on to you know, the sort of basic building there from staging for the longest time. That'll do them pretty well right until the end. Exet's behind them though, and they are very much focused on them. But Jailings, yeah, look, these guys are going to have to worry about their next rotation.
Well, Tommy, speaking of rotation, Fire Beavers did actually decide to wrap around. They ran head first into ATH, so I can only imagine what is about to go down because Go Next was occupying the tunnel just ahead of them. So it's going to be an all-out brawl.
Yeah, it feels like we're up to
evac tower coming in.
Beavers here. They try and get around. Oh no, that's blocked up top. It's blocked down the bottom. Okay, time to poke the evac tower and just see where we land, I guess.
Take to the skies, find something free. Will we get another bout of Aurora versus Fire Beavers? A little Amiya on Amiya action.
Okay, well, the train car is unoccupied at the moment. Well,
I don't know if I like the train cart, though.
Look, that is the last thing you want, is a fuse in your way. Taskmaster down, Oirein down, 9 Impulse going to fall just like
Too many people that are going to be looking up that.
Are eliminated, 13 squads remaining, and J-Ling still occupying the high ground, throwing down damage, looking at
Leave no witness still in this, currently in 5th. Let's go, boys.
Gatekeeping ability here.
It's the exact
ATH out
for J-Lings, right? They just got to walk in. You know, occupying that space up the north made this such an easy rotation for them, as opposed to the nightmare that we just witnessed for Fire Beavers.
Well, you start to think, why didn't Fire Beavers just choose to send J-Links? And then they could have fought for this position and rotated in accordingly, but they didn't do that and see just how much chaotic it got. But think about this. 34 bullets left in the charge rifle here for Noises. This is a team where I'm just like, you know, a black market would be nice right about now.
We've seen a couple of them so far today. Not very many.
Take out NRG and just pop in and take theirs over.
Hey, maybe.
Definitely
Aurora,
interesting. I think I was seeing Watson on him earlier.
2 of them.
In the first lobby.
11 squads remaining. The calm before the storm. As we hop on to Noise's little iPad here, we want to get a little sky-high view of the chaos that's happening inside of staging.
Is it just the patience in the region of EMEA that makes it so you see more cryptos there than anything? Leave no witness out in 11th.
They're playing underneath, just having a look at the map view right now. I think they're directly underneath NRG. But all 3 of those teams, J-Lings, XSET, NRG, looking kind of good to just come down to that next circle. And then you've got people on the train tracks up the top who are looking not too bad either. Go Next and Crazy Raccoon. But we're about to see in the next 20 seconds, those 3 teams have to go at it.
EMP gonna come in with some big value. Oh, this is dirty.
Sweet has the shoe out, let it sing. Guild, I want to see what you can do, my man. And just like that, they're able to grab a knock onto Nags, a full onto JMW. Noises is hiding out somewhere, and he must be found.
Solid from NRG here. Wow, I mean, I thought J-Ling's position was pretty good there, but yeah, look, NRG better. Apparently now up with a double red.
J-Ling's out.
They got the zone gifted to them, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I would say Sweet usually converts.
Glitch fully emanated as well at the hands of Oxygen Esports, and I feel like we have to finally see some movement going from them, but NRG are going to have to walk ever so slightly into zone, but I would be really curious to see as we jump on board. XSET, 12th overall, 15 points, 8 squads remaining. They have 4
This low ground's kind of tough for
This could be
XSET.
a solid start for them to start getting that momentum.
Yeah, definitely.
They do have coverage they can tuck in for angles that are on top of them. NRG, though, in a really tough spot, taken out by 100 Thieves here. Holy smokes.
100 Thieves are going to completely eliminate that. Was
Alliance
over
out as
in
well.
Just a flash. Alliance out as well. Onyx actually still in this from the top tracks. Most of the teams over there, and then you've got 100 Thieves and XSET on the staging side.
Backslide forced down to a solo, able to grab some shield swaps available for the last bit of the game, but they are so high in positioning here in this group stages, it's got to be pressure, but fun. Come on, Nocturnal already down, the IGL for the team, and Go Next has high ground. They can just shoot down like fish in a barrel.
Does feel like, as long as they can find the angles, that the high ground team should have the advantage here. But it's a little hard, right? You jump up on top of those little railings there, you do expose yourself to the other team, so it's just a little bit of a gamble. But the 4 teams left alive.
The only problem for Go Next is once they drop, they are probably going to have a couple people looking at them. So it's all about when they make the move.
It's honestly kind of rough.
XSET alive, Onyx alive, Crazy Raccoon. Hey, let me just tell you, that crypto res really let them go, but Go Next. This is their game to win. If you can maintain the high ground, keep shooting down. That's another
XSET out?
Rocky down. XSET
Oh, yeah.
eliminated, and now Onyx is once again in trouble, Genome.
That means Onyx though still top 3.
Onyx to make that jump down there and say, I don't know, maybe we just have to play for 4th here. Also play for 3rd, because now they have gotten themselves right underneath. The others will go next, and Crazy Raccoon be forced to fight each other, or can Onyx bring this out after that decisive send?
Well, it's like the Spider-Man meme, right? You just want to point at everyone. It's like, you go, no, you go, but they don't have to move just yet.
I mean, this is exactly what we saw in Game 3, right? With the last 3 teams.
Could be a big game for Onyx here. It's not a double-digit kill game. No way if they're only sitting on 10 points right now. But if they were to at least get one team wipe worth of kills here, of what's left,
Bambino on the fuse,
and even a second place would be really good.
Right? A little bit of knuckle cluster denying that space, but as that ring starts to collapse in, the Seer exhibit's going out, and look, Shady, Fussy, Racky, they're able to get a full reset here. They're looking down the barrel of a duo of Raz and Parka, and that's pretty scary.
I mean, they're so willing, and they just need to prove themselves after losing those contests to Aurora and having such a shaky start to this. I mean, 7th place finishes last land. They have to be thinking there's no way that we will be sent
Onyx
into the
loses
losers
this.
bracket after the group stage.
There's just nothing you do here if you're Onyx.
That happen.
Fuse ult has been expelled here by Bambino. Time is of the essence. 19 seconds before this ring has finished the center, and able to grab a knock onto Racky. Onyx Esports eliminated.
That's tough, man.
Dropping down from the high ground, and they are letting it rip.
A really tough position to be in for Onyx. Go next.
Are your winners of
wow.
Love that finish from them. I mean, I was about to say this could be a heal-off, right? I mean, most zones have been eliminated where you've got, buildings stacked on top of each other, and, you can even possibly have that sort of zone where, a team could have stayed up the top there, a team could have stayed in the tunnel, and they could have just tried to heal off, but no, go next, say, okay, we're just going to go for it. They go straight through the piercing spikes, through the Dark Veil, and still come out on top.
Look, this is really tough, right? They just announced this is the former Eternal roster on June 29th, got signed by Go Next Esports. So getting that initial victory on land just has to feel so good.
It's a big moment for them, I think. Any win, doesn't matter, which group stage, brackets, whatever it is, it gives you such a huge amount of confidence. And
I wanted to check something while we're in between here.
On top of the world, frankly.
I am on top of the world, actually, Gino. I'm standing next to you. I'm actually 6'3". Who knew?
Nice.
I know, right?
How's that feel?
It feels good.
It does feel good.
I can look people in the eye now. Yeah.
Well, I think they're going to be able to look each other in the eye as well after that one. They're, they're just going to be feeling fantastic. I think they played it really well. Obviously, those lower ground positions looked a bit sus, right? Every time someone went down there, kind of got finished off. Onyx, so it was exit first, I guess. Sure, it gives you maybe like top 5 position or something like that. And then as Onyx goes down to finish them, maybe you grab 1 or 2 extra placement points at that point, but you've also kind of signed your death warrant.
You really did, and to be fair, this World's Edge, the first time we're seeing it for Groups A versus B, was rather difficult, right? We saw a lot of initial rotations and then backtracking from that and trying to find another way, and it just seems like their macros are being tested.
Yeah, I mean, staging's a funny one, isn't it? Because you get that kind of zone. Obviously, the team that lands there just stays there, as we saw with NRG, and then you kind of have to gather around it, and then it's like you're all just kind of jumping in the pot at the end, and you just get boiled up. But the last one to kind of do that generally is one.
Yo, Ezekiel Elliott not part of the Cowboys anymore?
Certainly managed to engineer that situation for themselves.
Doing everything that they need, and as we get to see the ends of the celebration, we get ready to
Sorry, I know it's random. I just saw on my Twitter feed someone posted
how that goes. I mean,
he's hosting a camp in St. Louis and says former Cowboys running back.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the contest once again. DZ taking the L this time. I believe the coaching rules got changed so that you're allowed to talk after your team goes down. At one point, you couldn't talk until the end of the match. Now, if that is the case, that means they've had so much time to discuss what
Did they release
how
them
to
so they
change
like
their
at the end of the
initial
season?
contest to win it next
I haven't
time.
been keeping
that's
track
really
of
interesting as we got the stats
free
for
agent
Go
moves,
next year
to be
from
honest.
that map. Bambino, 3 kills, 7 assists with 2,400 damage. And how much do you think of that was from the knuckle cluster? Bro is probably just popping it out, dealing damage all over the place.
Yeah, that might be something to check out on ALS and grab some of the stats there. It certainly would have been a decent amount, I think, with how many teams were just really pushed into a corner by that. But yeah, look, 12 kills on top of the 12 points is a fantastic result for Go Next.
Look, if you're in group stages and you pick a game up that's north of 20 points, you are performing well within that group stage in your matchup. But Crazy Raccoon,
I feel like Onyx needed to capitalize and get more than 10 points. But for a team that had 0 points through Storm Point, 10's not bad.
You were able to get your teammates
You
back.
can't be content with that, though.
15-point game, but Onyx being able to play for the first time, double digits as we jump on over to the back half. FC Destroy, Naked, North Eption, Fire Beavers, some teams that I had been performing on Storm Point, but not necessarily on World's Edge for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, even Aurora, right, they get 3 KP from taking out DZ at the start, and that's about it. There's only one more placement point in it for them after that. So having a look at how the group looks after game 4 here, we can see Alliance with that consistency coming in on top at 45, 100 Thieves.
Really don't feel
Honestly,
like that
surprising me a
Soup
little bit
did
how
much
well they're
justice from
performing here.
100
Let's see if
chat.
that continues for the rest of the tournament.
Here's your
Naked,
overall
a
scores,
team,
though.
a lot of people were talking about that, you know, maybe some people hadn't heard of as much before, but were underrating coming into this tournament. Sitting on 38 is also a great result, and another one for APAC North.
You know, I've been really impressed with APAC North thus far, and EMEA as well, especially now that we're getting to see Alliance in effect for the first time here on LAN. And hey, it's paying dividends, right? 45 points, but only 3 points are going to be separating first through second, and we still have 2 more maps.
Exactly. Still a couple maps to go. I mean, we're looking at, you know, 35 points is kind of what you're targeting per series if you want to get into the winners bracket. So, you know, some teams already eclipsed that. Yes. Some teams still have quite a bit to go. Maybe they can make that up tomorrow. Maybe they can make that up later today.
Hey, we're just going to have to wait to see. Hopefully some teams can get that 35-point threshold. But we're going to cut to a quick break. Go get some water. Go hydrate yourself because we have 2 more maps to go. Can Alliance clutch this one up?
Solid. I'm gonna go see if I have enough time. I'm gonna at least refill one of my water cups.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. It's the first day. Group stages are underway, and we've got A versus B. 2 more matches left. But Genome, we just saw a little bit of action where it was talking about EA's most positive player, and I'm like racking my brain of who I think that could be, and honestly, the only one that comes to mind right now. No, not the only one. Look, just hey. Monsoon, though. Monsoon from Complexity. He joined us on the desk in Split 1 playoffs, but he has qualified and he is determined to seal that ticket to champs. But man, he's just got such good vibes. Always happy every time you see him.
Yeah, that's actually a fantastic pick. You know, I don't know if it's just the bias. I was thinking of Jen Burton, another guy who just stays lovely, stays positive all the time. Doesn't matter what's happening. You know, honestly, always a great guy to talk to.
He really is. Every time I tune into one of his streams, it just seems all around just fun, right? And we always see Papa Jen out there supporting him, and that's just really good to see because that's the funnest part of LAN to me. Not only are the players interacting with each other from all the different regions, but it's the families that come out to support their teams.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that, and there's, you know, some of those fans right now. Fire Beavers, of course, you know, a team that we've seen some cool things from today. One of the fastest armor swaps, not just in this tournament, that I have ever seen in Apex. Oh my lordy, I think it was game 2.
It was.
And Taskmaster, I believe this is what happened. I think he hit the armor swap literally like during a jump animation. So there was like a death box at his feet. He jumped over it. By the time his feet landed on the other side of the death box, he had a new armor. It was like a Spider-Man move. He's like jumping over it, like webs the armor like onto himself, and then like, oh my God.
He's really known for that, right? It's just super mechanically gifted when it comes to situations like that. And during the regular season, it paid dividends. We saw just how impressive it can be when you're navigating those fights and you need to clean up or clutch up. You're the last one alive and you need to play it forward, especially on World's Edge. Some of those clutches have been there, and I want to see more. I need a Fire Beavers victory, and if you're here in the crowd in London and you're a Fire Beavers fan, make some noise.
There we go.
I see the jerseys out there. Look, those jerseys were on social media, the font on the back that says Fire Beavers, and I was like, hey, are you guys gonna be selling those? Because I definitely need to pick one up. Oh, look at that. I see some friendly faces right there.
Oh, the beautiful original Nessie hoodie there, the yellow one. I'm definitely keen to get my hands on one of the purple ones that they've jazzed up for this event, but looks like match 5 is on the cards. Oh, we're gonna get that contest again. Aurora's certainly at Harvester, and I think someone's joined them.
Look, I don't think Dark Zero is gonna back down from Aurora in any way, shape, or form, but if you have a P2020 in the hands of your fragger Zainu, that's not what the—
Double thermite hit, let's go. Okay, that changes things.
Oh, it does, but not able to push, right? 20 bullets in a P2020. This is what they're trying to do, anchor that space. Jen Burton on Caustic, Molly on Caustic as well, but Wig, welcome to the mainstream, baby!
Oh, but Zainu's so scary that even a P2020 keeps them at bay while they manage to get the revive off. Ooh, focus of attention misses. That ability is so important in these interactions. But as you said, both teams with the caustic going at it, that gives them some ability to keep the opposition away.
Well, let's talk about it, right? If you're going to have a caustic on the hands of Molly One and it completely changes the cusp of your contest, are you going to jump on board with that as we see Sweet right here running it back at staging? We look to what we have. A ring console is available for them, so they'll be able to get that next zone information.
Okay, it looks like Dark Zero may have disengaged. I'm seeing one of the members actually come up towards NRG's position right now. So I don't know.
Had to make me a couple sandwiches, chat, 'cause I'm a fatty.
Actually, that's him. You just saw
and
in the
because
X-ray
I
there
wanna
on the
stay up
lower
on my,
half
like,
of the screen. I'm not sure if
healthy
Sweet actually
eating.
got the vision. Maybe he wasn't expecting someone to
Even
be
though I'm
there.
not going
But
to
you
the
can see
gym.
with the pings, they're probably thinking about third-partying this contest.
Look, but it's not done. Ranch is able to grab the knock onto Zainu, and Jen Burton last alive for Dark Zero, keeping it moving, able to grab Zero's banner, so that's one recovered. Can we get Zainu back up? But he only has 14 bullets and an RE45. Such a terrible situation.
Needs the other one. You know, in the other resets we talked about, you've got a Crypto, there's a support legend, you know, maybe a Loba there that you can craft the banner. That's not going to happen here if he doesn't grab Zainu's banner. It's done and dusted for him, but Jen is going to get out with his life just barely. It looks
Just
like
ordered barbecue?
NRG.
Oh, that sounds so good.
I thought that was a ping to say, hey, because you can see the.
I think we're gonna go a little
like,
light on
you can't
dinner.
See who's in it, but you see if a team goes
Some
out.
chops,
so
it
if
sounds
they
like,
don't see
or some
that
pasta,
Aurora
I'm not
or
sure
Dark
which.
Zero has been eliminated, they can, you know, deduce that there's still going on. There's something happening over there. Maybe we just pull up
brisket.
and try and grab some of the extra KP ourselves, but they haven't done that. They've gone for the full rotate.
Look, I don't think people realize just how much goes in those players' minds. They manage everything. They know just where every bit of the rotations will be. The moment this res goes off and they didn't see a team eliminated, this is going to signal to them there could potentially be 1 or 2 members from either Aurora or Dark Zero that we should take notice to. But maybe, hey, NRG playing their game because they've already made their way towards that next zone, prioritizing their rotation.
We'll get someone else potentially doing that. We've got Ath down here to the southeast of Lava Siphon, and they're occupying the building in front of that vault. Sometimes you do get the Lava Siphon, you know, pulls that will go down a little bit more south. We saw one earlier that was sort of the north side of Lava Siphon, but they will pull in front of that vault tunnel occasionally. So if that happens, of course, Ath in such a great spot.
Yeah, those actual zones are very tough to play, right? Especially for the teams that maintain their position in Lava Siphon. If they have to jump off the ledge and go down towards the low ground, you will typically get eaten alive on drop.
Very, very true. NRG.
So looking like a Lava Siphon pool?
Center here. They've taken up a central position, gives them
Are these
some
somewhat?
of those options themselves. Of course, they did get the ring console spawn over in staging. That's probably one of the reasons why they made that that quick choice. Did you get to see when they pinged? Yeah, they would have pinged that earlier on, of course. And so yeah. Anyway, gets through to Lava Siphon and just having a few pot shots here. That's Crazy Raccoon, who've got the cat goo everywhere over the command center.
It's kind of sad that we can't get consistent audio.
NRG specifically, they're just holding that next ring console hostage. You think of Lava Siphon, you immediately think
And
of
we're still having audio
that's
issues.
just out that door in front of them. And if they can make a play to get that, to really secure that knowledge for the end game, I think that could be really beneficial for NRG, but I can't imagine someone's going to let them scan that.
Yeah, because, you know, there's been so many iterations of, like, how you use ring consoles past, let's say, like, Zone 1.
Right.
Right? You know, there was the Gibby meta where you were able to bubble it. It was pretty easy, honestly.
Bang smoke.
Then we had time when, yeah, you know, you pretty much couldn't do it at all unless you had Crypto. Someone actually trying to come in underneath them right now. Looks like that's Blackhand.
Excuse me, Blackhand. You know, you can't just show up on a gondola in NRG's building here, but they were able to get inside, prevent massive damage from occurring at the hands of NRG. And honestly, for them, there's no need to full send that fight just yet.
No, not at all. Very risky play. Yeah, and then just to quickly go back to that, you know, they do have Rampart, though. I guess that's the only option. If they can maybe get, you know, the amped cover up in time, like perhaps, yeah, look, I agree.
I
It's a
do
low
like this
percentage
from
play.
NRG.
I'm just trying to theory craft a little bit here.
I mean, it's really tough, right? You think about the amped cover, it takes 2.5 seconds
They'll have
just
the
for that
ability to
lower half to be built up in a full
load up
seconds
their
for the
inventory
entirety
like they
of it
were
to be
slaying
built
out
up. Not to
just by
mention
holding
you're
this
trying to,
building
like,
with the
section it
Loba.
off, maybe put two
They've got
around, that's
ring pool this time around, so they can really kind of cake up here. They need to make sure they can capitalize
Well,
on
as you
this
said,
game.
they'll be in position to do it if it even is possible. But certainly a lot of other teams will be having a look at that. Having a glitch energy here. There over towards the southwestern side of the map. You think I'd encompass this by now. It's been a while that I've been casting Apex, but no. Apparently not. Anyway, Alliance, once again, on the late rotate from Thermal, are the only ones sort of within distance of them. And they're quite spread out, Alliance, actually. Don't know if that's for their foraging for loot, foraging for KP, but one way or the other. I think they'll probably find some soon. There's, what, 5 teams outside of this, of Zone 2?
I know what they're doing. Glitch is sitting here just wanting to go get that.
So is Dark
console
Zero still the
information
one
from
player
inside of
missing,
Thermal,
right?
And you know it's going to be safe. You might take a little bit of
Or they
ring
end up
damage,
retrieving the second
lava.
banner.
You just pop a couple syringes, you're going to be totally fine, and you get free knowledge of information. But the issue with getting this ring console information is you have to think about the teams that have already rotated. The first thing they do, they pop a ring console, they move immediately.
And it's definitely going to be going to that southeastern side of Lava Siphon, so that's a definite on that one, with that Zone 3 knowledge now coming to us as well as Glitch. But most teams have read this, I would say. You know, Go Next, they're kind of north of Siphon, so that's either, you know, either haven't read it, Gatekeep, you know, it's always one of those, right? Like you can never say for sure, but Oxygen, Gold Helm, good pick up for them, and then Exet were one of those 5 teams that we were talking about that are outside of that Zone 2.
You know, I had a chance earlier to I'm not going to say why, but Nocturnal, I had a chance to talk to him, and I was really impressed with a lot of his ideals and the way that he approaches Apex and kind of the Hodsick and how the effect he's had onto Nocturnal, and they just haven't really been able to get something moving in their favor just yet. You know, they were incredibly
It feels like Xfinity's like
regular season in
do.
NA, but for some reason, the first 2 groups that we've seen today, NA is just not stepping up to the occasion. You look at our top 5 right now, you have 100 Thieves and Dark Zero, and that's pretty much it. Oxygen is the next closest one in 10th place.
It's weird, isn't it? Because I actually, I had a quick chat to him in Nocturnal in the player lounge as well, and it was like, man, I love the comps you're bringing out. He's like, yeah, man, we're bored.
We're bored?
We're bored.
Explain, my man.
During the regular season, we're bored.
Oh.
It's too easy. NA is too easy. Like, they need to be on LAN, I feel like, almost to have that, you know, to have that, that impetus, that's something to play for, that's going to push them to play something, you know, something real, something better. But as you can see, they're going for Bang, Sia, and Horizon, which is, you know, a fairly meta comp right now. We're seeing, what's interesting about this comp, actually, Tiff, is that we're seeing, you know, teams from hyper-rotate teams like Moist, you know, 2 more aggressive teams play versions of this comp, or this comp exactly. It's interesting that just how much things have changed with the introduction of the evac tower, taking out those 100% picks like Valk, and you know, it's just allowed people to be so much more creative.
It really has. I mean, so creative. We had a Pathfinder in the lobby on Stormpoint. Fun was playing Pathfinder, and I love that for the movement, right? The zipline buff that they had at the end of Split 1 playoff.
The schmovement?
I said was buff Pathfinder, and we kind of got a little bit.
Wish.
I did. Man, what should we ask for this time?
Sia focus of attention nerfs is probably top of my list.
Well,
I don't know about you.
Well, I thought Sia already got nerfed, though. Nah,
okay.
that's a funny joke, right?
Okay.
Sia's stronger. You just have to utilize it a different way, that's for sure. But on board with Exet, fun on that charge rifle, just looking for something to kind of poke at. Still, 20 squads remaining. We think about Dark Zero. They were able to
maybe a little too early for those jokes there, Tiff.
into the lobby. I don't believe they were able to recover Zainu's banner, though.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's only the 2 members up for those guys. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, who needs NA anyway, right? Just stick with the Aussies. That's how they win. Well, actually, I lied. They had DMW that time.
How's Onyx doing?
Last game was okay?
Yeah, no, it was good.
Last game was okay?
It's
Yeah,
good.
okay.
No, honestly, I'm not going to talk anything about Apex South because the last time I met the boys from Moist, I was actually frightened by Waltzy.
He's a big man.
And no, I'm tall. I'm actually tall. No, I'm a small girl.
Yeah, you should, next time you talk to him, just take the box with you.
I'm going to look
like,
you.
yeah, what up, bro?
I look you right in the eye. Let's do this.
Yeah, they should just
As
take
we
him
see
out of the
a
game.
beautiful free cam shot from
Honestly,
our
to figure him
observers.
out.
You can see Jay Ling
Just
still
remove him.
here in Lava Siphon.
IMO.
Exet just in front of them towards the left side, holding this down. But
okay.
100 Thieves, right? We started talking about championships earlier today, just this morning, and how mission critical it is to find yourself there. 100 Thieves is on the cusp of significantly qualifying for champs, and they need a strong performance here at Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, those stakes are high, right? I mean, there's definitely, you know, obviously stakes for this LAN, but it goes beyond that. You've always got to keep that in the back of your mind somewhere, that these teams are still qualifying for one more LAN left here for year 3 of ALGS. Now we're having a look over here at Geyser, you know, Oxygen Esports, 100 Thieves, North Eption even sort of lurking in that area, but the zone has moved very much south, Tiff. And it's actually going to be realized in Godspot for this.
Look, we're checking this out right now. Oxygen, they have a sense that there is a team and they want to make this happen, right? This is their time to gatekeep it, and that's going to be 100 Thieves inside. So if I'm Oxygen Esports, now granted, Thornton Smash, a member of that team, they have a massive team built out to assist Vayne, Aiden the Destroyer, Reeds, the former BR Demons. They have underwent a massive journey when it came to finding the right home. And right now, it's Oxygen Esports for them, and they have built out that program. And Thornton was like, why are you sleeping on us? Well, I'm ready to see what you can bring to the table here at Split 2.
Okay.
All right, Glitch, previously known as Gosu.
That is, of course, Glitch going in here, and Aurora just sort of disappearing into the boxes without any further ado. But I think Glitch might do the same.
Yeah,
honestly.
they're about to be
One team throws
deleted just the same.
Next team lobs them.
These RVs are a death sentence. You cannot just hold them willy-nilly. You think about the people that are able to secure these down. It's the Watsons. They can fence it up, throw it. Jenny, now Pyrus right here, able to grab wind
believe
with
it's
the
Pyrrhus?
through the window, but we're going to be able to play off of Kirev's knockdown shield, and this is critical. You hear it all the time. Sometimes when you're going up against a 3v3, if you have the ability to play a shield, you can get the benefit.
Okay, they're gonna knock down that reinforced straight
Pyrrhus?
away. Leave no
Nice.
witness. Going to do just
Leave no
that.
witness.
Glitch goes down, and they have the RV to themselves.
Taking out
I mean,
the
these
previous
teams don't
Leave
have
No
that
Witness
net zone
team.
information. I guess maybe that's why they're going
Formerly
so
known as
hard for
Gosu.
this RV. Because right now they're playing like it's Godspot. We can tell you that it's not. It's not going to be in Ring 5. And with the way teams are set up right now, Ring 5 is going to be where everyone just gets crushed in together.
Well, as round 3 begins to close, let's go ahead and take a look at where that next zone is going to start pulling towards 100 Thieves. Hey, sometimes you just get a little bit sniped. You look at your shield utility there, 1 shield bat left, and you just utilize it. But you have 13 cells, so relatively okay.
Yeah, look, this it's going to be very fun to see where the next ring goes and what teams. Well, the teams are about to find that out, right? Very few of them, if any, would have the information right now. Gets revealed, okay, they have to start thinking about their next steps. You can see Alliance and Realize are going to be doing a good job down the bottom of just being able to stick it.
So Leave No Witness.
Leave No Witness.
Looking over at
finally,
Crazy Raccoon.
Managed to reset off the back of that absolute cluster that happened down the bottom, and then you've got Crazy Raccoon.
Are they going to be able to move in here and probably take this fight as well?
Also going to be in an
Honestly, I think Leave No Witness, like their straight up 3v3 is pretty fucking ridiculous.
Lava Siphon building. There's still a ring console available to them, and if now Dark Zero, NRG, if they can fight for that information to really solidify their knowledge of where they need to go, but as we see, this is going to be a historic fight. Fire Beavers and North Eption inching ever so closely to each other, and of course, Taida on that outer edge. Fire Beavers have the advantage. If you think about it, they can gatekeep all they want, but sometimes things
And then Go Next just chilling right here.
Oh, it's about to turn
Chilling
quickly.
inside.
So let's just have a quick look at this map here that we've got, Tiff, because as you can see, don't get bamboozled by the Loba ult up the top. It's the white circle down the bottom. That's where the zone's going. And as you can see, nobody's in it. It's just Realize and Alliance.
Yeah, well, it's because there's not really much in the circle now, is there?
Is going to be fighting for like a patch of dirt, pretty much. So they either need to go now, and that's where we're about to see things start to kick off.
You called it, right? That north building of Lava Siphon, J-Lings and Nags. Nags made such a splash here initially in Split 1 playoffs, and JMW, a former land winner, has the unique ability to excel extensively on Watson, and the fences are going to be able to just deny, but the knuckle clusters, the nade spam coming in from the fuses that are in the lobby are going to put a thorn in your side.
Fuses. I'm just surprised that there's like fuses plural in the lobby. It's a crazy time to be alive, 2023, but I love it as well. And for this kind of zone, it's going to make it so much more fun.
And the action just keeps on coming. Parka going down in the kill feed, and 100 Thieves just trying to go for a little bit of reset here. They're playing an interesting angle here, right? They can just duck down every time and utilizing the bank smoke, smoking off that line of sight and denying people from being able to look out and see a good cat wall so they can push forward. They're almost into that next zone, but North Eption, sometimes a Suski just falls on you and you are going in. Good Newcastle.
Why did we leave the other fight?
Yeah, I mean, 18 squads were alive a second ago. I can guarantee you that number is about to fall.
Holy shnikes, look at the kill feed going crazy.
North Eption trying to hold off both North and South.
All right, well, let's do it. Let's jump on board. We got to listen in with North Eption as they continue on.
J-Ling's out, Fire Beaver's out, ATH out. 100 Thieves also out in 12. Exit, Dark Zero. That means Black Hand's still in, though. I don't think I've seen Black Hand going down yet. They're the ones who just took down Dark Zero. Alliance still in, as you can see at the top of your screen. They're a full 3 looking over at North Eption. Krabby Patty, though. And the hand of Taida. No, that just hit the shield. That didn't hit a person. That hit a person, though. Leave no witness taken out. I'm pretty sure the first shot hit a shield, right? Black Hand gonna be taken out in the 7th spot. NRG in 6th spot. North Eption in the 5th spot.
Unfortunately, North Eption
Naked and Alliance both still alive.
They were trying to take down Alliance.
Oxygen still alive and Realize.
Naked has been performing so well here in A versus B, and they decide to 3P this, but it's Oxygen.
NA stepping up here in the second block,
this
chat.
team came in 10th place to map number 5 and are finally here to play.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on one side. Realize, though, they have been down that bottom for all of this time. Finally, we do see the rotation coming out here with Val Karumpu. Does pull the skyward dive, and they find the perfect position. No doubt scouted in advance by Obley and his drone.
Ooh, just inside the next circle. They throw the Jenny down and immediately hop into the drone. They want to get the EMP out and make sure that they can keep on moving forward. Now, when I start to look at how this is going to go down, we've just got a couple teams left, and Alliance is all alone.
Yeah, it looks like Oxygen are
Yeah, but they've got
Realize
Naked looking at them and
zone
pushing,
mode.
trying to take them down now.
Inside and find some cover behind those bank smokes. While these, yeah, with the 4 teams, it seems like we've got 2 separate contests here. But as they start to, really find their feet again, I think we're going to see these teams start to work out where all 4 teams are playing from, and someone eventually is going to get crushed by that. Who will it be? It looks like Naked just below Oxygen. A rough spot for them, I reckon.
All right, hear me out, hear me out. Oxygen starts focusing on to Realize. Naked wants to look for that third party, and you can just see they are inching to make that happen. Alliance going ahead and shooting out that Jenny out from underneath them. That's a really smart move here from Hack, is waiting to use that focus of attention. It's going to go out just like that, and this is where everything is about.
What is this end circle, though?
In the distance.
Yeah, Alliance seem to be in an okay spot because they've got, you know, Yuki and Effect looking one way, and they can afford to have someone looking the other way, whereas the other team.
So is Oxygen end up taking the fight with Naked?
Okay.
And letting Alliance take this for free?
They needed that fight. They were running low on ammo. You got 100 rounds of ammo for 2 weapons, inclusive of the Prowler, so you wanted to take that fight, loot up the best of your abilities, and then focus on the 3 remaining squads. You have Alliance, you have Oxygen Esports, and you have Naked.
All right, Oxygen Esports, they pull into the middle. Not sure that's where they want to be, as Naked swing from one side and Alliance from the other. Alliance looking good from this down the bottom. Oxygen inevitably get
doing
crushed
a good call.
The 2 teams.
Finding one. Should be a 3v2 here for Naked.
Oxygen Esports has been eliminated. We have a 3v3 Alliance.
There it is.
Naked and Naked able to just clean it up. They win another one from the preseason qualifiers in year 3 split 2. The second team from the preseason quals to make land here from APAC North. Stand up for your APAC North region, they're on fire today.
Killing it. People were counting them out before we came into them. I counted them out in that last fight, and they're showing everybody up at the moment.
So let's talk a little bit more about how that went down, right? We had the 3 remaining squads, but Naked was always just hanging back, utilizing that rock as cover and just
all right, we got
playing it
one
safe.
more
they were
game
looking for a third party. They knew if they could be the one doing the third partying,
here for our
would
second
come out on top, and they were able to just clean it up.
Yeah, it was
batch of
honestly,
games.
Probably a little bit lucky
One more
for
game on
Naked
World's
that,
Edge here.
The initial 2 fights
for A versus
didn't
B.
come to anything, because at that point everything got reset. Pretty much every team managed to get back to full health, to full shields, and then that just completely changed the dynamic.
It was an interesting dynamic, and prior to this, I had a chance to speak to Naked's analyst, and they provided a lot of information surrounding this trio.
Onyx
the
still in
IGL
dead
is
last,
Leica,
bro.
and one quote that just goes to show how
Brother.
important this team is. Now, not only are they mechanically gifted, but the analyst said, if Leica says a black crow is white, then it is absolute, and that crow is white. You must trust in your IGL, and Leica obviously knows what they're doing.
We've seen it time and time again in Apex. You know, an IGL who commands their team. They don't ask questions, they give orders. And yeah, the decisive way that Naked really took several of those last fights in the last just few minutes of it honestly speak to the Leica's ability there.
So
well,
Naked
exactly
in second,
want, right?
what?
Neighbors B is their first showing here at Split 2
One
playoffs,
game
and
one.
When I was talking to the analyst, they had mentioned
Third
like,
in game
what
3.
team are you most excited to see? And they had actually mentioned North
And
Epsilon,
one
who is
game
inside
5.
this
So
grouping
3
match
top
playoffs.
3s.
And they're like, you know, they're a very respected team here in the APAC North region.
Other 2 games had to have fallen out early. Game 4 they did.
That Taida needs to
Game
throw down
2
that Newcastle wall, just instantly throws it and starts healing. Then he also throws
went
up
down
the
in
shield
12.
for back cover. Like, a good Newcastle is something that is so pivotal. I could never, but watching it is so beautiful.
Yeah, look, it's a pick I certainly had some reservations about coming into this LAN. We've heard Alliance talk about it a lot. Of course, they were the one who probably played it the most, or at least had the most impact, did the best on it throughout Split 2, I think, of any of the regions, honestly. And they've talked about how it helps them be consistent, right? It helps them with their resets. Of course, his you know, passive in Retrieve the Wounded, you know, really helps you get up in situations where otherwise you just wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, it is really challenging, right? But as we get a look back at that final circle, Realize has just been eliminated. Pinky with a Graver in hand, trying to shoot through that cat wall, not going to connect. 4 bullets in the chamber. But this is what I'm talking about, right? They're utilizing this rock for cover. They don't want to overextend because it's not necessary just yet. But if you can get an opening damage and maybe force the other 2 teams to engage with each other's first, they're looking for the third party.
Let's watch them, how they take this first 3v3, I feel like was probably the key one. Okay, yeah, so the 2 teams down the bottom just engaging, exposing their backs to them, that makes it pretty easy. And I think that team in the middle, Oxygen Esports, did enough damage that really it made this final one not too bad at all, with Alpha just coming down off the gravity lift to finish it off. Okay, right, so I think from their POV, that final fight made a lot more sense. So it was really actually taking out Realize that kind of got that got Naked in the winning position there, because Alliance and Oxygen griefed each other enough that it felt like Naked was always going to win that top 3.
It's true.
Who was Realize again?
So consistent. Even
that's fun 1, 2, 3, right?
These teams were
yeah, it was
it
fun
out,
1, 2, 3.
So
APAC North again, showing out, man.
And you constantly heard it. They were underdogs. As we jump over to the back half of this 20th place Aurora, the contest went a little bit uneasy for them against Dark Zero, with Dark Zero actually being able to make it out. But Glitch, even though they went out a little
North
bit
Epsilon, though, unsurprisingly struggling. I don't know what it is about them. They just struggle at LAN.
Onyx not going to be happy with the 0.
They struggled last LAN, too.
Of course, it was a 0 for the first 2 games for them, so just way too many donuts. It's like a Krispy Kreme store in there or something for those guys. So far today in 20th spot, well off the pace. 35 points we were saying they need you know, to make it into the winners bracket, as you would have expected them to do, and they are just so far below that right now. You know, in complete contrast to that, you've got Alliance on 60, Naked on 56, who are actually getting some real front runners in this series, I think, unlike the first series, which was quite tight.
They are incredibly consistent, and Dark Zero, even with the contest on Storm Point, and they're all 38 points, it's really not that bad. Leave no witness, go next. A lot of these heavy-hitting teams from other regions coming in and just showing out. But Fire Beavers and Aurora, we have one more map, and honestly, I still need to see another EMEA victory. But speaking of EMEA, look, I heard we've got a really cool interview with Blaze, so I'm gonna throw it to you. Who do you have to speak to us?
Tiff, I have the one and only Nasky here with me on the main stage as we watched him earlier today just set the stage ablaze as you guys kicked off that first set fantastically. But firstly, tell me, how have you been feeling so far being in London and being with this local crowd?
I mean, we're back here. First time it was a horrible feeling because we didn't play too well, but the vibes here are still great. Vibes here are phenomenal. Great. Let's keep it at that. Yeah. And it's awesome, obviously.
It has been awesome, okay? And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say you got the first kill of the tournament to kick off our broadcast. And the Pioneers was looking great, but you guys did fall towards that loser's bracket. Tell me about how y'all feeling and how y'all going to bounce back tomorrow.
We're not quite there in loser bracket, and we definitely won't be there this time, because tomorrow we're going to take it away. I promise you. I'm feeling good, we're feeling good, and you'll see.
Yeah, you're not in loser's bracket just yet. We got to tally up all those points from the groups, but you guys got some points on the board and looking good. But my next question is that what do you want to say to these Pioneers fans and these fans that's just cheering for you behind me and getting wild over here?
All I'm going to say is that tomorrow we're going to put on a show for you guys. It's going to be great.
It's going to be a great show from Nasky and the Pioneers here in London, but he needs to go get ready and get some rest because I know he's ready to go. But that's going to do it for us for now. Tiff, Genome, take us back.
Hey, thank you so much, Blaze. Always good to hear from Nasky. Honestly, you really never know what he's going to say. Kind of like myself, Genome. You never know.
Surprise package, yeah. Yeah, something you've got in common. Agreed.
Hey, it's not a bad thing to have in common, let me tell you that.
Yeah, look, Nasky's got some qualities. Some of them, yeah, I'd take some of them.
Okay, what would you take?
Let's not go.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll focus. We have one more match here in A versus B.
Being that good at Apex, that's what I'd take, yeah.
That took you long enough, really? That good in Apex? Look, I would give my left toe, or my left big toe, to have just a 10th of the skill of one of these players here. But as we get a look at the map rotation, our final map, Naked, dual winners here in our 6-game
I don't think people
series.
understand how important the big toe is. If you're giving it up for a 10th of the skill of one of these players.
With this contest at Harvester, is Dark Zero going to run from it, or will they stand up, fight? Because they need to find something a little bit more than a P2020 this time.
Oh, man, that was, a little bit sad to see. And,
all right, game 6, chat.
Lean into that sort of 50-50.
Last drop in on World's Eds.
That said, Dark Zero have
for A versus B, last drop overall for A versus B.
That's how you get 2 titles. That's
looking for one more. Look at the scoreboard. There it is for you.
Have that, just unshakable faith in how good they are at Apex. And from talking to them, I think they did pretty well in their contest throughout scrims, right? So I think if you've done that well, and then you come into the tournament, you're not going to leave that easily.
No, I wouldn't leave. I mean, look, you're a former LAN champion. This is your time to show up, show out with that confidence. You got Alliance on your screen. A little bit of radio. I see Piet in the background. Effect has the best hair. Hackus, you might be a close second there, buddy.
Suave looking man. There's definitely a couple of them down there. Oxygen having fun at the very least. As we start to see some teams lock in their picks here coming into map.
I want to see how Leave No Witness can do on this last map here.
Black hand so far this series.
For this session,
look, that's
right now they are currently sitting
playing so far, honestly, but they,
at 31 points. You feel like getting to 35 makes you feel pretty good for your first session. Today's their back-to-back day, which I feel like is the hardest to get that average both days, or both sessions.
Brainchild.
Yeah, they said, look, we've got a weaker POI, so we're
going to be in here with Group C.
To make this work, we're going to go for this cool rotate comp, rely on the evac towers for early, and then have the Wraith portals for later. And I honestly think it's a decent pick. At least the Wraith. I feel like Wraith at the moment is a little underutilized when you do consider how prevalent evac towers are at the moment.
I really don't mind the Watson because every bit that I've seen of Blackhand, their ability to just maintain a location, specifically when they took that gondola in map number 2 towards Lava Siphon. But here we go. We're running it back for the contest, and this time Dark Zero was going for the loot on the bottom, but Zero doesn't have a gun.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, did all 3 members go down there, or were there 2, or like there was that Aurora members and Dark Zero members trying to slide through and grab that? Hard to say, honestly, but it does look like we've got a similar split to last time, as in Aurora playing from that mid room where they get all the pills, and then Dark Zero on the lower portion of the map, which I feel like, yeah, honestly, the loot not necessarily as good down there. I mean, yeah, having, what is it, like 4, 6 pills in that middle room is pretty gas.
Usually you find at least 1 shield in there, and a lot of these teams, they'll have specific
Pretty gas.
looting paths
Oh,
for
yeah. With the
contests,
caustic.
and that makes a big difference.
Like,
You hear
well done.
Raven talk about it.
Well done,
especially
Tina.
Lava Siphon
Well
when
done.
TSM does it, but Harvester, you mentioned it, right? Had that high ground, that middle room, but this forces them to kind of run out.
I
through the
think
big tentacle
Wraith
of
doesn't
this
get used
area.
as much because we see that
It's
competitive
literally
players,
down to,
no
like,
matter
a
the
patch of
esport,
loot on the ground
are very much
sometimes,
creatures of
you know,
habit because
trying to
Wraith
work
has
out
been
exactly where they can
underutilized
get that
so
first
long.
gun. Of course, there are,
Even though I think Wraith would bring you big
guaranteed
value
weapons
late
spawns,
game.
right, that you can plan your contest around.
As far as for
That
repositioning,
knowledge does exist somewhere.
I think teams are just so used to counting her out.
Where is our weapon that is not a P2020 so we can really excel in this? But Jen Burton just getting completely lit up. Has a Nemesis, 44 bullets to spare and a Spitty. So I think that this is okay to turn around and go back now, but you've already burned through a chunk of health.
Yeah, I mean, there's not more than like a single clip in reserve for Dark Zero right now. We just saw them take some damage. I mean, come on! Blue, blue, purple, how on earth are they going to turn this around?
I mean, Maliwan only has 8 bullets in the G7 Scout, so he has to have a very high accuracy. And you go, okay, look at that, 3 stacks of ammo. No, this is it. Dark Zero, take your loss here and just kind of continue that looting.
Yeah, I mean, especially because, I mean, we've already seen with the evac towers teams straying away from
no, I was just about
the
to say,
Valk.
because of where the circle
This would be a
is
big
right
push
now,
across
they
here for
might
Aurora
actually
to be able to
think
take
about just
DZ's
playing
down.
the snake and fortifying the position.
I don't know if they're going to push
with the
across,
caustic
though,
and
which
just
may
seeing
allow
what can
DZ to
happen.
get back
But
up.
no, that pick on Zynu, I'd say,
Oh, no.
will probably get this done. Unless some
Serpentine,
massive
Serpentine.
shots come out. Ranches almost risks that, but they still do have the other 2 members who can go toe-to-toe with DZ.
The issue here for Aurora is they have good shield utility, but they don't have a lot of ammo, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get a shield crack and deal significant damage.
Oh, that Havoc was
They
big.
just need to clean it up, and a little bit of Mozambique going ham with the Mozam.
All right, Sunset. All right, Sunset.
Oh. With that disadvantage on the shield, Zero, Prowler Vault. Can he actually do this? We've got some people ticking in the gas here. It's a 1v1. Jen Burton, he's already done 449 damage in this context.
You can deal all the damage you want, but it doesn't matter if you're not getting the eliminations. Jen Burton, keep crawling forward, utilizing your shield from your teammate, but he's gonna go for the res. He might get it.
Okay, Fleet, he has time to get that ultimate.
Oh!
It went down to the last 25 health.
Look, oh my god, in a third party,
Damn.
that contest took way too long, and look who it is.
Blackhand
is coming in. They want a piece of the action.
They get there just in time. Jailing's actually also in Harvester right now, so one way or another, that contest was going to see the end of both of them.
So let's talk about this, right? Because you had mentioned the Watson pick. There is a ring console at Harvester, so maybe they had already anticipated that contest would have been finished, and they were looking for the ring console information and just happened to come down on the end of a third party, pick up 1 elimination. It was like a little free gift, you know? Free gift with purchase.
Yeah, we'll take those every now and then. Take a freebie. Now look, we've also got some action happening down
Dark
here
Zero
at
was our
Thermal
4th place
Station.
team.
Up here at Thermal Station, and Alliance.
So teams like Oxygen,
Get out.
Leave No Witness,
Will go down.
could potentially move up past
I
them.
just wanna touch on the
ATH to go
scores
out.
quickly, Tiff, because you know, honestly, I think Dark Zero are happy with that result. They're sitting up at 38 points. They've got they're like, all right, cool, job done for this series already. Whereas Aurora are sitting down at 27. Okay, so they picked up more points throughout the series. Dark Zero, honestly, they just don't want to be in the same bracket, in the same finals as Aurora. Because if they can get rid of those other teams that play Harvester, all of a sudden, frees up for them.
You just hit the head on the nail. It is all about freeing your POI up for the finals lobby on Sunday. And speaking of freeing up that POI, Alliance, right? They want Thermal Station to themselves. They want Lightning Rod on Stormpoint to themselves. And by continuously placing first in their first showing here for A versus B, carry that
Was that
momentum
meant to be
forward. They should have
backwards?
no
Like when
issue.
I say to cross the I's and dot the T's?
It's been their home for such a long time that, yeah, it almost feels kind of tough for anyone else to really come and take that away from them, especially not with how well they've been playing and how scary some of these players are to go up against. A nice catwall there actually kind of denies them, so, you know, good job from Crazy Raccoon.
This is going to be a really unique fight right here. I was talking to PF from Alliance, and he was talking about kind of the legend composition that they were going to be working towards this week in Split 2 playoffs, and it all comes down to Yuki, right? We've seen Yuki play Rampart, excel on it. Now, he's also going for that Caustic. That was the big change that they made. You've even seen Hackis double down and dabble with Newcastle. Back on the Seer, though, specifically since the changes had happened, and it's really paying off.
Easy Flash and company, though, for Blackhands, still rocking the 2 white tees of the blue.
Like other top
Just
teams
kind of tough.
in their region, right? You know, especially Exet, I would say in a similar mold where they can seemingly play a lot of things and be very, very successful.
Don't get me wrong, I'm sure they bang in their white tees and slang in their white tees, but I would definitely be wanting more than white tees at this point in the game.
That they were working on for those teams. It was having a multitude of different legend compositions that they could utilize, especially as our lobbies start to advance from the group stages to bracket. It's being adaptable, because they said that was their biggest weakness and kind of led to not making the finals in some of the areas, especially North Eption.
North Eption, you mentioned them. Guess where they are? No, look, we don't even need to go there. Obviously, they're in the zone. And having a look at some of the teams who are still, sorry, not in the zone, in the ring, I should say. In the zone, of course, many of the fast rotate teams around them. So, you know, they've read this as a thermal circle, certainly. NRG have come in quite quickly. They're holding their houses on top of the north of Thermal. We've got Onyx who've come across from Tree, and they're holding Dorito down the back. So teams aren't reading this as like a far back, you know, thermal circle that's already been kind of.
Do we think North Eption bounces back and has some sort of decent game here in Game 6? I think them and Onyx are the ones I'm looking to the most.
For them, right? They're running the
Ooh,
flood out. They have the
Exit 2
recon
also
carriers.
struggling.
There's a survey beacon available to them. So I love that Satsuki is able to just go ahead and smoke it out, even though they're so far out. No one should be remotely near them. Every precaution matters.
Yeah. Look, is 20 points? Is that working? That's my question.
Not yet. Not yet. You think back to Split 1 playoffs. Where did they end in the group stages, Genome? Second.
Damn.
I mean, they weren't in the finals lobby, but don't worry, we're making changes here. Let's talk about it, right? Before Split 1 playoffs, North Eption had only been a team for 6 months. That was their first time on LAN together. They were in the preseason quals alongside Naked. So this just goes to show you how long APAC North as a region has been working on leveling up and finding the best teams, the best talent to come forth at a global LAN and say, you know what, maybe it's our time to hoist the trophy.
Yeah, look, maybe a bit of a changing of the guard over there in Japan and Korea. Okay, this is, we've had the circle there for a little while now to kind of show you all those teams rotating in. Oxygen like their position up north of Thermal. It's always fun to see if the zone pulls.
It feels like this
it's either you
set of lobbies
or you have a fantastic
has done a very good job of being very patient. We're seeing a lot of, like instead of like 12 to 14 ring fours, we're seeing like 14 to 16 team ring fours.
That's a rough rotation all the way down. You know, you're coming in behind teams from, you know, landslide, from lava fissure and staging that you know are just going to rotate faster than you.
Look, I don't know what's going on with all these southern zones today. It's been kind of crazy, but Alliance
It's not
has
like
two
it's
wide
new.
edge zones where they really haven't had to go super far, and it's in their benefit. It's probably why they're in first place at this point, or maybe it's just their skill. Maybe it's Effect's first time on LAN. I was alluding to some of the interviews that he'd been giving out, talking about one-clipping people, and it is working.
Not as common
A little bit combi.
as Southern Zones on
Yeah,
Storm
it has
Point,
favored
but it's
them
not
for
new.
Sure, but they are just a monumentally impressive team. And, you know, there's someone who knows how to play a home circle. There's someone who knows how to craft up and just deal with the rest of the lobby summarily.
looking at this zone, now that we are able to get a good picture of it, Fire Beavers going through Harvester once again. This is the same rotation that we had witnessed them make when the zone was pulling towards staging earlier today. But the issue with this was their rotation out of Harvester. They had kind of made the wrong choice in a sense. They went through 3 different options. There's like plan A, plan B, plan C, and then it didn't work out. When you really should have.
If Alliance has another big game here and finishes up at like 80 points,
similarly to where J-Lings had positioned
they get to
themselves.
coast the rest of group play, and they'll still be in winners finals round 1.
Right, but you are right that you know, it could be a similar choice there for Fire Beavers. I don't know if X sets the team. I'm trying to throw myself out. Honestly, that's a little bit of a scary one. But you know, Naked to the south of them, you know, no easy beats either. But you're right. You know, Fire Beavers left it way too late last time, and I would like them to commit a little bit earlier if that's their plan.
Why is it that when we're talking about someone being late, we always cut to a little bit of North Epsham POV here as they're making their way just on
as they're rotating late as shit.
And they're going to look to rotate in to the northwestern side of Tree. But the issue is a lot of teams are working on solidifying their back, right? Round 3 is about to be underway and is just now, so the ring is really going to start to hurt. But there's still a possibility to survive, and if anyone can survive in this ring, it is Taida, it is North Epsham.
I'm wondering if at this point it's so predictable that North Epsham are going to be rotating in, you know, sometime in maybe zone 3, that teams are just gatekeeping that, right? Like, you know, a team like Go Next is literally, you can see they're actually quite spread out right now. There's 2 of them at Tunnel, 1 of them at the southeast buildings from Thermal. They might just be looking out for those guys and be like, hey, all right, we'll just on that and then try and grab them as they come into the zone.
We were talking about this Xset and Fire Beavers exhibit. Hey, dabbling with it fun, not necessarily looking to enact that just yet, because I believe the Fire Beavers here decided to throw
Nocturnal going to back all the way down, going back into the storm here with the rest of Xset here, huh?
Because you can already see that Xset is like, you know, we are going to do a negative rotation out and towards that zone to reposition ourselves because we haven't necessarily had the best day so far.
Smart teams they never want to take a fight with a disadvantage, right? So all these ultimates coming out, bam, disengage, but they're still kind of in the same spot.
Yeah, they didn't go very far.
Exactly. They've gone around the other
Black
side.
in the spot where they can also have a decent game
they
here.
May run into each other very soon, but some other teams
and still be in a decent spot after game number or after set number 1.
As well as Blackhand down here.
Honestly, FC Destroy is such a cool name, and Hammer Drill, he wants to lay the hammer down. The axe coming out, but he gets dropped. They do have the Jenny available. Yuka going down to Pinata, last alive for the team, able to get a knock on a strafing lane, and Blackhand is eliminated. Gotta get a shield swap, take care of yourself first, I can hear the triple take shots coming from high ground.
Yeah, I don't think that was a clean 3v3, was it? There were definitely a couple of other parties getting involved there, but again, the Newcastle with the reposition does allow them to get at least 2 back into that. Interesting spot to play, honestly. I feel like it's almost good until someone else sees you behind that box, and then, as you saw, they can just wrap you from every side.
It's tough, right? You're holding this corner, but if you are going to have someone in
I mean, they do have the Newcastle to kind of help with the extra.
Not available, does have the shield. It's not as good as having a wall, but I don't think this is where they want to stay. We want to prioritize maybe getting Hammer Drill back into the lobby.
Okay, it looks like Leave No Witness and Naked kind of running into each other, and maybe even Xset and Fire Beavers up the top as well. I dare say some of these teams up to the north side of the map are probably going to get into some fights.
You'd imagine FC's going to have to play this the rest of this as a duo. There's no real place for them to get their homie back in.
They need to keep pushing forward because the ring is at their back, and you don't want damage from the ring while you're in a 3v3 fight.
Some teams might not be able to avoid it here, and here are one of those ones that we were talking about. Leave No Witness will not get the better of Naked. Meanwhile, it's not just Xset and Fire Beavers. We're Glitch and 100 Thieves as well to the north of them. Who knows what's going to happen with that fight and who's going to start it off.
Look, if Naked can perform incredibly well here in this 6th map, we could see a duking out for that overall position here in A versus B.
I'm going to laugh if APAC North ends up doing very, very good during group stage and then kind of does that thing where they fall off in bracket.
Okay, and this is where the tension is high on the map right now. Okay, Fire Beavers exit. They've been dancing around each other for minutes, but now 100 Thieves also in the fray.
Sometimes they call it the Dance of Dragons, but here today it's the Dance of Demons. Fun, throwing up the Seer exhibit, looking for that information, focus of attention, ready to go up, maybe silence them out, gives you just a couple seconds to be able to slow those enemies down. But 100 Thieves, they still have to rotate in, but they have the high ground, and all this chaotic mess is just in front of them.
Go next out.
Still looking for an opportunity to get in there, but with 100 Thieves looking
100 Thieves, you need to think about rotating sooner than later.
of them, you know, exit.
Don't need to get caught with getting pinched on the way out.
Are they honestly going to get out of this situation?
Oh, they're in the evac
especially
tower.
with Fire
Makes
Beavers
sense.
looking at them as well.
Evac tower available, but you can see Exet running into a little bit of trouble here, forced to go inside the train cart, losing out on fun, getting knocked. Now,
Train car is
knocked
never a
out.
good
Here's the deal,
fucking
though,
call,
they have a
dude.
bang smoke available, but once they have that opening,
It's
knock,
always
there's
spelled
full
disaster.
Panic, able to grab another knock. Sykes last alive. Exet, you're split to winners of North America, going out early again.
Yeah, this time it's the smart choice from Fire Beavers. They don't engage on that, and they're going to join NRG in the buildings north of Thermal Station. Little do they know, though, that's not where it ends. To the left there, you see the Dorito building on the bottom of your screen. Onyx Esports occupy it, and they are in the prime position in this game.
Onyx really on the same trajectory as FaZe as we had witnessed, but NRG, Sweet, Nathan, and Guild. Nade spamming, you see the shield crack occurring, but
Hold
it's
that
1
for me,
HP
please.
and a dream, but you've got to get back. 9 imps, though. The res coming in super quick. The ability to reset for the Fire Beavers is insanely fast. I'm going to have to time it one of these days.
I believe NRG were trying to split hold those buildings, but at this point, it's just too small for that, right? So I think they managed to get the knock onto Fire Beavers, and then they say, okay, this is getting too risky, we've got to pull back.
North Eption eliminated, and Fire Beavers are in trouble. Oilraid is going to have to hold on, but
Fire
it's not
Beavers
gonna
out
be
in
enough.
10th.
100 Thieves asserting
Onyx
their
still
dominance
alive.
and taking this space away.
I don't think Onyx got any kills to look at the score.
Let's see. NRG profiting from it as well. The Loba ult managing to grab them even more loot there from the fight that they didn't even have to participate in. But hey, they've all got red armor now.
Hey, look, sometimes you just gotta say 100 T. Now, that was a W there. 100 wins for Nathan and Co. Just utilizing that black market, ripping the shields away from them. But Alliance, they are now officially going to have to leave their drop
But
spot.
it was just
So
one
high.
W.
It is time, now or never. 8 squads remaining, but they're on double-digit eliminations.
Yeah, wow, 10 kills for Alliance. This is an absolute bomb of a game, as you would expect if it pulls straight down to them, but they're not done yet. Effect might be 1 HP left. Can his teammates keep him alive? Well, they win the fight, but they need to get this reset. They don't want to just leave it at 12. Suddenly, someone's dropping on top of them, or is it just the shots coming afar from Crazy Raccoon?
Oh, it is. This is the negative aspect of letting Crazy Raccoon leave in the donut building here in Thermal Station, right?
They can
had
get the
moved
reset
in
here, though,
on
right?
Alliance, and now just trying to survive.
Oh, but they've got to get this res off. I mean, look at this, 4 seconds left. Crazy Raccoon are looking at it, but they're not in the zone. They need to make this happen right now.
Oh, but they
100
have an
Thieves
evac tower.
out.
Hackett, drop that evac tower. You're going to have to heal up as quickly as possible and make your move because it is now or never. Time is of the essence, hitting the grab lift, prioritizing. This is where that gold shield is going to pay dividends because you only have to do cells. But Yuki, he gets stunned and is
They'll
slowed,
be fine.
and that ring is at his back.
Nah, they can slow walk us in.
They somehow make the full heal, full recovery, full reset, and now they want the win as well. 13 kills already. That's more KP than a win is worth. But how many more points are left in this game for Alliance?
I don't know. We'll have to wait to see. Let's jump into a listen-in with Alliance as they approach endgame.
So smart, and they got high ground here now. Oh, Alliance just might actually win this. Maybe not if they're gonna jump down for
Okay.
kills.
Stay on me. Stay on me. Come left, boys. Kill left. Yeah, one sec. Healing first. Hold him up.
Oh my goodness!
Outside on left. Nading us. Pick up my nade.
Oh, good black hole.
Oh! Yeah, reset. Yeah, reset.
15 kills for Alliance, 4 squads left.
5 second Q and swing it on my left. I'm healing. 4 seconds. Swing left and fighting. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I got 5 seconds. Go now, swing. I cannot. I'm kicking them. Okay. Look in there. Can we go a little bit slower, please? Look in there. Just Okay, come in left.
Bro, Effect just shining right now. It's this kid's land debut, and he is absolutely snapping. Alliance is absolutely popping right now. Ah, the 3v2?
Two more. Slow.
2v2?
On the roof, buff on the roof. You can fade my res, you can fade my res. Break the fence, break the fence. Break the fence.
Hey, go get him, Marcus.
No, run now. Yes, you can. Get in the corner. Do it. Stick it all the way. You watch. Feed your face.
They're gonna also stick the res on the other side.
Top left. I'm climbing up. Open heels. Get ready, stabilize. Hold on, stabilize.
That Q's gonna be huge.
The res as well. One is outside.
This is gonna be a big ult actually from Yuki.
I'm watching you. You good. I got him out. Got someone on the roof. Watch me.
Is Effect gonna use that to push over onto the roof?
Oh shit, behind me.
Yeah, you should not have pushed there, big dog.
I did damage.
Now you're all...
Pop back. Swing at me. Pop back. Pop back. How can we win this? They're both here, my team. Get him out, swing this, Yuki.
Oh, big stun! Oh no. Yuki. 1v1. 1v1.
Pop back.
There you go, come to the left. He said come to the
I'm
left.
bleeding out, you can armor stop me. Stop shaking here. Carry gun. Play my armor swap. Play my armor swap. Gather runner.
Nice.
Armor swap me.
Armor swap.
Haki, scroll closer. I'm going closer. Swing on the barrel.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's
going,
big.
going.
Oh. Come on, Rocky.
Give me an out.
Come on, Rocky. Let's go. Onyx, baby.
What has just happened here in the Copper Box Arena? I think we've all seen Yuki in that position before, but what we haven't had.
Fucking Onyx, boys. I told y'all they see it one big game.
I think that's the longest 1v1 I've ever seen in Apex Esports. I mean, even the 3v3 went forever. And oh, damn. I mean, we like, once they got that gold knock res, we were like, there's no way Onyx let them have this. And once, they'd got it up, I was like, oh, okay, no, it's over. And it just traded back and forth. Unreal scenes there.
My palms are so sweaty from sitting here in the booth watching it. Can you imagine the heart rate, the levels that it just reached trying to navigate that? We're talking about the 2 different knockdown shields, the players hiding behind them. Hackus even had gold, that's 750 damage that it can take. Yuki walking behind Hackus as they inch ever so closely. Yeah, barrels going forward.
Onyx were in 20th spot coming into that game. Oh, okay, I'm so keen to
7
see this.
kills.
Now we've seen,
That gives them 29 points. That's huge.
How Alliance were playing that the entire way through. Now we get to see what Onyx saw that entire time. I mean, I'm almost just keen to let this play out. It's so exciting.
Do you just want to sit here and rewatch? I wish we could get the comms that were happening from Onyx Esports.
Can someone get some popcorn up here right now?
We need the popcorn. We need a little bit of a beverage, water, of course. But this was so beautiful. The catwalk, shady. Then it all fell onto Raki.
And the knocks.
To keep so cool, calm, collect here.
A second box, still not finding the armor. He's got 19 ammo, does have time to switch to the light though. Gets this here. Focus of attention's on it.
Why not throw down a thermite there? I guess you just want to end it quickly with the shots.
Yuki still hasn't gotten to the point where he's hiding behind Hackus now. Hackus' shield is up. This is where Yuki starts barrel crawling towards Raki.
Right, and you see, like, the first one, it was such a great shot to knock that one down. That one he has to eliminate. At this point, he's down by 75 health and still comes back up to win. What a clutch.
16 kills, though, for Alliance. That's dope.
Esports right behind us right now. Just big smiles on their face. Onyx Esports, 19-point game. Very well needed. But Alliance, you cannot deny that the synergy is working out for them. You heard it in their comms. Safe on me, play left, and they were just moving so strict throughout that end game. 25 points 16 eliminations, Gino.
I started wondering whether they were actually going to get a world record game there. It's probably one of the highest kill counts we've ever seen on land, 16 for them, and a top 2 finish that easily could have gone the other way.
Hey, it could have gone the other way, but it did not, and it is no surprise. Now that we've seen the match 6 results, we've got to know who was our group stage A versus B winners. And hey, it's to no surprise, Genome, you know exactly who it's going to
Alliance with 85 points, man.
I'm seeing some Alliance. We heard the Yuki chants, and hey, maybe that 1v1 didn't necessarily pan out for you there, but we go next.
Oh, yeah, the crowd was definitely on his side, man. The chance coming out with that one were unreal. 85 points for
That's insane.
Alliance. They picked up in a single series. You know these guys are just in a fantastic position. I can say it right now. We will see them in the winners bracket.
Look, I mean, I was thinking about who I could potentially have for maybe a top 5 here this week, and Alliance, I did immediately put them in there because you think about it this way. Mandy, the super sub in Split 1 playoffs, now that they have the full roster, this is just the beginning of what we are going to see, the greatness from Alliance. 85 points. You know, you're looking 24 points down is Naked, but APAC North. 100 Thieves, though, they did not make the finals lobby in Split 1 playoffs, so starting off on a good foot here.
I wonder if Onyx has any other contests in their other lobbies. Let's see real quick.
I need to focus on some of the other teams, though, of course. Look, North Eption, not a great start for them.
Aurora's in their lobby.
Out of anything here. I mean, 21 is...
Cernican, I wonder if they end up leaving
Shipfall. The pace. Will they sneak in and probably grab a winner's spot?
Especially because they're contesting on World's Edge
right at the end.
and both the other groups.
Predict that from this point. I think they're that good, honestly. But it is a shaky start for them.
Oh, no, they're not.
Ooh, now that we've had 2 group stages matches
Aurora's the one
play
that's contesting
out,
on both of the
look
groups.
at the overall standings on the day, and no surprise, Alliance on top with that dominating performance, but Pulverex, that match 6 in our earlier series today is really paying off, but I'm not gonna lie, Genome, the only thing I see right now is NA and APAC North. Alliance is the only EMEA team in the top 10.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? And I mean, honestly, I feel like that kind of reflects a little bit the how the region is going. Alliance are crazy,
Agreed.
They're amazing, but there is a little bit of a drop-off after that. However, APAC North being so prevalent is something that's I don't know, I'd say there's a few people out there who wouldn't have expected that.
Well, it's a storyline, right, where they were all thinking about qualifying for champs, and I said earlier today, Fnatic is the only team from APAC North that has secured that auto qualification spot, but Gambare Otosan rounding out your top 10, TSM starting there in 9th, but overall, I'm so impressed with what we've seen so far from C versus D and A versus B.
Yeah, now everyone's played 1 game each, right? They've got their got themselves locked in. They're getting that feeling back in of how it is to play at LAN, of how different it is from sitting at home in the comfort of your own setup, of having the crowd buoy you.
Well, now that you mentioned, playing from home can be remotely different. And honestly, I think Blaze is sitting down with some really awesome members from Alliance, and maybe they can shed some light on their first time at LAN.
Thank you so much, Tiff and GeoKnown, for the fantastic cast. And I have HAKIS in effect with me on the main stage as Alliance comes out #1 in this set. Now, HAKIS, okay? As I was talking to you, you got all the dope fans that in the top row.
That sportswear or that teamwear looks pretty solid, man. Those jerseys are pretty dope.
You come in here, you get 4 seconds in a 7th.
The sweats are pretty hot.
We see the
I can dig those.
last fight there at the end. It was a 1v1. It was epic. You don't come out on top of it, but talk to me about how did it feel, just the way that y'all was playing in those last final moments.
I mean, we're a little bit unsatisfied, you know. Like, our goal is not to get second 4 times, it's to win all 4 times. So we're definitely working on improvement our game. So we just want to keep improving the way we're doing, and so far it's looking good.
Hey, and you know what, that's said well too as well, okay? Because you want to make sure you pace yourself, but you want to win everything out there. Now, you wasn't satisfied with the 4 seconds, but let me ask you this. Were you satisfied with your teammate's performance on his first LAN to play as well as he did?
Yeah, no, Effect is playing amazing. Like, he's keeping me on my toes, and he's even calling things. Like, he's going crazy right now, so I can't ask for anything better.
You know what, Effect, let me talk to you for a second, okay? How are you feeling? You played phenomenal, help your teammates come out with this dub. What has it been like playing on the stage and playing in front of all these fans?
I don't. It feels fantastic, but I don't feel that much pressure, and I play like online. Like everything feels the same, and I feel very comfortable.
Spoken like a true professional, if you ask me. And it sounds like you're going to have a long career here if you keep playing like that. Now, the job isn't done. You guys got to get back up here and play in our final set of the night. But as you start getting prepared for that, what do you want your fans to know out there that's been supporting you guys? These guys in the top row, everyone at home?
Just want you guys to know, even though we got 4 seconds, we're still going to lift that trophy. So I hope you guys cheer for us in the event.
You heard it here from Hawkins. At the end of the day, they're going to lift that trophy. Now, I'm going to let them get back to playing. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Gentlemen, appreciate it. All right, now, folks, we will be back. And when we come back, we will be our final set of the night. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we have one more set of 6, chat. I'm going to raise up the desk here. We can stretch out the legs.
Phenomenal day of Apex Legends action here so far.
I mean, this group is looking like a little bit of a bloodbath, to be honest with you, with some of the names that we've got in here.
Naked, still holding the line, still holding strong, and it's looking like this will be yet another win for the region. Naked are your champions here in game number 1.
Figure we probably see Onset and Gaskin one more time, right?
So Yuki does it for Alliance, but it just opens the door for the full.
I'm guessing Rain Day on the desk.
Dark Zero will
Genome on the desk.
So much damage. Alliance have lost 1, but Effect gets a shield swap. Down goes Naked. Here comes Dark
Glitter
Zero.
and Tip do a couple games, and Gaskin and Onset do a couple games.
Dark Zero find themselves.
Is my guess.
Match number 3.
Easy peasy for DZ.
Onyx Esports eliminated Go Next, dropping down from the high ground, and they are letting it rip. They should be able to take this Bambino, though. Go Next are your winners of map number 4. This is what we want. Oxygen Esports has been eliminated. We have a 3v3 Alliance versus Naked, and Naked able to just clean it up. They win another one.
Give me it all, give it all. What me, man?
That surprise face needs to be a reaction, man. Alright, Kevin, go fill on water. I don't see we got a time or anything yet, but we should be getting, I'm guessing they're probably trying somewhat to get the time.
All right, chat, here we go. Game 4 on the way.
All right, any potential? Oh, yeah. Harvester
Oh,
contest.
you can? All right, then we're just horrible.
Harvester contest.
Harvester contest for DZ and Aurora.
What do you mean we? I said you could do it. Don't bring me into this.
You're also wrong. If I'm wrong, you're wrong. We're a team. That's how it works.
All right, NRG with the Loba, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I do like the Loba Rampart play from them. I think they're really good on it. I think Nathan's a really good
Anything
Loba.
out of
No, there was nothing out of the ordinary at all. I think I saw anything different. Exit, I don't think is running Pathfinder, though.
All right, well, DZ in first place.
Yep.
Aurora playing well, and they're both about to go head-to-head here.
Yeah, so we have two really good teams here about to square up. We got Jen Burton on the Caustic, the stinky man himself,
Yeah. And, you know, this might be the first look we're getting at this contest, man, because neither of these teams scrimmed international scrims even one time in the thing.
No, 100%. No, 100 Thieves should not be contested. They're going Sky East. If you're contesting Sky East, then we really got to figure it out. Sky East might be the worst people in the game. Yeah, and Aurora is going there. So it's going to be DZ and Aurora here about to fight off over in Harvester. Chat, who do you guys have, man? DZ or Aurora? Put it in the chat.
Probably been almost 11-hour day. Most
yeah,
of
we're
it
going to have a Geyser contest with CR now fighting as well. Oh my God, Caustic v Caustic. He silenced. Jen Burton's going to go down. The Spitfire coming out.
Oh my God.
1v2.
And Aurora sticking it to DZ.
Oh my God. Aurora takes down DZ over. Come on. Give it up for Aurora, bro. We're going to give it up to the contest here for CR versus the boys over at Go Next. 4-0 for Aurora on contest today, pretty much. They walk out of 1 and then still get a higher placement than Onyx on it, so it doesn't really matter. It's a 4-0 to me. Tell you that much right now. That is actually nuts.
Yeah, but how did Aurora end up finishing?
Technically 4-0, though. I would call it 4-0.
Only 27 points, even though you're 4-0 on contests? Feels like you're not able to do much after that one contest.
I think it ends on the tracks.
Up here.
Yeah, I think NRG is going to go hold Dorito and then just walk it down.
Is NRG getting a little bit of a blessed zone here, Greek? I'm liking this, to be honest. I want to see the boys at NRG do well.
They don't have a zone. They don't have a beacon.
Oh, they don't have beacon, and they're leaving. They're going towards landslide with no beacon, Greek. Wait, I think they recognize a team flying in, so they're going to leave.
Flying in there, so they might just default and hold inside.
I don't know what they're going to do. I'm not too sure. They're making a lot of different decisions right now. Nathan going to go up and go back down.
They're just going to hold inside.
They're going to hold inside. It's not really a great spot, to be honest, bro. They could have got a way better one if they had a beacon hit.
Knowing
that sucks.
Sweet, he's probably like, of course, the one game that we get zone, we don't get a beacon. I already know it.
You know what's crazy, though? Is we talk about, like, the TSM plot armor as a joke, but genuinely speaking, like, actually, I feel like NRG never gets zoned. They actually don't. And when they get zoned, they don't get beacons.
Yeah, every time.
It's actually, like, really unlucky, and I think it's so funny that, like, Sweet jokes about it because it's low-key true. Like, very, very true.
I want to say, though, credit to Leave No Witness, man. We've seen the teams from the South America region have been playing phenomenal zone play.
Yeah, I got to give it to them.
That is a crazy fast rotation to take that from them.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta give it up to the South American region in general and just say they learned a lot over the last year. And bro, like one thing I've been saying for
even
a long
just from
time, too,
playoffs last year to how they're performing here.
Catching up to NA. A lot of teams are now closing that skill gap between the NA region.
Facts.
I'm hoping the more we watch ALGS, the more we see other regions start to perform. Especially with South America, bro. They have so much potential. They don't have every opportunity like other regions do. NA has the most opportunities. We always talk about it as well. Most tournaments to be played, most practice time, all that stuff. So seeing the boys in South America who are extremely dedicated when it comes to scrims, really, really practicing every day and not missing any games, it's really nice to see, bro. It's very deserved. Very, very deserved.
Absolutely. Not wrong.
Oh no, I don't know what's going on with my mouse again. I can't really see it. What is going on with this mouse? Look at that. Speaking of them, speaking of South America, and the boys. Glitch Gaming.
Of course I'm still alive.
I don't like this spot, though.
Taking bottom crane. They have Watson, but I think Rampart does better here. This is going to be tough, man.
Yeah, I don't think this is the spot. It's a really good rotation and a very good early one, but if NRG decides
to be fair, last year, I feel like, what?
Sweet's going to wide swing it.
Yeah,
they were like, 9-hour days.
He literally asked for the armor so that he could do it.
Yeah.
Sweet is about to grief.
For sure, and he has the Nemesis too, and the 2 times. This is an NRG special, a Sweet special specifically. He loves doing this to teams and making them uncomfortable. Only thing I get nervous about
Sheila.
this. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's
Sheila's
crazy.
gonna start singing.
Oh, that's crazy.
How you doing, Ducky?
Wild.
Ducky, did you open today?
Once that
boy
smoke goes down.
You just getting off work?
Sweet wants the KP right now. He's forcing him to the other side of the crane.
And
he's
trying
trying
him in LOS of Nathan, it looks like.
Yeah, I think so too. They're kind of helping each other out. Now one team up top. Who is that? Don't forget that Sweet really can't escape, bro, once these teams start to get angles. It's going to be who? Karev up top. It's Leave No Witness leaving
He's playing out.
Yeah, Karev is getting aggressive here. I'm kind of liking that as well. No team's really fighting, by the way, chat right now, so you're all good. You're not missing anything, I promise. I don't know what's going on with the mouse, but it's really not working. We're going to figure that out in a little bit. Resi and the boys over at NTH are still vibing too. They're over at the stack side. They're good to go. Nocturnal and them still over there too. Who? Resi? Yeah, it's going to be Naked. Taking away Resi and NTH's vault here too. And that's one thing I want to say as well. Chad, don't forget how important having armories and how important having vaults are. It's a big part of your gameplay. If you're used to that all scrims, then you come to land and don't get that, it's actually a big hit to your loot and a big hit to your overall confidence of what fights you could take.
I mean, especially when it's a team like Northampton, you know, their comp is good, but it becomes twice as good when they get a gold knockdown shield. So they rely on all vaults, like hitting gold balls out of the air. Like they need to get the gold items. Gold helmet matters a lot for Bang. Gold knockdown on the Newcastle, it's like very, very important.
No, you're 100%. I mean, Newcastle gold knockdown is literally the most game-changing thing possible for majority of teams. Anyone rocking Newcastle or any players in the chat that know about Newcastle, bro, when you have that gold knockdown, you're actually just like invincible. You actually feel like you can res your team through anything, and it doesn't matter what you're going to fight. You're going to actually stay alive. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Where's TSM? They retired.
I fucking love
All right,
Greek.
so Rena Tricky going down for Glitch.
Yep.
And Finn, that's going to be
He just says it, he moves on like it's nothing.
Now Glitch is going to be left as it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Leave No Win is kind of aggro.
Yeah, I don't know.
They started out with double white armor. They're already up to double blue. They have a charge rifle as well with the Loba. They're kind of set up here.
All I can say is I'm glad I can go to sleep after this next series. Glad I don't have any casting another night, man.
Yeah, no,
I am
definitely
beat.
Good. Oxygen could be in a good spot, and potentially even Alliance could be in a good spot, depending on what this pull is.
Bro, I absolutely love seeing charge rifles. I know that might be a really hot take, but the damage that I watch people do is just so entertaining.
Yeah, seeing someone track like a Valkyrie out there with like a charge rifle is
super
aesthetically.
Yeah, I know it's like very annoying, and I know if I was getting shot, I'd be losing my mind. But overall, it's so fun to watch when you're the spectator watching someone get crapped on.
Facts. It is kind of
someone
fun
else get hit for a
watching somebody get dumped on.
One charge rifle shot is amazing. And if I get hit for 26, I'm vaulting.
Yeah.
Actually, not really. Oh.
It can tell us the future.
Where's this going?
It's far, but it could be useful.
Just back to where is this going to where Aurora is?
It could be on the track.
I think so too.
I thought it was initially here, which I mean it still could, but.
Oh, easily, for sure. I mean, I was expecting it to go till 6.
I don't know which one's going to go to.
I have no idea.
We'll see.
Oh, definitely past 4.
Aurora
They haven't even started the third set yet.
NRG's pretty cozy now too.
Which is great. So they made a little
Third
bit of
set will
misplay,
probably start
they
around
made
3.
A little bit of misplay not going to Rito, but apparently that misplay is going to turn out to benefit them overall because they're going to.
I was thinking it was probably going to end around 6.
Over in the tracks inside of the cart.
Yep.
Around
Angle
5,
going
I should
down
say.
here. A lot of chaos.
Original.
Sykes looking for an entry here, as he does get slowed by their own bang ult, but the team is doing a good job covering for him. Sykes looking for an entry.
Yep, we have Stuki getting a knock right now on the top right, 2 on a naked.
Good shot there from
Oh,
Sykes as he gets the
my
one clip on the Sang Juice.
Because originally the third set was supposed to start at
What a good shot
1:45,
from
so it was supposed
Sykes.
to start 30 minutes
We're
ago.
going to reset here. Team now moving on the left side.
Bro, Ducky, it's like you don't fucking listen to me.
It's a good play by 100 Thieves. Maybe a little bit too early, honestly, on the third party. Maybe she'll let that cook a little bit more to actually capitalize off the damage.
Yeah, now both teams backing up here.
I am playing Go Night Night after this.
Yeah, I don't know. What's going on with Exit here? I feel like there's a little bit of a, not a late rotation, but an awkward one to make through that front side of cart. Oh, they're going forward again, bro. They do not care about 100 Thieves at all. They just want to fight this.
Oh, the knock is still.
Yeah. Oh, my God. The 171 from Sykes. And
Oh,
then
my
the
God.
106. Come on, man. That's the guy who can fight a bear. Come on.
Sykes is locked.
He doesn't need nothing but his aim assist, bro. That Grizzly Bear stands no chance. Good job from Sykes.
So
well played.
we'll have
And 100
repeating
Thieves doesn't even
from
look for that
Team
third party.
A, Dark Zero,
Yeah, we looked actually went to
Onyx,
Sykes, bro, earlier in the day. First day we got here.
Leave No
He had his
Witness,
AirPods
Alliance,
in the corner of the player lounge talking
Aurora,
to nobody, and I said, "What are you doing?"
and then yeah,
I'm not
Optic,
here to make friends.
TSM,
And then he proceeded to talk to me for the next 25 minutes. But he was
Fnatic,
he was
Dark
definitely rocking
Zero.
that win for sure.
No, that's a big fight for Exec to win there.
Pulverex,
All
who had a
jokes
big
aside.
first
Good
session
momentum
today.
for the boys. Sykes, definitely a momentum player, and having 3 kills there, you already know he's about to start wide swinging.
Oh, without a doubt. That's good. That's really, really important for Exet's confidence. They've been a little bit down right there in the first 3 games. I'm really proud of them for now keeping it going, not letting down the pace, and they're going to keep it up now, hopefully moving in. The momentum can actually keep carrying them forward. We'll see how it goes. I love Sykes.
The bear.
Dude, Bear's crazy.
An
but
actual grizzly.
I looked at his phone, bro. He had a Rock Lee background on both his like Lost
Yeah,
State
Ace
and
versus
Home
C
State.
is gonna be a lot
I
of
showed him
fun.
a Rock Lee like remix song, and he said that shit was the worst thing he'd ever heard. But it's actually so good. I was like, bro, it's literally Rock Lee talking. He's like, I don't care. What was that?
Bro, I still can't read the zone. I don't know. It
Oh,
could
who's fighting right
definitely
now?
pull.
Naked fighting? Along. Where's who?
CR.
FC Destroy, yeah. And that's going to be FC Destroy going on down to CR, baby. We love
So
this
this is going to be
matchup.
Optics
CR.
And Naked going down as
second
well. They're
chance
down
around.
too.
Yeah, so they're going to be one man up now.
Last
for
chance
Naked.
until the
CR
last
taking down
series
both
tomorrow.
teams here,
That's
trying to
same
make it
for
work, and honestly, I think that was a third
Pulverex,
game.
I was gonna say Naked and
Ascend,
FC
who
Destroy
struggled a
were
little
fighting
bit in the first set today.
I think
Complexity.
man, a little bit confident now, taking some space over in the Harvester side. I think they realize they have a lot of room to work with here. No one on the Cliff side at all on their end near landslide, so they can actually get
Nags
a little
is
more
looking for
aggressive
this
here.
KP.
Yeah, Nags really wants some KP, bro. They need some points too. Don't forget, J-Lings is not doing phenomenal right now. I believe they're going to be in 13th place, so they got to pick it up just a little bit here, get some more KP, get a little bit more aggressive, or just look to rotate here to a little bit more in the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, J-Lings, like you said, with a lot of positioning here, and look at this. The solo running into Fire Beavers low-key.
Yeah, I feel bad, man. Arufa, the movement god himself, is going to have a struggle bus
What
here
gets
with the
interesting is
boys
when
over
some
at
of these
Fire
teams
Beavers
start
starting to
getting
move
their
on in.
second session in. If they can keep a
North
similar
Epsilon, I
pace to
believe.
what they've already
Looking
scored,
all the way around.
especially
And
when you
they're
look
gonna
at
be fighting
teams
Alliance
like
here.
Moist, who
I
had
mean,
41,
NTH
Dark
Alliance
Zero,
fighting all the
38.
way on this
Oh, this
backside.
is tough.
Oh, I think NTH is in the worst position possible for themselves. Man, I don't think they expect.
I mean, obviously, I'm not expecting Alliance to
God, that
get
ult is
85
so
points
cool.
on their next set,
Newcastle
but
coming out,
That's actually
Horizon.
a
at
really good ult. It
85,
sucked them
you
out
only
and
need a
around
little
the
bit
shield.
the next two
Alliance.
Oh my god.
to qualify for winner's bracket.
They're
So
like swimwear, baby.
Tyda
There's no
goes down.
hesitation. This kid is so damn good, bro. Tyda's gonna be knocked. Effect all by himself. NTH is gonna be a duo. Rod's going down. Parker going down now.
CR in a tough spot.
Yeah, CR is probably gonna die as Alliance is looking to take down the boys over at NTH.
Yep, and NTH probably going to be going down here. Hawkus with the Prowler in hand, looking to close out this fight.
Yeah, and this is very surprising for me, Greek. I don't know what that rotation was from NTH, but I don't expect them to ever make that again. They went far, far left into Thermal for no reason coming from Stacks. It's a great grenade from Resi.
You want me to be honest with you?
Wait 1 second. Resi, is he about to do it to him or what? No, he is not. Effect has a lot to say about that and does not allow for that to happen.
I think they were expecting it to be a back.
Is
choke
Effect
pull,
the
so
best
they went
player
with the long
in
route, and then the zone ended up pulling
Apex
away,
right now?
and they were just too committed to that they couldn't go back and storm.
Which sucks, because these zones are a little bit hard to predict right now. Can't lie. So definitely makes sense for NTH to be struggling just a little bit here, but definitely a little bit surprising no matter what. And look at that pull here too, chat. We're going to see.
I think it's this.
Yeah, I think it's going to pull right outside of where NRG is, baby. And they're
23 kills
right now. Sweet is absolutely
in his first series.
No beacon. Little bit of a misplay turns into a beautiful opportunity for NRG. We might see some big-time plays here and some big-time placement for NRG.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the best character for a zone like this with the Rampart, and they have a Loba to pick up more loot later.
Yeah, no. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I heard something in the crowd. Just get the shit out of me.
What?
I heard someone go, ah, or some shit. I'm distracted. We see Aiden here too, bro. I like what he's doing. Holding off the teams in the choke if they want to push through. Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to go that way. Reed's almost going down. Oh my god, he's actually the definition of one. He is literally the definition of 1 HP.
What did he just get hit?
I wonder what it is about the feed
Thieves now
on
with an evacuation tower too.
Greek
we'll see where they
and
go.
Nicewig's
Little
feed,
rotation in for the boys. They are in
where
what
it's
right
grainy
now? Second
compared to like
place or
the
third
feed
place?
on main
Third
broadcast.
place. We'll see.
Because you would imagine they're both getting the same like direct line, right?
Well, I don't know.
Oh my god.
I don't know what Amu's doing, but he is nowhere near his team. Anmu couldn't be more far away from 100 Thieves. His jetpack pulled early, and that man landed on bridge. He's dead for sure. Energy's not going to let that res go off. Sweet gets the KP, and Anmu's going to be full dead here. A little bit of a misplay from
Now
Anmu.
they should be able to Loba loot it.
Yeah, I think so too. So that means Energy's going to get more and more loot here in this situation. Now let's see where the zone officially goes.
Yeah, Nathan just got bad.
Look.
And he's putting down another one.
Pull going to go right here.
Oh my.
So 100 Thieves going to be most likely dead. Scurrying them are going to try to stay alive. It's not going to be too good. Energy still in. Aurora still in as well. And ATH is probably going to fight Alliance here, bro, on the backside near the cliff.
Yeah.
On that top side, right out of Thermal Station. We will see what happens here.
There's going to be a lot of fighting going down here. Strafing Flame goes down to the Catalyst spikes.
Yeah, I don't know who is spiking that shady spikes, man. Blackhand's eliminated after the spikes hit him hard. Unfortunate, man. The boys over at Strafing Flame.
Yep, we're down to
Blackhand.
14 squads alive, zone 4, man. This
Yeah, it's just weird because you could tell a
We love
very
to see it.
like distinct difference.
Bro, the quality of these games, chat, has been phenomenal. We don't see this in North American scrims or international in general. Hack is getting cracked. They do crack for crack here. I mean, Effect getting danced on a little bit right now. Not going to lie. Some good movement out of this bang. It's a really good series.
Here.
That's a caustic ulti
and
onto
the
a
fart comes in. Hawkus, though, getting his first knock.
Bro,
It's going to be a 3v2 here for Alliance.
Effect's positioning, man, is unbelievable. Dodging that grenade, dodging the caustic ulti while also
swing right here and queue up to
yeah.
get them moved.
He might want to save it. 30 seconds till zone. They might want to queue up as the zone starts to close in and fight them for ATH.
So no Moist, right?
We'll
Moist is group D.
Man, this boy, Effect, dude, just knows how to move on a roller. Just knows his positioning better than anybody else. And look who came in for the third. The Fire Beavers trying to third-party ATH.
Which means they got back to they got
13 seconds.
the double series tomorrow.
The evac tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is really their only play. They can't go around to the right. The only place they can land is ultimate low ground underneath the tracks.
Yep.
I don't really see them landing anywhere else.
I'm not too sure either. We'll see.
Unless they just land on Manches by himself. It kind of looks like they want to, and Fire Beavers is going to do just that.
Let's go. We love to see that. It's an aggressive play out of Fire Beavers. I like this call a lot. Not a lot of space to work with here inside. They're getting
oh my God, they are getting bombarded right now.
They are dead.
An absolute subterfuge going down there on top of Fire Beavers.
I don't even know what that word means. What does that mean?
Absolutely dead.
ATH
DED,
eliminated.
deader than shit.
Aurora somehow getting the reset down below. Ranches is 1 HP. They're doing a good job of staying alive, though, with one team above. 100 Thieves still alive, too. Reeds and the boys still alive. LNW also still alive for the Dorito side, but they're going to be in a tough spot and probably dead here, to be honest, Greg.
Yeah, leave no witness in a tough spot here. Purse getting eliminated here by Effect. And now Kurev going down, too. It's up to Burtis.
I didn't realize that Sweet got that longbow on him. We love to see that. Hey, great minds think alike, dude. #1 longbow player in the world right here.
Exit making their way underneath them as well.
Yeah, now we're going to have Parka and Crazy Raccoon now fighting on this backside, and Aurora is going to be eliminated by Sweet. He takes out 2 of Aurora with that longbow, doing the dirty.
The dirty.
And J-Links. J-Links going to be right outside Energy, right next to them on their ramp at their door. So I think they're going to have to fight Energy here for this spot, moving from staging.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot.
I wonder if maybe.
Well, Sweet kind of trying to get some info here and seeing what's good.
No, because it's not like it's because it's.
That's another kill on.
Trying to connect to an American
Sweet is on fire with that longbow.
server because it's Wig's PC. I'm sure Wig just logged on to whatever it is, OBS or something.
That is big time KP,
to send it
and then people
to his
say,
channel.
Yo, Wig, longbow sucks, longbow
So never
this.
mind.
Shut up. It's a great gun, man. And only the best of the best use that.
Killed getting fried there.
Yeah, it's going to be J-Links, man. That's Nags putting down some damage, I believe. Hack is going down now, 2 in the kill feed. Energy really has to kill J-Links here, Greek. Oh, my Sheila.
Nice. Oh, my God. The
Oh,
Sheila is singing.
God. Let it sing, baby. Let it sing. And Sweet Dreams is letting it happen. He's hitting all the notes, Greek.
He's got 5 kills right now. Kill leader in the lobby. They know now that Noise is his last left on his team. They might just look to clear this for even more KP.
That was gorgeous. That was a great play by Sweet. Good aim, too. It's not easy.
Eliminated.
I want to point out, it's not easy to swing with a rampart like that, dude. It's actually really hard to hit your shots that up close, even if you're on mouse and keyboard. Or
Looking to raise the
right
bridge.
up top, though. Glitch is probably going to go down. Glitch Gaming eliminated by Oxygen Esports, who is doing pretty fucking well right now in this game. 2 KP,
They
top
still
5
have Exit on their low ground here. If NRG falls, they might drop right on top of Exit.
I don't think they realize that either, Greek. I'm not too sure if they do. Hack is going to be going down to the top right. Reed's getting more KP here. Effect going to be dead.
Oh my God.
Yuki by himself. Can he make it happen? I don't think he can.
Caustic trying to make some plays. Somehow still alive.
Vaxlon takes out NRG, and 100 Thieves is wiped by Vaxlon all by himself. What is the boy doing? NRG dead.
Alliance eliminated as well as Nocturnal goes down. It's up to Fun and Sykes.
NRG gets wiped by Vaxlon solo, Greek. What just happened over there?
This is the game that Onyx finished third, right?
The Vax absolutely griefing NRG, and he's getting more kills.
Oh my God, another armor swap. Good
Oh.
try there from Vax, and that's going to be Oxygen dying for it as well as Go Next on the ultimate height here. Onyx on the low ground. Xset on the low ground as well. And everybody's on the low ground. This is Go Next.
I don't know what's
their game to win.
I don't know what's going to happen here. Can they get the reset here onto Noct? Probably not, right?
I don't know. It also sucks is he's the one with gold knockdown.
Yeah, I don't know if they can get this reset. And he's the bang. So no smoke cover at all for the res. Nocturnal's going to get full
I don't
killed.
think they go for it.
No, I don't think so either. It's going to be Onyx down below. I kind of like where they're at too, Greek. I don't think it's that bad of a spot. They have a Horizon if they want to lift up two to fight Go Next. And we'll see how this goes. Go Next has been very quiet all game and all series, so it'll be a big game for them right now.
Right, and here goes Onyx looking to clear X-Set.
This is a big-time swing. A big-time
picks
swing.
up one. That's going to be X-Set eliminated, but they did lose one for it.
It is actually kind of
Do they
insane.
get pressured, or can they get the reset?
They have to get the reset here. If they
How
don't,
Wig and
Greek,
Greek
it's not really worth
can
that
kind of run a
aggression right there.
like person
Onto
like
XX, they were a duo regardless. This is pretty
observer
safe.
caster
Actually
deal.
End up getting the reset, so that's a great play by Onyx.
Good shots there from Fox.
Better than the
great shots, bro.
like
2 times on the prowler.
it's like just so fluid than like most people
So
could
Go
as a
Next
full
on
crew.
Ultimate height. We got
3
Onyx on the low ground.
And CR.
And then CR is a duo.
CR is a duo with no Horizon, so they are stuck low ground, which is actually bad for Onyx here, because that means they can't queue up and take the fight.
Quite
with
literally
Onyx
insane.
onto Go Next. So Go Next ultimate height is actually extremely strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen here is Onyx probably going to have to fight CR here on the low ground in this hallway. And if they're able to kill without getting knocked, probably play for a triple Q up.
I think so too, without a doubt. They're doing a good job right now of dodging all the grenades, dodging all the bullshit. Roz and them are down below though, man. So Go Next looking
They are
real
on
good.
Fuse too, man. Which this Fuse is about to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how much Fuse damage does come out of these next 30 seconds. This is gonna be crazy.
He just picked up 100 damage there.
Yeah.
Bambino's almost at a 2K.
Which is nuts. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Slab is at a 2K as well.
Oh my goodness, look at the angles of the Fusey.
Yeah,
look at this.
That's pretty
That
filthy.
is gorgeous. That is gorgeous angles to cut off the rotate for Onyx. That is beautiful. They are
Go
actually
Next
putting
doing
them
a
in.
phenomenal job here. They're going to force the last 2 teams to fight. And do they try to play for the heal off?
Oh my god, the damage from the Fusey.
And here they go. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
CR almost did it to him, bro.
Go Next takes the W. CR almost takes that 2v3. Go Next with a big time win, baby.
Close.
That was beautiful. What a time to be alive. The Fuse play, bro. To cut off those angles to make sure that team can't get inside. He did so much damage taking everybody. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, double 2K out of the boys. That's a huge game for them. Out of Tree?
Yeah.
All right, so they're gonna do what? Probably just a little bit more of this game, and then they'll probably bring us back, right?
Okay, dude. All right, chat. Game 5.
Or do we
is
think
on the way,
Wig's
baby.
already back, maybe, or are they also on break still here? I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry. Fucking like, keeping it real.
I have no idea what time that is in North America. Chat, what time is it? No, we have 2 games.
Yeah, so probably be done here around 7 with this set. Then hour break, probably start last set at 8.
I think we're going to start a little bit earlier. I think it's going to be a 30-minute break. I don't think they want to start at 8. It's kind of late. All right, let's watch the contest here, too. Who was it again?
It would be a late day for
Aurora
them,
contest
man.
versus
But
DZ, man. Chat, who do you guys have, bro? Aurora or DZ for this W here for the contest?
that'd
over at
mean we'd be
Harvester?
starting about now.
I'm saying, who do you say, Greek?
I think DZ brings it back.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Aurora's due for 1 loss. They've won way too much today.
That's fair. I think Aurora is definitely due for 1. So it has to come at 1
But
point,
I can't lie, with how confident Zero's been and the shit talk he's been giving him in scrims, to come here and get 3-0'd would be a hell of a statement from him.
That would be pretty fucking crazy.
It looks like they're beating him off the jump, though.
They are, dude. I think Aurora's
He
actually.
might miss it. Oh, my God.
They get the middle, though. It's not good at all.
Yeah. Aliwan, no gun.
Oh, no. I think it's going to happen what happened to Jen Burton last time. It's going to happen exactly to Mollywan this time around.
And Cleve gets 1 on 0, though.
How the hell is Cleve getting a knock in this situation, bro? What is Aurora on today? These guys are incredible. Can we get a piss test on aisle 3?
Jen Burn, though, getting a reset.
This is insane. No, he does not.
The thermite.
The thermite from the boys over at Aurora actually hits hard. And now Zero's going to be dead again. Jaburn's going to be 40 HP. I cannot believe what I am witnessing right now. Aurora is bringing it to him, Greek.
Yeah, I mean,
What
Aurora now
was
with
cut
the
off
ultimate
line
fight.
last
Zero crawling
event?
away. Jen on the low ground. There's not much right now looking
group
good here
stage.
for DZ.
I cannot believe this. I really cannot.
Right around 100.
This might be a 2-0 to start the day for Aurora here. And going into game number 3. Who is that? Who's all the way on the other side? Is that going to be Jen trying to stay alive? It is.
Yeah.
Gen's going to be running away. They're not even going to look for the fight anymore. And there might be a chance, bro, that we see DZ not get this banner. I think Aurora might camp these banners.
They're running it down on Zainu right now.
Oh my God, they are actually just chasing.
And Jen Burton is running into 3-man of NRG.
Oh my goodness, NRG is coming in now for the third party. They know what's happening here. They're looking for
go
it.
Down. Jen running for his life right now as NRG is hawking the shit out of him.
No way NRG comes through with that big time third party to cause.
So Alliance is in this next lobby, which means we will probably know if Alliance is pretty well qualified after today. You feel like if they hit the 100-point marker, they're there.
He should be able to get the res maybe on a 0 unless Aurora realizes that he's running away. I don't think they do. They do recognize he's running away.
Which means all they need is 15 points. And I think that should be doable for them.
Yeah. And I think they're going to chase.
Aurora?
It looks like they want to right now, yeah.
Yeah, no, they definitely do.
Oh, my God. I don't think Aurora right now, chat, really cares about the game. I think they actually just want to kill off DZ.
Yeah.
Well, now they're going to have to just leave. They don't even know where he went. So Jen Burns going to get the banner of 0. So 0 is going to be alive here with a chance, potentially.
I mean, if he reses here, he low-key just gets ran down.
I mean, I don't know where he's going to res in.
We'll take a quick look at this here real quick while we get ready for this next match. We're going to be seeing A versus C.
I guess because you have no point.
So Aurora on it going to be contesting down at Shipfall.
Probably just stick it regardless. There's no other chance for you to get the res for the rest of the game.
That's going to be the only contestant we're going to have on Storm Point where we're starting.
Chance that you don't even get top 10 anyway.
DZ versus Aurora. All right, here we go with internet connection being on and off again. Perfect, perfect. Looks like we are back, though. But yeah, between Countdown, Fissure, Landslide, all going to be... What the fuck?
And then that a team can hold that house.
There we go.
Because like beforehand, bro, like there's nowhere to play.
They're not wrong. There's actually 0 room to play.
I'm a fan of adding more places for play late.
Yeah, I agree. So Energy gets a really good rotate, by the way.
I know Weevil had mentioned earlier that storms might be running up our way this evening.
Pull back and be that RV zone.
That's what I'm thinking. And
I don't think it's this early, though.
Fully decked out Nemesis and Sweets on the longbow yet again.
Yeah.
Longbow with the Rampart walls, chat. Let me tell you a little something about this gun. For those of you who don't know, okay, this longbow used to hit for a whopping 60 damage a shot. Okay, you were 3-tapping the blue armors. This shit was crazy. If you were here for that meta of Apex Legends, I'm sorry, but also it's a great time. I don't know. It was
with the Rampart shield.
It was a lot. It's a lot. Oh yeah, it's a lot. It's hitting like a mini.
Like a 110.
Yeah, I think so. Pretty wild.
Because normally it's what 106.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little more.
Did you ever see those patch notes when they buffed the longbow? See what it said? It said, literally, we have buffed the longbow to this damage, and it said, "You're welcome, Nicewing." One of the devs put that in. Swear to God, it's so funny.
That's funny.
Hilarious.
That's hilarious.
And look at this.
Who's that underneath them?
It's gonna be Strafing Flaming Company.
Oh, okay. I like that. Good play. My Blackhand here to take that across. Not take too much damage. Yeah, but that's a good play, bro. Look what they get for that now, too. It's so fucking worth it.
This is the first time we're seeing Wraith.
That's true. That might be the first Wraith of all day right here out of Strafing Flame.
One Wraith, one Pathfinder.
Oh, Jay Beebs literally typed in the chat. You're welcome. Nice week.
Dude.
What up, Jay? Love you.
Jump shot's ass, though.
True. You're like 7'6", and you still can hit a jump shot. Please stop shooting threes. You are the center.
Right, not much else going on here
no,
in game.
Very, very,
very
relaxed mid.
All right, 5 minutes left. Gonna be starting with number 3. All right, let's do it. One more look through over on teams that we're going to be seeing in this next group. It's going to be Group A versus C. It's our last group of the evening. Alliance, who just rolled through with 85 points in that last lobby, basically feel like if they can get 15 points, hit that 100-point marker, they're pretty well qualified. Going to be seeing Dark Zero, Aurora, Complexity. For Dark Zero, sitting at like 38 points, so they're sitting like just at outside top 10. Onyx had a nice World's Edge, but they're going to have to be contesting with Aurora down at, was it Barometer, right? Is that what we said? Shipfall. Down at Shipfall. TSM, a little bit quieter of a morning, although I shouldn't say quiet. I mean, they were at 44 points, just inside the top 10. It's going to be big for them. I feel like you'd like to see them get about to 75. Although they play against Group D, I feel like Group B is going to be their easiest of the three groups. That's nothing against Group B. Optic's going to need to step up. Optic had a pretty rough first group today. They're actually sitting in 38th after everyone's had one session. They'll be in this lobby. Same thing with Realize, sitting in 39th out of Group A. Glitch, sitting in 37th. Ascend, sitting in 36th. MDY White, sitting in 35. So, quite a few teams who struggled in their first times out in London could use a big quite a few teams that could really use a nice big second half here. How you doing, EKY? Blackhand will be not playing in this last group today. They had a pretty solid result today. $23 points for Black Hansen in 31st. But we need to look at the fact that 31st through 21st is separated by 6 points. Lets you know kind of how close that middle of the pack is. Black Hansen is going to have 2 groups tomorrow, though. Or 2 sets tomorrow. They'll be on first and third sets. So yeah, biggest teams needing some solid performances here in this last set of the day, chat. Kind of looking at where things are. Complexity, Ascend, Glitch, MDY White, Optic, Realize. You could even probably throw in the likes of Onyx in there as well, and Aurora, just because they're kind of bubble teams right now. Again, remember, you want to try and get into that top 20 after group play, because that moves you into the winner's bracket, which means you've only then got to get into the top 10 once in your first series, and you're already qualified for Grands. So
a full day in London. It's always a pleasure being here on the other side of the world. For some call it home, and obviously some treating it like a war zone. That would be APAC North and South America. Most importantly, showing up ready
tweeted,
for
damn,
war.
land is
Will it
easier than I thought it would be.
Sheesh. To go in their favor, or will we see a bombardment from EMEA in our final sets of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to London here in the Copper Box Arena. My name is Rain Day, and I am joined with the loveliest fans in the world. I appreciate all of you coming out on Thursday. I know Friday and the weekend will be a little easier for our responsible folk. And speaking of the irresponsible, I've got two gentlemen on the desk right beside me.
Onset and Gaskin on the desk with Rain Day for the third set, huh?
We've had a little bit of everything, haven't we? A few surprises, maybe a couple of regions performing better than we expected, and some maybe a little bit worse than we expected as well. But now a chance to redeem yourself with the final series of the day.
Mark, been a roller coaster.
Certainly has, and I think, like Dan alluded to, I think I've been super impressed with APAC North. I think they've really come out of the gate swinging. And the great thing is, it seems like all regions have had moments so far throughout the groups that we've seen where they've shown that they can win games, that they can get towards that end zone and they can convert as well. And that just sets us up so beautifully for the next couple of days.
Where does that land Harden then?
We get down to
back
the
in
crunch
Houston?
Elimination games as well. It's going to be a pretty wild
They all run it back?
You set me up pretty well also to talk about how this tournament works. Not just a couple of days. We've got 3 more days. This is day number 1, though, and obviously it's going to lead into what is setting up for more group stage play. Ultimately, a winner's bracket, a loser's bracket. I know we have a slide to show you guys a little bit about how that works for our tournament. We'll bring that up for you right now. It starts off with the group stage these next 2 days. We'll hit the bracket stage on Saturday. That's where you want to be here in the stands if you can. Online, absolutely watching. Then, of course, finals will be on Sunday. Group A and C, D and B will play each other in round robin style. So everyone will get a chance to go at everyone. What does that mean? Well, we'll find out who are the best in the business, at least up until about halfway. That's when we start knocking people out of the tournament. The winners will
so this is why if you get into that winners
special waiting room where they will wait to see who makes it out of the
it's so big
elimination bracket
because you
round
get top
1
10
and elimination bracket round 2, which will include
you're automatically in grand finals. Holy shit, that was bigger than I wanted to be.
Losers, I guess, into this moment. But of course, we all have to joke about that because everyone's a winner when it comes to being here at this
and chat, I'm going to be late on Sunday.
Match point threshold is where Apex shines.
I might even just
Sunday,
watch it after the fact.
And then you've got to win. You
from
cannot
the start.
win at 49. You'll have to go again. What you do win, though, after all that, it's pretty impressive, guys. $300,000
I got
to first
grand
place.
finals for DVD League I'm casting.
That's not a bad day at work.
No, and of
for
course,
season
the
8
playoff points as well. Get yourself towards the Apex Legends Global Series Championships, what everyone
and
wants
that
to
starts
achieve.
at the same
when
time.
That prize money gets even bigger and even better.
Absolutely. It's all fun and games until it gets to that moment, and we've seen different styles of how to take the cash. I always mention Furious play style, going for points instead of trying to win. Still earns you a cool over a couple $100,000. Of course, this is also all leading up to championships, which will happen later on this year. We don't have official dates for you yet, but it is coming. The Split 1 and Split 2 playoff winners will obviously earn their spots there, but each team will earn points. The top 30 teams qualifying for championships based on points. And the outside top 30, they're going to have to go through the LCQ, which is taking place 2 weeks, or at least a week after this event. So it's going to be a very fast summer, an even faster fall potentially, and it's going to lead us to some great Apex Legends, Mark. But again, the story goes, today sets up for all of that success and maybe a harder road.
It's crazy to think about.
And I think the proof today is
that
all of a sudden everyone stepped
playoffs for Split 2 are happening later in July than
first event where I feel like we've got everyone
champions were last year, right?
On this main stage, you know, not a lot of subs in. Unfortunately, Aurora, you know, pretty good sub, let's be real.
Yeah,
you know, they're picking up a player that they would want to split with. But it's fantastic to see all of a sudden, you know, the likes of Paul.
Oh, yeah, that's dope,
Ducky. It's a great
Ducky.
story at championships. You saw them playing as a duo. Everyone wanted them to succeed. Then they play.
So when you can find other duos to play with, they can carry you, huh?
I mean, we've seen what they're made of. Everyone's been waiting for Pulverex, the full lineup to be here. They are here. And boy, have they looked impressive. So I think this is a really good indication, not only what's going to happen over the next few days here in London, but you know, moving ahead to the championships, it's going to be tough to get there, man.
That's a great point, bringing up how we're seeing regions adjust and know that this is a moment they have to perform.
That's crazy,
A,
man.
B, C, and D on your screens now. Boy, oh boy, each group, Dan, has somebody special in there that makes it look like not too much of an easy road.
Yeah, I mean, some of the groups have several regional champions as well, which is what's pretty terrifying about all of them. But I think Mark's alluded to it. This is possibly one of the strongest lineups we've ever had at an Apex LAN. I mean, of course, that would be commiserations to those who didn't
So again,
qualify,
we have
but that's
groups
the reason why
A
it's been such
and
strong,
Group
tough
C.
competition. And when we look at championships, when we look at who is going to be there, there
And
is
this
only
next
a
lobby.
certain amount of spots, and it's going to be so difficult not seeing some of these squads at the championships.
It really is going to be a heartbreaker, but that's the drama of this esport, and that's what makes it so interesting when you see performances like this. Teams who have a chance at Split 1 playoffs, like
You're a
Alliance,
liar?
don't
Yeah,
quite
okay.
get it done. Working with Mandy, the sub.
I wasn't
Super
gonna
sub,
put.
many
I wasn't
might
gonna
say, in terms of a personality and a player,
question you.
but with effect.
But I'm
Take
glad you're
top
honest
of
the second
group
time
here,
around, I
coming
guess.
into the beginning of their group stage performances. We'll have a chance after looking at the back half of this, Mark, to see Alliance go again soon.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance probably just want to get straight back into games. And
Yeah, I mean, this was
find it
one of the three
fascinating
that
when
I
we
was
have an
looking
interview
forward
with a
to.
team who's just done really well, but you can see that there's still a want and a drive
They're
to
not
do
happy.
even better.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that shows, I think, that Alliance have turned up to this event and recognized that, hey, we've had some really good performances, you know, on the world stage. Everyone always talks about us as being the best team from the EMEA region, but we haven't got a trophy to show from the world stage. And I think that when Haki says, you know, we played really well today, but we had 4 second places. And that kind of ticks me off a little bit. You know what I mean? I think that shows a lot about their desire and what they want to achieve. By the way, I need to throw it in there. Effect has been just, special.
It's unbelievable.
Special.
Considering the fact this is his first LAN and there was always going to be that pressure, I think in the back of my mind I was like, is he just going to choke a little bit? Is he going to get too much? Maybe day 2 he starts to pop off. He's been unbelievable today.
And it's honestly one of those things where you can see the youth on him, right? I mean, great lustrous hair. We're happy about that. Glitter was right in the little class skit that we did, but the idea is to
Shut
take
the
that
fuck
not only
up,
at a young age, but
Ducky.
in an experience at LAN, and then do exactly what everyone else said to do, and that you would do, which is perform at the highest of levels. Effect, obviously standing out in a very big way. We'll see if that continues to be the case for Alliances. They have a chance now to go into our final 6 matches of the day. It will be A versus
It's a busy
C.
weekend, my
This,
guy.
sets the
Might be
stage
busy
with 2
next weekend
different
too. We'll
types
see.
of juggernauts. One, maybe Alliance from EMEA. We got to see one of the others, Xset, in the previous matchup. But now we get to see TSM again, maybe bounce back, Dan. And I want to start back with you. In terms of A versus C, who do you have your eyes on in terms of these groups?
I think someone else, I mean, excluding the ones you've already mentioned, Aurora, mainly because they will again be contested in their group, and they have been winning their contest today.
6-0,
So that's
by the
someone,
way.
6-0, maybe 5-0. One of the teams ran away a little bit, but
not bad.
They've been winning those contests, but will they have more success getting points? They had a pretty average amount of points, around 27, which is okay.
Yeah.
If you can get around 30 points each series, you're probably looking at a pretty good spot to get into that winner's bracket, but you just want that extra oomph to push yourself a little bit further.
Mark, you said they're not satisfied, but how important is it really to get off to a good start in day 1? It feels like it can kind of just be a routine thing to say, but does it really make a difference over the course of such a long tournament?
It's tough, right?
It's the monkey off the backs, I feel like. If you see your name high up on the leaderboard early,
it fills you with confidence, and
it gives you so much confidence going into your other like group stage matches.
Playing your best, right? I mean, it's a very obvious thing to say because that's where you win your money. That's where you pick up a trophy. But for confidence, for teams who are playing together on LAN for the first time, day 1 is vital because you need to feel the synergy. You need to feel comfortable. And I do feel like a lot of the teams are looking comfortable. And I mean, you look at the group that we're about to have in front of us, Rain. This group, for me, this matchup of A and C is terrifying. Genuinely terrifying with the amount of talent there.
I mean, I was surprised all over the place. Not only, you know, South America, their performances. We've seen North America in LG Chivas specifically, but they get a little bit of a Mexico rep, and I think they've earned that one as well with their players hailing from there. But also just the way that APAC North has been high and just on fire in terms of some of the ways they've handled these end games.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just the big name. Fnatic had a great start to the day, right? Okay, everyone kind of expects Fnatic to be the shining light, but then you look at Naked. Naked winning games earlier on as well and looking extremely strong. And I think that Dreamfire as well, I mean, you can throw so many teams out there at the moment that are just looking very, very strong. And of course, I mean, I've got to say, by the way,
some of the best
some of the best signage I have ever seen at an eSport event coming out for the APAC North teams.
I don't know if I can call it worse
glows.
than Rogue.
It glows a little bit like Dan does when he smiles. You know?
Wow, that's a nice compliment that I didn't expect to have. Throw me a little bit off. But we
Not
have
that that's really
4
saying
of our
much,
top 5
you know.
at the moment in the overall standings competing in this series. So that shows the juggernauts that we're going to be seeing. I mean, Naked, Pulverix, Alliance, they're all going to be up there as our top 3.
Yeah.
And then you, of course, have Fnatic added to it as well.
Well, let's start off with you, Dan, and take it right back. In terms of ones to watch, we've highlighted a few teams. Who's your pick?
Yeah, I mentioned them earlier, and it is Aurora, and the reason why is because they have been fighting so well in the initial game, but what I want to see from them, and the reason why I'm watching
Paladins
them
is
that they need
decent.
to be
I mean, I think there's a
performing in
reason
the
that they
late
still
game.
have a
I wanna
very
see them get to those
dedicated
final
community
circles
around it.
and truly show us what they're made of.
Of course, Aurora are going to be playing right now on your screen.
Because it's the hardest player base in the game to keep people coming back and playing.
You look at the leaderboards where Pulverex in a great spot.
I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it.
Play today and know they have a lot of support here as well. And I think they sort of gleaned a lot of fans from around the globe with the journey that they've been on. But now that we're getting to see them in their final form, boy, are they playing some good Apex Legends.
Oh my God, this team as well. I'm excited about not just that APAC North mentioned, but Naked. Yeah, I mean, this team has shown up. Second place in the group that they just played before, but Alpha, Pinky, Likey, it's such an incredible performance from a team that we didn't expect, Dan, to come out here in this way.
I think what's impressed me the most about Naked is how they've been rotating, how they've been pushing the narrative of we're not going to be bullied by other teams. Instead, we're going to be the aggressors. We're going to bully other squads. They were bullying some of the biggest and best teams that we've seen on the international stage. They have so much confidence at the moment, and they know exactly the positions they want to play.
There's always a team which you hear whispers about as well coming into an event. It's like, oh, this team are playing really well. Keep your eyes on this team. This team could surprise a few people. And I was hearing that about this Naked squad. So I'm expecting them to continue with this form, and I think that everyone who's in their lobby is certainly going to be very, very aware when they see that comp and they see him run
Overwatch, big drop the ball.
Listen, I think one thing to note, obviously you had mentioned Aurora. I think we have to say it again since we're going to see them featured here as well. One of the themes coming in was, can Aurora finally a part of the legacy of EMEA in terms of our online play? Can they finally have that moment here in the sun at LAN? Unfortunately, one of their members, Sunset, is not able to be here, and it's Maliwan who, strangely enough, was actually their former member earlier on in the season. So again, just Dan, quickly, any concept of how this is going to look for them? Obviously, you know, day one, you're going to have your jitters on any team, but is this an Aurora, because they're so familiar with each other, that has maybe even a little bit more to prove in some ways?
I think so. I think especially when you look back.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people would agree that Overwatch wasn't exactly not broken.
That's right. They want to be able to perform. They want to be at their very best. But at the same time, it's about surviving in this group and getting out of group stages into that winner's bracket, because when you're contested, even if you're winning those contests over and over, you're still then delayed with your rotations. It's still going to be frustrating. You might not get as much loot. You might be too late to get to the circle. But if you can average out at a good amount of points getting into that winner's bracket and maybe getting there with the other teams who are contesting you do not, you're going to be in a far better situation. So it's about surviving and then hopefully winning the battle enough that you can secure the drop spot for yourself.
It's a great plan. Obviously executing the biggest part of any LAN like this. We're getting ready to go into the games very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, watching at home. It's our last set of 6. But if you are watching, make sure to leave that stream on, even if you have to take a break. We know it's been a long day, but Twitch drops are still available for all of those who put in the time. And Mark, I don't know, you feeling this?
Always.
Always.
I love
You're kind of greedy with this stuff,
I love free stuff.
Yeah.
You've seen me reaching into your snacks.
I know. And I say it's okay. You almost ate popcorn off the couch earlier today.
Almost.
Almost.
If he hadn't have missed his mouth, he probably would have.
I think that was the case. He was just firing them left and right. We're not going to keep joking about that, though, Mark. I can tell. It's getting sensitive here.
Soft spot.
Soft spot. Fellas, always a pleasure with you. Always a pleasure here on the desk. We'll be back after a few games, but right now we got to send it to our casters. Up top to get it started, it is our final set of the day. Let's get ready, London, and see how it goes. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Brain Day. Onset Gaskin, you were amazing as always, such solid points, but I'm gonna need you to throw me some popcorn. I don't care if it was on the couch at all. Like, honestly, I just want a couple kernels. Thank you so much, guys. But we've got a crazy matchup on our hands. Spider Tiff here, Dia. Man, your first day, ALGS Split 2 playoffs, you've been killing it.
I mean, I'm feeling really good, but it's hard not to with the amount of energy that we've had in the arena. People have been going off, and it's my first time being in a room with a bunch of people who are just as excited about Apex Legends as I am.
This is your first time being in a room with people excited about Apex? Bro, come on, we gotta get you out, Lord. We gotta get you out, but let's look at the map rotation. We're gonna be kicking things off on
He acts like he wasn't at Raleigh.
For jumping back on over towards World's Edge. Dia and I will be taking you through the first 3 games. And when we think about what we're gonna see, because I just came off casting the prior match, A versus B. We saw C versus D earlier and a lot of standouts. And Alliance right now is topping the charts of everything that we've seen. Everything except the average placement on World's Edge. But if you total in both maps, they run the gauntlet of just all the way around. 16.67 points per game.
And this is the nice thing about the 3 games that we have, is that we get to turn our blinders on. World's Edge? Who is she? I've never heard of her. We're jumping right onto Stormpoint, and you and I get to see arguably the best of Alliance and the best of a lot of squads who were even foreshadowed by our wonderful analyst desk. I mean, I'm thinking even of Naked, who in their games today managed to clutch up both a first and a third place in just the 3 games they had on Stormpoint alone.
It's kind of wild how impressive they have been, and I know I had mentioned it previously.
I really like the story of Naked and how they kind of came together from LCQ looking really good here at LAN.
Yeah, the level of play that we've seen is unlike anything that we've seen at other lands. And as I was discussing, we were, I think, on this analyst desk together about how it's the end game play that is really coming to fruition. We love seeing the fans in the audience, and trust me, the players out here have definitely felt the support. I saw the MDY White sign. Remember, this is MDY White's first LAN that they're performing at, and already it's been a very, very good start.
Good start for MDY White. Their fans travel well.
Into this building, their first LAN, and the pressure is not getting to them. It's actually wild. Effect, his first LAN, but the amount of damage that he has been able to do thus far, 8,798 damage. No one even close to that.
No, not at all. And I will say, one of the things that I think is really contributing to this is just the leaps and bounds that we take as a scene every time that we hit international competition, because coaching staff continue to improve. Players and IGLs get better at coaching their individual, first-timers through the rigors of LAN competition.
You're not wrong. As Apex Legends kind of evolves as an esport itself, all our teams are expanding, and there you can see right there our previous match group winners hugging it out. A good wholesome moment. Let's get it. If you're an Alliance fan, let's hear you roar.
Give a moment for the crowd to express their enthusiasm. I'm really enthusiastic about the little rat stuffed animal they have. It's a rat, right?
It's Radio.
Radio.
That's the name.
All right. Well, today I learned that Alliance have a mascot. It is a mascot, right?
I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah.
I heard they have a merch booth, actually, and they're out there selling merch and potentially a radio. So, Dia, I mean, if you want to secure yourself a radio, but...
I wouldn't mind.
Yo, if Raven's got a suit for day one, did he bring 4 different suits?
Like a beast.
Speaking of Mighty Cute, I just
Or is he just doing the black and white look all night?
Oh, man. We had
weekend.
so many memes coming out of Split 1 playoffs specifically, including him. But Kim Chili back there, man, Complexity, Monsoon, he was my nomination right there. If I could give a nom for the EA, like, most positive player, Monsoon.
And let's not forget, you guys at home can do that. So when you see players out here acting in ways that you think are positive, that you enjoy seeing on stage, be sure to check that out and nominate them for this distinct honor. Now, I will say, you touched on Kimchi while we were there. Complexity have had wonderful organization when it comes to their inter-game segments. They perhaps haven't had the really high highs that we're talking about on ADs to set up for our big heroes of this matchup. However, Complexity are a squad that I'm absolutely keeping my eye on, because in the post-game, their comms, their improvement is organized, militant even.
Well, the trajectory is going to keep going up, but you mentioned teams
looking for
to watch.
Verholz to pop off here.
Run it back is actually going to be another contest. We got to keep our eyes out, actually, but looks like we're going to be jumping into World's Edge, so maybe that's going to be the first 3 maps of the day. So I lied to you earlier. You can blame me, guys. We're running it back with World's Edge.
Yes, we are. Let's do it. I mean, you know what?
World's Edge, never heard of her.
I'm prepped.
Until games 1 through 3.
Jumping into it, we've got some big things to acknowledge, of course. Aurora, this time not going to be taking on Onyx. However, we've seen their contest happen over at Harvester before. It's been quick and dirty.
It has been, and I think a lot of that is attributed to the fact that Aurora just mirrored Dark Zero's comp and just landed on them full send.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And landing strategy is a big part of it. NRG, with their positioning over at staging, I've had a bit of a lackluster day. A lot of people had high expectations of NRG coming into it. But
so Countdown Fissure Landslide.
Very few people
should
are
be
actually
popping.
Working with a Valkyrie, Loba, and my personal favorite, Rampart.
Look, I really do love the Loba Rampart together. The utilization is specifically for the black market, finding that loot as you make that pathway and keep going. But Aurora, this is the contest. Ranch is already down. Cleave, Maliwan. This is the thing. Maliwan on Caustic, already on a purple, can just kind of throw those barrels out immensely, but Jen Burton equally running the Caustic.
A very valuable pick in a position like Harvester as well. A lot of chokes that you have to run through, so Caustic's value just gets quintupled even as we jump into the contest for this PO. I sense that the last one standing already, but he does have the assistant of gas with a little bit of body blocking. He almost makes Makes it work, but Aurora
out
and Dark Zero take Harvester.
My, how the tides have turned. Dark Zero was not happy about this contest that happened in A versus B, and they came in with a plan. Previously, it was Dark Zero that primarily held the P2020s, but as you can see, it was Maliwan that had that this time, and they completely flipped the switch.
It's so rough when you have contests within your own group. No matter where Aurora
no matter what
play
group
in
you're in, you're contesting on World's
They cannot
Edge.
escape the fact that they have to fight for their POIs constantly.
Exactly. You move on over to Storm Point. On the latter half, it's going to be Onyx again. So they are just fully contested all the time. And granted, you want to be in group stages and you want to hit that certain threshold so you can throw yourself in that winner's bracket instead of fighting it out in the elimination bracket. But sitting on 2 purples, a white, Dark Zero, now they can focus on playing their game.
Now we know where we started. I want to take a look at where we're going to end up because the map is already starting to evolve. We've got plenty of rotations happening as teams try and find themselves some beacons, and most notably actually, NRG has started rotating up from staging over to the landslide area. They were cut short by Leave No Witnesses, who are still looting in this area. A surprising
It's just Leave
thing,
No Witness.
especially because landslide really doesn't have that
Not
much.
witnesses,
But it's
Leave
worth
No
noting
Witness.
that this is specifically because of the way that staging and landslide beacons are spawned off of each other. If staging doesn't have one, landslide almost certainly does.
And then you have to kind of bide your time, right? Because at the beginning of the game, you know that beacon information is already going to be occupied, so you want them to hit it, and then you can rotate out and mirror them and get that information and carry forward. But NRG has been rotating entirely quickly, and that alludes to the composition that they're running.
It does. It's this quick loot 'em, scoot 'em, boot 'em, and they'll make their way in, ring data or not, I suppose, and they're going to have the unfortunate, unenviable task of walking by Dark Zero. Our ring, however, pulling straight up and into the northeast, where we've already got a lot of squads piling in.
TSM already starting to pile up there.
Over by Overlook right now. MDY White have their position over by the bridge and start a fight. The team to watch for me from these first 3
Is Onyx going to
games
fight
this
Realize
morning
here?
have put themselves all the way in the corner.
Something about when you go to where the circle
Onyx
is
about to
kind
fight
of
Realize at No Name down
always be a
just
safe
north of Lava
But it
Siphon.
doesn't always pan out that way because we've seen some crazy pulls, especially today.
Vex fighting
This is
Glitch
one
as
of
well,
our first
rotating
zones
over
that
towards
we've
Monument.
actually seen pull up towards the northeastern side so far.
Yeah, it definitely used to be a rule of rings, right? When you saw the edge touch, you wanted to go there because the ring was going there. It's not always as true nowadays, but as you talk about, the benefit of that is that you've got a lot of safety. Safety that Vex simply don't have.
Vex does not have that. IGL Matafe already down, and when you're seeing
I kind of
it
wish we were
down,
full
you can't
screen right now.
utilize that
Not
focus
gonna
and
lie.
attention to stun and really help the fraggers, but looks like they're going for the instant reset, and I really respect that. But you do have to burn a bang ult in the process. But they're sitting on some beautiful shields. They've got great weapons, and they should start feeling really confident, especially earlier in their early matchups. They were doing, you know, pretty good.
They were, I mean, Vex, terrifying for a reason. Throwers of EMEA, and hey, we're still on a technical level in EMEA. Now, they've made their way into this tunnel, and as you talked about, got cut off on the exit, had to go back, and Apex isn't a game known for its ability to, you know, have takesies, backsies. You've got to commit to the decisions, and unfortunately for Vex, they did get sandwiched for a second there. Forgiveness was allowed, and they're going to be able to continue on the rotation, but it's now stalled, delayed, and Vex don't have priority where they would have otherwise.
So let's talk about that a little bit more as we look towards our rotation before anything kind of breaks out. They have to keep moving forward. They land Skyhook East. Pulverex takes Skyhook West in Trials. And if you're already rotating towards that zone that's pulling towards Epicenter, you're going to get mirrored upon if you get held up here.
Yeah, even Vex trying to, I suppose, mirror Glitch. I cannot believe the confidence of scanning a beacon in the face of Vex, but somehow they make it work, and everybody gets out alive. Still, 19 squads standing, so things have been pretty slow, although those of you with a keen eye would have noticed that we had TSM going up against Optic in a quick exchange of 30-30 shots.
Sometimes you just have to get that initial poke information, look who's kind of throwing down the damage, find out what kind of shields they have working with them. Is this a smart fight? Can I actually just grab a random knock and maybe just take this 3v3 before someone rotates in? But so far, all of our teams are doing pretty well. We got 19 squads, and they're just kind of all playing that. But I think we're going to see a lot of congestion on that northern side, specifically around our teams looking to get out of Skyhook.
Especially those. I mean, we already saw the way that Vexed has been bounced around.
All right, I got
squad, so we now know that there are at least 2 teams ahead of them on the rotation. But as we alluded to earlier, Optic already quite close to TSM are continuing to take space in Overlook where they can feel safe with Skittlecakes Caustic to back them up. The world famous Caustic.
I know it's world famous Caustic, but Skittlecakes on Horizon is wild as well. But Noct is going to be finishing that rotation. But there's a lot of things that Skittlecakes, when he played Horizon, would do. You know, instead of utilizing the gravity lift to block a door, he would actually throw it on enemy teams and shoot them up into the air.
Affected that.
Yeah, affected that earlier today as well. And that's what kind of jogged my memory. I was like, you know who I've seen do that? Skittlecakes.
Yeah, it is a truly amazing Horizon player when you recognize, I don't need this mobility. It's better to burden someone else with the responsibility, and you just offload that. It's a big risk because you get rid of a large tool for your team, but great recognition of that has clearly earned some big players their titles. Now, Optic have settled in. For the moment, this is going to be some pretty stock standard Caustic stuff. You lay down in Overlook, and unless some act of God uproots them, Optic are staying.
Yeah, they're not going to be moving. TSM likely not going to move as well, but what they are going to want to do is keep poking, burning the health utility on teams around them, so they force to have no more shields. But you say, hey, they're not going to move. Look at this right now. Drop says, no, man, we're full sending it.
What on earth is this? Just pushing on, evidently, Reps and Verholster were holding the building as a duo. Hal has to run all the way back, but with the Catalyst, TSM do have a lot of safety, and there are a lot less entrances into their building. Overlook is going to be a pivotal point for this map, but mostly because the rest of the zone is coming here. You want to eliminate people right next door to you, and unfortunately, Go Next don't even get the chance to show up.
Definitely don't, but here's the thing. Skittlecakes may, oh, okay. Started by Esports, doesn't either. Finds a rat, and Imperial Hal able to put 4 bullets together and 30-30 him to death.
Startify just evaporating out here. They started off with a really quick rotation and have ended up just sort of in the middle of nowhere. It's not their ideal for sure, but their first 3 games, as we talked about on Stormpoint, were not mirrored with great performances on World's Edge. It looks like, unfortunately, they just haven't solved that problem yet.
Okay, so that's tough, right? Let's talk about that, because when we're in group stages, we can kind of flesh a lot of those nuances out. Maybe World's Edge isn't your strong suit. It has been the map that's been in the rotation for competitive structure longer, right? More so than Stormpoint. So a lot of
all right, who did I miss going out?
Favor that. It's that comfort map, but some people just excel much better on Stormpoint.
And it definitely has to do with their game plan as well. I'm talking to, oh Lord, Korath going down.
Bro, what is up with Leave No Witness and Glitch fighting one another?
Just a moment to secure this building. And
Leave No Witness and Split One Leave No Witness.
Even with Rena on low HP, Panic thinks he's got this, but with an Arc Star inside, everybody's got to back away, and Glitch now have no safety, but neither do Leave No Witnesses, who expire right outside.
Realize also eliminated, and I like kind of the way they're trying to play this slash right there, utilizing the bang smoke, trying to get some loot on the way. They do have 2 eliminations, but they were dodging.
While they don't want to leave any witnesses, they don't even want to leave a single witness.
Connect to them. That initial stun is like 2.5 seconds. It slows you down, but now Vex Gaming, they want a piece.
And Glitch on the inside do not have a catalyst. For Vex, it's a matter of controlling the lines of sight through these doors. Unlucky does a great job of applying pressure through the roof. And now it's a matter of who gets first move. Tyler gets chunked a bit, and that lets you push forward as Glitch, as they drop down, should be able to pick up at least a knock here, if not a full squad wipe.
A black hole being expended, and so is an entire clip. They are able to grab that knock, and Unlucky finding themselves quite unlucky, fully eliminated. Now we're looking for Matafe and Tyler, and you can see they've got that information of where they are, and they're just gonna hold the top of the rock. But when 3 hungry members of Glitch surround you, dropping off the
nice
back,
push here by
Matafe
Zilliq.
goes down as well. Did Tyler decide to back off from this engagement, maybe run, play your life? No.
And at this point into the fight, if we can call it that still, Glitch have access to the gravity lift again. They're ready to retake height, and you should know, as the last remaining member of Vex, there's nothing that you can do to salvage your teammate's life. It's a big fight, and really demonstrating the value of World's Edge with the way that Glitch were able to hold on to the high ground building.
Yeah. It was quite impressive. They kind of just started swarming.
Is he going to be able to come back behind and pick up those banners, though, is the real question.
Just the perfect moment for them. And just like that, Tyler,
I like seeing that Onyx and Ascend both have already got early points.
And Vext lost that, I will say, from a winning position. They had control of the building.
Green Fire as well.
They were the ones that slipped up. That's going to be tough for them, and it's evidently going to be tough for Dark Zero, who have lost a member to, you guessed it, Effect.
This man is your kill leader of the day thus far, but he is going to get taken down by Zero. Zero's that man, if you're going to go for Jen Burton, I am going to throw it back tenfold. Black hole incoming, and Hack is immediately deleting that. Now we're going to start throwing out some utility to try to find some information. In the meantime, look who's trying to third party. It's going to be Onyx grabbing a knock on a Zero, so this is a good time for Alliance to reset.
They're able to do so with the safety of Caustic Gas as well. Hakis finishes off the kill on Zero from the third party that you alluded to. It's a big turn in the favor of Alliance, and unfortunately, just that little bit of random element that caught Dark Zero in the open.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Alliance so far, after the original 6 games that they have played, 22,000 damage dealt as a team with 45 total kills. They are just throwing it down today, and if they can continue that momentum that we witnessed earlier and find success in yet again going up another group, this could be wild when we get to the bracket stages.
Now, it's going to be tough for them in this game because as they're playing outside of Epicenter, there aren't a whole lot of ways
I
for
think
them
the
to rotate
co-catcher is
into
getting
the
brought
next
in, chat.
zone. They're going to have to play this one off of high ground. Even jumping into the low ground canyon here seems like a really risky move to me, and that's even after they deal with all the squads approaching from the west. Vex are still making their way in, and Glitch have moved into the very center of Epi.
Yeah, now we've got the map up, look where TSM is, right? We're talking about the buildings that TSM was able to hold, Optic Gaming was able to hold as well. Now, as they can stand the push that Optic Gaming so desperately wants to do, Optic has already shown they want a piece of TSM, and speaking of wanting that piece, Pulverex is eliminated, Onyx Esports now in an engagement.
It's the risk of these very passive positions that you can find yourself in, even watching MDY White and Fnatic, who have
all right, so Onyx got themselves a nice little start here in game number 1. Already got 4 KP.
Spots to be in. Teams like
they're in the middle of this current zone with no other teams around them. Should be able to move in towards where this next zone is. They don't have the information on it just quite yet, though.
It's the curse of the valley out by Overlook.
See, the thing is, Onyx, in their previous matchup, didn't really get to play their Stormpoint matches because they were contesting Aurora, who is still in this lobby, and clearly Onyx still alive. It wasn't boding well for them. Now that we actually get to see them in that mid-game, now we get to see, can they win again? That 1v1 that
we do have to remember, though, Onyx did make their
they're going to carry that momentum forward.
Charge on
resetting over by Epicenter. It doesn't seem like they're interested in a southern rotation.
World's Edge, right?
Instead, one that takes them through
so them having a good game here isn't exactly surprising. Where we want to see them pop off is on Storm Point, where they're contesting.
Hold tight here. Go next in the mix as well. Able to grab a knock onto Rena. Tricky. Glitch though. Moving forward.
So Onyx on the other side of this bridge, where Alliance is fighting Glitch.
Being expended, you just can bide your time, right? If someone's gonna throw a bang ultra, maybe that's you can just hide.
Is it just me, or does this scene not need to be up right now? I would much rather watch the fight than see the frickin' map over on the right side. It's covering up half the screen.
Without a whole lot of ways forward. Naked, however, one of our squads to watch coming into this game, now get taken out in 14th place, and the fights just continue as Vex get taken down.
Yeah, but look what happened to them. It was effect. It was the effect.
Yeah.
Just completely went nuclear, and bro, he's literally 18. He is coming in here on his first man.
He's only 18.
Just trying to hit this man in the head, and honestly, I would want to take the Seer out too.
Yeah, I think he's got this. I mean, a shield bat peak, but NRG don't have a whole lot to worry about. Their quick recovery, however, doesn't truly exist. There's no Gibraltar. There's no
see the whole fight, right?
No instant
not just the
safety
big
on
old map on the right side.
Sweet with Rampart.
Look, that's Dark Zero over there, and they're just doing a little dancey dance. He's taking longbow shots. Guild and Nathan close the distance, and just like that, Dark Zero Zainu has been eliminated.
It was a smart call to send Guild and Nathan forward, as we talked about, a little bit more mobile on the Loba and Valkyrie, so they've got the opportunity to make their way back to Sweet, scout things out for him, as now they're going to be able to group up together once more. Out of the low ground, 30 seconds left. It's going to be a long rotation for NRG, and one that I don't expect them to make largely on foot.
Yeah, you're going to have to utilize all the means of transportation. That evac tower has been a godsend being added to this game, but Hackis, a lot of people utilizing snipers this go around, but the crafting rotation, we can talk about that. The purple sniper stock, the skull piercer, so obviously the longbow. Longbow wingman, obviously charge rifle, sentinel.
Bro, Alliance already leading the
Chef's kiss.
lobby here again with kills in game number 1.
Scary. Sometimes I get hit with the charge sentinel, and I genuinely think I've been hit with the Kraber.
Yeah, actually, you're not wrong. I was playing, and one of the observers actually one-pieced me right off rip, so I know what that feels like. It must be like going up against Effect.
Yeah, as he takes on yet another squad, he's like, can I 1v3 again? Is that just something that I'm allowed to do? And evidently, it's going to be so, because on this side of the map, there aren't a whole lot of teams coming up behind you. It is largely going to be just Alliance that start pressuring down onto the remaining
TSM getting a squad wipe here, wiping NRG.
NRG just taken out by Imperial Hal himself, and I feel like that one's gonna hurt a little bit, right? We always talk about some of the greatest IGL
Dreamfire out as well.
and it's Hal versus Sweet, Hal versus Sweet. Well, there's so many more out there, but those two,
They were taken out by Complexity.
people always talk about.
And a big part of it is because you look at these IGLs. And
Glitch going to be taken out by Onyx.
Talented, but also they could frag. They could shut up.
They should allow Onyx to have the south side of this ring, I do believe.
And do just as well, perhaps if not better. That's a very scary thing about players like this. Now Fnatic, they've taken their steps to mitigate players like that by saying, well, if you want a style, you're going to have to walk through a lot of hurt first.
Look at the setup. 2 amped covers, the black market available to them, and you were talking about walking through a lot of hurt. Well, taking on Fnatic is not going to be
So you got Alliance right on top of
Fnatic
here.
With the addition of Umi-chan and
Onyx taking out
every time we look away, Effect is back bullying someone else.
Dang,
and
man.
Meanwhile, Onyx has fallen. 7 squads remaining.
He's like, I don't even need to do this. I can just harass other people. I can soften up other squads for my team to then go fight. This RV, a typically very defensible area, is looking pretty juicy, especially when you're running Caustic. And Yuki does have the ability to pop in a Horizon.
Oh my goodness.
How was that even possible right there? That was so insanely quick, but don't worry, there are other players in the distance. A nearby frag is going to be
Alliance
the
is
end
insane.
of Yuki, so they want to stabilize
That kid
a little bit
Effect
with their
is
help before
diffy.
going back on the reset. Oh, but they pushed up. They're capitalizing on this.
Now this is multiple squads at this point that are involved in the engagement. Complexity is pressuring from one side and Alliance up Fnatic on the other, and in the midst of that, a gold knockdown shield connects onto Yuki, and he's right back into the game as if nothing happened.
This is the second time we've seen a gold knockdown in the hands of Hackis, right? And it's paid off dividends in the resets that Alliance is able to get. It actually happened in Yuki's 1v1. Hackis goes down, and it's like, oh, hey, 750 HP on my shield. Let's barrel crawl forward. And obviously, it didn't really pay off in their favor, but we'll see. It maybe this time.
It can work, and it's already done wonders for Alliance as they hold the last remaining position in the ring that gives you any sort of a vertical cover. TSM fighting for the high
Optic
ground
out.
of this ring are going to be helped out even by
5th, not a bad job for Optic. I wonder how much KP they had with it there in game number 1.
Separates the ring for TSM as they now have to take a 3v3 on the other side against
yeah,
the 3v3.
TSM.
They almost lose. Hal might very well go down here as the shield bat will just barely finish.
I love that, right? 5 seconds to get that.
And does that mean now the other 2 teams are fighting here? The other 2 teams are fighting. TSM walks up on this and gets this for free?
But instead, TSM full sending towards Ascend. We've seen this fight. This is how the Split 1 playoffs ended. And who comes out on top again?
Hal getting greedy.
From above, take out Ascend. They secure second place, and they know what they did. But Yuki gets taken down. And
Alliance going to come up on top here and finish things up. So Alliance took 7 games, and they've already qualified for winners bracket. Winners up bracket round 1.
They need all this hype. They are just
That's
showing
crazy.
you what it looks like when they don't have to play with a sub. They have their full lineup here, and it is paying off tenfold. Pierre with the big
Dang,
sigh
man.
in the
That's
background.
insane.
He's like, bro, what is happening?
I've run into him so many times in the venue, and he always looks like he's just come out of being super stressed out, like he's a little relieved.
Well, he has a lot of work to do,
He
right?
does.
He's like, I have to make sure my players are hydrated. Are they sleeping? Is Effect 1 clipping as necessary?
Yeah.
He is. Effect coming into this series had a 6.17 KD.
What do you think it is now?
not.
8? I could go 8. I could probably go higher.
I mean, you're not wrong. You could definitely go higher.
Yeah.
It's only going up. Alliance stonks on the rise.
Yeah, this is a squad that is looking unstoppable, and it is in the first day of the tournament in the Split 2 playoffs. Now, Onset was talking about this earlier when we were on
can
the
they
analyst
keep
desk, but
this momentum?
This is the point where
can they keep this momentum over the rest of the weekend? That's the big thing, right?
And yet, when you're able to secure it at this point, you are throwing the gauntlet into the squads. You not only have to do well, you have to beat us somehow.
You do, and let's run that final circle back. We can see that initial push on Alliance where Effect takes that black hole into that and immediately starts pushing. Optic is going to drop out here. We're at 4 squads. Look, they're already double digits, 12 eliminations.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't! Hacky is making
Oh
the difference
my
in that final
goodness.
fight, picking up an additional 2 KP for the squad and taking out Fnatic. And it was at this point that TSM knew they had to play for a second. Once you use the Catalyst while the timer is on.
Well, we were watching TSM's POV on that Fnatic fight, and it looked like maybe they had picked up that KP, and Hackis just stands up with the Sentinel and rips it out from underneath them. But they're on 14 eliminations. Now, mind you, they had a 16 elim game in that prior set.
And you know what? They're going to get pretty close. This may not even be the highest height that they achieve throughout the day, but a masterful push by them ultimately opens things up. It did look risky for a second, but that's just the Verhulst factor.
I mean, Verhulst is kind of wild. He's not doing any farmers carries this week, strictly cardio for the TSM boys, but a 29-point game from Alliance here on World's Edge, 17 eliminations.
So they've already
TSM
qualified
18
for
and Ascend with 15 as well. That's
winners
really
bracket
solid.
round 1.
18, a 15, I would say brilliant, right?
Utter decimation
But
of the lobby.
29? That's almost a third.
This lobby looks like a truffula tree. That's how top-heavy it is. It just, Alliance are ballooning forward, and there are very few points for teams like Fnatic, Optic to pick up afterwards. But Onyx get their chance to play, place in the top 10. NRG and Dark Zero just
Alliance
barely
is
miss
playing
out.
pubs.
Yeah, I
True.
mean, at least they're outside the top 10 with KP, but since Alliance point sponged and kill sponged so much of the lobby, there's going to be a lot of donuts on the kills.
Yeah, and that's just the reality. Unfortunately, the teams like Aurora, who really do rely on kills for their points, even leave no witnesses, Pulverex, and one of our teams to watch, Naked, do not manage to grab their points in the first game, but it is only the first.
You're not wrong. It is only the first, and this is a 6-game series, so we'll have 2 more matches on World's Edge then before moving on over to Stormpoint. But I'm really curious what that contest is going to look like from DZ and Aurora. It's been the talk of the town. It's been getting crazy, and every time Aurora seems to be getting the weapons, it shifts, right? The tables flip.
Harvester, very difficult to contest, and it can all change in an instant because of how close you're allowed to be to each other.
Yes.
There's so much cover allowed in these, I hesitate to call them micro buildings, we'll call them corridors for now.
I like that.
As soon as you get a crack, as soon as you find flesh, it's like a 2-step walk forward into just throwing yourself into the enemy's face.
Throwing yourself in the corridors, as Shakespeare would say. But hey guys, we're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2.
Oh, chat. Prior to today's match, how many kills did 35? Right? They don't even have the right answer up there. On Wikipedia, it literally shows that the answer is 41. They're gonna give him 42. Watch. Watch, chat. They gon' do it. They didn't give us the answer because they know it's wrong. Get absolution on. It's not 35. It was 41. See, I'm sure.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And even if it was supposed to not include playoffs. Playoffs?
Welcome back, everyone. We
34.
are live from the Copper Box Arena, day 1 of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs underway. Spider Tip and Dia are going to be walking you through the final 2 matches on World's Edge. It's the second one. After such an incredible performance from Alliance, they actually just walked by us, and Hackis was like, that was fun.
Oh, he had so much fun. Yeah. I do love when players can have a good time. I do wish that they would let others have a bit of fun every once in a while.
That's true. You're not wrong. If Hackis is over, they're just having a bunch of fun. A third of the lobby clearly isn't.
Yeah. I will say, though, we'll give them benefit of the doubt. They've got 2 more games, perhaps let a few other competitors in, and we've got plenty of them that are ready for the challenge. It's difficult to take on a team that is so ready to besiege you in buildings. And jumping back into last
Alliance
game,
is just
I think we
disgusting.
have to talk about the Horizon ult moment from Effect one more time. And I know we
Effect
talk about
1v3'd like 3
time,
teams.
but that is masterful knowledge of the
It's
game
honestly kind of
and
insane.
of how much impact just a simple cooldown can have. We've seen Horizon Ultimate used to start fights so often. Even in previous metas, that was the way you actually began. And yet, in this case, it wasn't to start a fight. It was to say, hey, I need a few seconds to do some damage. Can you look here for a second?
That's exactly what happened. They got sucked into that black hole, and I think that fight ended in less than 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
It was the fastest fight for a team I have ever witnessed, and we're talking about things, and we had mentioned, north of 8,000 damage from the last series alone. He's broken 10K.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That's my boy. Let me take a look at second. Oh, yeah. Just a clean little 2K over even second place. And by the way, second place is Hackis, so in case anyone was wondering, the competition at least stays in the family.
The kill leaders have definitely changed. Effect with 32 eliminations. Hackis with 17.
Oh, Lord. And this is why we were so excited to watch Alliance jump in. And yet, we were also talking about teams that perhaps did not get their time in the sun. I'm asking myself, looking at this game, even looking at their performances throughout the day,
right?
What's going on with Vexed? Should I not have asked? Sore subject?
Look, I don't think it's a sore subject, right? They're not happy with the playoff performance they had on Split 1.
Yeah, Vexed
not making the finals lobby, and the one thing that they said,
been kind of quiet today.
To improve. Honestly, the way they worded it was
not as quiet as they were in Split 1 playoffs.
And sometimes when you say things like that, it can get a little dangerous, but they have had some pop-off moments in between. That first World's Edge map did not do them any justice, though.
No, not at all. And now that we're jumping into World's Edge once more, they've got the opportunity.
All right, you got 2 more games left on World's Edge here.
World's Edge has actually traditionally looked pretty good, even in their regular season, but a lot of that was because they were catching teams off on rotations that they weren't quite prepared for. You're trying to make your way through Fragment? Well, Vexed are there and they're ready to kill you. In a case like this, it's very clear that the rest of the teams of the lobby have prepared their rotations ahead of time, and with relatively few contests going around, a lot of them are making their timers, and so Vexed aren't getting those kills in passing that they were during the regular season of Split 2.
You're definitely onto something there with that, but they're going to have to turn it around starting now. Now, granted, we always talk about this. It is still group stages. These are not the brackets right now, so teams are kind of figuring it out, getting those contests out of the way, and trying to deny the other teams from contesting in them when it comes to bracket, because that is where everything matters. On Championship Sunday, you need to be in that finals lobby if you're even thinking
Ascend's
about
been relatively
wanting
quiet
to get
today.
those playoff points that are so needed for the champs.
Yeah, and I am looking at, we got to see one of our teams start a fight who did not get the chance to pop off as they did in the first
They did
3
finish
games
3rd in that last
previously.
game, though, so.
Now that we're on World's Edge, it may be that they're having a bit of trouble adapting to this map as well, where taking space as you do on Stormpoint can be a lot more difficult to do in a more solved map like World's Edge.
As we get a look of the drop ship, our teams are flying in. The hot zone is going to be the tree. So Onyx benefiting to all of the good loot. But my eyes, I want to see, where is Aurora? Are they taking on Dark Zero?
All right, so Onyx in fourth, 8 points for their first game on World's Edge. Again, remember, they didn't find on World's Edge in the first session where they really struggled with Stormpoint. So it feels like they need to make sure they can really capitalize in these first couple of games. They're going to have themselves a good boot spot, it sounds like, down there at the tree. They're not going to have far to rotate towards the zone.
This is going to be so beautiful for them. NRG, we were talking about how maybe
something tells me this is going up Lava Fissure way, though.
This is a zone that they should have the ability to rotate quickly and put themselves into a good position. But look at Countdown.
I mean, you need that second read, and you need it immediately. This contest between Dreamfire and Glitch, though, is one that Dreamfire tried to avoid last game. Both teams ultimately going their separate ways. This time with a 3-0-1 and a car. 3MZ felt a little bit more confident. Didn't get the knock, however, and I suspect we see the same thing. We go our separate ways. We've already split the POI.
That's tough, right? Because we were talking about what are the negative sides of contesting here. You're getting denied loot. You only have 32 bullets of light ammo for that R301. And at that point, I just want to go find somewhere to loot and get off these white shields. You cannot go into the mid-game sitting there with mere HP available.
Especially when you're not running something like a Watson, a
Glitch across the way.
Whatever it may be to boost your economy. Even a Loba actually is a good addition to that. Any support legend can really slot in, but if you're lacking that, you need to make sure that you have all of the supplies necessary, and it's difficult if you're not carrying a weapon that takes low ammo count, say like a G7 or even a 30-30.
Ooh, and we've seen a lot of 30-30s, especially in the hands of Effect, with the Skull Piercer being inside the crafter. That just boosts the headshot damage, and that could be why Homie just broke over 10,000. But Ascend, they just hit the redeploy balloon. They're making their way across the map. 19 squads remaining, 57 squads.
Got plenty of time, leave no witnesses. After a
leave no witness
finish for them, I got the chance to talk in between this round and the last for the day, and they did feel pretty good about the 6th place. They know that placing top 10, obviously a victory in any sense in this BR, and yet knowing that they can do better, they've still got work to do. A big part of their game plan change, however, was focused towards where they're landing and not so much their in-game decision making. They're feeling really confident with that right now, and it's led them to this position up on the Mirage à Trois, one that is a little bit riskier. With the shield levels that they have, this is pushable, this is shareable, and it's tough to say how well this will age.
Given where the zone is right now, this is not necessarily a bad spot to hold. If anyone maybe drops a player, there's a respawn beacon available here, and typically some teams will try to get and utilize the one, especially on Mirage à Trois. But jumping on board with Naked, Leica, the IGL, Pinky, and Alpha, they have been kind of a dangerous trio to go up against. Sure, map number 1 really
not so much this time around.
We've seen thus far here today, but you can have that
damn.
happen in
So Glitch got taken out, it looks like, by a combination of Dreamfire
I will say that if
as well
there
as
is
Dark
a
Zero.
place that I want to see Naked fight, it's in a position like Stacks where you have a lot of verticality, where the potential for movement is unlocked, and right now they want to fight for this beacon and the crafter that comes with it. This is a big boost to you no matter where you're at in the game, especially as a squad that wants to mitigate.
Which makes sense. They probably rotated out of Harvester.
Information, but we are in Optic Gaming
Split out of there after
you know how aggressive they
Aurora.
can get in the early game. We saw their positioning and trying to take a move onto TSM before it was even necessary, before backing off. So now with Naked in the vicinity, of course, Optic Gaming, you can see them just on the corner hanging around Big Mod, but shots are being fired, letting them know, hey, you're not alone here.
Not at all, and we've got a lot of teams starting to crowd in, whether it be even outside by Stacks Big Mod or inside the zone. It's a big reason why TSM are going to choose to play the safe route. Use Verholst's quick wall just to make their rotation up towards the Lava Fissure a little bit more comfortable. Yuka, however, looks pretty uncomfortable.
You know, when I thought a Fuse couldn't get any worse, Dia, it's when you put an L-Star in the hands of
Fuse with an L-Star is pretty beastly.
That care package weapon that has the collat damage can really make or break a fight difference.
Fnatic will be able to back off because they lost Yuka, and Yuka was playing a support legend. This is not the end of the world for them. You'll be able to loot up really quickly once you get Loba back into the game, and you're able to craft her banner, perhaps even here in Landslide.
Yes, and obviously they're in that next zone early, so if they can get out of
Yeah, but they got a team looking at them. They can probably know that this is a duo.
Land landslide as their drop stop POI, but here they are not.
But they're up over on the crane, so they probably don't leave.
Rotating in from Overlook, so they're doing kind of a negative rotation, but landslide is already occupied by a multitude of teams, and you see post-kill Lufka on your screen, a Bangold in the mix as well, just trying to reunite with Kashera.
And Ascend run the low ground right underneath Leave No Witnesses. This is a team that knows exactly how they want to play the zone.
Leave No Witness.
Sitting down here, you've got a great power position as long as you pick one of these buildings.
Ooh, Fnatic as they make their way to try to get their teammate back. Dark Zero is in hot pursuit. Umi-chan Lovechi is gonna go down, but we are talking about Dark Zero having to deal with the contest in that last matchup series at Harvester. Now, it's almost kind of like things are moving in the direction that they had really wanted to have happen, already on 4 eliminations.
Taking a look down towards the south of the map as well, we've got the opportunity to jump into Naked versus Optic as they encounter each other in the south of Lava Siphon. It's a long-distance engagement, one that Optic have certainly been warned against, and we should be seeing these teams pass by each other, but it's 1, 2 30-30 bullets that can change that.
It started over in stacks, right, with Optic occupying Big Mod, and they're now finding themselves trying to rotate towards and out of Lava Siphon. Triple blue for Naked, and Optic still taking the high ground in the building. And
Optic's going to rotate out pretty quickly here, though, so should give Naked some additional space here.
Because I think you need to prioritize your gameplay and getting ahead of Naked, getting through Harvester and carrying on towards staging and even Landslide, because trying to rotate towards Landslide, you're going to get gate capped.
And Optic, in a way, do win this engagement. Though they don't fight it out fully, they move their way towards the center of Lava Siphon. They have access to the beacon, the next ring scan, and that's really the benefit of the rotation, the late rotation they took. They're going to tank a bit of zone, sure, but they had Crafter earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, it's first zone, so like, who really cares?
Work with. Now they get more information.
You get so much information.
With not just a ring scan, but they hit the People's Beacon.
People's Beacon, and they're going to know exactly where everyone is, which will, you know, be able to give them a rather easy rotation. They can see exactly where they'll find the most resistance, but Naked finally making their way down. Fnatic looking for a bit of crafting. We got to get Yuka and Umi-chan back. At least Melcero is able to get the banners, and look at that. At the back of Geyser is actually going to be a respawn beacon. They can maybe craft up an R9 if they have crafting materials as well and hit the road.
I love support legends. It gives these teams that do suffer early losses a way to play the game again. This, however, is a surprising turn of events. With Melcero choosing to pick up his teammates deep in the ring, you're going to be burning more meds in the long run for the trade-off of being able to pick up more loot along the way.
So you look at it, right? 45 crafting materials left. Melcero only has 1 med kit, so he's going to go back probably to the crafter and immediately drop down 3 med kits.
Yeah, and what you get here by bringing your teammates into the game now is the chance to pick up materials that will also transfer over to the 2 said teammates. Now everybody's going to be able to make a med kit, start rotating in. There's a little under a minute left on the zone, and Zone 2 will not kill this team, but it does set them really far behind in terms of the kills, and they've not earned any placement points yet either. Right now, Fnatic are still sitting at 0, and it's been a tough 0 to achieve.
It really has, and now we start to think back to their drop spot POI, right? In that earlier initial C versus D, they were landing Landslide and finding a lot of success through that. Now, in the Split 2 regular season in the APAC North region, Overlook was their POI, but as you guys know, Moist, J-Lings, there's a lot of teams that are looking to vie for Overlook themselves.
So this is ending up more
group stages. They're either potentially going to be going Harvester, they'll go Overlook, and they'll be going
Not
Landslide.
quite Fissure?
But everything's going to change according to that.
This one doesn't have next
We've got
ring.
our map up in the upper left, and that's really going to separate this. Take a look at where Optic Gaming and Naked are compared to each other. These couple hundred
Maybe a little bit
meters
closer
of
to Mirage
distance
Etoile?
separating the squads are just based off of the
Have we
earlier
seen a circle in
rotates
there in a
that
while?
Optic
I don't
were
think we
able to
have.
Prioritize the extra mats that they had, the comfortability, where Naked had to stop by thermal and grab a little bit of extra crafting themselves. Now you've got to run through an alliance who's going to be effectively edge guarding with you in the red. The heat gets turned up for Naked.
Optic now able to grab the building in staging, that main building, but when you have Alliance kind of nearby you, after watching them take down 17 eliminations in that first map, that is something that you have to think about, and a lot of our players in these lobbies are very familiar with the compositions that our players are running.
Yeah, they're very aware of what
So
teams are around them, right?
Exactly who a team is the moment they say, oh, hey, there's a Loba, there's a Rampart, there's a Valk, and they're like, okay, these are the 2 teams that are running that, here's the rotational path, and the ability to deduce that information down. Well, looking at Sweet right here, he's one of the masterminds who thinks 20 steps ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one of the, as you said, historically best IGLs of all time. You got to put respect on Sweet. And Sweet, well, he may not put respect on you, as unfortunately, Naked have got to run towards NRG, and you now know as NRG, there's no way out but through you.
I mean, that's what you gotta do. You gotta carry on forward. Sweet was running the longbow early on in match number 1. He's gonna continue grinding that as well.
Of course, now he's causing, you know, enough noise that
most beautiful long distance
catching some shots from a couple different angles.
We were talking about the Sentinel earlier and how scary it can be. You're like, was it a Sentinel or was that a Kraber?
Yeah.
The longbow just shoots so much quicker, and you can just double down and go 55, 55, 55. Next thing you know, you're dropped.
It's great for finishing off kills, and as you said, consistent damage as well gives it a big edge. NRG are going to quickly relocate, but make no mistake, it's not because they can't defend this spot, it's because the ring has started pulling a little further up towards the north. Look at the minimap in the top left, and we've got a ring that seems to be largely pulling out of the open. There's always the outside chance that this goes Lava Fisher, but as they land with Pulverex right in their face, it's Pulverex that I believe have predicted one of the better zonals.
And the thing about Pulverex is, right, historically they hadn't been better on World's Edge, but today they have been. So now if they can capitalize on the incoming Valkyl, now taking that RV, because you can see F-Chan over there on that rock, he's like, hey, what's going on in that RV? And we've seen a lot of chaos ensue, especially with Effect throwing a black hole in there. Just
what's Pulverex end with on their score for
can be for your team. But
their first set?
Check in with Vex,
Yeah, 61. They're in second place.
Eye on them and their performance, only 1 point from game 1.
And they've just pushed back Optic Gaming into a rotation that'll take them just through landslide. A slow is going to land in the ring, and that actually very well could be deadly. Drop makes a wide swing. He's going to have to back away from this nade, however. And now you find yourself trapped. Optic Gaming do not have a way to relocate unless it be through the squad in front of them, and they got to take tank ring damage to do it.
Fnatic has finally made their way out of their regain from Geyser.
Just pushes through. Get some shots on the player on the right.
That Meltstera, who went through the depths to get his teammates back, is fully eliminated, and you can see Fnatic just trying to get out of dodge. Prioritizing
there's Optic for you, Boogie.
17 squads remaining. You can't keep going out early.
This is the most difficulty I've ever seen a single squad go through, especially in international competition, to still have achieved 0 points. Fnatic are clawing their way just to be able to play this lobby, and it should emphasize, Tiff, the importance of rotations, not just for them, but for Optic right next door, who now
are they gonna jump in on this fight? 3P?
A little bit hot up on the high ground.
Hitting that evac tower. Oh, big game. Alliance eliminated. So now that point once the kill sponge isn't going to be here, and it is anyone's game. And is that Optic look to take that engagement on the team that actually single-handedly took out Alliance, but they're on the low ground. They've got the high ground, Anakin.
Skittlecake does almost go down, but a pristine Bangalore smoke should keep the squad alive. It's just a little bit of damage being peppered in, but nothing that you can't live through. But Optic choose to take the high ground.
Naked just came in here as well.
They're going to find themselves right in the face of the ring, and at least 3 squads. I don't think anybody's making it out of this live, Tiff.
Naked looking for a beautiful third party that they can just capitalize on, turns into an all-out brawl.
And now comes in NRG. Go next, Optic Gaming.
But NRG looking to capitalize. Go next, Optic Gaming now eliminated, and Sweet barrels forward.
Really nice play for Pinky
There's
as well.
Naked out as well.
Damn. Out, but they got to participate in the eliminations previous to that of Optic Gaming. It gets them a few extra placement points as well as KP, and ultimately works out well for them. But this long drawn-out Fnatic Optic rotation, I mean, the story finally ends, and the reality, Tiff, is that nobody wins.
No one wins. I like to call something like that when you start trying to look for the regain on your team. It's the regain blender, and you're just constantly getting churned, and you're like clawing just to get out. And sometimes you get out, sometimes you definitely don't. But you know who's going to benefit against it? That's going to be NRG.
Yeah.
Look at all of this. I feel
Optic was kind of screwed from the jump once it's pulled that far.
I do.
And they hadn't really gotten a chance to move.
Luke Goblin's dream right there.
It is. I mean, you pick up Loba as well, so you're just like extra happy. Sweet's been doing pretty well this game, as showcased even in the game itself. However, this move from NRG has cost them. This is something that Hudzik used to talk about quite a bit, but this sort of hermit crab principle of Apex Legends. When you move out of a spot, especially in the end game, that you know is valuable, as soon as you make the move, be it for KP or whatever, that spot is effectively gone. Right now, it's Vex that hold the previous position of NRG, and NRG do not have a position in the zone. Sweet's been trying to create one by laying down rampart walls, but it is flimsy cover at best.
There's really not that. For an end game, this is not going to be good. This is going to be a disgusting
I mean, this is a
pool.
tough ring. Let's be honest. There's really not much outside cover.
Maintain just a little bit higher ground than everyone else. Find those angles inside the RV and continuously push forward and force teams to bait out their ult.
NRG just trying to harass up on high ground. Will
Ascend on Leave No Witness.
Down on the low. Lufka with the wide swing takes down one, takes down a second, and that's.
Oh, and Ascend does indeed leave no witness.
He did not leave a witness. Let me just tell you that. He did not. Vex Gaming also eliminated at the hands of an L-Star and Arc-Star. Sweet, look, this could be a good game for NRG.
Dreamfire are next, though. They took the position of Vex Gaming. Are we? Woo! We were almost Sheila Gaming, but these Thermites.
That's going to be a big Thermite.
As we start to cook. Sheila
the cancel is huge.
NRG still large and in charge on the outside. Have the opportunity to call Dreamfire. It's 1, it's 2, and it's 3 KP for NRG.
NRG turning up.
So far with 9 squads remaining, but it's not going to be over yet. Onyx, who has been clawing, trying
Come
to
on,
make
Onyx.
happen here, specifically on World's Edge, times this third party with the best of
Come on, Onyx.
And now
There we go.
as well. Luda,
NRG out.
Luda!
Oh, yes. And bit by the Hermit Crab principle there. NRG, again, leave their spot. Go push out onto Dreamfire, and they instantly.
And now
get
Onyx is
dumped
pushing
by
into another
Onyx.
team.
It's an insta sandwich, and Onyx now, well, they're suffering down in the low ground. Start a fight, do go down. It's Imperial Hal that takes him out, and Onyx now have to fight in a 2 versus 2 scenario. The last couple shots being thrown in by Shady. With 1 member left, Raki has got to clutch it up, has no health left to do so, and goes down. Ascend have just 2 members left.
Does Ascend still stay alive here?
Crypto Watson should be able to stabilize in the low ground, but they can no longer grab Lufka.
They're starting to run a little bit low on ammo for my likings, and TSM holds that high ground above them, because while this engagement was going on, TSM was working around trying to take out Startifight, but Pulverex.
Yes.
This has been different, right? Like, so I've watched them a lot in scrims, I've watched them a lot in the group stages that we've seen.
So you got Pulverex, Dark Zero, Complexity, Ascend,
you know, I've been very
TSM.
sneaky, and as you can see from that shot, they are definitely quite sneaky, just barreled up against the wall, waiting to crawl out for that end game.
This has been a real brains-on kind of play for Pulverex, because they started in the open. They
MDY
know what
White.
our positions are, but right now, they're taking a gamble by playing out of the low ground that Dark Zero and MDY White will keep them safe by making the other teams unable to drop down into this canyon that Pulverex currently have. They'll grab a little bit of information on Crypto, and a Sky native may very well find some purchase, but Pulverex are largely alone down here, and it's up to the rest of the lobby to farm it.
Now they got to show their faces with the Q, right?
Eliminated at the hands of Complexity and TSM, but let's talk about Pulverex. They were the winners of C versus D originally. But
Try and slow them while they push up to the high ground. Probably from the Valkyrie. Using the smoke, try and give you some cover.
3 games on World's Edge for them to get enough points to secure that top spot.
And it's not hard to see why. With those, as you said, top spots really being the priority, it's placement that has mattered the most to them, and that is the picture-perfect representation of this game. Pulverex are clearly not playing for kills. They're crouched under a rock, but they know how to put up points series after series, and that's by putting yourself in, ideally, the top 3, where they managed to grab 4 top 3s in 6 games.
That's quite impressive, and as I look at this beautiful free cam shot, you can see TSM on the left hand of your screen with Cody, Monsoon, the rest of Complexity to the right, Dark Zero holding this rock, and I feel like anytime someone gets...
Wow, we're dropping Dark Zero! They want to play! 2 down, Zero falls to 1-for-1. Jen Burton with a quick shield swap. Pulverex go down to Zainu in the meantime. I meant
now
what
who's
I said
shooting
earlier.
at
When
them now?
Zero says sick him, he really means it.
You're not wrong, Zainu, the young legend that just joined this roster, but the issue is they gave up high ground for that, and look who wants a piece of it. MDY White now have the high ground on the former LAN champions. Jen Burton taking so much damage.
I don't know how DZ gets up from that low ground.
Maybe we're going to see Amir, Will Mingyu.
This is probably TSM's game as long as they can keep MDY White at bay.
For the win. They don't have to play for second, third, fourth yet. They can still hold on, and it means their attention is split between Dark Zero and TSM. Finally, Dark Zero do go down, but it gives TSM the opportunity to wall aggressively towards MDY White, opening up the map. A double silence on Complexity's low ground with a frag thrown out means that now TSM, they're getting a little bit greedy. They're trying to play both sides. They're going to lose a Catalyst wall soon. These Arc Stars are chunking them, and TSM
Crowd's here for TSM.
In a few seconds.
You cannot focus on MDY White with Complexity barreling down, constantly putting that pressure on you. We're down to the 3 squads, and now the question is, who
fights for
going to
second
go
here?
for broke? Who's going for that second place? Complexity bunkering down on the low ground, and TSM, they dropped down.
TSM wanted to play for a second, but they disrespected MDY White. It's going to be a quick clean up for MDY as they still own the high ground.
Wow,
they still have the power
great
position.
job by MDY White, man. Hell yeah.
MDY White, your champs of map number 2, that played brilliant, right? We were talking about it. They could have jumped down on Dark Zero, and you said it, Dia. They are playing for the win. You little brainiac, you.
I mean, they want to win. It's just Apex Legends, and it looks really good for them. Let's not forget, by the way, first time LAN.
First time
LAN, by the way. Yeah. Let's go. And MDY, I mean, this is, as we were talking about, the global scene stepping up.
Can we see all those signs in the crowd? They have one of the coolest ones, and I know we keep talking about it.
Apex South is really showing up, man.
Where are these light-up signs coming from?
I don't know. I really want one. I don't think I would have put one in my baggage. I'd be afraid that it would break, but we get the support in the crowd once again. You called for it, Tiff. You're absolutely getting it. The dedicated fans of MD White have shown up, and this was a squad that in even the mid-season was a doubtful nomination for playoff. This is not a dominant team that we're seeing pop in. MDY White had a really difficult time making it into the playoffs, and it was just in the end of the season that they actually managed to clutch it up.
Look, hey, they deserved this spot, and they are showing why. Let's run back that final circle. Dark Zero has been eliminated, and it was this fight where TSM decided to take the low ground because MDY White, coming out of that engagement, had stayed so healthy in that fight against Complexity.
And Dark Zero made a really interesting play moments before. MDY White being able to finish off the kills is largely just because they have Beiju. It's one of the big differences between Valkyrie and Horizon is that Horizon has to expend a cooldown in order to jump onto low ground, making it a little bit more risky. Valkyrie does not, and it lets MDY White open up that play. The mistake from TSM at the end, however, was the big clincher.
TSM looking good.
To jump down onto the low ground, disrespecting MDY
I mean, second and first game.
I didn't think I'd be saying this about North America, but you can't get away with that in an international LAN.
You can definitely not get away with that from the action that we have seen from all the other regions. They are represented.
13 kills altogether. 20 point game for MDY.
In second, TSM and Dark Zero, despite going out in 4th place on the low ground.
We had talked about Ascend needing a big game here.
What they were gambling for. It may not have been.
I also mentioned MDY White, so it's good to see both them turn around. Complexity and 6th overall in the group so far.
500 collective damage. It's a pretty good return on your investment, but we'll see how it turns out in the next
NRG,
game.
Optic both doing decent.
A big change for the rest of the lobby. As you noted, Alliance going out very, very early, and Aurora never got a chance to play.
You may be asking, where are all the eliminations? Well, that's because NRG picked up double-digit eliminations despite going out outside the top 5. So it begs to ask the question of, what would that have looked like if NRG could just get to an end game?
Yeah, it's difficult when you're coming from the eastern side of the map because, well, when we have a western pole, this is going to come naturally. It's going to sound like I'm kind of silly, but most people are coming from the east, and so by putting themselves in a situation where they were jumping around, farming for kills on this side, they did open themselves up to third parties. It's a conscious decision from NRG, and I think it's a good look given how slow their games have been today.
Right, and they're fleshing things out. Group stages are the times to test, to challenge, to make things work. But we've got a tie for this series just after 2 games, and we will have to work towards that final map on World's Edge.
I'm looking forward to it, as World's Edge has given us a very different look at the game, as it always does. Storm Point's going to shift things up, and it will favor squads that can take a little bit more ground. And this is something that I'm expecting, say, teams like Starfight to jump back on a little bit, those squads that do want to play more aggressive. And what we're seeing now is that teams that have specific game plans that say, we want to own these 10 meters, specifically because they're the best 10 meters on the map, they're the ones that are really able to show up. And it's 2 very different skill sets, but I'm happy to see that both get their time in the sun.
Not wrong. Let's see who's going to find their time in the sun on map number 3. But before we get there, let's cut to a quick break. And when we come back, the final map of World's Edge.
$36. Definitely not 54. Gaiman Gladiators wasn't a big fragging team. I feel like 18 is too low. Yeah. Fine. I feel like if I'm on it, with as much as I struggled against Aurora on Storm Point, I really need a good third game here.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. MDY White coming off a stellar performance. Dia and I will be taking you through the last match on World's Edge for the day. And with what we've seen throughout the entirety of our 3-map series, the 6 games, we had A versus B, C versus D, now A versus C. It's just been kind of dreamy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a bit like it's Sesame Street at this point, and it's why we have to keep bringing up team names, because we need to be tracking how many points they're all getting, and most notably, seeing what tendencies we're getting to emerge throughout the course of these games, because that's what the group stage is all about.
Like Sesame
it's setting
Street.
expectations and places that teams can build from. Being able to pick up a win here is a really good sign, and what we celebrate in the group stage is the ability for teams to reach really high highs from here on out and over the course of this day and the next, especially once we get into the elimination bracket and beyond. It's about being able to replicate those performances in preparation for match point.
A lot of the teams, when I was reaching out, talking to their analysts, talking to their coaches, had talked about the adaptability that was needed as they were advancing on through the Split 2 playoffs. Group stages, the bracket stages, and even then the finals, if you can make it. Because some teams that found themselves inside the top 3 in groups didn't even make the finals. And that's really hard to say, and that's North Epson in particular. But when I was talking to them, that was their biggest takeaway. They're like, we didn't have the adaptability. We were still a new team prior to Split 1
What's your
playoffs,
thoughts,
they were
Chad,
only
on
a team for 6
Alliance?
months.
With
So you have to
knowing
factor
you've
in
probably
a lot of
already
that.
qualified
These
for
players,
land, do you
their
still
first time
continue to
on
press
land,
the pace?
first time playing
Or do you
in
kind
this
of
leveled stage,
relax?
looking at a
Like, I'm not
crowd
saying
in
you don't
front of them,
like,
supporting them,
it's not like you
cheering
don't
them
try.
on, and look, we get sweaty up
But
here.
you essentially now, if you're Alliance, you can chill and vibe for the rest of this session, and then vibe for your one session on Friday.
Otherwise,
you qualify for uppers.
It can be a really nervous experience. So when you see players,
You then have a great performance, finish top 10, and you're already in grants.
Oh, while you're giving them love, let's look at the kill leaders for the board on there. Effect 9, Imperial Howl 9, but someone else that is making a name for themselves that showed out in Split 1 playoffs. Lufka is also in the mix with 9, so pretty wild there in Gen Burton now that they're actually able to survive that contest. They're getting some numbers up there.
Are we skipping Sweet? Because
no. I don't want to skip Sweet. He's got 7. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. And I will say, being able to place among the top there, I mean, Imperial, Hal, and Sweet are there for a reason. We were talking about it in the first game of World's Edge, but your ability as an IGL to actually
They've got to be
carry
tired.
some
What is it, 9
bragging
there?
Responsibility as well, clearly present in these two.
And I think that just goes to show you, based
Started
on the
at 10 o'clock.
composition that these players have chosen for themselves as the IGL, but still gives them the ability to pick up the
Still
frag.
got 4 games left.
Themselves down on a character like Seer, or playing the Catalyst themselves. They need movement, but look at Effect. Yay, best hair, but Hack is running his fingers through his. Look, they're all challenging for it. You could name a lot of different people here. You saw the boys at Onyx, they got a lot of hair too.
It's true. Now, I in particular find it a bit of a conflict of interest, nominating for best hair. I think I have to stay silent on the topic and, let the chips lie where they may.
Your hair's almost as long as mine. It's curlier than mine. I'm not jealous or anything, but complexity. Look at this. Monsoon, where did you get those beats, my man?
Yeah, it's funny that, every time we jump in, we have so much personality built up for complexity, and that's the other thing that I really love about international competition.
It's the Onyx boys.
To build that up for everyone. From around the world, we're getting to see so much from these different squads, from first-time appearances at LAN to even the fans that have given us a new or revised look.
Rockies rocking some short in the
earlier, these is where dreams
main stage. I
are made
love
of.
it.
A lot of our pro players on the stage also stream quite often, and that's how they're working on building their audience, building their brand. But sometimes a pop-off performance here on this stage in the Copper Box Arena can prove dividends. They'll just have hundreds of more people find them each and every day, cheering them on in their chat. So it's not just a strong performance here, getting the champs, it's just life-changing.
It is, and this is the wonderful part about Apex Legends.
True.
That competing in the
Big
ALGS
facts.
can open so many doors for our players. I had the opportunity to talk to a few of our South American squads, and I'm not going to spoil anything just yet because we got a little bit of stuff coming out, but it really has changed lives to be able to compete in the Apex Legends Global Series and to be able to make it to international LAN, to be able to compete among the best while being able to live your dream is something that on this stage many can take for granted because we have all of them here. We have the best players in the world here, but it is not something that just anybody can pick up and do.
Well, it's really cool. The player lounge is just on the other side, and they just banter in there. They get in there. Yeah. It's all fun and games the moment they leave these stages, and they just all see each other, and they're interacting. But here, it is business, and as we get to look at Pulverex, the sneaky little ones themselves.
So I really liked their game plan, and I'll keep talking about it throughout
They haven't done much so far.
I'm not gonna harp on it too much, but the fact
this
that they
time
were
around,
playing
no
as
kills.
they were is really interesting because I suspect
Sitting at
that's
15
how they're planning to win
for
on
Pulverex.
things like match point. The consistency of being able to play from zone.
For them, having scored 61 in their first lobby, if they have a little bit of fall off here, it's not exactly the worst thing in the world.
Kills here and there, just making it to the top 5 alone and being able to do that off of positioning is going to skyrocket their chances of finding a win when we get to the finals.
It ain't the flashiest, but it's honest work. So
Exactly.
You have to be able to get that match point victory in that end game, and who knows how many games we will get on Sunday, but for now we've got to survive the group stages just yet. Our final map of World's Edge is about to be underway. Hot Zone is looking like it's going to be
all right, let's go.
Ring Console 4 Overlook, so Fnatic. But first, we have the contest with Dark Zero and Aurora.
Gen Burton already getting the better of Ranches, and with a quick back away from the Arc Star. Remember, on Caustic will have the ability in a few seconds to be able to lay down some barrels. Zainu does have access to the center, and now we'll be able to heal up with the rest of the team. It's a numbers advantage, but definitely not a shield advantage, as there's very little in the way of HP for Dark Zero, but they're going to push this anyway.
Hear me out, Cleve. Hear me out. Yes, you guys got some confidence there.
Literally just jumped into the
in A versus
lava.
B, but
Oof.
they paid it back tenfold. Zero came in with such an aggression towards Aurora. He's like, they literally copied our comp and are just landing on us. How can we not punish that?
That's where the seasoned IGL really kicks in, where you can be very angry and still play really well. And that's the Dark Zero difference that we've got at LAN showcased here. Now, it will be another victory for them, and based on the way that ended, I am really curious about tomorrow and whether
if they can test again,
continue, because that looks like giving up.
I would think about looking for maybe a different POI, but Harvester is such a central area. You can typically get good loot. It's got the survey beacon, but as we see where that ring is going, I don't know, TSM plot armor, look at the lava siphon.
Here's the thing as well. I mean, we're talking about POIs. Let's not forget, MDY White have all of Fragment, all of Monument to themselves. No one else is there. We used to split that POI, and now teams are just, you can have the whole thing. You can actually land there and still have a pretty central rotation. It may not be Harvester, but at least you're surviving.
Yeah, but then you think of like zones like this, right? Overlook. The first initial reaction is going to be going straight towards either Frag East or the choke towards Geyser, as we can see them making their way down towards that southern zone. But even Complexity appears to have survey camp and epicenter.
Yeah, you've got a lot of space, and this is something the Complexity are super used to. It's not a POI that they're contested for, and so the benefit of playing off of it is when you are able to perform, it's very unlikely that anybody really wants to take it away from you. Epicenter Survey, not known for its fantastic loot, and yet
kind of curious where this thing ends up ending. Kind of like covers 3 POIs right now.
A little bit better renowned. Renetricky able to get away for now, and on the horizon is going to be one of the more aggressive IGLs of the day. Has to heal up while Zillach opens things up with the damage. Our South American Verhulst does start making waves, but doesn't find a knock just yet.
If I'm gonna land on a weapon early on, let it be a Nemesis, let it be an Alternator. The moment they put that R9 back into the Crafter, the Alternator has paid out so much damage in these early game engagements. Unless you grab a P2020, then you're just kind of like, all right, whatever at this point. But it doesn't seem like this.
Dreamfire on the other side here.
For a little bit, not going to fully send in. You can see Panic, Renetricky get a full heal up and maybe hit the road.
As soon as you get the scouting damage as well, you call out what shields are what. It's clear that on the other side of this Dreamfire have an advantage. NRG, however,
NRG taken out by Leave No Witness.
Yeah, taken out by Leave No Witnesses, and it's been a tough day. It's been a tough 3 games for them, but Leave No Witnesses, South America are not dropping this without a fight.
Okay, I really love the utilization of the Bang Smoke to go on that, but Effect is 115 meters away, so Alliance...
Just a single witness, you're not leaving. Not multiple.
Poking at a couple of people, trying to decide, is this something that we want to take? But coming out of Thermal Station and making their rotational path towards that next zone, 2 purples, a blue shield, plenty of bats, they've got ultimate abilities, and they are ready.
Really going to be backing off for the moment as Alliance managed to sit back and relax. The push does come through, however, from Dreamfire, and Acosta Gold opens things up after the knock. Zillach goes down, and Glitch follows suit. Dreamfire claim their victims in
That APAC crowd is so lit in London, bro.
Nice opening by throwing the Caustic ultimate to get them inside that. They swing around the back and completely annihilate them. A little bit of box shooting, but I don't blame you, Roy. That was beautifully done. That fight was drawn out so much that I could only imagine anyone in the nearby vicinity is going to want to take a piece of that. Vex Gaming, Skyhook East, Pulverex, Skyhook West, their rotational paths to get all the way down towards Lava Siphon are going to put them through this POI.
I mean, Dreamfire should be rotating basically straight into where Pulverex will be around this time. With a Crafter over by Lava Fisher, it's a natural rotation for those landing. Skyhook, and right behind them, well, yeah, we've got Vex.
Vex, they need to just hit the ground running, get ahead of this, do not get in those early game congestions because it's not
Vex is
worth
heading
it.
out early.
They make it over
Makes sense.
Landslide, they are just carrying on that.
They need to get some guaranteed points for them.
That they're going for the high ground over there.
At this point, Vexed Gaming, sitting up by landslide, have made their rotation. It's a clean one, got them a little bit ahead of Pulverex, and you're leaving Dreamfire in the dust. So this team going to be forced to shadow, perhaps play edge, and interestingly enough, Vexed will be able to put Pulverex in a similar position. Now, Fnatic may not be having the greatest time, but out by Lava Siphon, Meltstera does in fact meld, and does so again, almost finding a knock as Zero does go down to Umi-chan.
See, the thing is, Umi-chan is supposed to be the anchor, kind of the refragger, the one who cleans it up and allows the players to reset on the team, but he's able to grab one knock. They're not going to worry about getting Meltstera back up. They have to focus on the task at hand, and they do it! Dark Zero was eliminated. Now they have to focus on the reset because there are so many teams making their way through Lava
Dark
Siphon
Zero's
that they don't have
struggling
time to
right now.
prioritize that.
But now with Meltstera
Well,
down, if Fnatic can escape,
just,
again,
I mean,
it's
this
still a win.
set of
We
games.
saw them do this in their
I mean, they had a fourth
0-point
finish
game.
last
I mean,
time.
good lord, the drag.
But
Now
two of
that
their
they
three, they went out
actually
relatively
have
early.
Void's KP to work with. You can
At
leave
least
your
Dark
red
Zero
card
had
behind,
some KP in the
go
first
craft
game, but they had
elsewhere,
one squad wipe.
Pick up the res and again, loot up.
And Ascend making their way. A lot of teams wanting to fight for that ring console at Lava Siphon. Umi-chan not going to be
Still,
able
though,
to get
knowing
out.
that the score is just as far as their scores through the
Look down. Optic, you know,
group
they
stages are all added
rotated
together.
out
I mean,
into
they're at a
dome
pretty good
that had
spot
both
for
a
now.
survey beacon and a ring console, but a nearby EMP.
I have never seen, not never, I've rarely seen gondolas used. I have never seen a gondola used to escape an EMP. What an ingenious move from Ascend to make sure that the slow didn't affect them. Just a quick disengage.
Hear me out. I think that was Kashera's EMP while they were escaping.
That's still pretty good.
I mean, doubling down, right? Kashera,
Yeah.
the mastermind crypto. We see a lot of resets from him, and he's been kind of toggling back and forth between crypto, between Newcastle, and a lot of these teams playing Watson, Newcastle, Valk. The only thing I think of is Champs back in Rally with 100 Thieves. That was their legend composition, and I wouldn't have thought being here in Split 2 playoffs that it would come back.
Yeah, and this is one of the most versatile metas that we've ever had in Apex Legends. It's giving these teams
I really
the
like
option to
that
express their
even though
individuality,
Seer
something
feels
that, as you
stronger,
allude to, Ascend is certainly
every
doing
team doesn't
by
have a
using
Seer
the
right
Crypto
now,
Watson
which is
composition.
nice.
And that we've seen teams even earlier today. What did we have? We had Crypto Gibraltar Rampart given to us by Start a Fight earlier. We've seen so much Loba today, and the variety makes it more difficult to anticipate what other squads' game plans are as you run up against them, because you've got to very quickly identify what legends you're going up against and what that means for you.
And it talks about all these teams wanting the variability. They want to feel confident on all of the different compositions. But right now, Bang Horizon Seer with a 17.5% pick rate, and Obli from Realize right now trying to push into this building. They're just on the outskirts of zone, looking for an angle. Songjun now has to heal up. They've already lost out on Karampa, and this is tough, right? You're in 19th place on map number 3, 0 points on the board. You have to play it a little more safe.
And Songjun gonna continue the fight while Obli comes up, actually defending his teammate, but getting fried in the meantime. It is now a very scattered fight. Realize, lose control just as quickly. Yuki and Effect, importantly, open that up as Effect's movement out of the door just puts Realize in a no-win situation. They can no longer gatekeep effectively, and you have to split your attention, opening up lines of sight to you.
What do you think they're feeding Effect at this point? Because this is just something else. Like,
Bro's
we talk
just
about people
beasting,
eating their
man.
Wheaties. We saw the whole London.
I mean,
versus
Effect
earlier.
just might
They're
be
feeling their beans, maybe?
the best fragger in the world right now.
That's true. You know what? I don't remember. I actually deleted that phrase from my brain. Whatever that eating the bean, feeding, I want no part of it. I actually did try beans this morning.
English
Beans on
breakfast?
I tried beans on toast. I did. It was acceptable. Will I be integrating into my everyday life? No, but you know, it's a little welcome to London celebration.
I think you should integrate it. Don't hate on it, man.
I'm all right. I'm all right. Alliance, you know what? Maybe I'll be integrating a little bit of what they're showing us today. I may not be able to play as well as Effect, but macro like this, anybody can do. Alliance just have the confidence to do it.
Imagine if that comes out, it's like, yeah, dog, I ate all sorts
Over
of
to
beans
Dome
on
gives
toast.
them the opportunity to approach this zone from the north, so they now not only have a team that they know can team fight, but they've got a position where any fight that you take, you now have the inherent advantage in.
Quite interesting. Alliance as they continue
So they're getting
to move
pushed up
forward.
onto Optic.
Gaming in the distance just ahead of them. Now, mind you, Optic Gaming had recently dropped down to Dome to get that beacon information and have now chosen to set themselves up nearby the vault. This is very similar to a zone that we had witnessed earlier, and it turned into an absolute bloodbath. But Yuka on the Loba, the support character herself, going to come in so clutch, crafting banners. We saw it happen, and the regain blender is real.
So I'm still alive after all of this as well. I'm checking the crafting mats, and I'm not sure the Fnatic were able to make it over to Geyser, where as
Fnatic struggling today, huh?
The game plan run one more time.
I mean, I guess they did finish third in their first lobby. This second lobby, though, they're struggling a little bit.
For a little bit of verticality, but they will have that cooldown in effect. But let's take a look. 15 squads remaining. That next zone pull is going to be underway, and I would love to check in and see exactly where our teams will need to be. And did Optic Gaming kind of predict that zone well? You know, they have like a zone picker game out there that anyone can kind of play. I don't remember where it's at on the website, but I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, you can find it on Apex Legends status, who also, interestingly enough, have stats from the ALGS, including the Split 2 playoffs. Now, we do get a look at the next zone, and this is a more unusual
Hashtag
zone.
not an ad by the boy Dia, by the way.
On the map tends to be where this ring will pull, including a little bit of the low ground just as we move down towards the Geyser landmark. But start a fight, have the first move onto Bridge, and go next to mark the very southern tip of this ring that has a sharp disparity between high and low ground. The crucial difference here being that you cannot take high ground too quickly, or the lines of sight will just obliterate you.
That zone obliterates me. It's half of it you cannot even play. So look at where Vexed Gaming has positioned themselves. They're trying to wrap around the back. So long as they can clear their back, they should know that someone shouldn't necessarily be able to rotate, but there's just a tidbit in, right?
Yep.
It leaves her question. Someone could pop down, maybe a grav lift, and just try to get in with as much minimal damage and do kind of like a little surprise attack on Vexed.
And you've got Bridge as well as the little cubby hole between the middle of the bridge as well that you can play. So multiple squads can coexist. One on the high ground, or the highest high ground on Bridge, one in the center, and one on the very low ground. Perhaps even two if you're lucky, but that still leaves a lot of teams wanting.
So what do we think then? Do we think most of these teams start getting knocked out on this ring close?
Towards Lava Fisher.
Not this one, but for 3 to 4?
That little bit is going to have to do.
Well, we've got
not much.
Going wild. Kashera as well. Dreamfire eliminated. It seems like that fight had just begun, but when you are able to just throw down such damage so quickly, find those angles,
do believe so.
Continuously reset. This is tough.
I don't remember seeing them going out in the feed.
Dreamfire come out of the skies, land here, try to reset and continue. What is my next plan? Well, you probably didn't plan that.
No.
Yeah, TSM still in.
Take a look back at the stats later. That may very well be our quickest 3v3 of the tournament.
Even the one with effect?
Oh, yeah, that's right. If effect did go crazy, hey, we'll check the stats. We'll see exactly how long this one was going, but it's certainly in the top 5, and it's a good look for Ascend, who haven't really had the oomph factor today that you'd be expecting out of a team of this caliber, especially with Kashera, who is as seasoned in international play as he is.
That's true, and honestly, I'm really expecting them to just throw down, because after what had happened in Split 1 playoffs, it would make sense. Fnatic now eliminated, and Complexity getting sucked into a black hole, but just before that, they're able to destroy it. But the nade spam, you cannot escape it. Look who is at the hands of Effect. They are hungry for more.
And of course, it is two perfectly placed grenades. Annihilate Complexity. Alliance's high ground plan has paid off, and even now, after suffering a knock on Yuki, they still have height to play with, area to back off to. The big difference here is the separation between Effect and
I
the
think
rest of the
TSM takes down Alliance here. Has to, right?
3v2
here.
Does go down. Alliance crippled, still have height, but not much else.
Hal is going to get cracked. This Catalyst wall won't last for much longer. It's a mere 20-plus-ish seconds, but still able to get the bat off and retreat from that engagement, and now after grabbing that engagement onto Yuki. They've done enough damage from Alliance, and they're going to have to focus on the task at hand, which is rotating into that yet disgusting zone. And look at Verhul, so confident. He's going to craft a couple bats, right? Just out in the open, no big deal.
Not a whole lot of teams left in the South. You know there's one member of Alliance And that is not enough to stop most people, unless that person is effect, and
True.
they know that it isn't. All right, they don't know. We know.
We know, but they can kind of deduce it down based upon the legend compositions and what their style is when they're fighting. And Yuki on the caustic. You think about there's only 3 caustics in the lobby, and you just start checking boxes. But TSM now on the high ground, they are going to have to rotate forward, and there's going to be 4 teams in that next ring. Vex, though, they had already cleared their back. They're still waiting on that high ground in that northernmost area of the ring, and this is where vac towers will come in so clutch.
TSM are starting to make their move, and they watch their backs as the last member of Alliance is going to have a tough time. Tanking this much zone damage, though, could very well be the death of TSM. They reduced to just over half HP as the squad, and they're landing, or they were almost landing right on top of Start a Fight. Instead, they're landing on top of Go Next. Neither one do I envy.
Oh, they're going straight in, but you hear the
Fusel right above them.
Arc Stars to block the door. And
It just missed, though.
We think about all the times where we had seen bad TSM Valkyries, and anytime I see an evac tower, my heart starts to flutter just a little bit more. So yeah, they
Leave
did
no
take a
witness
little
out.
bit of radiant,
Onyx out.
Still able to survive. Leave no witness.
Looks like we're gonna have MDY whiteout as well.
Not going to survive themselves.
And TSM have managed to recuperate off of the risky Valkyrie that they took. Still hold
What
on
is this,
to a
Nootropic,
section of this
right?
ring,
TSM?
one that is difficult to access. Pulverix are shooting at them from the high ground, but inside, Go Next are simply trapped. You can't walk out. I'm not opening the door into Verhulst willingly. And over on the opposite side of
Go
this
Next.
ring, Jinx from Start a Fight has been farming the low ground.
Pulverix has now been eliminated. 8 squads remaining, and Verhulst just looking for an opening opportunity to go knock, knock, and can you just let me in? It's like the big bad wolf's at your door in Hackness. Okay, look, hear me out, guys. Hide and seek. There was a hide and seek tournament that Alliance did a prior months back, so I know he knows where all the cheeky spots are, and I was telling Yuki that he's not very trustworthy after watching that specific tournament because he would hide next to someone and immediately betray them as the seeker.
This is, honestly, that might be the best way to prep for LAN. You run a hide and seek tournament. You let all the hiders let you know where the best spots are.
True.
You've got it dialed in. Those may be the secret strats, and making use of them for now. Akis will be pretty happy. However, in the next zone, may make him a little bit less so, as there's going to be a lot of attention paid to this high ground. 5 seconds left.
All right, fifth ring about to close in.
Both have to make haste out of this building.
Well,
Alliance
let's see what
out.
they've got in store for us. Let's jump into a TSM listen-in.
How are they gonna do this against Go Next?
I don't have Zero Thief for this. They're gonna walk out. They're gonna walk out. Get ready. I'm playing close here. They can't wall. Yeah, they walled out. They're still there. You can see them. Okay, I'm gonna Horizon ult it. Okay. Okay. We play for these kills, I think. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. They ran out. One's still in there. I'm on scan. I'm on scan.
Nobody out into the black hole.
Fuse one.
He threw it too far out.
I'm trying to get you.
Oh, man.
Go right away, Evan. Right away. Run. Full run.
Now Verhulst's gonna have to play this thing up by himself.
You're good. Stop chasing. No.
Damn.
They're going. I thought they ran out. I'm so confused. No, I don't think they ever ran out. They didn't run out, bro. I ran into a nade, like a random nade. I mean, only the cat might have ran.
And I run so far, well, not far away.
Yeah, about 10 meters actually, and unfortunately right into sleep, what many have called the best roller in South America. Start a Fight.
Now that Elysium's retired.
Game playing out of the low ground, they have been dancing around it for so long, and we've got a little bit of a dance happening ourselves on the high ground at Bridge, where, Vexter, is this what getting vexed looks like?
I'm feeling vexed. I guess I just need to bounce around in a mere 1 meter area of zone. But hey, they're going to have to move eventually, and we had just witnessed kind of a little bit of a
Where do they go though? Because
Optic, Vexed, and Naked, who are all
Ascend's going to be looking at them.
in this final zone. But look at
Optic's right below them.
Kind of
when they pull out, if they were to go to their left there and try to avoid Ascend, if they're to drop there to fall in view of Naked there.
What do you think is going to encompass those 3 teams
Oh,
over there?
dude, they just ate an EMP as well.
Has to be that Vex are going to die. There's no two ways about it. With Optic right below you, the death boxes simply fall to the floor. Happy birthday to Optic as shield swaps rain in from the sky. But now the real challenge begins as they get pushed and things do
All right,
not
Naked
look good
goes
for them.
down.
Naked do go down. Optic are able to stabilize, but on the other side of this, with
All
only
left
3
and knocked
squads
here.
left, Optic
Got
have
the bat
to
off.
stay solo in the game.
You said stabilize. I'm seeing 2 members down, and Nox is about to be a GG.
This is a free win
go
for
next.
Ascend, it looks like.
This is an Ascend game to win with all the chaos on the low ground. Lufka.
Ascend looking really good here, chat.
Remaining, turning their tides to start a fight. Esports.
Ascend just finds a way to turn up at land, dog. It's crazy.
But they cannot stand up against Ascend. We've seen it so many times today, but perfect timing from one of the longest standing IGLs in Apex Legends history.
It was just impressive.
I don't understand what that pose is supposed to
Holding
be.
the high ground, post kill on the Watson, fencing everything off to perfection. Stand up, London! Show some respect for Ascend!
They're back. They're ready to take the title. That was the anger that they're feeling after, well, a day that perhaps has not treated them so kindly. However,
I mean, honestly, between the double session, Ascend's looking pretty solid.
Giving them a lot of hope moving into, of course, the next round on Storm Point, but more
They only had
importantly, when they
17
look
points
at
in the first
finals,
one.
which is really where they're never.
But still, they're at 25 before that. 12 points for the placement. And they had a decent amount of kills, too, right?
To be enacted in that finals lobby. You're not right. Or you are right. My bad. You're not right. You're never right.
You can say that to me sometimes.
Casters
Like, I
are
don't
wrong.
have to be right all the time.
Casters are wrong, Dia.
Yes, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm gonna say things, and well, most of the time they're right. But soon.
Yeah, you're about 99.9% right, and you called it right there. We knew Ascend was going to win that game from the position. It was their game to lose, but overall, World's Edge has been such fun to cast over.
It really has, and
And now we're going to Storm Point.
Like that one that forces teams to change the way that they would typically play things out. You're used to going over to Lava Siphon. This time, you've got to play the bridge. Vexed clearly were like, I think this is the best play. Didn't work out for them, but you have to respect the attempt, and rings like that are going to show up as we get into the
51
elimination
points
brackets,
right
we get
now.
into the finals, so
Halfway
better that they
through
show
this
up
session.
now.
Vext are dead. Here come their death boxes raining from
So
above.
crazy.
Free shield swaps for everyone, but that's it for World's Edge. I'm going to send it back to Rain Day. Take it away, Desk.
Speaking of raining from above, I mean, I feel like that was really right on cue. Tiff, Dia, great job, and congratulations on a great day number 1. They're going to be resting it up. We might see one of her. Two of them on the
Sabs
desk.
chilling
Not
on the
sure
desk.
which, a
Nice,
lot of
nice.
Rain Day here, joined by Vicky, Kitty, Genome, and introducing a friend we've been hanging out with in the back. Quite a lot of banter from this one. A lot to talk about in terms of Apex as well. Welcome, TSM Sabs, to the desk here. How have you been in watching these games, especially this last set?
I was actually so excited. That's my first time here today. Hopefully it's going to be more and more.
It's been great to have you to hear and pick a little bit about your mind as well. And I know Vicky, Genome, we're going to get to some of the stuff that just happened, but you'd kind of been taking a note at one of the teams we anticipated performing well. It has not necessarily gone their way. What's your take on Aurora?
Okay, so I think they started pretty well. They didn't lose any contest. Literally 0. One time, Dark 0 ran away, but you know, they still got these 2 kills, so it's great.
Right.
They got overall 27 points, 17 only from contest. So 10 for placement or over other kills. So I think it's great. In the other group, it a little changed. So we literally had the opposite situation. So I think they just needed to figure out what is happening.
I want to stand up. I'm gonna
Dark
use the
Zero
restroom.
took
Gotta
a
refill
little
my
advantage
water.
in the second group and fix some stuff. So I think for the
We got
next
Storm
days,
Point here.
Gonna see what is gonna happen more. Overall, Aurora is doing great.
They
He
are.
just need to fix the stuff on his own, but I think it's gonna be better and better.
I mean, it's a difficult situation, right? You know, great point out there. Aurora and Dark Zero have been going back and forth, and they're in the same group. It's going to keep happening.
That's the real problem, right? This contest is going to happen every single time. Neither of those teams are going to give up Harvester, so we're going to see them going at each other, right? I had a quick chat to Zero after some of those contests happened. He said it was 7-0 in favor of Dark Zero in scrims, and then coming into today, Aurora brought out something completely different, right?
Wow.
They essentially just copied DZ's strats, and that's why we saw them, both teams, flying into that bottom part of Harvester together and just saying, like, we're kind of the lesser team, it felt like they were saying, so we're just going to copy your strat and make it more of an RNG fest. finally, Dark Zero in that last series we saw have adapted again and seem to be one step ahead.
Interesting. Wonder if those scrim results included Sunset or Maliwan. It may be the difference that's being made here by their super sub Ultimate. Let's take a look at what has gone on after match 3 as well as we catch things up. Vicky, it was a fast end, but it ended with Ascend on top pretty clearly here. A 26-point bomb for them.
14 kills, holding Godspot with the high ground. I mean, serve it on a silver platter for them to eat early for Thanksgiving feast because they really ate for that game, let me tell you. And something that I also love is seeing the social media interactions when it comes to these 50-50s that play out, because that's why we're going to see Aurora on the second page. But looking down this list first, Optic Gaming on that 3rd place spot, started a fight. We saw them get 2nd place there too. Those 2 squads were fighting on that low ground as we take a look at that 2nd page to see how that played out. And yes, the bottom end, this is what we were mentioning before. Dark Zero, yeah, they came out on top after that 50-50 contest that we had seen in the other previous 3 games too, in general in that World's Edge spot. But Aurora coming out of World's Edge with 0 points, that's gonna hurt. Now you're gonna have to try to approach Storm Point a lot differently. But Energy too, right there, triple bagel. Not something I want to also feast on.
Here it is, Aurora, 0, of course, NRG. Looking at that, I believe they climbed a little bit in some of the earlier games. But Saps, taking a look at this, what stands out to you? Obviously, Aurora, we mentioned earlier. Anyone on the top side in terms of a performance? I know we had some MDY White fans very excited at how they've done putting themselves in 4th at the end of 3.
I think they're going up. I think on the speed they might even go higher. We'll see what will be the luck with the zones, of course.
Okay, so is this the APAC North moment? Is this the time? Certainly the day.
Yes, you know, the beacon is very important.
Yes.
If they're not going to get a beacon, it's going to be pretty rough because it's really hard to predict the zone from the first ring.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. I did that. We tried that from Landslide the last season. It's not always working, I'm going to be honest. It's really hard. So hopefully they're going to get some luck.
Saps, you know what else is very, very hard to do? To not talk about somebody who's been stealing the show all day long. We could keep talking about this person and this team. It is Alliance, of course, from EMEA, who have been absolutely dominant. The effect, Genome, you could call it that. It's not so simple, though. This team has just gotten better.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how good this guy is and how far ahead he is, right? We were having a look at some of the stats before, one of the charts showing, you know, average damage per game and that kind of thing. You almost have to like press zoom out 3 times just to see effect in the top right corner, because he has separated himself so far from every single other player at this tournament. He is that good. I don't think I've ever actually seen a player in Apex before where I'm like, he might be good enough to just carry this team for like the rest of the tournament. Not that the other guys are slouches, right? But he's that good.
And this is Vicky. You could add on that as well. Alliance have had some amazing performances throughout today. Maybe one of the stars of EMEA in this day 1 in London.
My 18-year-old top fragger out here really went on Twitter and was like, Atlanta's a lot easier than I'm like, what?
Oh, that tweet was something else.
But you have to also imagine the momentum that confidence helps him with his mental in these games. He's just gonna continue crying. And like Genome said, it's not like Hawkins and Yuki need that extra carry. It's just, imagine having these 2 insanely talented players having an insanely IGL like Hawkins, and then you just add effect into the equation. Like what? How do you do that?
How impressive is this? I mean, you coming to land twice now to London, but in terms of playing, you're not playing, you're on the desk. It's still different to perform live than it is behind a computer screen, isn't it?
Yes, it's pretty much different. I feel like you're getting a lot more stressed. When you're playing, you don't know what to expect. We're coming here, we know what we're doing, and they don't know what is gonna happen. Which ring they're gonna get? Nothing, literally nothing. Everything is clueless. Like they don't know anything.
You know, I absolutely love it, and sometimes you don't know what you're gonna get. That's the beauty of a battle royale and the beauty of our game in Apex Legends. We also like to highlight the things in our game that make it special, which is why we love WD Black. What's in your pack? Today, for our WD Black, we've got a weapon that has been in everybody's hands, it feels like.
Prowler.
Genome,
Hell yeah.
Vicky, What's so good about this?
Heavy hitter.
Not only does it hit you with a 5-round burst coming through every shot, but my goodness, put that in your controller Frogger's hand, and you already know, close quarters, that you are going to be crying with the tears of the Prowler, because that weapon just does so much damage, especially close range. And then on top of that, with the R9 being in the crafter, let's say you don't have the RNG gods bless you, hey, you got the Prowler right there to do the deed.
Yeah, it does feel like as soon as the R9 went into the crafter, there was a switch over to the Prowler. And I feel like its greatest weakness is
21 rounds per second,
right?
Jesus.
Without a mag, 20 rounds in there, it can be hard to win a fight. But if you've got a purple or a gold mag on that baby, you hit a couple of headshots, you can take out the entire team in one clip.
Yeah, it's scary. You hear that, brah, 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 brah. Blah, and you go, oh, he's got a purple mag somewhere near me, and there's a Prowler that I don't want to get involved in. That's been WD Black's What's in Your Pack for today. All right, we're getting close. Obviously, we want to make sure that if you are keeping up with Apex in this entire tournament, it's 4 days. So there's a lot of action, there's a lot of highlights. People do have to eat, they have to use the restroom, so you may not catch all of it, but make sure to keep in touch with us on socials, at Play Apex Esports, at Play Apex on Twitch,
MDY
and of course, Play
White,
Apex
currently in
on
4th.
YouTube. That's where you can find us. And on Twitter as well. We have a great Twitter community, and they've been sharing some fun stuff that we've done along the day in case
18 points though on World's Edge, man.
Any of those highlights. But before we head into our final
going to
set of
Storm
games,
Point where they
I
struggled
want to set the stage one more time.
against
Heading into
Aurora
now
in the
Storm
contest.
Point, we've reversed
Although
the
Aurora
order.
didn't look
Zaps,
good
we have you on the desk here. I want you to
in the
shine.
first
Who
3
do you
games here.
have taking the narrative in these back 3 games or final 3 of day 1?
You know, Effect went pretty crazy. SP is changing a lot. Every single team can shine. You never know. Every single POI is different. Someone is getting beacons, someone is not. I know that Vex is playing from High Point. No, actually, they changed for Launchpad.
Ah.
It's going to be a little different than the last group. So I think they're going to shine more than in the past.
Quickly, because we have a little bit of time. Not too much, but talk to me about Vex. I mean, you have maybe an inside opinion, inside information on that. I don't want to expose it if it's not meant to be out there, but you certainly can. So talk to us about Vex's journey, what's going well, what's not going well, what they need to do here in these next 3.
I think they didn't have luck, really.
It's luck.
Yeah, it's a lot of luck. You know, when the zone is pulling so far and you're like, let's the zone pull. Like,
yeah.
You don't know what to do. If you're on the edge, it's pretty easy. You can get it, you can loot, you can farm the armors and stuff. You're getting to the ring with no loot, basically, from High Point. And, you know, you're going to fight the teams that have bigger advantage with the loot.
Yeah.
And it's hard to pull something out.
These players are also good. Even a little bit of an advantage with a player of, let's say, Effect's quality, it's going to be a very insurmountable hill to try to climb very quickly. Thank you so much for that insight, Sabs, as well. Vicky, Genome, I wish we had a little bit more time to
Valkyrie
get
is
to you, but we've
only
gotta go to our
getting
casters.
picked
We'll
about
see you at the
10%
end,
of the
and,
games.
Thank you, Sabs, for joining us. We're excited to have you back a little bit more.
About
Let's get
15% of the
up
games so
to
far.
our casters for the final games of the day. And you
It's
know
kinda
them, you love
crazy.
them. It's Mark and Dan.
Thank you very much, and it is time for us to get into the final 3 games of the day. It's been a long day, but it certainly has been one full of story, and certainly one that kind of sets us up beautifully with some expectations for these final 3 games. We've kind of been looking at who's been playing well, who's been kind of topping the leaderboards, as you would, Dan, but we now have to start maybe looking at the other end of the table, because these games are starting to run out pretty quickly.
Yeah, just to touch on those few teams that have kind of been silently or quietly going about their business, the likes of TSM, the likes of Ascend, who have just been consistent all throughout today and have not really dropped the ball at any point. On the other side of the table, there are a few teams who we need to see performing if we're going to see them get out of groups into the winners bracket. The likes of Vex, for example, need to put some points on the board. NRG haven't been finding that consistent form that maybe we would have expected. So those are 2 of the heaviest hitters, I would say, between these 2 groups that have to perform here on Storm Point.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how these 3 games are going to change what the narrative is when we talk
right.
about the end of these games between
3
groups
more
A
games
and
for our
C.
first
This is
day
where we
here
are
in
right
London,
now. Of
chat.
course, we're moving over to Storm Point.
Going to Storm
World's
Point.
Edge complete, so Alliance with that first game win of this group, and then MDY White, they took game number 2, and of course,
How we
Ascend,
feeling?
we just saw close out game number 3. But those teams that you're talking about, Dan, we look at drop spots a lot. We know where we're expecting teams to drop. There will be some contests. Once again, Onyx versus Aurora, you would expect to maybe continue, but I'm looking at NRG with an uncontested drop over at checkpoint. They need to find some form. They need to find it quick.
Yeah, we've heard
Yeah,
it in a couple
NRG
of
hasn't looked that
listenings,
great
you know,
in this
NRG haven't
lobby.
necessarily
How'd they
been
look
feeling
again in their first
too
day?
confident
Our
about
first
what's been
lobby
going
of
on,
the
just
day?
a few mistakes here or there, but I'm sure that things will turn around. I mean, that's something that NRG have always done, is found their form when they need to, when their back's against the wall, and it very easily could happen in these next 3 games. There's that contest you were talking about, Shipfall again, Onyx versus
I mean, they're
Aurora.
on pace for that.
Aurora did get the better of Onyx for the most part when we saw this happen last time. They didn't have as much fun against Dark Zero just recently on World's Edge.
That's very, very true indeed. It's funny how things can change so quickly with just 3 games and a little bit of an adjustment of strategy. You should also see here a couple of teams might be having a little bit of a contest over towards the northern side of our map, but that might just be split up a little bit more conclusively than what we saw down at Shipfall. But here we go. Last 3 games of the day here in London. Storm Point is going to be our venue.
Off Storm Point.
Time to get rocking, time to get rolling, and we need to see these teams show what they're made of on
These
Storm
teams
Point.
are
We do
halfway
have a
through
couple
group
of
stage
squads
right now.
who are better when it comes to Storm Point, and
They got
some who
9
struggle
games
a little
left.
bit as well. So
Put as
maybe
many
we're
points
gonna
they
see a
can
big
up on the board.
transition here. I'm going to be looking at Ascent. Can they stay on this high ground? Can they manage to stay on top? 51 points at the moment. If they can carry on with fine form, they should be able to consistently find themselves in those points so they can get towards that winner's bracket.
Yeah, basically just not bottling it for Ascend at the moment, just keeping the points consistent, not having any throwaway games, and Ascender masters are finding their way towards zone and holding things down. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of approach these final 3 games. But I think the rest of the teams in this lobby, the fact that Ascend have got that little gap at the top, and then, you know, there's Alliance, there's TSM, who are kind of standing out below that low down, still very much all to play for here with the teams so tight in spots.
Yeah, and I am glad that, you know, it is going to be about how many points you achieve. It's not the same as during the online season where you had to just try and finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, blah, blah, blah. That's how many points you got. Instead, you can just consistently get around 30 and you will be in a solid spot for winner's bracket.
All right.
Then you need to be looking at the teams around you when we get into tomorrow's matches, when it starts to get to dice time.
Well, here we go. First contest on Shipfall. This was all Aurora last time, but
Spitty on the ranches, though.
Squeeze here, and he's got to slide away because he's taking a lot of damage.
Yo, that shotgun doing some damage. Let that massive bite like the big dog it is, Fussy. Come on, boy.
Yeah, and I want to see Onyx actually have a real stab at being able to play Storm Point, because they weren't able to earlier on when we saw them on the main stage. But it looks like with the 3 versus 2, they are in a spot to be able to do it. And a nice little crack there with a triple take, and that will 100% be, let's send this and let's finish this fight nice and early.
Oh, yeah.
Bolt as well. I mean, it's a great start. It's what you want to find on a contest. And you can run, but I'm pretty sure you can't hide. Even though the smoke goes down, Shady, he's got the head start on Fussy here, but I'll tell you what, Fussy's probably saying, I've got to. Let me get this one as well.
This is a case of just being annoying now, though, for Aurora's Ranches. Will just scuttle away and should probably be able to survive. It's now down to how fast and far you want to try and chase this, as he's just trying to run them ring around the roses at the moment, but they are, you know full well, they want some revenge.
Shady's trying to charge that PK up. Can he hit the shot, though? Get it! No! It's quite getting in the way he would have wanted, and Ranches does get a couple of shield cells off. Now, are we going to see something wonderful?
The stun.
Crazy. Well, I'm sorry to say, Aurora fans, but I'm pretty sure we already know the answer. It's going to be Ranches eliminated, Aurora eliminated, and the first point in this contest on the board here for Onyx. And I tell you what, Ranches, you might not know it, but you are dead.
And that's just a taste of their own medicine a little bit. I think we've seen a few Deathbox teabags throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more. Sorry, as we get to the weekend, I forget it's only Thursday, which is kind of wild. That we're not even at the weekend, we're already in the weekdays, and that's why I'm even more happy that we've seen lots of fans turn up on the weekday to support their favorite sites.
All right, let's talk about the zone then. Let's talk about circles. Let's talk about where we expect to see our teams going. Here's our map overhead, and you can already see a lot of teams moving towards the mill side of the map. For Dark Zero, that's good news, of course. They're going to be smiling. You can also see the Optic Gaming in a very good position over at mill as well. Dreamfire right bang in the center. But one team I want to keep my eyes on during this game is Complexity. They've been kind of, I would say, quiet, but not silent in these lobbies so far. A big game here would go a long way towards them, really kind of putting the points on the board you would expect from a team like Complexity.
Yeah, I think that Complexity could do with a few more big games. You could say the same for Optic Gaming. We haven't really seen them stand out and perform in a way that maybe we would have seen in the online season or even in previous series, but we have a real opportunity for some of these teams now with a quick rotation. Get over towards mill, position yourselves in a spot where you can set up for that late game. You mentioned Dreamfire. They are going to have to push themselves through a difficult situation because there's a lot of teams around them with eyes on them. And you speak about Complexity. They hold down this building at the moment, but they very easily...
Let's be real, chat.
Complexity
I need to know,
been at the moment,
how many of y'all
GHC just
are
north
really
of the
concerned
Armory,
about
a
the
little,
teams that
I
are
would
all
say
piled up
exchange of friendly
here
fire going on the other side of this zone
just
between
outside
TSM
of
and
Mill?
NRG as well. NRG a little bit sandwiched between Optic and TSM for now, but Complexity will be set
It's not
up
that
for
I'm very
quite
much
some
worried
time.
about,
They'll be
you know,
comfortable.
Complexity just
You would
crawling
expect
around
to
in
have
their
to do
building
something
over here.
too crazy at this point, Dan.
No, not too crazy. I think they'll be more than happy with where they reside. It will only be if someone is feeling brave or if they hit a Seer queue and then you start to get aggressive. It has been the major change that we've seen because the Seer ability will now silence and it will stun, and it is very unfortunate if all three of you get hit by it because you are going to be pushed. Pro players will take advantage of that because it is almost a guaranteed win at times if you can hit it in the right scenario and push in the right way.
Yeah, we all know that in Apex Legends, having abilities in fights is everything, right? And if the other team has none, quite simply, you're going to have that advantage. You would expect at this level to be able to close things out. A little bit more of a difficult zone as far as distance to travel here for Alliance as they leave the Armory over at Lightning Rod and move towards Thunderwatch. They're right out of the picture at the moment, but one team who's in picture is going to be TSM. Imperial House going to take a bit of damage on the cross, but should be safe enough to heal, unless we see a little bit of something, we say a little bit of an overextension
TSM was an
coming from the
8
team in the building.
It looked like TSM
going
are
into this
fancying
round
one.
here.
Blockhole will go down as well as the nades, and they very much want this building, and they want this KP.
Oh, brother.
Huge damage, he gets the knock, and it's NRG versus TSM, and it is one-sided to say the least. NRG get wiped by TSM.
It's as easy as that.
The CEO.
It's another disappointing performance for NRG as they just have to sit now in their booth and wait for the next game, wait for game 5 and hope they can do a little bit better. Kashira down to just a slither of health. It's Leave No Witness who are going to just pull towards over that Newcastle ultimate and try and get the damage done as Ascend do get eliminated. Leave No Witness though, they are also being pushed and pressed on at the moment. They're not going to be able to get their third player back up. It's Fnatic who are sending themselves towards them.
And Fnatic been quieter in this group than they have earlier, but they're only 3 games gone, remember, still 3, including this one to go, so a lot of time for
I feel like
things to
Fnatic
change.
did
And
better
Ascend
on
going out early, Dan. I mean, that's a great indication to the rest of the lobby as well. They're top of the
Stormpoint in the
leaderboard.
first
They're not going to be
session
adding
too,
points to their
right?
tally. That
I
means
feel like they were
after
kind of
this
quiet
game
on
Stormpoint, everything is
World's
going to
Edge.
compress with those points. Everyone is going to be closer than they were before.
And more importantly, they can't get points in this game. They have been sponging those points a little bit in the previous game, so it's a chance now for you to start to catch up in the overall leaderboards. Fnatic still on the hunt here. They are more than happy to expose themselves a little bit. They are confident that they can push this without being thirded. And just looking at the map, yeah, there's not going to be anyone in the vicinity to take this fight afterwards, so Fnatic can just free flow towards this other team.
Should be free KP unless the cannon gets hit. Can they hit the shots? Of course they can.
Pull!
As Umichan will hit the beautiful shots through the skies to get another KP on the board here for Fnatic.
And that one just hurts a little bit extra as you get drilled out of the sky. But Fnatic have been excellent so far today. I mean, the entirety of APAC North has been incredible so far today. But hold on a second. Out of the frying pan into the fire, there's more. It's Leave No Witness. They were there waiting, but it is not going to be a solid ambush.
Leave No Witness taken down, and with this looting going down, I'm sure that Fnatic are looking to leave no evidence of these death boxes. They will take everything they can to get back into zone. Plenty of meds to work with as well, but a good push.
But Leave No Witness was the team that they were
making
chasing.
Sure that they didn't let those KP slip away. And I have to say, a little bit more of an aggressive start in this lobby than we've seen previously. Maybe some tough rotates for some teams who are working their way through chokes, but you can see the game plan from Fnatic. They saw an opportunity for points, and with games starting to slip away today, they see the points as a premium.
A few teams that didn't get ring console as well, so started to prioritize maybe going for some fights, going for a little bit of KP, but when you do look at that circle, it's not exactly the easiest one to try and find space. There's a lot of buildings that are just going to be null and void as their circle pulls further towards the likes of Mill and maybe the southwest a bit. So instead, you want to try and prioritize playing edge a little bit, picking up some of those kills, and then moving on later when you have that ring information.
Yeah, interesting to see Optic Gaming landing over at Mill do have a ring console to play with as well. So they're going to have a really, really good indication of where this end zone is going to be played from. And I'll tell you what, they're not moving too far from the Mill for now. One team who needs to start moving as far as the leaderboards is concerned, though, is on your screen. Vex, quiet so far, to say the least, Dan. But this is a team who can catch fire out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, Sab said on the desk that she feels that Vex have been a little bit unlucky in their play. And we'll have to see whether they can have luck on their side. They have found themselves in one of the better positions. They can certainly look out and maybe pick up some KP on teams that approach a little bit later. But patience is the name of the game at the moment. It is not going to be a case of them trying to find that KP. they need to get themselves to late game so that they can demonstrate that they have the ability to take on these fights. They've already won one today, of course, but then just weren't able to get the points and show the consistency as some of the other squads have done. We know full well that Vexed are good enough and certainly should be in the winners bracket considering how good they've been this season.
Interesting to see Alliance's move right now. They are going out of the zone towards checkpoint 2. Hit the ring console to get a little bit more information on where they expect to have to play from as this game progresses. They might run into Fnatic though, who we did see pick up those KP a few moments ago and are now making their descent towards checkpoint as well. Dark Zero on our screens at the moment. We've seen them being involved in, well, I would say some very, very fun, depending on what way you're looking at things, contests over at Harvester previously, where they certainly got the better of Aurora for once, and Dark Zero looking to add to the points tally here as they have the high ground.
Yeah, Dark Zero are going to be more than happy to hold this for as long as they can, as long as they don't get sent on. They should be able to stay here for quite some time and expose some of the teams that are going to be running in a little bit later. The high ground should provide it, but it's just the weapons. Are they going to be able to do the damage from a distance? They're set up for a lot of close game with the Prowler, but also the Nemesis. We know that can also do the damage. As for the northern side of the map, still a few teams that are going to be making their way through. Fnatic are approaching an Alliance who are just waiting in the wings here.
Well, you wondered if they were going to know Alliance, but the drone going out is going to give that information away, and all of a sudden you can see how that game plan completely and utterly changed. Fnatic do not.
It was like Alliance turned around like, oh, y'all wanted it?
Maybe look to get the EMP going, but that sound and audio cue gave away their position. Alliance snapped onto them. And I tell you what, with the way that Vex's been playing today, are you surprised to see him holding forward here?
I mean, also with the amount of points that Alliance already have, they are all but guaranteed winners bracket already, so they can play a little bit fearless. They can just confidently push whatever they want, and they can play without risk at times because they have just accrued so many points over these last few games.
Is Effect console?
That they want. Also, the winner of this fight could be rewarded with a ring console as well if they wanted to stay here and get that ring 4 information. Alliance is still going. Effect still holding that forward.
Effect C player, kill player at the moment, and it's looking like this is a difficult yet very simple strategy to stop. The black hole goes down as well. He's going to capture a few players off guard and now send in Effect. He does the damage, he gets out without his shields being broken, but where are Yuki and Hackis? Are they able to capitalize?
I mean, imagine Effect in the meta when Wraith was really at its prime. I feel like he would have been amazing, but Effect does go down, and there is still damage done by Fnatic, and they say this is not going to be an easy push for you whatsoever.
As good as Effect is, Yuka says, I'm better. He comes out on top in that one, gets the damage, and Alliance now find themselves on the back foot. And here comes Belzera. He wants to finish this one off. Alliance been brilliant so far today, but not in this game. Fnatic step up, and that first knock was everything.
Alliance were fearless, but
so Alliance out.
Great
but like,
determination.
how big of a deal is that? It feels like Alliance already.
Guaranteed placement points for Fnatic. Kill leader
even
as well.
Like they don't even show up tomorrow for their spot. They're in winners bracket round 1.
They try to avoid as much abilities as possible before they re-engage.
Obviously they can't do that, but you know what I mean.
But as I said, it doesn't really matter too much for Alliance. They're still in a fantastic position.
It's Pulverex then making their little rotate as well, and this is a little bit of a difficult spot to hold. I was about to say, unless the comp allows it. There's Rampart, there's the walls going down. So they'll have a little bit of, we'll call it artificial cover to work with here, Pulverex, which makes this high ground a little bit more sustainable for a little bit longer of a period of time. But it is an uncomfortable place to play from that, and you can see already the pressure's coming in from that low ground.
Yeah, Pulverex are going to be okay for now, but there could be a situation where they start to get pinched from both angles, so they just want to try and create as much fake cover as possible. I would say they don't want to bring too much attention to themselves, but they've already done that with all the bullets have been going down. Avoid this Arc Star and you should be okay. So you've got about 6 or 7 teams who are outside this current circle. Pulverex should be okay for now. I will say, they've been fantastic at staying alive as a 3 and almost just quietly maneuvering their way into circle and then getting involved into fights when they physically have to, but maybe it's going to have to be a little bit sooner than later here in this game.
Yeah, they find uncomfortable positions to play, but they won't make them work, and they make them work in a way that not many teams have been able to so far today.
15 squads alive, third ring going to be closing here in 40 seconds.
Decided, you know what, he can have this Pulverex. We've done enough damage for now. A little bit more cover is going to be coming
all
up
15
teams
going to be full squads here.
Available for Shunmi. He gets that down, and that will now protect them from the teams in and around the armored buildings. But with the charge rifle in his hands, he's also going to be able to do some damage. So that's just going to force a lot of teams to stop poking them. But here comes Fnatic through the spider cave. Fnatic versus TSM, but Fnatic all matching in those red armors.
Yeah, Fnatic with the amount of kills that they have, they're going to be very confident to engage with any team at the moment, but it might just be a case of poke a little bit and then try and find a position at least in the circle. So that's good for Fnatic. They've got a rock to play with at the very least. just a little bit of scouting and communicating to the team that you are safe in this position. He's just a little bit wary of where other teams might be residing, because it's all well and good focusing on the team in the building. You have to be aware of what other angles you could be shot from here.
Yeah, you can see that Meltera's got into a position here which is going to be safe for that next zone. It's up to Yuka, F and Umachan to try and cross to their teammate and try and play in and around this rock. For TSM, it's about denying them. It's about doing damage, causing problems for them, chipping away at shields and hoping another team decides to get involved. Another team who is about to get involved.
I mean, TSM would still have the cover if that's the case, but...
2, 1 is Onyx Esports.
Nice, let's go Onyx.
Guys right behind Fnatic, and that is a
oh no, but they got an MDY White right there too.
In this one, Fnatic will do what they can to try and stay alive, but they're between far too much. They will go down, but not without a fight.
Sarah's trying to do what he can, but Fnatic
Onyx Esports out, but MDY White's also still going to be here. Are they going to move in on TSM?
Wild swing through the skies from Onyx. Ruins their game, ruins Fnatic's game, and TSM say, hey, this is pretty comedy for us, we're just going to watch this and laugh.
Everything is about timing. Onyx maybe thought they were going to be able to pick up some pieces in third party, but it was MDY White who were the perfectly timed squad to arrive late. And with them and TSM shooting from both sides, it was easy picking. Circle has moved now down south. This is not good for the likes of TSM and MDY and Optic Gaming, who are all going to have to move at the same time from the northern side, and probably will all collapse together. But there is going to be a lot of focus from those teams that have already found themselves on the southern side. Go Next, Complexity, Realize, and SAF are all 4 squads who are in a very healthy position.
Well, one thing that TSM don't have to worry about is a risky Valkyrie with this comp. However, you can see in inventory, you've got Reps, he's got an evac tower. We're going to have to see how that one plays out, but it does give them an option.
So if Onyx made it this far, they end up winning their contest?
See a little solo player here. Mingyu is going to be left on his own as well from MDY White. A lot of things to work with as far as loot is concerned, but that looks like a treacherous path towards that end game.
But again,
have to be, right? Because Aurora's out in 20th, I think.
Possible. It's another team who have done.
I think they're the first one eliminated.
Well, they're being consistent across the board.
Aurora's struggling here in their second series, bro.
Healthy, but here comes Vex Gaming now. They get involved. Unlucky gets a knock, but Matafi will go down.
This is Polvrexer up against as well. Matafe down, but Tyler and Unlucky looking to do the heavy lifting in this fight. Great shots coming in. This is shield break, but can they convert it into a win? The answer is yes. Fixed. Win the important fight.
Gross.
Every fight they're taking at the moment becomes more and more
just absolutely beaming. MDY White out as well.
And they did it quick enough. The Dark Veil had not come down yet, so they can still keep that sightline away from teams who were in the area. Dreamfire had a little peek towards it, but were reluctant.
They still got a ways to rotate here, though.
Be exposed to other teams who are watching down this hill. Now for Vex Gaming, it's about where do you go from here? You've won that engagement, you've got the KP, but now you've got to get into this circle whilst the likes of Go Next have got eyes on you.
Here comes the move from Optic Gaming, trying to shadow the moves of TSM here, but TSM are up on this God Rock. Are they going to play for those KP? Well, they're going to have to shoot them out of the skies at the moment. Verho's not quite connecting, as we will see the skyward dive coming in from Optic, but now we're going to say, hey, anything you can do, we can do better. They might not have the height, but they do have the evac tower.
Yeah, both evac towers go down. You said one is a distraction, and then you go up the second one just in case teams are watching and shoot it down. Now Dark Veils will join the game as Dreamfire will use it to cover one angle whilst they push and get aggressive onto Vex.
Vex are going to have some problems.
Come on, Pizza.
These shots from Pizza are ridiculous. There's one as Unlucky will go down. And Pizza is causing all sorts of problems for Vex Gaming.
Vex try and scuttle away and survive, and maybe 1 or 2 can just get underneath the building by Go Next and Glitch, but there's also a lot of damage being done. Jen Burton
TSM at the base of their rocks.
And TSM, they've been able to just get into this circle,
TSM
but it looks like
pushing
they
up
want to go back out. They sense blood. They can smell it in the water here.
They think free KP. There's one of them, Dark Zero eliminated, and now they've got to be careful of being swung on themselves. They should be able to clean this one up. Optic gone as well.
Optic out.
Dark Zero fall, and it's all
they're going to look up and see Dreamfire. Are they going to push on that? Or no?
Well, they're going to be an exposed area.
TSM just rocking and rolling,
instead,
bro.
Go back up that hill, pick up the KP, and then reassess where you need to go. Maybe another evac tower if you're lucky a little bit later on.
Naked eliminated in the meantime. TSM inching their way towards zone at the moment. KP starting to stack up for them too. A strong game from a team who's been consistent, but yet to be outstanding so far today. Maybe this is where the tide starts to turn for them towards the latter, towards the outstanding.
Could be a good sign though. We always say in Apex Legends it's about peaking at the right time. If you can peak on Sunday, that's when you're going to be champions. TSM maybe conserving a little bit of energy, just playing good enough to make sure they get through. We've yet to see them get a victory today. this could be the game with the way they're playing. But I will say, we've got the likes of Go Next and Complexity within buildings at the moment, within the circle, and TSM have got to move a long way from this northern side.
Yeah, but Dreamfire is already getting looked at from across the way. If they realize that, they should be able to swing this.
So Vex aren't out of this yet. They've got into a position which is safe. Dreamfire up on the high ground, kind of posturing up with TSM at the moment. Complexity, who I mentioned as well, need a game. Well, they're safe inside of this zone as well, but they're going to have to hold off Starter Fight Esports, who are going to be coming in from the south. Dark Veils go down, TSM trying to chip away.
Chipping away as they do. Dark Veils have now covered a lot of sight lines. Matafe also doing some damage from Vex, so even as a 1 or a 2, they're still being able to be a nuisance to those teams that are pushing in, and now TSM just have to make sure they are watching.
Dreamfire out.
Dreamfire get eliminated, 7 squads remain.
Black hole down, how? Oh, he gets another.
Was that a stick?
This man, all of a sudden.
Oh, that's a big opening.
He looks relaxed. He picks up some kills, and now
2 bats.
some reps, trying to move in to clean up the damage.
They should be able to finish things up here.
Well. One more player behind that knockdown shield, but with the way that has been shooting today, you wouldn't expect it to last too long.
Oh no! Oh no!
In the black holes,
oh no!
TSM are going to get sent on, and maybe this is going to be the beginning of the end. Rep's the last remaining player. Can he get the bat off? No, yes he can, but it still might be too much.
The bat's
off. Just a slither of health here, just a Dark Veil to protect him, and it's gone, but he shreds from behind.
We took glitches!
Maybe he's going to stay alive through this window. Finally eliminated as we find ourselves now down to the final fight. Everybody stacked up in and around this building, on top, by the sides, in the windows. Wherever you are, you're getting me spotted.
And I was about to say, realize with a comp that could really change things here. You've got a Gibby that's on the go. You've got the fact you've got a Caustic that can also throw a spanner in the works. That gas is going to be so difficult for these squads. But now we have 2 buildings. People are inside. People are on top. You're trying to slow down the fight. You're trying to just assess who is around and what you could do in these scenarios.
Complexity in prime position, though. Their one worry is the team to their south. Starter Fight Esports.
Starter Fight's in a really good spot here. Remember, they struggled after they had a good start to their first split.
Before Complexity do. It's going to be a bit of a crazy end game in this one.
Starter Fight is currently sitting at 6.
Complexity hold off the push, and if they can they win this game?
And who's got the ultimate?
If Starter Fight can have a good finish here, that'd be really, really big for them.
Get eliminated eventually. Matafe goes
just because South America hasn't been looking that great.
4 healthy squads who are going to be more than prepared for this end game. Complexity cannot stay
No Witness looked decent in the early set for them, for their group, but
possible because the other building has to
currently sitting at 18th, not looking good for them.
They can assess how much damage is being done and then join the fight a little bit later.
Rolling Thunder from Monsoon might be very important in these final moments as well to contribute as the teams do leave that building that we're talking about. But Starter Fight's still a problem. They are playing on the basement below Complexity. And I'm sure that they're hoping, they're praying that someone in that other building is going to do the work for them and do some damage. Monsoon with a little bit of chip damage, but as the zone starts to close, now the zone becomes a problem for Complexity as their exit options get narrowed.
Yeah, SAF versus Complexity, Go Next versus Realize. You've got to take the fight on both sides of the map, and Cody's going to do so much damage, but now the wall goes down and they've been silenced.
Starter Fight take control of the door though, you saw. It got reinforced. Luda goes down. Do they have time though?
I don't think you can get the revive. You got to be able to get out here and at least buy some space.
As well to just try and block off the team up on high ground while they stick this.
Is Starter Fight just a solo at this point?
Look at the bottom here. Completely cut in half as the Horizon hole now goes in.
Keep an eye on Karampu as Caustic as well. A lot to do and a lot of damage from that Caustic gas. Go Next will lose one as now everyone
a Gibby bubble in the end game.
Trying to hold on. It's all up to Obley. Can he close out?
Realize bringing back the big boy comp, huh?
Alongside him. All they've got to do is pick up the final KP. Damage being done. Flatline.
And Realize.
And Realize will close it out. It's another fantastic performance from a region who has outstanded everyone today.
And a region who are pushing the limits on the meta and which legends you should be playing. Caustic, Gibby, and Crypto, and they get the job done. The bubble protected them as they dropped into the circle. The Caustic barrel was enough to distract and annoy people, and then the damage they put out as a 3, prioritizing the right players at the right time. A fantastic end circle, and again, an amazing game played by Realize, who needed to step up. Another one of those teams who performed so well in their region. One of the best Stormpoint teams that we have in this lobby, but they hadn't yet turned up. They finally get it done.
So does that give us complete scores for now?
That game could not have set us up any better for the final 2 of the day, right? We were talking about the teams who are feeling pretty comfortable. The likes of Ascend at the top of the leaderboard. Well, they went out early, and that just opened the lobby to everyone out. We highlighted Complexity as being one of those teams who need to get towards the end game, who are starting to look a little bit more desperate for points. They had an extremely good day as well in that game, and all of a sudden,
all right,
like
here it is.
The next 2 games
We're sitting on right now.
Change how that top 10's looking.
It's just about picking up those points and making sure you get into that top 20.
Big for start a
so
fight.
You get into the winners bracket as we look back at that final circle. But this
Also
time,
big for MDY White. We mentioned how Complexity needed a big round. They're sitting in 5th.
Certainly do damage in a final
Ascend
circle
said we needed to see a big one from them. They're sitting in 1st.
Look at the other teams. When they're dropping, they're one of the last teams to drop. And then it's about making sure you have that bubble ready as protection as soon as you enter the fray.
You can see great shots coming in. The attempted smoke from Complexity didn't deny them that line of sight for long enough, and then it's almost like we're rolling it back a few seasons here. The Gibby ult goes down, causes all sorts of problems. The bubble, the Gibby, the arm shield, the Eva 8, oh, it's music to my ears.
And the barrel's waiting in the bubble as teams try and escape the ultimate, and they have to go into the bubble for cover. And at the end, it was just a case of making sure they were assessing what was going to be happening. Was there going to be players dropping out of the sky? Do they have to work together? Can they focus on different targets? But every single time, they were looking at the right thing in the right place. That's why they've been such an impressive Storm Point team when it just goes right. It's one of those comps that if you can get into that final circle, you should be able to put it to good use. But I don't think they were able to get there for a lot of the times they've been playing today.
And that's how tough these lobbies are, right? We keep talking about it, and we'll keep talking about it because every lobby we're seeing at the moment is so tough to get through. Get to the end game is a win in itself, as we see some of the MDY White fans who have made their way here to London to support their boys, and got Dream 5 fans in the house as well. And I've got to say,
those lit
for a first day,
signs are pretty dope. Those look so cool.
The crowd has been amazing today. Thank you everyone for joining us and for
those little LED like flags.
It has been one of those days where I just love to hear everyone roar, especially the support we've seen for APAC North as well. In London, of all places to see it, it's amazing that everyone is getting that representation and that support. But for Realize, that's going to be such a confidence builder now for them to move forward in these next 2 games. They know how good they are at Storm Point. They just need to keep doing it, keep rolling, take advantage of the fact that they can pick up those big point games.
Well, for Alliance, it was somewhat of a surprisingly quiet game after they've been dominating in the first 3 that we did see. But I've got to highlight Complexity, right? That kind of game, it's so good to do it in game number 4, right? If you leave it to game 5, game 6, the pressure ramps up and up and up. But that just gives them a little bit of breathing room now as we head into the final 2 games of the day. Knowing that you've got those points on the board, that no one can take them away from you again, it just sets you up now to follow a game plan without having to think of anything external and extra that you have to do to force yourself up the leaderboards.
Well, you look at how many points Realize we're able to get. They were down at the bottom of the barrel. I don't think they had any points.
Oh, so it's Apex After Hours.
They put 21 on the board.
Doing their thing live, like during the broadcast.
For Realize. TSM also put 10 points on the board, as well as Vexed Gaming, and I believe that'll put TSM in touching distance of Ascend in this group so far. So they, again, are just quietly going about their business.
The other end of the table, though, Aurora, not the good start for them, but NRG are concerned. I would say at this point they need to find some points from these last 2 games, otherwise they're going to leave themselves with some seriously heavy lifting tomorrow for sure, as we take a look at how things are looking overall here. And you know, you weren't too far off, Dan.
Yeah, it wasn't too far off. 5 points the difference between Ascend and TSM. On the other side, you're completely right. I mean, this was our worry with Aurora. It was looking great when they were winning those contests and they were getting through and surviving, but as soon as those contests start to go down, being contested on both maps is such a detriment to a side like Aurora. 0 points so far. Pulverix not finding the same form that we saw them have earlier
No Witness struggling at
6
6 points,
However,
man.
still 2 games to play, and maybe still 2 games for Pulverix to turn up.
Yeah, and I mean, what a performance for Realize as well, forcing their way to the top 10.
I mean, it's just group stages. That's the good news, right? So all it really does
I think not only does it
is get you set up on whether you need 1 good game or 2 good games to make
a completely different mindset. You go into tonight and
grands once you get into
place and above, and you feel
Saturday, but
the game plan is working. We feel confident with what we've worked on coming into this event, and we've been able to execute up until the point. It's just a few little changes maybe we have to look at. If you're outside of it though, it's a go away, get the laptops out, get the VOD out, and go, we need to completely reassess how we are approaching things, because what we've done today hasn't been good enough to force ourselves through.
And there's only so many changes you can make overnight. We might see some teams change back to an older comp. We might see certain legends coming back into the fray just because it's a comfort pick. But at the same time, again, there's only so much you can do. It's going to be the teams, though, like Alliance, who can kind of sit back, put their feet up a little bit and say, we are more than happy with how we performed today, and they are confidently walking into that winner's bracket. I can say it with the amount of points they have.
Yeah, and I just want to say, Dan, have you seen some of the chairs these guys have seen?
I haven't.
You've seen them? They're pretty beautiful.
Oh,
Can we just do a little scan across? Because these things are absolutely beautiful. And I've got to say, my chair at home is looking a bit shoddy in comparison to these things. And if you're wondering what they are, of course, we want to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors.
The Herman Millers!
Embody and Phantom chairs are being used at today's events. Phantom comes in red, white, and black, and is the newest product offered by Herman Miller Gaming. The iconic
I bet you those are so
now
comfortable, chat.
with the white base and Galaxy amethyst upholstery. Wow. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner.
Big vibing.
The Apex Legends Global Series.
Unbelievable from onset there. I think he deserves a chair just for it, if I'm going to say that. I mean, maybe a partner in the future. Who knows?
Just take the chair.
They do look very comfy, and I will say, even the coaches get one. So it's incredible that they have the same levels of comfort as the players, as they deserve, as we've got some Alliance fans in the house.
Rightly so.
Quite rightly so, with how they've been performing today. One of the best teams, if not the best team, of course, with how many points they have had so far. And they did play like it in that game. They played a little bit risky. They played fearless. They did go down early, but I still think they're in a great spot.
Yeah, I was about to do something very risky, so I'm glad that the camera manager turned and production decided to not let me do that with the Alliance fans, but I'm sure they would have given a thumbs up. I was going to say, do you think they've been playing pretty well today? It's not that risky, but, you know, I'm sure they would have certainly been behind.
Have they
the boys
shown
who have
the
been playing
scoreboard
extremely
yet,
well
or
today,
no?
but something I kind of touched upon right on the desk goes, the Hackett
Is that what we're going
gives a
to?
great
Nope.
indication of the mentality of the team.
So we're
Hit to
sitting out
win.
here.
I think anything outside of that for Alliance, how well they have performed throughout the Apex Legends Global Series, not just in the region, but of course on the global stage as well, would be somewhat of a disappointment. Don't get me wrong, if you're finishing in second, third, you're still taking home 3 figures.
Ooh, chat, we have been live for 12 hours already. It's
It's not a bad thing to be like, oh, we came third.
It's okay. It's one of those. I tell you what, someone who would love 3 figures is probably the Vex fans as well. Up in the corner of the room, they've moved. Hold on, they were in my sight line earlier, but now they're a little bit lower down. But I think everyone in the arena at the moment is looking forward to these last 2 games because I mean that game 4 had a little bit of everything in the final circle.
That's crazy, man.
Legends
I'm
we
beat.
hadn't
I can feel it.
necessarily
I can feel we've been
capitalised
live for
those
12
moments so far
hours,
this
for sure.
All right, well, it's time for us to jump to a quick break. We're getting ready for what is going to be the penultimate game of the day. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
All right. So teams that were doing pretty solid kind of fell off that we need to see at least have some sort of bounce back in these last 2 games of Storm Point. Leave no witness, probably Aurora as well. Unfortunately, if Aurora does it means Onyx, who needs to kind of continue having some decent numbers. One of these 2 teams is going to bounce back. Maybe. They could both technically kind of fall off, I guess, if one wins the contest and then still goes on to die. I feel like Naked's all right after their performance in their first group. Same thing probably could be said for Pulverex. I mean, they had, what, 61 points, I think, going into this. The land woes for Vexed are starting to worry me a little bit. Not sure what it is. Optic doing better than they did in their first showing today, but they need to kind of turn it up still just a little bit more if they're going to want to try and give themselves the best chance on Saturday. How many assists? I'll go with 41. I'm so good at these, chat. Pretty solid.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Back, everybody. It's almost time to wrap things up, but before we get there, we've got some more Apex Legends for you. 2 more maps ready to come here on Storm Point and Still Dam. Everything to play for. Ascend looking very strong at the top of the leaderboards, but between groups A and C, everything else still incredibly tight and could change in an instant.
Still crucial points to pick up, and still some of the teams that I highlighted earlier have to find some of those points to put themselves in a position where they go into tomorrow still believing that winner's bracket is entirely possible and not start thinking about that elimination bracket, right? Start to accept a little bit of defeat. I now know that that is a wrap with cheese.
We've learned.
And it is not a mouse
We've
with
done our
pizza,
research.
Okay? That's what we had to learn during our break.
You can tell me it's cheese. It's still pizza in my eyes.
It does
I
look
will
like
say.
a pizza.
It's definitely more pizza shaped, but it looks like the game is almost ready to go here, so you won't have to listen to us rambling for too much longer. We'll hopefully get some action underway. Now we need to talk about Aurora, because Aurora have lost that contest. They have not had a good time contesting in this group, Dan. Do you think they can do it this time?
Well,
I mean, they had better contest. They had their best success against Onyx in all of their contests, right?
They just had to survive these games, this group stage, and hope to be able to push themselves through to winner's bracket and maybe come out ahead of the 2 teams that they were contesting. It's not looking like that's happening at the moment, so they need to try and just break through and hope that these contests can start going back in their favor.
Raven really looks like a boss that I used to have, who sent me home once and said I didn't have a job anymore. But match 5 is underway, and as we all know, the contest will be going down once again between Onyx and Aurora.
All right, let's get
it's scheduled for 1 fall, and it's going to be down a shipfall.
Down a shipfall, but there's a long way to go from the drop ship. But I tell you what, we can watch it the whole way because no one else is going to be fighting, I don't think. We did have one other contest, but I'm not sure it's going to happen anymore. Everyone else should be able to loot up comfortably, and I'm really interested to see where that circle is going to be going, because that was a difficult ending for a lot of teams, and we saw a lot of early fights because of
Who's winning the race down? That's the question. Who's got the better flight path?
Alive
Who's got
and
their
kicking.
nose ahead of the other? Who's going to hit those bins first? Who's going to get the gun? Will it be a Mastiff with a purple bolt falling into the hands of Onyx?
All right,
once
come
more?
on, Onyx.
Questions
Y'all won
to
the
be
last one.
answered, and the answers are right in front of us. Sentinel picked up here by Sunset alongside the Scout. And I tell you what, you hit one shot with that Sentinel, crack a player, and all of a sudden things are opened up and Ranches will get that first knock.
Notice how the silencers went out straight away as well to try and maximize the reset time on those queues.
Oh, dude, I think Aurora's got this. They got 2 down, right?
Aurora now find themselves in a 3 versus 1, and it looks like Onyx are now going to do exactly what we saw previously from Aurora. Make yourself awkward, try and get away, try and survive and get a couple of points here or there. We saw the full rotation last time from Aurora to try and maybe pick up some banners. I don't think that is going to be the consideration here for Onyx.
Lovely walk by the beach here for Shady. Taking his time.
Truly is stunning.
Toes in the grass. Nothing to worry about. I'll come back and get you in a minute, boys. Don't worry about it. But it is going to be Aurora who win that contest. And that's so vital for them, Dan. I mean, we can joke and we can laugh, but of course they needed it so badly. They've barely got a point on the board.
Yeah, Onyx kind of hurting here, man.
In this lobby. And sometimes momentum's a funny thing, right? You win the contest, you win a couple of fights, all of a sudden, you're on a roll, you find your way forward, and we know that Aurora are a team who can build momentum almost out of nowhere.
I do love that his teammates were still pinging where the players were, and he was already out of there. It seems like my ranked games, to be honest. I'm off, I'm not picking up anyone's banners, I'm just surviving and getting my way to those points. Now, you can see where the circle is going to be going up towards checkpoint. So we asked the question of NRG, are we going to see them have that big game? Can they get the game to just lift their spirits a little bit? This is their best chance, if ever, to pick up some points and have a big one.
Yeah, interesting to see where this zone does go. It looks like it might go slightly north towards the trenches, you would imagine, or maybe down towards those 3 buildings you can see outside of the Spider Cave. Zone information going to be vital for a lot of teams, and it looks like NRG are heading north towards those trenches, so that's certainly going to give an indication. TSM already looking to make their way over from the wall as well. Leave no witness, they're making their move to Dreamfire, also joining them. As
Dark Zeros must be in a trident the way that they're moving in.
That many teams committing to the northern side here of Checkpoint, that it's going to be where we expect our end zone to go.
But with that many teams already moving, a lot of these positions are not going to be available now for the late arrivals. I will say, when it comes to the trenches, there are certain angles you can hold and you can take, but it's not fun. You are forced into engagements. Dark Veil is going to be very important. And if we see, Gibby Bubbles coming into the equation a little bit later on, they could prove to be vital.
Yeah, this is a zone which I would say
pro players find difficult to predict what's going to happen, right? Unless you're the team like Fnatic, who's at the top of Northpad, and can hold down that height building where they find themselves right now and kind of spray fire into everybody who's trying to find a place to play. The cover is limited, to say the least. And the problem with sticking yourself in the trenches, and even though you're covered kind of from height, so to speak, it's so difficult to get lines of sight yourself. You can't exchange fire. You can't shoot onto people coming in, which all of a sudden means that you've got people just falling on top of you in that late game. It becomes a bit of a scuffle, and it's very difficult to navigate that traffic.
Bro, look at all
the teams who have
so
the ability to put
has
up
any
the
team
kind of
been eliminated? No.
Objects, the likes of teams who have Rampart available.
There's 20
to them,
teams
so
in
they
this
can get
lobby,
some
and there
fake
is
cover to work with. So we already see
6
now
squads
starting to send it into the trenches
that aren't
trying to assert a
checkpoint
little
or
bit.
higher
The more space you can
in
take
the
up
zone.
trenches
Holy
is great in the early
shnikes.
game. But in the late game, if you have a lot of space, people will try and take that off you. So it's a very difficult game to try and balance.
Really lets you know that teams are starting to feel the pressure here, man. They're past the halfway point for group stages for these teams.
Now it's donuts. This man's hungry. Just getting some calories. All right.
I'm good.
Starting to look skinny.
Good. It's very kind of you to say. I've been trying my best. Aurora's still down at Shipfall, though. They're currently on their loot path. They're going to take quite some time to get moving forward. Good news for our Aussie friends, though. Onyx Esports still alive, even though it's just a solo, moving their way north, right at the right-hand side of your screen. Unfortunately, they might run into Alliance, which is something that you don't want to do at any point in the game with how they've been playing so far today. But TSM certainly in what you would call a priority position here now.
It definitely is a priority position. I mean, a lot of the teams have forced their way into these trenches. The trouble is you are going to be exposed to at least one angle at all times, and for the late arrivals when they fly in, they can land and just engage in a fight. And usually when one team lands late and takes that fight, all the other teams start to join in, and it becomes a very messy trench, that's for sure.
Or MD White. Trying to kind of control the high ground in and around one of the rocks that you can play, one of the higher points to hold down towards that end game, and certainly quite close to where we do see some end games finishing up. Problem is, like you say, this is kind of what I'm trying to explain about these trenches zones, right? It's great for cover initially, but you just can't ever get in a position to do damage onto other teams. Look at that kill feed, though. TSM, who do have one of their priority positions that has some height, doing a lot of damage onto Complexity. Cody's been taken down. He's been finished off as well, and I'm pretty sure that Complexity had another player down as well, the hands of TSM. So they continue to roll. And just remember, one thing that TSM love to do, if you hadn't known, is win games. And winning a game here and winning this group would be a great confidence boost for them.
I mean, for them,
so many teams that found their way to the trenches on this
if they were to win this group,
very tough for the teams.
You figure they're probably going to be around
Aurora,
70 points?
Into a point where they are not going to be able to find anything
70,
safe.
80
so you
points?
almost have to delay it as much as possible and hope some teams wipe out each other.
And they're at
create some
44
natural
before
space for you
this.
to be able to play, and then you try and bully your way in, but it is not going to be very easy.
So, I mean, they're
team that's going to have to arrive late
locked for
Esports. They're still down at Fish Farms right now. For TSM, though, on our screens, they are going to be more than happy to take up as much space as possible.
Grands.
Keep patrol.